Chapter 1 10,000 World System Group, Parallel World, Songjiang City. Inside a rented house next to Songjiang University, a man wearing a flowery undershirt and big pants, a boy with bare feet. His hair was a mess. At this moment, the boy is curled up in the corner of the bed. He was grasping his hair with a pained expression. The sound of heavy breathing, the sound of teeth chattering. Sweat beads on the boy's face were falling down. I don't know how long. Phew, a deep breath. The boy let go of his hands. His eyes are hollow. He was confused. He killed himself because of a breakup. Where is this? Gradually, the boy's eyes regained their color, but his face is still as pale as paper. Just now, he experienced a painful fusion of memories. This body's memories. The name of this body is Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei is 21 years old. He's just over 6 meters tall. He weighs more than 150 pounds. He's short and fat. Long is a little handsome, but a fat ruins everything. This saying is also appropriate in boys. You can imagine a height of more than 1 meter 6 weighs more than 150 pounds of fat. Look down at the stomach. A moment to think of. Just think of the picture. Do. The sound of the phone rings. Zhang Wei picked up the phone and took a look. The note is by Bing. Is this the girlfriend of this body? During the fusion of memories just now, Zhang Wei knew that this call from Bai Bing was to tell him that he was going on a business trip. Zhang Wei knew that Bai Bing's phone call was to tell him that he had to go on a business trip. This phone call and a series of events afterward caused the original owner of this body to have a mental breakdown and commit suicide by throwing herself into the river. She committed suicide by throwing herself into the river. I don't blame the original owner. Anyone in that situation would have had a breakdown. She was walking along the river. I didn't expect to see my ex-girlfriend with a man older than her father. Anyone would have a nervous breakdown. The original owner was a bit of a brat. She was holding 2 big stones in her hand. First, she hit the back of the head of Bai Bing, who was working hard. Then she hit the old man in the head. She kicked him for several minutes. I got tired of kicking. I sat down and smoked a cigarette, tied a few big rocks with his clothes and threw them into the river. He carried the stones to the bridge and tied them to his body, tied the stones to his body and jumped. Puffing, the waves disappeared into the river. This is the memory of the original owner before death. Zhang Wei scolded a useless. As a good young man of the new century, how can you give up the whole bush because of a sunflower? The phone stopped ringing. Zhang Wei picked up his Rice 1S cell phone and looked at the time. Friday, June 25, 2021. Blue star. Ding. There's a message alert on the cell phone WeChat. Unlock. Sub O. It took a few seconds to unlock. Click on WeChat. Axiom. It's not. It takes half a day to open Weixin. Zhang Wei had the urge to smash his cell phone. He resisted the urge to smash the phone. It's the last treasure of this body. If he smashed his cell phone again, he would really have nothing of value left. The message is open. This is prestige? Why is the interface blue? And not a single friend? Obviously. There are more than 10 contacts in my memory. World System Group? What the hell is this? The group is still very active. Hundreds of messages have been sent. It's hard to click on the messages. Entering the chat group. Cashback system. The new guy is here. All scream. Sign-in system. Cashback is crap. Spikes system. Newcomer report. Please take care of me. Science and technology system. Big gift system. All upstairs are my brothers. Martial arts system. Do you want to be a tough guy? Choose me. Zhang Wei looked at the chat messages in the group. Zhang Wei looked at the chat messages in the group and had a lot of question marks in his head. He's heard of the system. How can a 10-year-old bookworm not know about the system? But what the hell is this worldwide system group? Looking at a group of jokers chatting, Zhang Wei sent a message to the group. Zhang Wei sent a message in the group. What's the situation? After he sent the message, his phone got stuck. He noticed that there were 109 people in the group. That means besides himself, there are 108 people. 108 people sent a message together. The cell phone that has been with him for 9 years is stuck. It's really stuck as a dog. At this time in the group. Lick dog system, all blame you. The group owner to scare it. Cashback system, you just licked the dog most cheerfully. Big gift system, 9494. You just sent more than 30 messages. Sign-in system, all don't quarrel. Maybe now the group master is peeping the screen. Second system, sitting and waiting for the group master in the technology system, +1. Wudao system, plus 10,010. Breathing system, plus 10,086. After 5 or 6 minutes, there was finally a reaction in his hand. Zhang Wei clicked on the system group and checked the information. These systems are really quite naughty. Send a message. Check-in system out. A few seconds later, check-in system. Hey, group master little one is in. Zhang Wei sends a message. Introduce yourself. Check-in system. He, I call you oldest. Boss, as long as you choose me, you can sign in once a day. Signing in has rewards. I'm here. The rewards are randomized. In addition to the metaphysical world inside the absence of the other half, Only you cannot think of. There is no I cannot do. Jiang Wei thought for a moment to send a message. If I choose you later and realize that you can't, can I still replace it? Check-in system. Boss, you're insulting me. The system can't say it can't work. Jiang Wei, cut the crap. You just need to answer the question. Check-in system. Hey boss, don't be angry. A system can be bound once a day, and multiple systems can be bound in a day. Jiang Wei saw this and secretly nodded his head. This is not bad. Directly typed. Sign-in system. I'll try you out first. If not, I'll change it. Sign-in system. Boss, you just need to click on my avatar. There is an option to go into battle. Just click on it. Jiang Wei clicked on the avatar of the sign-in system. Looking at the avatar of the sign-in system, Jiang Wei cursed and said, "Martyr, the sign-in system must be a boring S-type." Clicking on the group, a line appeared in the upper left corner of the group's sign-in system. After that, the word sign-in appeared. Just when Jiang Wei was puzzled, a greasy uncle's voice appeared in the cell phone. Boss, all you have to do is sign in. The sudden voice startled Jiang Wei. He was shocked. He opened his mouth to say, CNMBD, the voice of a greasy uncle. Boss, I don't have a mom, a dad, or a grandma. Jiang Wei slapped his fleshy chest. Only then did he realize, I'm afraid I've got a C. Take a deep breath. Call, with an excited mood, said, sign in. Greasy uncle's voice rang. Congratulations to the boss signing in successfully. The first signing in gift can be replaced once. Jiang Wei froze, opened his mouth and asked, not you, this is finished? Sign-in system. That boss, please wait, the reward is being generated. Jiang Wei regretted a little. Why does it feel like this system is so unreliable? After 10 seconds or so, the greasy uncle's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the boss for signing in to receive a top-of-the-line Red Flag S9 supercar. It is expected to be delivered in 10 minutes. When Jiang Wei heard about the Red Flag S9 sports car, this sports car is awesome. Limited to 77 units. The pre-sale price is $15 million Dragon dollars. With all the taxes and insurance, it'll be around $20 million. Insurance. Hurry up and ask. That little sign. I want to ask. Vehicle insurance and driver's license and other related issues. How to say. Sign-in system. Boss, can we change the name? This little sign is a bit too that. Jiang Wei strictly refused. No, change the system in the ink. Signing system. That's fine. A small sign is a small sign. Then continued. Boss, those don't have to worry about. I have helped you get it done. What insurance? License plate photo. Driver's license are complete. License plate song AB8888 satisfied with it. Jiang Wei heard this good on the license plate is not cheap it. Satisfied nodded. Good, this is more or less. Right after we cannot always communicate like this, right? Sign-in system. No way? Boss, you built your own group and you don't know about it? Jiang Wei was confused, but he couldn't be looked down upon by the system and opened his mouth and said, I didn't rest well last night, so I forgot what I did. Sign-in system. Boss, if you click on the group profile, there is a neuron transfer option inside. After you select it, the group will be transferred to the depths of your brain. Neuron transfer? But thinking that it's just a cell phone click can't do much. Find the neuron transfer option. Tap that. Oh, my god. NMLBD dog thief check-in system. Jiang Wei shivering lying on the bed. ZZZ. Accompanied by bursts of white smoke rising. After half a day, Jiang Wei woke up from rolling his eyes and muttering in his mouth. Mamma mia. It's a disaster. Rolling over and sitting up. Click. Boom. The bed, which wasn't even that sturdy, fell apart. Stumbling to his feet, Jiang Wei grabbed a stool and, sitting on it, and then looked down at the white smoke of the cell phone. He was saddened by his heart. His eyes turned red. At this time, an Imperial sister's voice sounded. Neuron connection successful. Worldwide system group activated successfully. Jiang Wei was startled by this sudden sound. The main reason is that you can't recognize the direction of this voice. You don't know where it is. The important thing is that there's no one around. There was no sound. In the dark room, only a little bit of moonlight shines in. After a while Jiang Wei reacted. This should be the cell phone inside the labor of the World System Group. It seems that this is connected to their own neurons. He tried to communicate in his heart. Sign-in system? The greasy uncle's voice rang in his head. Boss, I'm here. Congratulations on your successful neuron connection. As soon as Jiang Wei heard this, he was furious. It felt as if he had gone through 991 difficulties this day. Before, he was almost schizophrenic when he fused his memories. And just now, connecting to a system group. I've even burnt my hair. Now, the smoke is still coming out of my breath. After slowing down for a while, I communicated with little sign in my mind. I still have a chance to sign in? Check-in system. Yes boss, do you want to make up the sign? Jiang Wei, make up the signature. Sign-in system. Congratulations boss, signing successfully. This signing has gained 1 billion divine dragon coins. The funds are being processed. The estimated processing time will take 5 minutes. When Zhang Wei heard 1 billion plus a car, that's enough. One more house and we're all set. It's the pinnacle of life. There are houses and cars with money. He stood up with a smile on his face. Splat. The stool fell apart. Looking around the rental house, Zhang Wei shook his head, found the bank card identity in, and half a pack of crumpled cigarettes as well as a charged cell phone. In the cabinet, he found some decent clothes to change into. He went to the restroom to wash his hair. I washed my hair. The hair was falling down. It smelled like a pig's head. After a few minutes, Zhang Wei looked at himself in the mirror. His hair is gone. He's bald. Then he looked at his round body. The brain communicated. Is there a group that can lose weight and increase height? Perfect system. Master, I have something that can change your height, weight and appearance. When Zhang Wei heard this, he directly chose the perfect system. He communicated with the system in his mind. Xiao Mei, what are your restrictions? When the perfect system heard that, Xiao Mei, perfect system, group master, I am the perfect system, not Xiao Mei. Zhang Wei, why do you have an opinion? Perfect system. No, group master has the final say. Zhang Wei, nonsense. Hurry up and tell us what restrictions you have. Perfect system. Back to the group master. You can only use the perfect system twice a day. Zhang Wei, give me one for height enhancement and one for appearance. Perfect system. Okay master, please wait. The 20 centimeters taller potion and the perfect body potion are in the process of being delivered. It's expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Delivery? How can it be delivered? Zhang Wei asked perfect system in his head. Perfect system. There will be a dragon courier delivering to your door later. Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt that this was quite reliable, and, taking the small bag, he left the rental house. He sat on the street in front of the neighborhood and waited, looking at the people walking in a hurry. It's rush hour. There are more pedestrians and vehicles on the road. After about 5 minutes, a tow truck came, parked in front of the happy neighborhood. A beautiful woman aged 27, 28 wearing an OL white shirt and a black skirt with high heels opened the door. Standing on the side of the road, she takes out her phone. What? Zhang Wei listened to the voice of the phone ringing in his head. Then a 3/D image appeared in his mind. The phone number shows an unfamiliar number. He tries to connect. What the hell? It's really connected. A sweet voice rang out on the other side of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Wei? Zhang Wei. Yes, I am. May I ask who you are? Over the phone. Hello Mr. Zhang. I'm the sales manager of Red Flag Car Factory. My name is AI Jia. The Red Flag S9 you ordered. We delivered it to the address you gave us, the happy neighborhood. I'm at the door now. Zhang Wei looked at the beautiful woman. Are you wearing a white shirt, black one-step skirt, hair shawl, hair big waves? Ija replied as soon as she heard. Right, where are you Mr. Zhang? Zhang Wei. I'm sitting on the side of the road in front of you wearing a black t-shirt. After saying that, Mr. Zhang Wei hung up the phone. I can't do it without hanging up. I don't have a phone in my hand. It's hard to explain. Ija took a look. A bald little fat guy sitting on the side of the road, wearing a black t-shirt. He stepped on his high heels and took sexy steps. She walked over to Zhang Wei. He came to Zhang Wei's side, smiled and said, Hello, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Wei looked at Ija and nodded. In his heart, he sighed. This is a beautiful woman. AI Jia. Mr. Zhang, the car you ordered, where do you want to put it? Zhang Wei. Just put it down here. AI Jia spoke with an apologetic smile. Mr. Zhang, I still need to trouble you to show your ID card. I'll confirm it from my side. Zhang Wei nodded and he took out his ID card from his bag and handed it to AI Jia. Mr. Zhang Wei nodded and took out his ID card from his bag. She took out an instrument in her bag and scanned it. Afterwards, she smiled and handed her ID card to Zhang Wei and said, Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Zhang. The verification was successful, so let's unload the car now. Zhang Wei nodded and followed AI Jia to the trailer. The 4 staff members quickly unloaded the car. AI Jia walked over and smiled. Mr. Zhang, you see off the car. Check it out. If there is no problem then sign on it. Zhang Wei took the car keys and got into the car, opened the scissor door. He was so excited. 2 generations have never sat in such a good car. The track steering wheel, track seats, carbon fiber center console, an LCD monitor right in front of the steering wheel, duplex display, ignition on. There's no sound at all. There's only 3 cells of power. Put it in gear and start. It responds quickly. It stopped after a few dozen meters. Zhang Wei got out of the car. AI Jia ran over. Zhang Wei looked at Ija. He was worried that his clothes would be too heavy for him. Zhang Wei, the car is fine. Aijia took a tablet computer. She handed it to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei took it and signed on the tablet. Aijia took back the tablet and handed all the waiting documents to Zhang Wei with a smile. Then, Mr. Zhang, there's nothing else. I'll go back first. Regarding future acquisitions or other issues related to the car, you can contact the special after-sales personnel responsible for you. Mr. Zhang Wei took the document and nodded. Waiting for Aijia to leave for a while, Zhang Wei sat in the car and opened the file bag. Inside were all kinds of documents and procedures for purchasing the car. Sitting in the car, he touched it and looked at it. It didn't take long. The light screen in his mind appeared again. A phone number with a note from Dragon Express. Zhang Wei answered the phone. A man's voice rang out from the opposite side. Hello, esteemed Mr. Zhang Wei. I am Dragon Express here. There are 2 packages for you. Please sign for them. Zhang Wei glanced out the car window. It wasn't. There was indeed a car parked next to him. Zhang Wei opened the window and said, Hello, I am Zhang Wei. A man came down from the car wearing a black work uniform. He was holding 2 courier packages in his hand. He handed them to Zhang Wei, opened his mouth and said, Hello, Mr. Zhang, your courier. Zhang Wei received the courier. The courier smiled and said, Mr. Remember to give 5-star praise. After finishing, he turned around and got on the car to leave. Zhang Wei looked at the 2 courier packages in his hand. Unwrapped. 2 packages are height of 10 centimeters of transparent glass vials. One of them says Perfect Height Enhancement Potion. A written Perfect Face Potion. Looking at the 2 vials in my hand. Looking at the instructions in the package. The instructions are written on the package. Dear, this potion needs to be taken orally. In addition to the slight discomfort of taking this medicine, there are no other side effects. Note, due to the strong effect of the medicine, it is recommended to take it with caution. Zhang Wei looked at the instruction manual and his heart was a bit unsettled and, after thinking for a while, he decided to go back to the rental house to take the medicine first. P.S. See here are all big handsome then. Chapter 2 Violent Consumption. Start the car, drive to the intersection and nod. Return to the neighborhood courtyard, park the car and go upstairs. Ding. Zhang Wei's mind. Dear Dragon Bank user. Hello, your bank card with the tail number 9876 was credited with 1 renminbi. 000 on June 25, 2021 at 17:52:48. Before his foot fell into the doorway of the building, Zhang Wei's heart missed half a beat. 1 billion this is $1 billion. $1 billion, I've accomplished 10 small goals. Hey, fatty, give me a break. Hey, Zhang Wei was startled by the sound of a broken gong in his ear. Turning around to take a look. Crap, Ru Hua. Those lips were thicker than a sausage. There was a mole the size of a thumb cap on his lips. Zhang Wei shivered. He hurriedly gave way. Ru Hua, what are you looking at? Are you having bad intentions towards my mother? Tell you I'm a white belt in judo. Zhang Wei turned his head away. Ru Hua was in a hurry. What do you mean, Zhang Wei? Beauty. I don't mean anything else. I'm not afraid to look at you a few more times and then be seen by others. This will affect your reputation. Ru Hua nodded her head. Her left hand index finger picked her nostrils, put in the mouth shivering a bit nodded and said, This is not bad. Okay, you're a good person, so I won't talk to you. After saying that, he went upstairs with his waist twisted. Zhang Wei listened to the movement upstairs. His heart was relieved. Who? Mard. Who will have bad intentions towards you? I'm afraid that if I have bad intentions towards you, I'll be impotent in the future. Listening to the footsteps of Ru Hua going upstairs, Zhang Wei quickly went upstairs. He opened the door and entered the room. Looking at the broken bed and chair, Zhang Wei remembered the novel inside the pig foot drink system to give the potion drink after the body changes. To be on the safe side, he should take off his clothes and drink it later. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei gave himself a naked. Biting his teeth, his heart was crossed. Opened the caps of the 2 potions, tilting his neck. Gulp. Burp. No flavor? After 10 seconds. No feeling. Fake medicine? Take the quilt, spread it on the floor. Sit on it. I looked at my belly. The heart is very complicated. It's too fat. I don't know if this medicine is good or not. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Wei felt hot and dry all over his body. Hot. It's so hot. Lying on the ground and rolling. His body is itchy and itchy. My bones and flesh are itchy and painful. Flopping. Bam. Zhang Wei rolled around on the ground. Gradually, Zhang Wei lost his consciousness, only to see that black liquid began to be discharged from Zhang Wei's sweat pores, and his features and skin slowly distorted. It's like something is crawling inside Zhang Wei's body. At first, you could still see the redness of the skin. This time, I can't see it anymore. All you can see is black mucus, a black layer, just like a black mask. But Zhang Wei is like this all over his body, including his head. The stench wafted out of Zhang Wei's room. In the hallway. Who the hell is stewing? Who the is making durian stew? But everyone quickly closed the door after opening it. It stinks. The whole flat. They're all looking for masks. Those who don't have masks are using handkerchiefs to cover their noses. More than an hour later, a black thing on the ground. 2 white things leaked out. If someone saw it at this time, they would be shocked. It was black with white eyes. The mouth was open and closed. Muttered. It ing hurts too much. Slowed down for a while. Zhang Wei stood up and he saw a pool of black, sticky liquid where he had just lain. Crap. It stinks. Zhang Wei raised his hand to cover his nose. Oh, my god. His fingers were also covered in black slime. Without saying a word, he ran to the bathroom. Turn on the shower head. I don't care if it's hot or cold. Rinse and rinse. I watched the black water under my feet flow down the floor drain. Then I looked at my stomach. No more belly? No more thick thighs? No more chubby hands? And I seem to have grown taller. Rushed to the mirror. In the mirror, there is a man who is more than 1.8 meters tall. Long hair. Delicate and handsome. He's even more handsome than Ing when he was 17. This is a big handsome Look at the six-pack abs, the deltoids. Raise your arms, biceps, the waist of a male dog. What is this? Is the drug that effective? After admiring your current face for a while, continue rinsing your body. Open the shower gel. I poured it into my hand and spread it all over my body. I scrub. Oh scrub. 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 More than 20 minutes later, Zhang Wei looked for a circle of clothes did not find suitable. In the end, he was wearing a pair of half-sleeve pants and a pair of slippers with a heel. And a pair of slippers with a heel. This time, he only took the car keys. He didn't even take his room key. Downstairs. What's going on? Where's my car? Why are there so many people? What are they doing there? In the crowd. What a handsome car. Which rich kid is this? Mr. Zhang, is this your daughter's date's car? Don't argue. This is my daughter's date's car. I'm telling you, don't touch my son-in-law's car. Hey, don't touch my son-in-law's car. Lou's daughter. No, Auntie Wang, isn't one of your daughters married at 35 and the other at 17? Which one of your daughters is this? That's right, Auntie Wang. You're hiding too much. Auntie Wang, tell us about your son-in-law. The crowd was chattering away. Zhang Wei looked at his sports car in the crowd. I don't know. No one dared to touch the car. No one dares to touch the car. Zhang Wei squeezed into the crowd. He took out the car key and pressed it. Drops. The discussion stopped abruptly. Auntie Wang stopped dancing. She looked at the car in disbelief. Zhang Wei opened the driver's door and closed it. Start the car. Auntie Wang reacted by jumping into the car. She shouted, son-in-law, my son-in-law. Zhang Wei stepped on the gas a little. What? How come there's no sound of the gas pedal blasting? Look down. Oh, my god, it's purely electric. I have no choice but to press the horn. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The crowd dispersed. Auntie Wang stopped trying to get into the car, put it in gear and go. The crowd makes way. The car slowly leaves. In the crowd, Auntie Wang, why did your son-in-law leave? That's right, Auntie Wang, why is your son-in-law ignoring you? Auntie Wang jogged away from the crowd with her head down. Cut. Auntie Wang is bragging again. 10 out of 10 things she says are bragging. The other day she said her great-aunt is the president of a certain bank. What? She told me the other day that she was the vice president of Penguin. Zhang Wei left the happy neighborhood and he came to the front of Qianqi Hotel. The security guard at the hotel parking lot took a look at the red flag S9. This is a luxury car. Hurry up and make a gesture. Reverse, reverse, turn left. Yes, okay, stop. Zhang Wei gets out of the car. The security guard took a look at this ordinary outfit. Big pants and summer sandals. The security guard said, this is too low-key for a tycoon. Looking at Zhang Wei's tall body into the hotel, the security guard hurriedly took out his walkie-talkie and called. Call the front desk. Call the front desk. A sweet voice rang out over the intercom. Roger, go ahead. Security guard. The man walking and wearing pants and sandals is a tycoon. Be careful. Front desk. Roger, I've seen the tycoon, but are you sure it's a tycoon? Security guard. $10 million sports car. Do you think it's fake? There's no sound from the intercom. Security guard shouts again. Front desk? Front desk? One of the receptionists whispers over the intercom. Stop yelling. The handsome tycoon is at the front desk right now. Hotel receptionist. This receptionist put down the intercom and looked at Zhang Wei. His hair is a bit long. He should not have trimmed it yet. It's so handsome. Sigma dash. Dun 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 dun. The other receptionist was checking Zhang Wei in and holding the ID card in her hand. The front desk girl froze. Why does the photo on this ID card look so fat? But he's so handsome in person. She once suspected that this was not his ID card. but her eyes, nose and mouth were so similar. She hesitated. She thought, if he's so rich, he won't use a fake ID. She quickly gave Zhang Wei the 1888 suite. Finished with a smile and Zhang Wei's ID card and bank card returned to Zhang Wei. Mr. Suite has been opened. Room 1688. A waiter will take you upstairs. Finished taking out the walkie-talkie and shouted, Rooms department, there is a VIP here at the front desk who needs to be taken to room 1688. Over the intercom. Yes. Not long after a waitress wearing a red one-step skirt, white short-sleeved shirt and red vest came over. Room service attendant. Zhang Wei noticed that this waitress wore mona on her legs and feet wearing black short-rooted high-heeled shoes. The receptionist said to the attendant, Take this gentleman to room 1688. The waitress nodded. She smiled at Zhang Wei and said, Sir, please follow me. Zhang Wei followed the attendant up the stairs, arriving at the door of the room. The waiter, Sir, this is your room. If you need anything, just call the front desk. Zhang Wei nodded. He opened the door and closed it. Soft carpet. On the left side of the doorway is the bathroom. On the right side is the shoe cabinet. Change into disposable slippers. Lying on the soft bed, Zhang Wei called up the cell phone interface in his head. He searched for real estate information in Songjiang City, Yijiukangju neighborhood. 500 square feet 3-story villa. 6 rooms, 4 halls, 4 baths. The first 2 floors have a semi-underground plus a garage. It's a nice neighborhood. The furniture in the room is all mahogany. After looking at the room, Zhang Wei found a comfortable position to sleep beautifully. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good look at this, but I'm sure I'll be able to get a good look at this. JK double ponytail. Maid, Mona. Zhang Wei opened his eyes. He looked around. There are still girls there. It's just a beautiful dream. Mud. A large piece of sticky. Zhang Wei's old face turned red and said to himself, From the last time seems to have been a few months. Right. He got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. He went out in his pants, slippers and half sleeves. I went to the cafeteria and had breakfast. I went downstairs to check out. The front desk had been changed. Check out of the hotel. Get in the car and go. First go to the Golden Diamond Shopping Center. I bought an Anta Sports summer dress. The salesman looked at Zhang Wei, who came out of the fitting room. His eyes went straight, tall and handsome, with muscular arms and legs. Zhang Wei opened his mouth. Waiter, find me another pair of size 43 shoes. Waiter, Ayo, okay, goes over to look for shoes. The other waitresses envy this waitress. She can serve such a handsome guy. There might be further development. Not long after, the waiter came over with a shoebox. Take out the shoes inside. Adjust the laces. Sir, try on the shoes. Zhang Wei took the shoes. He sat down to try on the shoes. He stood up and looked left and right. Nodding his head, he said to the waiter, Find me 2 more sets of the same size, including shoes. Waiter, yes, sir, you sit here for a moment. After that, he ran to get the clothes and shoes. After a few minutes, the waiter came over with 4 handbags and smiled. Sir, how about these 2 sets of clothes and shoes? Zhang Wei took the handbags and took a look at them and nodded his head. Okay, open the check. The waiter went to the counter and started to write the invoice. Then he took Zhang Wei to pay. On the way to the cashier, Zhang Wei said to the Worldwide System Group, Xiao Hui, come out. There was no movement in the group. Zhang Wei, cashback system, do you feel comfortable boiling water in the group? Cashback system, group master greatly, you are calling small? Zhang Wei, nonsense, hurry up. Cashback system, good Lu, group master greatly summoned. The small must give good service. Ding, cashback system, honorable group master. Cashback system has 5 cashback opportunities per day. Each cashback multiplier is different, from double to 99 times randomly. Zhang Wei, okay, got it. Wait to give me cashback. Followed the salesman to the cashier. The salesman gave the ticket to the cashier, turned to Zhang Wei with a smile. Sir, you can pay here. The cashier snapped on the cash register and entered, opened his mouth and said, Good day, sir. The total amount is 685 yuan. Zhang Wei took out his bank card and said, Swipe it. The cashier took the bank card and swiped it. Zhang Wei entered the password. Drop. Payment successful. Drop. Cashback system. Dear you, this consumption 5,685 yuan, triggering consumption rebate 78 times. The amount after rebate is 430 yuan, has now been deposited into your bank card. Zhang Wei took a look at this trigger 78 times consumption cashback, very nice. He left the cashier in a beautiful mood with his handbag. Come to the first floor. The first floor is the gold jewelry, watches and cell phones and cosmetics counter. To Zhou Xiaofu jewelry counter. The beautiful saleswoman looked at Zhang Wei, who came over. Her eyes lit up. This little brother is so handsome. Zhang Wei puts his handbag on the counter. The beautiful saleswoman clasped her hands together and put them on her belly and smiled. Hello, sir. May I ask if you are buying jewelry for yourself or for a loved one? Zhang Wei. Both. The beautiful saleswoman's eyes lit up and opened her mouth. Then what are your requirements for the style? Zhang Wei. I'm going to buy bracelets for my mom and grandma and a pendant for myself. Sales at the counter. These bracelets are more suitable for female elders. Zhang Wei followed the sales introduction and looked over. Ice-type floating flower looks good. Then he saw that the gold and jade necklace was also good. Amber rosary is also good. He opened his mouth and said, the 2 types of flowers, the 2 types of gold and jade necklace, and that string of amber rosaries are wrapped up for me. The salesman said, you don't even look at the price? He just came up and wrapped them up? Zhou Xiaofu's store manager heard a salesman screaming, rushed over. Looking at the salesperson, she froze. She touched her and asked, what's wrong? The salesperson then reacted and said, store manager, this gentleman wants to buy C66597, C66589, a 9527 and the amber rosary. The store manager's eyes lit up when he heard that. Mature and temperamental beauty store manager. However, seeing Zhang Wei in this outfit, some uncertainty came over and smiled. Are you sure, sir? Zhang Wei. Wrap it up and invoice it. Finished picking up the counter above a few handbags, directly run to the counter cashier to go. The store manager pushed a salesman. The store manager pushed the salesman. This sales is just come less than half a month newcomer. The store manager came to the cashier before the cashier said, I'm personally responsible for this customer. He takes over the register. He took out his billfold and started writing. Zhang Wei. By the way, recommend me a pendant that suits me. The store manager looked up and asked with a smile. Sir, what's your zodiac sign? Zhang Wei. Dragon. The store manager heard that he's only 21 years old. He is only 21 years old and should be a rich young master of some family. He smiled at Zhang Wei and said, Sir, please wait a moment. Turning to the salesperson who was packing, he said, Xiao Li, please wrap up a 0008888 for this gentleman. The salesman called Xiao Li's hand shivered, almost didn't drop the whole box in her hand on the floor. She remembered that the gold and jade pendant is very expensive. Imperial green jade pendant. After a while the store manager finished invoicing. To Zhang Wei smiled and said, Mr. Hello, a total of 23,465,888 yuan. Charge you 23,400,000 yuan. Zhang Wei nodded and took out his bank card. The store manager took the card and swiped it. Zhang Wei entered the password. Drop. Payment successful. Ding. Cashback system. Dear group owner, your current consumption, 23,400,000 RMB. Triggering the consumption cashback 23 times. The amount after cashback is 538,200,000 RMB, which has been deposited into your bank card. Hearing this, Zhang Wei's heart skipped a beat and hurriedly asked the system, little return, is this funding okay? Cashback system. Group master, greatly please rest assured. The source of funds all can be checked. Please rest assured, group master. Zhang Wei thought, also is, otherwise the phone has long been over. Before the 1 billion are no phone over. The jingling. Crap. Not it. Just finished muttering and then came the phone? I'll look at the phone call from the Dragon Bank. I let out a sigh of relief. I turned around to leave with a couple of handbags. The store manager suddenly spoke up. Sir, wait a moment. Zhang Wei turned around and looked at the store manager. The store manager smiled and said, Sir, as you have spent more than $10 million in one go, you are eligible for a platinum membership at Chaoshu Fuk. This is the place for you to apply for a membership card. Zhang Wei was puzzled and looked at the store manager. The store manager introduced platinum members in any one of our Zhou Xiaofu stores across the country to enjoy 20% off. And every year we will also organize a cocktail party. To come are like you are not rich, that is, the noble guests. Zhang Wei heard this can be this can meet a lot of people. Nodding his head, he said, what formalities are required? The store manager said, you just need to show your ID card to register. Then Zhang Wei took out his ID card. The store manager registered it for Zhang Wei. Then he said, Mr. Zhang, what is your cell phone number? Zhang Wei. 13********69. Registration completed. The store manager gave Zhang Wei a beautiful platinum card. The card number on it is SB00000069. Looking at this card number, Zhang Wei was a bit speechless. SB69? But it doesn't matter. Put away the membership card. The store manager looked at Zhang Wei and said something. Zhang Wei asked, what? The store manager, Mr. Zhang, is it convenient to add WeChat? Zhang Wei looked at the store manager, over 1.6 meters tall and wearing a slim-fitting cheongsam, bulging with support. C is definitely there. Her appearance is also good. Nodding his head, he probed in the shopkeeper's ear and said, The cell phone number is. The store manager took out his cell phone to add. Drops. Zhang Wei looked at it. WeChat name is Wandering Grass. Nodded and left. Turned into the Huawei counter. Not waiting for sales to open their mouths. Zhang Wei directly said, Mate 40 RS 5G Porsche cell phone and watch 2 Porsche smartwatch. Sales looked at Zhang Wei, opened his mouth and said, Sir, please follow me. Zhang Wei followed the salesman. Not long after, the salesman took out a Mate 40 and a watch to watch. Zhang Wei looked at it and said, Give me another Bluetooth headset. Sales to take out a Bluetooth headset. Zhang Wei spoke directly. Okay, that's it. The salesman happily went to write the check. Then he went to the cashier. The salesman gave the ticket to the cashier. Snapped it in. Cashier. Hello, sir. The total amount spent is 80,997 renminbi. Do you want to swipe your card or scan the code? Zhang Wei takes out his bank card and hands it to the cashier. Enter the code. Drop. Payment successful. Cashback system. Hello dear group owner. Your current consumption of 80,997 renminbi triggered a consumption cashback of 46 times. The amount after cashback is 3,725,862 renminbi, which has been deposited into your bank card. Zhang Wei walked out of the Warwick store carrying 3 boxes and, leaving the Golden Diamond shopping city, he came to the parking lot and opened the car door. Put the stuff on the passenger side. Start the car and run to the Yijiakangju neighborhood. He came to the sales office of Yijiakangju. Walked in with a big stride. As soon as you enter the door, there is a salesman jogging over. Beauty sales, Qian Lingling. Crap, so shaky. Mud, my eyes. Not, brother you have to calm down. Sales came to Zhang Wei's near front and slightly bent down. Hello sir, welcome to Yijiakangju. Zhang Wei nodded. Sales, may I ask, sir, are you buying or looking for a home? Zhang Wei thought to himself, this is also not the kind of novel that looks down on people. Sales, sir, Mr. Zhang Wei said back. The Villa 8 I saw on the internet yesterday was good. I wonder if it's for sale yet. Sales heard that there was money. No kidding. Said, no, that is the king of our neighborhood, our small city. The next word Sales did not say, but Zhang Wei also understands. In this small city with an average salary of only 5,000, how many people can afford to buy tens of millions of villas? Zhang Wei opened his mouth. Let's go and show me. The salesman smiled and said, Sir, please follow me. At this time, a heavily made-up net red-faced salesperson who had been turning her back to Zhang Wei turned around. Once he saw that Zhang Wei was wearing an anta, opened his mouth and said, I say Ling Ling, do you really want to take him to see the king of house? People wearing tens of thousands of dollars of clothes of big bosses are just looking at. He is only $1,000. Are you sure? You're not just looking at his good looks and becoming a nymphomaniac, are you? As soon as Zhang Wei heard this, he found a chair and sat down, looked at the salesman and said, Is this how you do sales? And what if I can afford that king of the building? The salesperson named Lingling hurriedly smiled and said, Mister, don't get on her bad side. Her boyfriend broke up with her and she's in a bad mood. Don't worry about it. Let's go see the house. That thick makeup and colorful net red face Sales came over and pushed a Sales called Lingling openly said, Your boyfriend broke up with you. You Littleton is not on my boyfriend. I know you are not a good thing. Before Ping's boyfriend broke up because of you. Good now you are looking at my boyfriend again. Right, I told you not to dream. Shouting and yelling, he took out the 9 Eagles white bone claw and pounced on Lingling. Zhang Wei sat there without moving. At this time several Sales are running over to pull the battle. There are Sales to run upstairs to call people. After seeing Lingling was scratched, Zhang Wei directly called the police. After the phone call, Zhang Wei, hello, I want to call the police. There's a fight here. My God, clothes are torn to shreds. The woman has long fingernails, scratching people's flesh off, all over the body, one by one, over the phone. May I ask your location? Sir, Zhang Wei, Yijiakangju sales office. You guys come quickly. That woman is crazy. She's scratching 3 people. Whoever pulls the plug will run to whoever she wants. Over the phone. Yes, sir, we will immediately go to the police. You have to protect yourself. Zhang Wei. Okay, you guys hurry up. Hang up the phone. Zhang Wei saw that he had injured 4 people. It's time to go out. Pick up Ling Ling who fell on the ground. Then he went over and grabbed that red face. He pressed her to the ground. To the chair next to her is a slap. The pop, click, crackle, wooden stool suddenly split into pieces. Netflix face subsides. The others froze. This stool is almost 5 centimeters thick. And it shattered in one slap? It felt like a movie. The security guards came over and took hold of Netflix. The sales floor was quiet for a while. In less than 5 minutes. Woo. Soon came in 4 police officers. The female police officer in the lead said, Who reported to the police? Zhang Wei raised his hand and said, "Hello, officer, I'm the one who called the police," then pointing to the nettlesome face not far away, and pointed to the 4 people who were scratched on their arms, necks and thighs, especially Ling Ling. They look like they've been robbed. Their clothes were in shreds. The police were shocked. These 4 people looked too scary and tragic. The female police officer in charge said to the 2 police officers behind her, "Take the troublemakers away." Then she said to Zhang Wei, "Sir, please follow me to make a statement." Zhang Wei, "Beautiful police officer, do you think it's better to send those 4 to the hospital first? Otherwise tetanus is very dangerous." The policewoman also reacted and nodded her head, mainly because the scene just now was too scary. She picked up the phone to dial 120. After the 4 girls went to the hospital, Zhang Wei followed the policewoman to make a statement. The policewoman looked at Zhang Wei driving S9 supercar Heart. Rich kids are not all second generation. In front of this one is not the kind of second generation style. A group of people came to the police station to make a statement. The facts are clear and there is surveillance as evidence. Witnesses are recorded on normal security cameras. The main thing is that the face of one of them was ate off a piece of meat. The face of a netizen is ruined for the rest of his life. Provocation, causing multiple minor injuries, medical care, lost wages, nursing care, transportation, accommodation, hospitalization, food, nutrition, moral damages and so on. That's tens of thousands of dollars for 4 people. Plus there's about a year into it. P.S. All partners should be calm in case of trouble, under the premise of ensuring their own safety. Alarm processing. Chapter 3, The Cowardly System. Leaving the police station, Zhang Wei drove to the Yijiokangju sales office. As soon as he came in, a salesman ran over and they enthusiastically said, "Mr. Zhang, you're here." Zhang Wei nodded. "Show me the king of the building." The salesperson became even more enthusiastic. Zhang Wei thought of something and suddenly spoke. "Remember that the commission for this building is half of the one called Ling Ling." The salesman froze. "Zhang Wei, she was injured because she wanted to show me the house. If she doesn't get her share of the commission, I won't buy it." After saying that, he looked at the salesman. "Meaning you won't buy it if you don't agree?" The salesman thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, as Mr. Zhang said." "Zhang Wei, then take me to see the house." The salesman enthusiastically led the way in front. After walking for about 5 minutes, he came to the door of Villa number 8. Sales introduced. "Mr. Zhang, there are 12 surveillance cameras around this villa. Enter the password at the gate." Entering the courtyard, what you see is a garden of about 500 square meters. In the center is a stone path. On the right are cherry trees and begonia trees. On the left is a gazebo and a grape arbor. The fruit trees have already produced fruit, but they are not edible. Walking through the 3-meter wide stone road is the villa's garage. The salesman introduced. The garage is connected to the first floor. Then he opened the entrance door of the villa. At the door, the salesman took out his shoe covers and smiled apologetically at Zhang Wei. "Mr. Zhang, please put on the shoe covers first." Zhang Wei expressed his understanding. He took the shoe covers and put them on. After wearing the shoe covers, the salesman took Zhang Wei into the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, there was a big fish tank that was 1.5 meters high. There are hundreds of tropical fish in the bathtub. The species of fish Zhang Wei does not recognize. Anyway, it is 2 or 3 centimeters long, flowery green. What color have? The small author will not write those fish species, or I have to say that the word water. Inside the entrance door on the left side of the corridor is a row of more than 2 meters long shoe cabinet. Sales introduction. "Mr. Zhang, there is a hidden door on the right side that leads to the garage." He said. He went over and pressed the door on the right side near the fish tank. A door slowly popped open and Zhang Wei walked over and took a look. Inside is a garage 4 meters wide and 5 meters long. Closed the garage door, turned around in the house. On the first floor, a gray fabric sofa that can accommodate 10 people. An 85-inch rice TV. On the first floor, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen and a check room. The kitchen is an open kitchen. The whole house is customized. Second floor, 4 bedrooms, 2 baths. The basement is a multi-purpose room with a wine rack and antique shelves. Nodding with satisfaction, Zhang Wei said, "Okay, let's go sign the contract and do the formalities." On the way back, Sales smiled and asked, "I don't know if Mr. Zhang is in installments or one time?" Zhang Wei, "One time." The salesman nodded. The two of them went to an office in the sales office. Not long after, a middle-aged man with thinning hair walked in. While walking, he smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Something came up just now, so I'm sorry for the poor hospitality." Zhang Wei waved his hand and said, "It's fine, leaders have a lot of things to do. I understand." The middle-aged man with thinning hair looked at Zhang Wei and asked, "In fact, Mr. Zhang, we may have more dealings with the bank. If Mr. Zhang, if you handle the loan, I am responsible for coordinating with the bank. Can be a low interest rate. Zhang Wei waved his hand. I'm not short of money. There's no need to take out a loan in installments or anything like that. The middle-aged man with thinning hair froze. So rampant. Well, over $10 million at once? Zhang Wei looked at the middle-aged man, asked suspiciously. How not to handle installments or loans and so on cannot be used to buy a house in your place. The middle-aged man hurriedly shook his head upon hearing this. No, Mr. Zhang misunderstood. The reason I said that is because I am afraid that Mr. Zhang has financial pressure. Zhang Wei shook his head. Hurry up and go through the formalities. I still have a lot of things to do here. The middle-aged man accompanied with a smile. Yes. I'll pick up the contract and have the finance come over. Zhang Wei nodded. After the middle-aged man left, Zhang Wei was bored. He sat there and took out his cell phone and started to brush the video. After a few minutes, the middle-aged man walked in with a woman in her 40s with thick lenses. He was holding the purchase contract in his hand. Zhang Wei spoke directly. Hurry up and sign the contract. The middle-aged man hurriedly sent the contract to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked at the contract and signed it, then took out his bank card and said, swipe the card for the full amount. The finance looked at the middle-aged manager. The manager nodded. Zhang Wei finished entering his password and dropping the payments successfully. Cashback system. Dear group owner, hello. Your current consumption of 14 million yuan, triggering consumption cashback 42 times. The amount after cashback is 588 million yuan, has been deposited into your bank card. Zhang Wei heard the system's beep in his head. In his heart, this is beautiful. Consumption also make money. He doesn't know if others have this experience. Anyway, he especially likes this feeling. In a beautiful mood, he stood up and took the purchase contract. Asked the middle-aged man said, I'd like to ask how long it will take to get down the house book. The middle-aged man said, 3 days at most. I'll have phone call you then. Zhang Wei nodded. See you then. The middle-aged man and the phone salesman sent Zhang Wei downstairs together. When they arrived at the entrance of the sales office, Zhang Wei opened his mouth and instructed, by the way, don't forget that half of the commission has that Ling Ling sales. Feng said, don't worry, Mr. Zhang. The middle-aged manager also assured, Mr. Zhang, I'll report the commission when I get back. Zhang Wei waved his hand. He took out the car keys and got into the car. The middle-aged manager and the salesman surnamed Feng saw that Zhang Wei's car was more expensive than this villa. They sighed. No wonder people don't take out loans. This car is more expensive than the villa. Salesman Feng. I don't know which family's rich young man this is. The middle-aged manager glanced at his own salesman and, up and down, he shook his head. He thought, you still want to marry into a rich family? No wonder people are trying to give Ling Ling a share of the commission. In his heart, he thought of Ling Ling's appearance and figure. He turned around and went back to his office. He called his assistant. 2 people in the office. Omit 100 words here, because it can be written in a few seconds, so do not write. Zhang Wei drove into the villa and parked the car, half lying on the sofa. Looking at the large villa in front of him, his heart was filled with emotion, thinking about his last life, when he had the best time. He only lived in a flat of more than 200 square meters. I also thought about the environment that the former owner of this flesh body lived in. Lying there with his eyes closed, he searched for memories. In his last life, he was an orphan. In this life, he had a grandmother who was almost 70 years old, and an old woman in her early 40s. They were 2 widows living in the countryside. Zhang Wei took out his cell phone. He found his mom's phone. He dialed it directly. A few seconds later, a middle-aged woman's voice rang out. Xiao Wei, what's the matter? Zhang Wei, mother, I'm fine, I just miss you. Over the phone, Xiao Wei, do you have enough money? I'll send you some more. Zhang Wei remembers his mother's insistence on giving him 500 yuan a month to cover his living expenses. The affection, the concern of his mother. Zhang Wei's nose turned sour. Tears flowed down his face. He choked and said, Mother, I have enough money to spend. On the other side of the phone, Xiao Wei, what's wrong? Are you crying? Tell me what's wrong. Zhang Wei, Mom, I'm fine. I just miss you and Grandma. On the other side of the phone, we're fine. Your grandma's at the river's edge, playing with geese. Zhang Wei, Mother, don't work so hard. My son is now in business. The conversation turned and said, Mother, to tell you the good news. I do business to earn some money. A moment I give you WeChat transfer over the phone. Xiao Wei do not need. I and my grandmother in the countryside cannot spend a few dollars. Zhang Wei, it's okay. You and your grandma can eat some good food and buy some clothes. On the other side of the phone, why waste that money? Save it for your wife. Zhang Wei, Mother, I'll earn my own money for a wife. Besides, it's not that bad. The more Zhang Wei listened, the more he felt bad. He said, Mother, I have to hang up now. I'll transfer the money to you later. When he hung up, he couldn't stop crying. He couldn't stop his tears anymore, and sat on the sofa with red eyes. He sat on the sofa with red eyes. Mom, kindness to the previous self is how distant a dream ah. In my heart, I said, Zhang Wei, don't worry, from now on, your mother will be my mother, so let me take care of her in her old age. You have a good journey. Wiping away a handful of tears, I got up and went to the restroom to wash my hands. I got up and went to the restroom to wash my face. I looked around. Damn it, there were no toiletries. I shook my hand and walked out of the restroom. Take the car keys and drive away. Jingle bells. Dragon Bank? Answer the phone. A female voice rang on the other side of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Wei Zhang? Zhang Wei. Yes, it's me. What can I do for you? Over the phone. Mr. Zhang is like this. You are now eligible to become our bank's Dragon Diamond Card user. You have time to come to the bank to go through the procedures. Zhang Wei. Are there any benefits after the procedure? Over the phone. Shenlong Card Diamond Card users have priority access to withdrawals, priority processing access to large transfers. Our bank will also recommend a personal financial assistant to you, and the Diamond Card will have overdraft privileges of 100 million. Once a year, our bank will organize a cocktail party, which will be attended by some important people such as business executives and so on. Zhang Wei nodded. That's pretty good. Over the phone. Then, Mr. Zhang, do you have time to come over? Zhang Wei. I have time now. Phone side. Then I'll be waiting for Mr. Zhang at the head office. Just give me a call when you arrive. Zhang Wei. Okay, I'll call you when I arrive. It's only a 10-minute drive from here to the bank. He went straight to the bank. More than 10 minutes later, after parking the car in the parking lot, Zhang Wei called the bank. After connecting, Zhang Wei spoke directly. Hello, I'm in front of the bank. On the other side of the phone. Mr. Zhang, I'm in front of the bank. Zhang Wei looked up from the car. He saw two women on the steps. One is on the phone, looking around. The other is on her side. Zhang Wei got out of the car and waved at them. After seeing the two people see themselves, Zhang Wei pointed to the phone. Zhang Wei pointed to the phone, then hung up the phone. Yu Qiu Hong, now on the steps, saw the sports car in the parking lot, and then look at Zhang Wei's age is really as young as the bank registration information. Shocked, she was even more stunned. Sun Xianya beside her also froze for a moment. The main thing is that Zhang Wei is too young. In his early 20s, Yu Qiu Hong was shocked by nothing else. She really saw Zhang Wei in person. As the head of a branch in a city, she applied to her superiors this morning to check out Zhang Wei's source of funds. This check scared her. The source of funds are 3 accounts: the Capet family, the Habsburg family, and the Wet Tin family. Zhang Wei, the Wet Tin family. What is this? Is it a coincidence? Yu Qiu Hong doesn't dare to think about it. This is one of the 3 great families of Europe, and in the past day or so, Zhang Wei's account has been credited with more than $1 billion. She doesn't believe anyone who says he's not related to the 3 families. This guy is so big. Big scary good. Thinking of this, Yu Qiu Hong hurriedly jogged down the stairs. While running, she said to Sun Xianya, hurry up. You must show enough respect to Mr. Zhang. You hear me? Sun Xianya nodded and followed behind Yu Qiu Hong. Zhang Wei looked at the two running down the steps and he froze. This is not so bad, but that up and down swaying. It's really dazzling to watch. When she came to Zhang Wei's front, Yu Qiu Hong stretched out her hands and said with a smile. Yu Qiu Hong stretched out her hands and smiled. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Hello. Zhang Wei extended his hand and said, hello, Yu Qiu Hong. Mr. Zhang, let's go and go through the formalities first. Zhang Wei nodded. Yu Qiu Hong led the way with a smile on her face. Sun Xianya was observing Zhang Wei the whole time. Tall, handsome, strong muscles, so rich and still dressed in such ordinary clothes. And he's not arrogant at all. This Zhang Wei's situation, sister-in-law Yu Qiu Hong has already told himself. Any one of the 3 big families is great. Not to mention the Whiting family. Even the sideline is not bad. My sister-in-law told me that she only found out about the 3 families. I don't dare to look into the deeper ones. The head office doesn't recommend it either. She said she was afraid of unnecessary misunderstandings. Looking at Zhang Wei, Sun Xia felt that her heart was beating more than 150 times a minute. It's like a deer in the headlights. It's as if there are several deer in the headlights. His side view is so handsome. All those stars are not half as handsome as him. He's over 5 feet 8 inches tall. The 3 soon came to the top floor office on the 12th floor. Yu Qiu Hong. Mr. Zhang, please take a seat. Zhang Wei has just communicated with the system. After getting a reply from the system, Zhang Wei was also surprised. 3 big families. That's awesome. No wonder Yu Qiu Hong is like this. Zhang Wei nodded and sat down. Yu Qiu Hong carefully asked, does Mr. Zhang drink tea or coffee? Zhang Wei. Sister Yu, you don't have to be so polite. and I've been living in the Dragon Kingdom for more than 10 years. I'm already used to drinking tea. Once Yu Qiuhong heard Jiang Wei call himself Sister Yu, his heart was happy. Hurrying to Sun Qianya, she said, Chia used the tea in my bottom drawer. Sun Qianya, okay, turned around and went to make tea. Yu Qiuhong got up and went to her desk. In a box, she found Yellow Crane Tower 08, opened the cigarette box. To Jiang Wei said, come on, Mr. Zhang, have a smoke. Jiang Wei took a look at the Yellow Crane Tower 08, but good cigarettes. It costs 2,000 yuan a piece. Take the cigarettes. Yu Qiuhong took out a fire to light a cigarette for Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei waved his hand and smiled. Thank you, Sister Yu, I'll do it myself. Took out a lighter from her pocket and lit the cigarette. He took a drag. Good cigarettes taste different. Chapter 4, causing someone to break up because they're too handsome. Yu Qiuhong, Sun Qianya walked over with a cup of tea and put it on the coffee table and said, Mr. Zhang, please have some tea. Jiang Wei nodded and said, thank you, Yu Qiuhong. What are Mr. Zhang's next plans? Jiang Wei thought for a moment and said, I haven't thought about it for the time being. We'll talk about it when we meet the right opportunity. Yu Qiuhong nodded. Yu Qiuhong nodded her head and said, such a big family? Ordinary companies will not look at it. Jiang Wei, Sister Yu, what formalities are needed for that card? We should go through it first. Yu Qiuhong, right, forgot all about business. Getting up and coming to the desk, took out a piece of information and handed it to Jiang Wei and said, Mr. Zhang, just fill out this information. Mr. Jiang Wei took it and filled out the information with a brush. After finishing, he handed it to Yu Qiuhong. Yu Qiuhong operated on the computer, opened the safe, put the information in. Then she took out a blank card and operated it on the machine. She handed Jiang Wei a black card. On it, there is a golden dragon and phoenix font. Dragon Bank Global Diamond card. Then the card number. On the far right, there's a diamond card number, 0069. Seeing this, Jiang Wei only noticed the number 69. How did he get involved with this number? Shaking his head, he put away the diamond card. Yu Qiuhong noticed Jiang Wei shaking his head, opened her mouth and asked, what's wrong, Mr. Zhang? What's wrong? Jiang Wei smiled and said, nothing, just thought of something. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiuhong did not ask any deeper questions and opened her mouth and said, Mr. Zhang, Sun Qianya will be your full-time financial assistant from now on. Her establishment is still in our bank, but she will only work for you alone. Mr. Zhang. Jiang Wei looked at Sun Qianya, who was standing there, with a height of around 1.7 m and wearing slim-fitting suit pants and black flat shoes and white shirt. She has a nice figure. She's not bad-looking. She is also a school beauty in the university. She nodded her head and said, then I'll have to trouble Chia in the future. Sun Qianya, Mr. Zhang, you're welcome. It's only right to serve you. Jiang Wei, I'll leave if there's nothing else. I've just moved and I haven't bought anything yet. Sun Qianya, Mr. Zhang, I'll go with you. Yu Qiuhong, Chia, you take my car. Yu Qiuhong, Chia, you drive my car. After saying that, she handed the car keys to Sun Qianya. Mr. Jiang Wei was also polite. What's not to like about having a beautiful companion? Yu Qiuhong sent Jiang Wei to the entrance of the first floor. After watching Jiang Wei drive away, she went back upstairs. She picked up the phone. She dialed a number. After the phone was connected, she opened her mouth and said, Old leader, things are done, and I see that this Mr. Zhang has no attitude at all. Old leader, how is the investigation on your side? Is there any problem? Over the phone, only the record of 15 years ago. He is followed by his mother in 15 years ago registered in the village of Dawang. As for the previous only found to be the European side, and then the specific cannot be found, and we are not convenient to check, but it can be sure that there is indeed a relationship with those three families. Yu Qiuhong, then do we need to say hello to Uncle Li? Phone side, it's better for me to make this call. Such an important person in our side cannot be a problem. In addition to this matter confidentiality, Yu Qiuhong, don't worry, old leader, I'm still aware of this. On the other side of the phone, you can get closer to this person. If you can get him to invest in some of our side of the enterprise is the best. Yu Qiuhong, don't worry, I'll discuss with Uncle Li in the next few days to see what potential businesses there are. Over the phone, okay, I still have a meeting here, so I won't talk to you. Yu Qiuhong, okay, goodbye old leader. Hanging up the phone, Yu Qiuhong's eyes lit up. At the same time, she made a decision in her heart. Jiang Wei drove to the RT Mart supermarket. Sun Qianya drove Yu Qiuhong's Audi car to follow. Parked the car. After getting out of the car, Sun Qianya got out of the car and thumped behind Mingmei, half a step behind. Jiang Wei looked very satisfied. This half step is very detailed. Zhang Wei came to the shopping cart, opened the wallet to look for coins. Sun Qianya looked at hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, please wait. After saying that, she ran to change the coins. Not long after, he came back with 2 coins. The two of them pushed 2 shopping carts into the mall. First of all, they went to buy vegetables, spices, oil and salt. Secondly, they bought several sets of pajamas and towels, slippers and other daily necessities, toiletries, the whole 2 big shopping carts. More than 2 hours later, I went to the cashier's counter. The person in charge of cashiering is the cashier foreman Lu Mei. Looking at the handsome man in front of him pushing a large cart of things, with a smile on her face, she said, Hello, sir, do you have a membership card? Zhang Wei shook his head and said, No, it's fine to sweep directly. Lu Mei nodded and Zhang Wei took something down to the cashier's counter. Sun Qianya rushed to the front to hit the bags. More than 10 minutes later, the cashier smiled and spoke. Mr. Hello, you spent a total of 14,863. 6 yuan. May I ask whether you are cash or code? Zhang Wei. Sweep code. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and showed the payment code. Drop. Payment successful. Cashback system. Dear group owner, hello. You spend 14,863. 6 yuan. Triggering cashback 58 times. The amount after cashback is 862,088. 8 yuan has been deposited into your bank. Cashback system. Hello dear group owner. The cashback system has reached its limit today. Welcome relationship use. Thank you. As soon as Zhang Wei heard that, got to change the system. Small return you back off. Then while pushing the shopping cart, while looking for a suitable system in his mind, after thinking for a while, he said, Technology system. Technology system. Hello group master. I'm here. Zhang Wei. Introduce yourself. Tech system. Hello dear group master greatly. I'm here mainly group masters greatly buy technology gift packs. Daily can only buy a gift pack. Technology gift packs price 9,999 yuan. Zhang Wei heard 999 yuan a piece? What gift packs are so expensive? How is this different from the novels he had seen before? And it's not the same as the other systems in the group. After thinking for a while, he said, then purchase one. Technology system. Received. Gift bag random generation in progress. Please wait. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. Generation complete. Then something similar to a brocade bag appeared on the interface. Zhang Wei chose to open the pouch. Then Zhang Wei felt like he had a lot more things in his head. Super battery technology. Let's use an analogy. For example, if a 5-cell battery can be used for a year in a normal remote control, this battery can be used for 5 years. If made into a cell phone battery, then a normal smartphone can be used 24 hours a day to play games for 360 hours. Battery car battery, that's awesome. Battery car can last 1,000 kilometers. What is the concept? Zhang Wei dares not think about it. This battery will definitely disrupt many industries once it's introduced. The first to bear the brunt is the traditional battery business. Zhang Wei is very satisfied with this technology system. This is a hen that lays eggs. New energy vehicles, cell phones, battery cars, batteries, electric drills, and many industries need batteries. Zhang Wei, in a good mood, smiled and laughed. Sun Xia looked at Zhang Wei curiously. Why is he suddenly laughing and giggling as he walks? Zhang Wei noticed that he lost his temper, opened his mouth and said, Sorry, I remembered an interesting thing. Sun Qianya asked, Is it convenient for Mr. Zhang to let me know? Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, It's nothing, I'll tell you later when I get to my house. Sun Qianya nodded and the two of them put their things into Sun Qianya's car. Zhang Wei led the way. Zhang Wei led the way all the way to the Yijiokangju villa area. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Sun Qianya looked at the villa in front of her. She felt that although this villa is not bad, but it's not worthy of Zhang Wei's status, but did not say anything. The two of them moved the things into the house. Day be wild. Sun Xia began to group things together. Put the kitchen in the kitchen, the refrigerator, and the bathroom washroom. The pajamas were put in the bedroom. After finishing her work, it was already more than 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Wei said, Let's go out for dinner. Sun Qianya said, No need to go out. I can cook. We can do it at home. Zhang Wei, you listen to me, he said and stood up. Sun Qianya had to follow Zhang Wei out. The two of them came to the Willis restaurant. After sitting down, Zhang Wei took the order book and looked at it. He said to the waiter, I'll have the Brazilian beef cooked to medium rare. Turning his head to Sun Qianya, he asked, How rare do you want it? Sun Qianya said, Also medium rare. Zhang Wei, both portions are medium rare. 1 fresh shrimp bacon roll, 2 king crabs, 2 salmon sashimi, English tea fruit plate, vegetable salad, and a glass of orange juice for me. finished looking at Sun Qianya. Sun Qianya said, "Orange juice is fine, Zhang Wei." "Okay, that's it. Be quick." "Waiter." "Yes sir." After the waiter left, Zhang Wei looked at Sun Qianya and asked, "Which university did you graduate from?" "Sun Qianya, I graduated from Capital University, Economics." Zhang Wei nodded and said, "Then do you know some students from other disciplines?" "Sun Qianya, there are a lot of them. I was the vice president of the student union during my time at the university." Zhang Wei thought, "I didn't see it. This chick is still the vice president." Opening his mouth, "That's great. I have mature battery technology here. You can help me ask your classmates if there is any original I work here. The salary guarantee the highest in the industry." Sun Qianya heard. She was moved in her heart. If a person like Zhang Wei opens a company or factory, it will not be small. This is an opportunity for her. She opened her mouth and said, "Don't worry. I'll try to find all the good students I know." Zhang Wei, if you know postgraduate doctoral students, you can also ask again if there are any who are willing to come to work. Sun Qianya looked at it and asked, "Can I ask about the approximate treatment?" Zhang Wei, ordinary workshop workers are paid $18,000 a month. As for the research lab, I can only say $1 million a year or more. Everything depends on the strength to speak. Sun Qianya, then when do we start? Zhang Wei, of course the sooner the better. Sun Qianya nodded. At the same time, in her heart, she was making calculations. Zhang Wei added, and then find a few management, legal, human resources, financial aspects, the company's financial director position temporarily by you. At that time, depending on your specific working ability, the salary is set at $1 million per year, and bonuses will be calculated separately. Sun Qianya nodded excitedly. Her face was red. It's not because of the annual salary that she's excited, but because Zhang Wei gave her the position of financial director. It means Zhang Wei is reusing her. Then the food came. The two of them chatted and ate at the same time. The beef is cooked to 7 minutes. It's a little chewy. The light lemon flavor and the freshness of the beef in one bite, between the mouth and the mouth, stimulate the taste buds. Zhang Wei nodded his head and said, "This beef is okay, the master is doing okay." Sun Qianya also nodded and said, "Well, it's really quite tasty. The king crab is a pain in the ass to eat. 8 pieces of crab. It's almost as big as a battle axe. Hook and fork." Zhang Wei looked at a bunch of things. "Throw it to the side." Directly to the waiter said, "Waiter, give me disposable gloves." Sun Qianya was stunned. "What is this for?" Zhang Wei smiled and said, "I still like the northeast way of eating." Sun Qianya understood. She nodded and said, "Indeed, that's the way to eat." Not long after, the waiter came over with several pairs of disposable gloves. Then we saw a suspicious picture. A man and a woman wearing gloves while eating crabs in a Western restaurant. Break, shiver, suck. It's like eating a big bone. There's a table not far away. 5 people, a man and 4 women. There's a couple. The other 3 girls were their friends. The boy spoke up. "Daughter-in-law, look at that table." Western food was eaten by them out of the iron pot stewed feeling. "A look is the bumpkin." The girl took a look and said, "Indeed, there's no such thing as Western food." One of the short-haired girls looked at Zhang Wei. Zhou Zihan. She's in just the right position to get a full view of Zhang Wei. The feeling of being electrified. The main thing is that he is too handsome. He's so cool. This boy, if you take a picture and post it on the internet, will definitely be hot. A lot of male celebrities would be ashamed of themselves. A lot of female celebrities would have to turn their backs on this guy. Is the girl next to him his girlfriend? She looks like she's got a good body. That's what the short-haired girl is thinking. Next to the short-haired girl is a girl with long hair. She's about 25 years old. Her height is about 163. A little fat. She weighs about 115 pounds, but not too much fat. People who like to be slightly fat will definitely say that they are very good. Zhang Wei also noticed the table was looking at himself. He nodded his head in greeting. Then he continued to fight with the crabs. More than an hour later, the two finished their meal. Zhang Wei called the waiter and said, "Pay the bill." The waiter said, "Just a moment, sir." Zhang Wei, "That's right, pay by code later." The waiter nodded and went to the bar. After a while, he came over with the bill and the QR code. Zhang Wei looked at the bill. 398 yuan. Scan the code. Dropped. Payment successful. This time there is no cashback system, so there is no system prompt. 2 people stood up and left the seat. Zhang Wei spoke while walking. "You go back tonight and start contacting your classmates. Tomorrow morning go with me to the business registration of a technology company." Sun Qianya, "Okay." While passing by the slightly chubby girl, Zhang Wei was looking at the girl. The girl is also looking at Zhang Wei. Looking at each other from such a close distance, the chubby girl quickly lowered her head with a red face. Zhang Wei looked at the girl's appearance and figure. Eyes light up. But the first time you see cannot be the same as never seen a woman. continue to go out, waiting for Zhang Wei after they left. The boy said disdainfully. This man is also too able to brag, but also registered a technology company. This time the 4 girls did not say anything, because they saw Zhang Wei standing in front of a red flag S9 through the window. He took out the key and pressed it gently. The lights flashed twice. Open the door and get in the car. The car starts and the man from BB's rant stops commenting and turned his head to look out the window. A moment to see this factory price of more than 15 million supercars. He said something that made his classmates roll their eyes. Only a man like that can run a company without bragging, including his girlfriend. 4 girls, including his girlfriend, looked at him like he was a fool, and the guy's girlfriend shook her head slightly. They've only been together for a month or so. His shortcomings have been exposed so much. We'll break up tomorrow. No, I'll break up right away. Fathir turned his head to look at his girlfriends, slightly nodded. After the sports car disappeared, boys turned back. See 4 girls are standing up to pack things to go. Rushed to speak. What are you doing? We haven't finished eating yet, the girls said to the boys. Before we do not give too much emotion, you hurry to find the next home. After saying that, she took her 3 girlfriends and left. The guy is frozen in place. What? I've been chasing her for half a year. We've been together for over a month. We only touched hands. The guy feels like he's lost a lot of money. It's not the money. It's not the money. It's the fact that he didn't start with her. Zhang Wei is completely unaware that because of himself, a couple broke up today. P.S. See here you can mention the comments !3 Chapter 5, Shock. Half an hour to wildly swipe $100 million. Driving Sun Qianya home, Zhang Wei was in a happy mood as he drove his sports car on the expressway. Passing cars would pay attention to this awesome red flag S9. This is the first domestic car. In the envious eyes of countless, the car came all the way to the Yijioukangju neighborhood. The security guard at the gate saw that the owner was back. He saluted and opened the gate. Back home, lying on the sofa, Zhang Wei was bored. He picked up his cell phone and opened the Cat Tooth Live app. He searched for a female anchor he used to follow. This female anchor is called Wenwen, a dancing anchor. This is the only female anchor that Zhang Wei has encountered in his long time of watching live broadcasts that doesn't turn on her face. Wenwen has the face of an angel and the body of a devil. She's a huge slimeball. She speaks softly. She's so soft-spoken that she'll make you burn. At this point in time, Wenwen is broadcasting live. Zhang Wei's account name is, I have a big/baby. She's doing the train wreck. Blanche, 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 shake your eyes. Zhang Wei's eyes are moving with the slimes shaking. Seeing the depths of love. Zhang Wei typing. I have big/baby. Wenwen you are so beautiful, color. Live broadcast more than 200 VIP seats not extraordinary true love fans, greedy for her body. I'm a kitten's tooth, swordsman. Big, baby? How big? Take it out and compare? Buster, swordsman. Get out of my face. It's still big, baby. Happy little elegant. Little brother. I like big, baby, the most. Shy. Shizuku was dancing and didn't reply to the pop-ups. A few minutes later after the dance, Raven was panting. Thank you Earl for the rocket. Mua Quill. Earl, Monarch. When take a break. Don't get too tired. Shizuku. Okay brother Earl. Me Nima. Shizuku knows what she's doing. Earl is so nice to know that he cares for my Shizuku. I have big/baby. Shizuku, you're so beautiful. This person is here again to disgust people. Brother Earl banned him. Earl, Monarch. That little baby, please watch your language. I have big/baby. What's wrong with you? Earl, Monarch, ban I've got big baby for 30 minutes. I Blanche, Naya. Shouted directly to the system group. Lick the dog system you come out. Drop. Dog licking system. What are the orders of the group master boss calling the little one? Zhang Wei said furiously. Is there a limit to the amount of dog licking gold you can get each time you mother *********? Dog licking system. Back to the group master boss. There is no limit, but you have to spend money for a woman to do so. Zhang Wei nodded and said, Jibber jabber, quickly recharge my cat's tooth live account. Dog licking system. Group master boss. That, dog licking gold can actually be bound to your bank card and you can spend it as you like. Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction and said, bind it then. Ding. Dog licking system. Group master boss has been bound successfully. You can use it now yet. In addition, it is worth noting that after using the dog licking gold to successfully gain the heart of the goddess, there will be corresponding rewards depending on the difficulty. So good? I like it. Zhang Wei said to the dog licking system. Wang Kai, you are very good. Dog licking system. Wang Kai? Zhang Wei, why do you have a problem with that? If you have a problem with it, I won't bind it. Dog licking system. Don't. Group master boss I'm wrong. Just call it Wang Kai. Wang Kai sounds good. Fawning, Zhang Wei. Alright, I'm going to go pretend to be a good guy. After saying that, he picked up his cell phone and went back to Wenwen's live room. Jiang Wei thought for a moment. Click to open the knighthood. I have a big/baby in the Wenwen's live room. Open the swordsman. A special effect appeared in Wenwen's live room with a prompt. I am a kitten's tooth, swordsman. Swordsman is useless. 9494. I've got a knight on the air. I've got a big one. I've got a big baby. I've got a lord. I've got a duke on the air. I've got a big baby and a monarch on the air. Asterisk. Crap, what's going on? The count is in trouble. I'm humanly stupid. One was also confused. What's the point of banning someone and arranging for an emperor's set? If that, then this is called I have. No, should be called baby. This must be kept. This is big brother. The count's face is green. This is to hit the face? If Jiang Wei knew the count's mood at this moment, would definitely tell him that it is a slap in the face. I've got a big/baby opened up the empire in Wenwen's live room. Crap, I'm shocked. New here. What's up? Seeking science. Earl really got into trouble. Big brother is pissed off. Wen grabbed the big brother to unban him. Yes, Shizuku, I'll do it. Shizuku was dumbfounded. She was on the computer and was trying to unban her brother. Jiang Wei clicked on the count's profile and took a look at it, then typed in the live broadcast. The first thing I want to do is to make sure that you have a good understanding of what you're doing and how you're doing it. After sending the pop-up screen, Jiang Wei directly clicked on the renewal. I've got a great big baby in Wenwen's live streaming room to renew the Emperor X3. He said, I've got a great big baby in Wenwen's live stream. I'm renewing for $90,000 at a time. 10 minutes later. Crap, it's still renewing. This is ridiculous. I'm totally stupid. The count is dead. Sit and wait to eat melon, eat melon. The entire cat's teeth. All the anchors who are broadcasting live have seen the non-stop floating screen. All of them are I have big/babies in the Wenwen live room to renew the Emperor's floating screen. It lasted for half an hour. This Nima who can top the game area pesticide handicraft anchor Jia is live. She's looking up at the pop-ups and interacting with her friends. What? Jia saw the computer screen one after another Emperor renewal floating screen. She was dumbfounded. She didn't even notice that her hero had been killed in the game. 10 minutes later. Jia has been convicted of hanging up and deducted points. But Jia doesn't care at all. She just wants to know this I have a big baby in the end is where the gods. The male anchor A5 is talking to the water. The water. The male anchor, Wu, was bragging with his friends. Seeing the screen of the Emperor's renewal, he was shocked. And this renewal only in a small female anchor live room. Old 5 you turn the screen to see what the hell is going on. This how so many times to renew That's right, Old 5 turned the screen. Turned the screen. The pop-ups were all asking for a screen turn. Wu didn't want to turn the screen at first, but he was attracted by the half-hour renewal. He started to screen his own friends. He saw the pop-up that I had sent out on Wenwen's live stream with the count. 5 said to his water friends, this Earl's King is finished. All the anchors are going to die for this Emperor. He said, you're wrong. That's the golden bean that likes the Emperor. A 5 forcefully slapped the table, roared, daring what big truth to say. Wenwen's live broadcast room. At this time, the VIP seats already had more than 300,000 people. The popularity of the live broadcast has reached 5 billion. It's the highest popularity in the live broadcast world. All of Cat's Tooth's official managers and operators have come to Wenwen's live room. Even the operations manager and the vice president have been mobilized. All of them saw the overbearing pop-up of I've got a big/baby. Then Jiang Wei clicked on the gift and found the phantom gift. He pressed on the phantom and wouldn't let go. I've got a big baby giving away a Phantom X1 on Wenwen's live stream. I've got a big/baby giving away Phantom X2 on Wenwen's live stream. I've got a big/baby giving away a Phantom X999 on Wenwen Live. Naya. My whole life's paycheck. I'm cracking up. Upstairs plug? What do you mean? Upstairs cracked? Crack. Open. Sit and wait for Big Brother. The gifts continue. I've got a big/baby giving away a Phantom X1314 on Wen's live stream. A 5th said to his water friends in the live room. Brothers, all remember that Monarch Cat's Tooth number called Earl. Dislike him when you see him in the future. Jia live streaming room. Jia did not even play the game. Directly turned the screen. At this time, all the anchors in the Cat's Tooth stopped interacting with their friends. They all switched to Wenwen's live room. Some of the big anchors are self-consciously checking in for Wenwen. They're all on their own, checking in on Wenwen, just to make a good impression on her big brother. I have a big/baby in Wenwen's live room to give away a Phantom X1999, and I have a big/baby to give away a Phantom X1999. I have a big/baby in Wenwen's live room to give away the Phantom X2000, and I have a big/baby to give away the Phantom X2000. I have a big/baby in Wenwen Live send Phantom X15999. There is a stuck screen in Wenwen's live broadcasting room. The vice president of Catstooth directly instructed the operations department. Hurry up and give Wenwen's live broadcast the maximum privileges. Quick! I've got a big/baby who gave away 20,000 phantoms in Wenwen's live room. More than half an hour later Zhang Wei let go of his cell phone screen. The gift ended. But the gift effects in the live broadcast room hadn't stopped. The entire Catstooth was a complete sensation. Thousands of anchors were all spinning the screen of Wenwen's live room. Wenwen cannot say anything at this time. She now has only one thought, this big brother. No, this is my master. The count is sitting on the sofa and is already shivering with fear. He knew he had messed with the wrong person. He knew that he had messed with the wrong person, and that there was no place for him in Cat's Teeth, unless he re-registered his account. All the anchors on Pussycat News are asking for this video. This is a big news. There are also people who send this screenshot recording to the headlines and microblogging. The whole network platform was in an uproar. Other platforms have come here. Do not ask why the spread of so fast. Ask is the network era, the information age. At this time in a villa in the national capital, Lu Lei is talking to his assistant. Xiao Li, my new song will be released soon. Buy a hot search. Little Li, okay boss, how many are you going to buy? And for how long? Lu Lei thought for a moment and said, let's start tomorrow morning and by one day. Hurry up and do it. Xiao Li hurriedly went to do it, or else it would be too late. While there is no big news now. More than half an hour later Xiao Li hung up the phone and said to Lu Lei, boss, it's done. Just wait for the good news tomorrow. Lu Lei nodded with satisfaction and said, I don't worry about you. Douyin is live. Some anchors heard the news after they secretly took out their cell phones to download the Catstooth Live and then into the Wenwen live room to watch. Shark Live also has a lot of tourists. Shark Live there are also a lot of anchor visitors to come in to watch. The vice president of Mayaduth is very happy. This is a proper flow. The company's manager saw Wenwen's live broadcast. The manager of their company saw Wenwen staring blankly. She opened the door to her live room and threw a candy in her lap. Suddenly something hit her leg. She was hit in the leg by something. The manager said to Wenwen, thank you, big brother. Wen nodded and stood up and bowed deeply to the live camera and said, Sense, thank me for having big/baby brother. Thank you baby brother. I'm really so excited. Just now I'm stupid. I have big/baby. It's okay. I just can't stand that Earl's yakking and banning me. I didn't say anything. I just said hello beautiful and he banned me. What kind of a thing is he? One said softly, baby brother, don't be angry. His eye Blanche. Who can handle this? I don't think I'll be able to handle it. Wen went on to say, the first thing I'd like to say is that I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to do it. She said. Zhang Wei opened the private message to see really Wenwen sent over the prestige. Click to copy. Open Weixin add friend paste. Wenwen passed in a second. Wenwen sent a message to ask, baby, what city are you in? I'll buy you dinner. Dinner? Zhang Wei replied with a twinkle in his eye. I'm in Songjiang. What about you? Wenwen, baby brother. I'm in Rongcheng, but it doesn't matter. I'll book a flight now and try to fly there tomorrow morning. Zhang Wei. Good. I'll pick you up at the airport then. So have a good time broadcasting. Eat more while it's crowded. After ending the Weixin chat, Zhang Wei was lying on the sofa with a relaxed body. The small pussy like you dare with open/hung people called aboard. Master in a minute to teach you to be a person, arrogant. I've been thinking about it for a while. I've been thinking about what I'm going to do tomorrow when I meet Shizuku. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get a good look at her, but I'm sure I'll be able to get a good look at her. Sucking. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. I can't do it anymore. Zhang Wei looked down and said to himself, you hold back again. Tomorrow will be good. After saying that, he stood up and went to the bathroom to take a shower to cool down. More than half an hour later after the bath Zhang Wei body relaxed out of the bathroom, picked up the coffee table on the cell phone back to the bathroom, pick up the cell phone on the coffee table back to the bedroom. The first thing you need to do is to lie down and go to sleep, so that you can meet the slime tomorrow. No, is to meet the Wenwen, and then you can go to bed. At 8 o'clock the next morning. Headline. Shocking. The Cat's Teeth live broadcast shocked the Tycoon. Half an hour to brush $100 million. Shocked. How can you brush $100 million for a man? Scarf. Shocked. What makes Wenwen able to get Big Brother to brush 100 million? And so on. The first 50 entries are all similarly shocking hot takes. Kapatul. Xiaoli opened his eyes to check the hot searches. What? Scroll down. Still nothing? Full of doubts, Li picked up the phone and dialed the official phone number of the headline and Weibo. He asked why there were no hot searches for his boss. Neck, mister. This is the case. Originally arranged for you to hot search, but by the cat teeth that God heroic brush gift thing was squeezed down. Then, headline, sir, we've arranged for you to be on the hot search, but we've encountered a special event, and we can't do anything about it. Xiaoli hurriedly knocked on the door of the boss's room. Lu Lei asked sleepily, "What's wrong? Early in the morning, let no one sleep?" Xiaoli said in a panic. "Boss, it's not good, our hot search is down." Lu Lei was shocked. "What's the situation?" Xiaoli said helplessly. "We've encountered a special event. Cat Tooth last night a godly man gave a female anchor a gift of $100 million. Now all the platforms are about this." Lu Lei said expressionlessly. "Why is it so hard for me to get on a hot search?" For all this Zhang Wei does not know, because at this time he is washing up. At 10 o'clock or so, when Wen's plane arrived at the Spring City airport. Chapter 6, when Wen's dance is really unusual. After taking a shower and coming to the check room looking at the check room with only a few pieces of clothes, Zhang Wei said to himself, "It seems that there is time to buy some clothes." After saying that, he picked up a pair of grey loose 7-minute shorts and a white large version of the small shirt. He wore white Echo Air Force 1 high-top shoes. The total value of this outfit is less than $1,000, but it's very comfortable to wear. After fixing the hairstyle that Mr. Tony gave me yesterday, he's a good-looking guy. He whistled and went to the garage to drive to Spring City Airport. On the way to the airport, the red flag S9 sports car is very handsome. A lot of pretty girls on the road looked at it. An hour or so later, he arrived at the parking lot of the Spring City Airport. Zhang Wei sat in the car and played with his cell phone. He was mainly looking at Wenwen's circle of friends. "I'm not sure what I'm talking about." This Wenwen is wearing ultra-short pants and 2 sexy long legs to do straddle action. Bending over, wearing an umbilical cord. She's bending over, and she's wearing a plunging neckline. This damn side view. Ahem. Side view of a pair of big G's and a big G's rear bumper. This rear bumper is so curvy. It's a shame they're not on 3 wheels. Oh, help me, help me. I fell into a ditch. This ditch is so deep, I can't get out. Hiss. Do. Just when Zhang Wei was in infinite crookedness, WeChat video rang. Wenwen sent over a video. Pick up the video. Wenwen sweetly asked, "Baby, I'm at the airport in Spring City." In the video, she was wearing a white halter top and a blue linen shirt. Her hair was in big waves. She was wearing glasses without lenses. Zhang Wei said, "I'm in the parking lot. I'm going near the exit now." He put his cell phone in the holder and started the car. After a few minutes, he came to the exit. Wen, baby brother, where are you?" Zhang Wei glanced towards the exit. Hiss. Little blue shorts, a pair of long legs, and white and pink sneakers on her feet. Zhang Wei lowered the window and shouted at Wenwen, "Get in the car." Wenwen was surprised. This baby brother is also too powerful. She doesn't recognize this car, but it looks so cool. She didn't recognize the car, but it looked so cool. Yes, it's only natural for a luxury car to come with $100 million in cash. Zhang Wei looked at Wenwen frozen there and shouted, "Get in the car. Why are you scared?" Wenwen came back to her senses, shaking her head and smiling. "How could I be afraid? I just haven't seen such a handsome car before." She came to the front of the car and looked at the door, dumbfounded. This how to open? Zhang Wei understand. After all, if he is not in the people pointed out also do not know how to open the door. Explore over the body to open the passenger door. When Wen's face is a little red. Get in the car. The first time I saw her in the car, she was in the car, and she was sitting there blankly. Zhang Wei had no choice but to explore the body again to close the door. Wow, the slime is really soft. It's so flexible. He helped Wenwen to fasten her seatbelt. Wenwen didn't make any unnecessary movements. Smelling Zhang Wei's scent. Is this the scent of a tycoon? It really smells good. Zhang Wei started the car. And brought Wenwen to the ABC Western restaurant. As soon as the car was parked in the parking lot, a porter ran over and enthusiastically helped to direct the reversing of the car. After Zhang Wei and Wenwen got out of the car, the porter enthusiastically said, "Hello, sir. ABC Western Restaurant welcomes you." Zhang Wei nodded and walked inside. Wenwen looked at the restaurant in front of her. This is too luxurious. The doorman gave a look to one of the waiters inside. The waiter ran over and said enthusiastically, "Handsome man, beauty, hello, welcome to ABC Western Restaurant." Zhang Wei nodded and said, "Find us a quiet seat." The waitress smiled and said, "Handsome man, please follow me." After saying this, she gestured in front of her and guided her. The waitress was wearing black suit pants and black flat shoes, white shirt with half sleeves. Her hair was up in a bun. She's pretty, but she's no match for Shizuku. She's got a big G, and she's got an A-line. Soon came to a quieter seat by the window. Zhang Wei had never eaten Western food before, but that didn't stop him from ordering. Only the expensive ones. King crab, Australian dragon, salmon sashimi, caviar, sandwiches, fruit salad, fruit juice. When he was done, he said to the waiter, "Make it a double." The waiter smiled and said, "Yes, please wait a moment." Then she turned around and left. After the waiter left, Zhang Wei found a comfortable position and looked at Wenwen. TSK TSK TSK. The real thing is even bigger than the impact given in the live broadcast room. At this time, a beep came from the system group. Zhang Wei checked it. Goddess system. Boss, you can actually check the specific information of the person in front of you. What's this? Zhang Wei was flabbergasted for a moment and asked, can it still be like this? Goddess system. Boss, of course you can. Zhang Wei was excited. Then what's the point of waiting? Hurry up and bind it. Goddess system. Yes, binding in progress. Binding complete. When Zhang Wei looked at Wenwen again, there was a virtual three-dimensional data panel in front of his eyes. Object. Name, Wenwen Pan. Age, 22. Height, 166. Weight, 48 kilograms. Education, college. Specialties, dance, light and flexible. Endurance. Face value, 92 points out of 100. Three-dimensional, 92. 62. 88. Boyfriend, 0 out of 1. PS, ex-boyfriend Sun Ming, 0 means currently single. 1 means had a relationship. 2 Bao, 4. Comprehensive score 88 points. Percentage system. Zhang Wei looked at this information and asked the goddess system in his mind. LSPU explain what this 88 points is all about. Goddess system. Boss, I am the goddess system. Zhang Wei. Goddess. My ass. You've got a whole bunch of pipes. And that three-dimensional. Are you sure you're not LSP? Don't ink. If you ink, unbind you. Goddess system. You are the boss. What you say is what you say. Zhang Wei said impatiently. Don't ink. Hurry up and explain. If I can't be satisfied then I'll unbind you. Goddess system. Boss, think about it. The so-called goddess is what kind of? Must be perfect. Right. 80 to 90 points is not perfect goddess. 90 to 100 points is perfect goddess. Because Pan won that 2 Bao's problem so she's not perfect. Listening to the system explained this way Zhang Wei understood. But also angry. This damn Sun Ming really damned. Good to the perfect goddess to lose. However, if it is not perfect, then it is not perfect. This is also a near-perfect goddess. There are just a few imperfections, but it doesn't matter. The car can still be driven. Ahem. Pan Wenwen looked at Zhang Wei playing with his cell phone, as if he was sending a message. She didn't dare to disturb Zhang Wei, but just peeped silently from the side. I feel that he is about the same age as myself. I feel like I'm about the same age as myself, and I feel like I'm so tall and handsome. If you enter the entertainment industry, you will have a lot of fans. He's so rich and wears such grounded clothes. Clothes and pants are all red shing in grams. Shoes are back to the force. But it looks so elegant. And then thought of tonight maybe with Zhang Wei dinner face inexplicably a hot. The heart has expectations and apprehension. There are expectations and apprehensions in my heart. I don't know if such a rich second-generation rich man would dislike himself, or if he would look at himself, but I don't know if he would. Zhang Wei and the goddess system had a spiritual exchange and finally understood the goddess system. He looked up at Pan Wenwen. Why is this girl's face so red? Why is this girl's face so red? Is she not feeling well? Zhang Wei asked. Wenwen, can I have cold juice? Wenwen nodded shyly. I'm knocking. I can drink cold ones. Ness. Zhang Wei then asked. How are you doing live? Wenwen shook her head and said. Not good. Before a month can earn more than 20,000 bar. Remove the room fee and eat, drink and wear almost no money, but now good. Baby brother you brushed me yesterday those money and so next month commission settlement I can get more than 30 million it. I didn't even dare to think about it before. Baby brother thank you. Wenwen blah 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 blah. Zhang Wei nodded his head and said, I'll take you to the mall after dinner. Wenwen shook her head and said, No need. Zhang Wei this see Pan Wenwen did not squeak. So look at her. Wenwen was Zhang Wei's eyes to see the hair. Zhang Wei said, just shopping. I want to buy myself some clothes. Wenwen said, I'm just shopping. At that moment, the waiter came over with a trolley and started to serve the food. Zhang Wei paid for a piece of salmon. Nodding his head, he said, not bad, not bad. Wenwen picked up the juice cup and said softly, Baby brother thank you. Thank you for giving me so many gifts. Zhang Wei picked up the cup and waved his hand and said, It's okay, I just don't like that Earl. He banned me after I complimented you a few times. Wenwen blushed. In fact, she didn't come out to stop it in the first place, mainly because the Earl gave her a lot of swipes, and Zhang Wei only had his own level 7 cards. Zhang Wei has only his own level 7 license plate or a free gift to brush up. After an hour or so, the two of them finished their meal. Zhang Wei to the waiter a wave. The waiter ran over and enthusiastically said, Mister, what do you want? Zhang Wei. Check out. Scan the code. Waiter. Sir wait a moment, I'll get your bill. Zhang Wei nodded. Not long after, the waiter ran over with the bill and the QR code. Zhang Wei. LSP you stand down. Then, small return you out. Cashback system. Boss, the little one is here. Zhang Wei. Binding. Cashback system. Okay, boss, you can consume now. Zhang Wei took the ticket and QR code in the waiter's hand, looked at a total of 36,888 yuan. Sweep the code. Drop. Payment success. Cashback system. Dear group owner, greatly hello. Your consumption of 36,888 yuan. The activation of 66 times cashback. Cashback amount is 2,434,608 yuan. Has been deposited into your bank card. The heart of the beautiful and happy embrace Wenwen's sexy body to go out. The first time I saw her was when she was in the car, and she was so shy that she lowered her head. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. The car started and went straight to Dongpu. There is a lot of international brand luxury goods there. Pan Wenwen sat in the car and looked at the interior full of technology. Touch this is carbon fiber, touch that is leather, and then look at the dual screen. Then she looked at the dual screens, and then turned her head to look at her baby brother, who was concentrating on driving. He's so handsome. When I look at my brother's lips, I want to kiss him. I shyly lowered my head. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm sure I can. In a flash, she saw Zhang Wei's long and thick fingers. Pan Wenwen thought of something and her face turned red. Her legs trembled a little. Zhang Wei was concentrating on driving and naturally didn't know what was going on in Pan Wenwen's mind. The car started to heat up. The temperature in the car began to rise. Because Pan Wenwen's shortness of breath caused by the car is not a large space is out of the hot air. More than half an hour the car parked in the underground parking lot of the National Bank Center Mall. Parked the car. Zhang Wei removed the seatbelt and turned off the car. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm sure I can. After getting out of the car, Zhang Wei saw Pan Wenwen still sitting in the car did not move. Instead, he looked around and opened his bag and took out a Kleenex. Zhang Wei opened the car door and asked, "What's wrong?" She blushed and shook her head. Zhang Wei looked at Pan Wenwen's legs and immediately understood. He nodded and closed the car door. A few minutes later, Pan Wenwen opened the door and got out of the car. Zhang Wei locked the car and walked towards the elevator with her arms around Pan Wenwen. The car was locked up, and she was walking towards the elevator. Pan Wenwen fell into Zhang Wei's arms, smelling the manly odor of Zhang Wei's body, and her legs went weak once again. Zhang Wei sensed the change in Pan Wenwen's heart and moved. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. The first floor of the building. Directly run to the bathroom and go. A few hours later, the two of them appeared in the Gucci store. The two of them were in the Gucci store, looking at a canvas bag. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, exchanged ideas with the shopper. Wrap up the ones she tried on for me. The shopgirl's eyes widened when she heard Zhang Wei say this, and she thought she had heard wrong. The ones Pan Wenwen tried on just now added up to $1 million. The most expensive bag is a limited edition of more than $200,000, and there are also some clothes. Zhang Wei looked at the salesgirl. The female shopper reacted and hurriedly nodded her head. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go pack for you. Zhang Wei nodded. A strange scene ensued. Pan Wenwen would try on bags, clothes and the like, followed by a shopping guide. As long as she tries them on, she'll rush to pack them up. After 20 minutes or so, Pan Wenwen stopped and wrapped her arms around Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei rubbed Pan Wenwen's head and said with a smile. Zhang Wei rubbed her head and said with a smile, "Are you done?" Pan Wenwen nodded her head. Zhang Wei glanced at the female shopper, who came over and gave Zhang Wei a list. Zhang Wei looked at the list and nodded his head and came to the cashier's desk to hand the list to the cashier. The cashier is also the store manager of the store, took the list and froze for a moment. The main thing is that there are too many things, but also froze for a moment, reacted to the enthusiasm of the road. Hello, sir, please wait a moment. Pan Wenwen looked puzzled. Zhang Wei handed the cashier a list. After a while, the cashier once again said with a smile, "Hello, sir. You've spent a total of 1,786,666 renminbi. Zhang Wei nodded and swept the code to pay. Drop. Enter the password. Dropping. The payment was successful. The drop. Cashback system. Dear group owner, greatly hello. You have spent 1,786,666 renminbi. Activated 58 times cashback. The amount after cashback is 103,626,628 renminbi. Has been deposited into your bank card. Zhang Wei asked the cashier after hearing the cashback prompt. You provide home delivery here, right? The cashier nodded and said, Yes sir, provide us with your address and we will deliver to your door. Zhang Wei nodded and said, Do you have paper and pen? The cashier smiled and said, Yes. After saying that, she looked down and took out a pen and paper. Zhang Wei took it and started to write the address and phone number on it. When he was finished, he put his arm around Pan Wenwen and walked out. Pan Wenwen listened to Zhang Wei's conversation with the cashier and his payment and understood. She realized that Zhang Wei had bought everything he had just tried. She was very touched. This man is so handsome. I'm stuck with him. The arm around Zhang Wei is even tighter. And Zhang Wei feels the fullness of his heart. Zhang Wei feel full heart happy to Dior counter to go. Chapter 7 Who doesn't like a handsome and rich man? A woman's red lips are very sexy. That's why it's important to have a good lipstick makeup. Dior lipstick used to be very expensive for Zhang Wei. But, now he thinks it's very cheap. It's only a few $100s. Zhang Wei looked at Pan Wenwen picking lipstick. Turning to the sales clerk beside him, he said, "Wrap up all the lipsticks she's seen for me." The sales clerk was stunned. Then she reacted, nodded enthusiastically. "Yes sir. Is there anything else you need help with?" Zhang Wei glanced at the sales clerk and shook his head. The sales clerk was slightly disappointed and went to pack the lipsticks that Pan Wenwen had seen. Pan Wenwen was looking at the lipsticks. Suddenly, she saw a salesperson packing the lipsticks she had seen before. She was looking at the lipsticks, and suddenly she saw a salesman packing up the lipsticks she had seen before. But she didn't care. The clerk was happy to see her looking at other lipsticks. These days, it's very hard to earn some sales commission. It's very hard to earn a little commission these days. Today, it's rare to meet such a generous customer. But I'll tell you something. That male customer is so handsome. He's so handsome. He could crush many celebrities. What's in the salesman's mind? Zhang Wei doesn't know. Neither does Pan Wenwen. Pan Wenwen is now focused on picking out her favorite lipstick. Zhang Wei was looking at Pan Wenwen's sexy legs with great interest. More than half an hour later, Pan Wenwen was holding two lipsticks. She happily came to Zhang Wei's side. "Do you think rose pink or burgundy looks good?" Zhang Wei looked at Pan Wenwen's cherry mouth and pondered a little. "Both look good." "Salesman, wrap up the one in her hand too." The sales clerk smiled professionally at the words. "Yes sir." Only then did Pan Wenwen notice that the sales clerk was carrying more than 10 packages. She immediately realized that Zhang Wei must have asked the waiter to wrap all the ones he had seen. Sweetness welled up in her heart. Who can say no to a handsome little brother with money? The salesman packed up the lipsticks, carrying a dozen bags. He came over with a smile. "Hello, sir, all packed." Zhang Wei nodded and patted Pan Wenwen's butt and said, "Let's go. Check out and go." Pan Wenwen let out a pout. The sales clerk was envious of Pan Wenwen, but then she looked at Pan Wenwen's long legs and the slime. "I can't envy her. It's better to be honest and earn your own commission." Pan Wenwen hugged Zhang Wei's arm tightly. They went to the cashier's counter. The sales clerk behind Zhang Wei rushed to hand the cashier the opened photos. The cashier took a look at the list. "The first thing you need to know is that you have to be able to get your hands on the best lipstick for the job." 13 lipsticks, crackling on the keyboard a knock. "Hello, sir, a total of 550 yuan. Zhang Wei nodded and took out his cell phone and started scanning the code. Drop. Enter the amount. Drop. Payment success. Zhang Wei was carrying a dozen small bags. The other hand needed the tender flesh of Pan Wenwen's waist. "What else do you want to buy?" Pan Wenwen hugged Zhang Wei's arm tightly, shook her head, and raised her head to look at Zhang Wei. "Nothing, let's go back." Zhang Wei looked at the big eyes full of autumn water and, himself with a throbbing sensation, nodded his head. "Okay, let's go back." The two of them quickly came to the parking lot. Getting into the car, they started straight away. Zhang Wei took Pan Wenwen and traveled towards the new house in Iju Kongxian. More than half an hour later, after half an hour or so, he arrived at the Iju Kongxian neighborhood without any obstacles. The security guards at the entrance of the neighborhood saw that it was a $10 million sports car. The security guards at the entrance of the neighborhood saw that it was a $10 million sports car and let it through. Pan Wenwen looked at the neighborhood. It's obvious. This neighborhood should be the best neighborhood in Songjiang City. Zhang Wei drove all the way to the back of the villa area. Soon stopped in front of a courtyard. The automatic sensor door opened. "Go into the courtyard and park the car." Zhang Wei couldn't wait to get out of the car and picked up Pan Wenwen and went into the house. "I didn't enjoy the dance before. This time, we must enjoy it. This is a good time to check if Pan Wenwen's dancing skills are solid." Chapter 8, Signing an Aston Martin sports car. The following day, the sun was shining brightly. Zhang Wei opened his eyes and, what came into his eyes was Pan Wenwen, who was curled up like a kitten. With her mouth was still cooing something. Zhang Wei didn't disturb Pan Wenwen, who had danced all night. He stretched and got up. He went to the restroom. While saying something, he called out the system group. "Sign in. Sign to the system. Boss, I'm coming." "What?" Zhang Wei froze. "No, what's with your voice? Sign in system. Boss, the first thing you did early in the morning was to find the little sign in. Luwenjia is happy. Sabo, you'd better speak properly. I'm prone to peeing like this." The signing system resumed the voice of the greasy uncle. "Okay boss, so boss, are you signing in?" Zhang Wei. "Of course, otherwise why would I find you out? Come out to talk?" The sign-in system luckily didn't have any feelings. Otherwise it would have been hard to dislike the system. "Boss, signing in was successful. Rewards are being generated," Zhang Wei said impatiently while brushing his teeth. Alright, got it. Don't disturb me from brushing my teeth. The sign-in system did not squeak anymore. Zhang Wei concentrated on brushing his teeth and looking at himself in the mirror. Zhang Wei suddenly felt that he was the luckiest in the world. He didn't realize that he was reborn in another parallel world similar to Earth. And he even got a golden finger that only novels have. Those piglets in novels are all weak. They only have one system. But they have 108 systems. Ding! Hiss! Zhang Wei was lamenting in his heart. Suddenly the system beep sounded, scaring Zhang Wei. Boss, reward generation is complete. Congratulations on obtaining an Aston Martin DBS Superleggera V12 Dante Q Custom Dazzle Spectrum Blue. An Aston Martin sports car? Yes. Someone will contact you later. And don't worry, all the formalities are complete. Boss, am I not very sweet nah? Zhang Wei nodded his head. Very considerate indeed. Little signing. You can retire first. Sign-in system. Okay Lou. I'll leave. Have a nice life. What's wrong with the sign-in system? How does the sign-in system feel different from yesterday? Shake your head. Call out the gift package system. Boss, are you buying a gift pack? Nonsense. Give me a big gift pack to play with. Big gift pack system. Alright boss. Funds have been deducted. The gift pack is being generated. Zhang Wei spat out the toothpaste foam in his mouth and started rinsing his mouth. Ding. Congratulations boss for obtaining ownership of Youngfan Media Limited. The specific information is as follows. Zhang Wei froze. Youngfan Media Company? A star? Checking the following information with doubt. Youngfan Media Company Limited. The company now has 44 short video bloggers and 30 anchors. We have 4 live broadcasting rooms with goods, 10 game anchors, 16 entertainment anchors. The company has a total of 180 people. The company's address is 999 Silicon Valley Avenue in Spring City. Crap. Netflix? Anchor? Long legs? Zhang Wei immediately thought of big-legged beauty anchors, short videos with big legs, and so on. Wiping his mouth, he picked up his cell phone and opened the Douyin app. Then he typed in the name of one of the female anchors. Hiss. Searching for the temple. This leg. This height should be more than 165. Aha. There's no special effects for long legs, because there is no distortion of the surrounding scenery. TSK. Zhang Wei nodded, then continued to search for the names of the other anchors. Of the 44 short video bloggers, surprisingly, 40 of them were beautiful women. 4 were car reviewers. The game anchors are on the cat tooth platform. 4 men and 6 women. The game hosts are all pesticide handheld games. There's only one very skilled one. That is the national service monkey Ching Ching. Ching Ching's voice with damaged vocal cords gives people an illusion, the illusion of a female monkey. Chapter 9 Car Inspection. Just as Zhang Wei was marveling at Ching Ching's gaming skills, Pan Wenwen's voice came from his ear. Why are you watching the game live in the bathroom? Zhang Wei raised his head. Pan Wenwen in the mirror was wearing a pink nightgown. Her hair was slightly messy. Through the nightgown, she could clearly see the inside. Pan Wenwen didn't care that Zhang Wei was right next to her. She went straight to the toilet and sat down. Zhang Wei returned a sentence. Zhang Wei replied, the company's anchor. I'm fine to see, Pan Wenwen said in surprise. Xing Xing is your company's anchor? You own Youngfan Media? Zhang Wei nodded. Just acquired it. Pan Wenwen knew about Youngfan Media. Although Youngfan Media is not big, but Youngfan Media has 20 anchors in cat's teeth, 10 game anchors, 10 entertainment anchors. In Douyin, there are 44 short video bloggers, 4 cargo anchors and 6 entertainment anchors. These are the things I heard from my guild manager when I attended the company dinner. The manager said that the market value of Youngfan Media Company is about $200 million. At first, the president of his company wanted to buy Youngfan Media. As a result, with the understanding that people in the Douyin actually have 44 short video bloggers and 10 anchors, and then give up the idea of acquisition. This is to give up the idea of acquisition. The main reason is that his company cannot get so much money. She didn't expect Youngfan Media to be acquired by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei doesn't know what's on Pan Wenwen's mind. At this time, Zhang Wei washed up and changed a big bitter tea a big size undershirt. He went out of the villa. Come to the door of the neighborhood. There is a trailer parked in front of the neighborhood. On the trailer, an Aston Martin Phantom Spectrum blue sports car attracted the attention of passers-by, mainly because of the sunlight on the car. The paint reflects the sunlight on the car's body. It's hard not to notice it. When a middle-aged man saw Zhang Wei, he hurriedly ran over and opened his mouth politely. Hello, Mr. Zhen. I'm the manager of the Mingda car dealership. My name is Sun Wei. Our boss is not in the country, so the boss asked me to personally escort the car over. Will it be convenient for you to inspect the car later? Zhang Wei nodded. Sun Wei hurriedly commanded the workers to start unloading the car. Pedestrians passing by the neighborhood stopped by one after another, mainly in Songjiang City, a small city of 18 lines. There are sports cars, but there are no such beautiful sports cars. It doesn't work. 10 minutes later, Sunway ran to Zhang Wei's side upside down. Mr. Zhang, you can inspect the car now. Zhang Wei nodded and took the car keys. Sunway smiled fawningly and said, Mr. Zhang, wait a moment. I'll ask the workers to fill up the gas for you, so that it's also convenient for you to inspect the car. Zhang Wei nodded and Sunway hurriedly asked the worker to take down an oil drum from the trailer and, don't worry Mr. Zhang, the quality of the car is very good. It definitely won't hurt the car. Zhang Wei nodded. After the oil had been added, Zhang Wei opened the door of the driver's side. The purple interior was very eye-catching and, starting the car, boom, sound waves sound. The onlookers were amazed. The car slowly advances. Zhang Wei didn't blast the gas pedal. Just a normal start. The cars on the road are avoiding. At the next traffic light, he made a U-turn, back to the entrance of the neighborhood. Zhang Wei nodded to Sunway. Not bad. Sunway hurriedly took out his tablet computer and skillfully clicked a few times to hand it to Zhang Wei. Mr. Zhang, I still need to trouble you to confirm. Zhang Wei took the tablet and signed where it should be cheap. After signing and handing the tablet to Sunway, there's no paperwork for the car, right? Sunway shook his head. No more, no more. Zhang Wei nodded. That's it then. I have something to do in a while. I have to go back to my hometown. Wait for a chance to have dinner together. Sunway was flattered. Mr. Zhang, you have something to do. You're busy. Zhang Wei nodded, restarted the car and drove towards the courtyard of the neighborhood. The security guards at the entrance of the neighborhood were very good at their job. Once he saw Zhang Wei's car driving towards the neighborhood, Zhang Wei smiled and nodded to the security guard. Zhang Wei smiled and nodded to the security guard. Zhang Wei smiled and nodded to the security guard and entered the neighborhood. Returning to the courtyard of his own villa, Pan Wenwen heard the sound of the car and looked through the window. Her eyes widened. This is a beautiful car. It's a beautiful car. She ran to the door and opened it. She jumped into Zhang Wei's arms. She jumped into Zhang Wei's arms and wrapped her arms around Zhang Wei's neck. Her legs were wrapped around Zhang Wei's waist. Chapter 10. She works at Auto City? Sitting on the couch in the living room, played with the high tier for a while and slapped Pan Wenwen's ass and said, I'm going to buy a car. Are you at home or will you go with me? Pam shook her head lazily. I'm not going. Too tired. I don't want to move at all right now. Zhang Wei nodded. That's fine. The first floor has fitness equipment as well as an audiovisual room. The audiovisual room has a massager. You can watch a movie while massaging. Zhang Wei said as he removed Pan Wenwen's legs, got up and grabbed the keys to the Aston Martin and headed out. Why did you buy a car? Zhang Wei's two cars are both sports cars. The rural turnpike is not suitable at all. Zhang Wei wants to go back to the countryside to see his mom. Zhang Wei wants to go back to the countryside to see his mom and grandma. That's why he's buying a SUV with a high chassis. Open the door. Start. Straight to the Songjiang City Automobile Trade City. Auto Trade City is half an hour's drive from Zhang Wei's neighborhood. There are a lot of auto stores here. Along the way, most of the people who see Zhang Wei's car will take out their cell phones to take pictures. Some of them are envious. Some of them are jealous. Some of them are envious. Some of them are jealous. And some of them simply like it. More than half an hour later, Zhang Wei drove to the Automobile Trade City. The speed of the car slowly dropped. Looking at the cold city of automobile trade, Zhang Wei was a bit hesitant. He didn't know what brand of car to buy. BMW, Mercedes, or Audi. It seems to be a bit too ostentatious to go back to the countryside. Tank 300, Tank 500? The Tank 500 is not bad, but I don't think it looks as good as the 300. When Zhang Wei was hesitating, he saw a familiar figure. It's her? Zhang Wei was stunned. He did not expect her to work here. Looking at her wearing navy blue suit pants, white shirt with short sleeves and a long ponytail, sitting on the sofa seat in the WEY store, flipping through the information, Zhang Wei's heart moved, parked his car in front of the WEY store. The roar of the engine interrupted Fu Yutong, who was memorizing the information. Fu Yutong looked up and eyes lit up. What came into her eyes was an Aston Martin sports car with a blue light that did not work. Fu Yutong sighed. When did Songjiang City have so many rich people? The other day I saw a handsome man driving a multi-million-dollar supercar. And today I saw a multi-million-dollar sports car. Just as Fu Yutong was sighing, only to see the driver's door of the sports car open. From the car came down a figure that Fu Yutong would never forget. It's him? Isn't he the owner of that multi-million-dollar supercar? And this car is his too? Fu Yutong was surprised. Then she saw the handsome man running straight to her 4S store. Fu Yutong's eyes followed Zhang Wei's movements. As soon as Zhang Wei got out of the car and walked towards the WEY 4S store, a sharp-eyed salesman ran over to open the door. Just kidding. A multi-million-dollar sports car owner comes to the store. Of course it's worth it. If he's happy and buys a car, he'll earn a commission. even if he doesn't. It's okay. It's good to serve such a rich man, not to mention a handsome young man in his early 20s. Men love beautiful women, and women love handsome men, who stipulates that only men are good at sex. Women are also good at sex. Zhang Wei and a few enthusiastic sales led into the 4S store. Once in the store, Zhang Wei went straight to Fu Yutong. Fu Yutong is still a bit unresponsive. The salesman who received Zhang Wei saw that he came to Fu Yutong. All of them were a little disappointed. This is already the fourth one today, isn't it? I don't know how this handsome guy will turn out. Chapter 11, A Perfect Goddess at 42? Zhang Wei looked at Fu Yutong. I want to buy an SUV. I wonder if you can introduce it to me. Fu Yutong heard Zhang Wei's voice before she reacted and stood up. Oh, good. Do you have any requirements for the car? Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, the chassis should be high, and the off-road performance should be strong. Fu Yutong subconsciously wanted to ask about the budget, but immediately gave up asking. Just kidding. He drove a multi-million-dollar supercar before, and now he's driving a multi-million-dollar sports car. He doesn't care about money. Fu Yutong straightened her hair. I personally recommend the Tank 300 Border Limited Edition. The color of the car paint is very beautiful. Is the golden armor? The function is also quite comprehensive and practical. Zhang Wei nodded. Take me to see the car. Fu Yutong. Well, let's go. I'll take you to see the car. Zhang Wei followed Fu Yutong towards the exhibition area. Fu Yutong belongs to the slightly chubby type, with a height of about 165 and a weight of 100 to 110 pounds. However, she doesn't have a small belly, and I don't know if she's wearing a tummy tuck or something like that. From the side, should be concentrated in the S2 points. The upper point of the S is about SC, and the lower point is about 90 or more. How about this car? Just as Zhang Wei was sizing up Fu Yutong's voice came to his ears. Zhang Wei turned back to the car in front of him. Looking at it gave off a very hardcore feeling of. The brightly colored paint and the wheels also gave people an eye-catching feeling. How can I put it? The visual impact is great. Zhang Wei circled around the car and looked at Fu Yutong. I wonder if I can test drive it. Fu Yutong nodded. Yes, there is a test drive area in the back, but the venue is not too big. Zhang Wei signaled to take him to the test drive area. Fu Yutong led the way. Soon, the two of them walked through the exhibition area towards the back door to the test drive area at the back. The test drive area was in a courtyard at the back. There were only 3 cars in the test drive area and a few staff members sitting under umbrellas. Fu Yutong walked over and took a car key. Then she walked towards a car and opened the door. Looking back at Zhang Wei. Sir, you can try the car. Zhang Wei didn't even focus on the car. It was only on Fu Yutong's bumper. It's too eye-catching, especially under the tight suit pants. The impact is really big. Walked close to the car keys to take over the car on the car start. Boom. Pressing the clutch, shifting gears and letting go of the clutch in one fell swoop. The car immediately scurried out. Power is very strong. The test drive site is very simple. One-sided bridge. Speed bumps. The car drove smoothly on it. No problems at all. Fu Yutong stood on the side looking at Zhang Wei, who was test driving. Her heart was already rippling. Ripples rose up in her heart. She admitted that her heart was moved. If any woman says she doesn't love this handsome man, she's got a problem. Normal women would love such a man. For example, if you're reading a book, what woman wouldn't love a reader? After trying around, Zhang Wei got out of the car and came to Fu Yutong's side. Okay, the border is limited edition. How soon can the formalities come down? Fu Yutong looked back. Next to the DMV. I will personally run the formalities. At most 1 hour. All the formalities will come down. Zhang Wei. Alright then, I'll trouble you to run the formalities for me. Let's go make the payment. Fu Yutong brought Zhang Wei back to sit in front of the sofa in the hall of the exhibition area and poured Zhang Wei a cup of water. Wait a moment, I'll go get the contract. Zhang Wei nodded and Fu Yutong ran upside down towards the office area and, looking at the departing Fu Yutong's back, Zhang Wei's heart began to shake with desire. I'm going to get the contract. Zhang Wei nodded. Shake it. Zhang Wei began to think about it in his heart. This Fu Yutong really fits the image of a beautiful woman in his heart. The time is not long. Fu Yutong was holding a contract in her hand and followed by a middle-aged woman who came over to Zhang Wei. Come on out. Little return. Zhang Wei called out the cashback system. Cashback system. Boss, I'm here. Is it time for another cashback? The cashback system is slightly excited. Zhang Wei. Nonsense. Calling you out is not a cashback, but what else can it be? You are not an LSP system. Cashback system. Zhang Wei looked at the acquisition contract to determine that there is no problem after brushing the cheap payment, without a trace of procrastination. Cashback system. Your current consumption of 303,000 yuan, triggering 25 times cashback. The amount after cashback is 7,575,000 yuan, has been deposited into your bank card. Little return you back off for now. LSP you come out to me. Goddess system. Boss, I'm here. LSP, scan this beauty for me. Goddess system. Okay boss, you wait a moment. Soon, an illusory screen appeared in front of Zhang Wei. Name, Li Xiaoying. Age, 42. Height, 164. Weight, 61 kilograms. Education, college. When seeing this, Zhang Wei was filled with question marks. Li Xiaoying? 42 years old? Zhang Wei looked at Fu Yutong in confusion. 42 years old? Ding. Boss, I'm sorry, the scanning was wrong. That, Li Xiaoying was a perfect goddess when she was young. I got excited and scanned it wrong. Only then did Zhang Wei pay attention to Li Xiaoying. She is a middle-aged woman. Her body is a little bit blonde. But I have to admit, the LSP system is not wrong. This Li Xiaoying is indeed enough to be a goddess. Chapter 12 Fu Yutong. My little aunt is at the DMV. Ding. Name, Fu Yutong. Age, 25. Height, 164. Weight, 52 kilograms. Education, college. Specialty, yoga. Good flexibility. Face value, 90 points out of 100. Three-dimensional, 93. 64. 90. Boyfriend, 0 out of 1. P.S. Ex-boyfriend Wang Wei, 0 means currently single. 1 means having been in a relationship. 2 Bao, 3. Combined score, 90 out of 100. Seeing this, Zhang Wei is comfortable in his heart. This is what he wants. And the important thing is that the face value score of 90 is still single. Fu Yutong saw that Zhang Wei had finished signing, and hurriedly took the formalities in Zhang Wei's documents. I'm going to give you the formalities to go. You wait a little bit Zhang Wei nodded. Seeing Fu Yutong walk out of the 4S store with the information, aboard Zhang Wei took out his cell phone and wanted to check his phone. The bored Zhang Wei took out his cell phone and wanted to watch a video. There is no video app on his cell phone. There is only a cat's teeth or downloaded 2 days ago. So he opened the app store and searched for the Sungoose video app. The number of downloads? Zhang Wei quickly noticed the number of downloads. How come there are only 130 million? The world's population is quite large, isn't it? Zhang Wei was a bit puzzled, but he still clicked on download. It's not a big app, only 100 or so megabytes. It finished downloading in no time. Click on the app. Log in and register your account. I'm done. Enter the app interface. Looking at the simple interface, Zhang Wei was confused. Some of the movies and TV dramas on it are not familiar to Zhang Wei. I've never heard of them. He casually found a movie with a high rating and opened it. Why is the video resolution only 720? Change to another movie. Damn, it's all 720. How can Zhang Wei, who is used to watching 1080 videos, accept this? Then close the app, opened the search engine, started browsing the information above. More than half an hour later, Zhang Wei was confused. He leaned on the sofa chair and closed his eyes, carefully searching for memories. More than half an hour later, Zhang Wei really opened his eyes. His face was a mixture of disbelief and excitement. This world's entertainment industry is very backward. Doesn't that mean I can work hard in this area? Especially those stars that I remembered from my past life. They also exist in this world, but the development of is difficult to say. Wow, click click. Zhang Wei, who thought of something, started to get excited. Martyr, I have a golden finger and have read so many novels, movies and TV dramas in my past life. If this is to open a movie and television company, then these stars are not. Ahem. Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang? Just when Zhang Wei was in a crooked state of mind, Fu Yutong's voice came from his ears. Zhang Wei turned back to look at Fu Yutong and Fu Yutong handed Zhang Wei the process documents. Mr. Zhang, the car's documents have been completed. Zhang Wei said in surprise. So fast? Fu Yutong nodded. My little aunt works at the DMV, so it's naturally faster to get the green light all the way through the formalities. Zhang Wei nodded. No wonder. It turns out that her little aunt works at the DMV. He took the documents and car purchase formalities and was about to get up and look at Fu Yutong. What time do you get off work? Hearing Zhang Wei ask this question, Fu Yutong's heart was pounding. What does he mean? Is he going to ask me out? Should I agree? If I don't, what if I miss my chance? Zhang Wei looked at Fu Yutong. Fu Yutong nodded her head as her face turned a little red. Zhang Wei smiled and said, if you get off work early, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Fu Yutong's hands were nowhere to be found. She pinched her pants. She was a bit nervous. She didn't think that a rich guy like Zhang Wei would take the initiative to ask her out for dinner. Zhang Wei naturally noticed Fu Yutong's hand as well. Her hands were white from squeezing her pants. Chapter 0 on the direction of the novel. Entertainment industry and technology industry. I don't need to tell you much about entertainment. You probably ate out your favorites. For example, The Big Secret, Lu Tianxian, Tong Lia, Artemisia Yuan Yuan, Ing Bao, Wen Bixia, Shou Shujin and so on, and there will be not only female anchors, but also male anchors. Ahem, don't get me wrong. The male anchors are just for plot purposes. It's not like that. The female anchors will definitely have your favorite idol, group, and models, car models, domestic and foreign. There will also be models, in addition, and fitness personal trainers. For example, yoga instructors, wearing yoga pants. I believe this is also your favorite. There'll be JKs, OLs, and Parisian models, of course, and of course, the 2 ponytails for speed. And, when the number of people arrive, the picture will definitely be presented. One more thing, it's not easy to make money these days. Gifts and stuff are just free advertising. We together wool gathering does not smell good. With the money we save, we can eat several more buckets of noodles. By the way, there's one more thing I'd like to say about the direction of the novel. Don't worry, this novel will never develop into metaphysics. At most, there will be some minor supernatural powers, like the penetrating vision, scanning and so on that men love. And, when you read the novel, you can look at the advertisements. It's my greatest support. Of course, 5-star praise, hey, mua, vomit, character solicitation. Once adopted, the young author will arrange an exclusive heroine with a picture. Finally, it's really the end. The timeline of this book should not be based on reality. For example, the age of a character will be written uniformly according to 18 to 30 years old. And also, this book has no female lead, no heroine, no female lead. It's important to say it 3 times. No, all understand, he. The cool article look cool on the line. Do not with the reality of the standard. The following is a character. You remember to comment after a character. I will choose the most commented, let it appear in this book. Fan Bingbing, Lai Bingbing, Lu Shirshir, Zhang Xinyu, Du Mi, Lu Tianxian, Zhao Yingbao, Huang Xingyi, Artemisia Lu, Artemisia Yuan, Lu Tao, Sun Li, Hua Xian, Xiling, Zhou Sun, Zhang Jingdu, Wang Luden, Tong Lia, Yoko, Ili Ma, Chen Shu, Zhang Min, Bai Baiha, Jingwei Jiu, Deliza, Sugar, Xiao Ran, Ma Sichun, Jiang Xin, Wang O, Wan Shi, Sweetie, Chi Wei, Han Wenwen, Zhang Li, Dulariba, Zhang Jihyun, Yuna, Yunun Hai, Bei Young Ki, Love Letter, Song Ji Hyo, Chiu Porcelain Hyun, Ri De Hei, Lim Jin Na, Park Shin Hai, Zhou Huiman, Li Ri Jin, Yu Sherman, Li Zi, Zhang Xin Tong. Please vote forever. At the end of the day, love you guys. Okay, actually, you guys can still tweet out your favorite characters here. I'll find a way to arrange it. The author's writing is really mediocre. I apologize for the bad writing. I'll give you a preview of what's to come. First, I'll be in Songjiang City for a while, and I'll get to know my friends, the yoga instructor, Fu Yutong and her friends, and my little aunt. Aha, just getting to know each other. It's really just getting to know each other. There's nothing more to it. It's not the author's idea, it's the pig's idea. And then I'm going to the big city. It's a good story. It's all about fun. Pesticide handicraft, all kinds of charges. You guys tired of it? Are you sick of it? That's right. 1 skin a week. Don't buy it. It's too good looking. Buy it. It's hard to make money these days. It's a pain in the ass. Ahem. That. Remember to give it a 5-star review. Chapter 13. Yes, I'm a woman of color. What to do? What should I do? Should I say yes to him? But, if I miss this chance. Fu Yutong was finally convinced. After all, she is a face dog. Shyly nodded her head. I can get off work anytime. Zhang Wei. Then go. Eat and finish your errands early while it's still early. Fu Yutong. Fu Yutong raised her head and looked at Zhang Wei after hearing his words. Zhang Wei coughed and explained. What I mean is that after dinner, I can go home to do my job. As soon as he was in a hurry, he said what was on his mind. Fu Yutong nodded. Zhang Wei turned around and was about to leave. Fu Yutong opened her mouth at this time and asked, what about the car? Zhang Wei slapped his head. I forgot about this. So what? Have someone send it to Villa No. Asterisk in the Ijio Kongxian Villa district. When Fu Yutong heard this, her heart was pounding. Iju Kong County? Villa area? But then she was relieved. Driving such a good car. If you don't live in the best neighborhood in Songjiang City, that's not normal. While thinking about things, he walked towards the office area. Zhang Wei looked at Fu Yutong's back and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Nima. Backstage kill. The back of her back. The tight and charming curves under the suit pants. One twist. Hiss. It's killing me. Not long after, Fu Yutong came back. The difference is, Fu Yutong was followed by a man. The man was in his 40s. He's about 175 years old. He's slightly overweight. He was walking and talking to Fu Yutong. Occasionally, he even looked over to Zhang Wei's side. Zhang Wei took out his cell phone and sent a message to Pan 11, telling her that someone would deliver a car to the house later. Then he called the neighborhood property to ask them to release the car. After explaining everything, Zhang Wei opened the door and started the car. He waited for Fu Yutong. Not long after, Fu Yutong finished her explanation with the middle-aged man. She ran to Zhang Wei's car. She opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Looking at the interior, Fu Yutong marveled. Wow, this interior is so beautiful. It's my first time in a sports car, Zhang Wei said with a smile. Fasten your seatbelt. Fu Yutong came back to her senses. Oh, okay. Zhang Wei steered the car in the direction of the city center. Fu Yutong looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei asked while maneuvering the car. Why are you looking at me? Do I have flowers on my face? Fu Yutong was no longer blushing like before. She's also more daring. Maybe it's in her bones. This time, Zhang Wei's multiple wealth and billions of dollars had inspired her. Don't you know that your side face is very lethal? Zhang Wei raised his right hand and unconsciously touched his face. Yes? Why don't I feel that? Fu Yutong nodded vigorously. Aha, there is. Very killer. Remember that time at the restaurant? Zhang Wei nodded. Fu Yutong continued. After seeing you that time, my friend, the one with short hair, her name is Zhang Xinu. She was instantly mesmerized by you. Zhang Wei glanced at Fu Yutong and asked, what about you? Fu Yutong nodded. Me too. Immediately afterward, she said, but don't get me wrong. I've only been with one person since I grew up, and it's been more than 2 years since I broke up. I'm not usually like this. I don't know what happened. After I met you, I'm like this. Maybe this is love at first sight, Zhang Wei asked with a smile. Sure it's not love at first sight? Fu Yutong glared. You're the one who fell in love at first sight. Zhang Wei smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, I'm just lusting after you. What's wrong? Are you regretting getting into my car? Fu Yutong looked at Zhang Wei in surprise. She didn't expect Zhang Wei to be so direct. Is this something you can say on your second meeting? Isn't this too much? Chapter 14, I just want to drive now. After parking the car, the waiter at the entrance of Changzi Iron Pot Stew was very enthusiastic as he welcomed Zhang Wei and Fu Yutong inside. Handsome girl, welcome to the restaurant. Zhang Wei nodded. Wild Crucian carp, gajiatsi, small carp, river shrimp, and small mixed fish. Put 2 eggplants, a pot of big cakes, 2 cups of orange juice. The waiter recorded on his cell phone. Zhang Wei looked back at Fu Yutong and asked, is it okay for the juice to be iced? Fu Yutong nodded. Zhang Wei said to the waiter again, the juice should be iced. The waiter nodded as he entered the information on his cell phone. Okay sir, can you see if there's anything else you need? If not then I'll pass the order. Zhang Wei nodded. No more. Saying that, he headed towards a table in the corner position. The waiter once again entered the table number in their cell phone to upload the order. Then he went to squeeze the juice. The two of them sat down. Fu Yutong looked at Zhang Wei. She had to admit that she was really seeing sex. I don't know what happened. After 2 years of silence, after seeing Zhang Wei, it became active again. Zhang Wei looked at Fu Yutong and asked, is your family from the city? Fu Yutong nodded. Well, my home is in the city, in the Songjiang neighborhood. The two of them chatted on and on. Not long after, a chef came over with condiments and a big pot. He turned on the gas under the table. The fish was soon stewed in a pot and plastered with a big circle of fish, and put on a pot circle big cake. 10 o'clock in the evening. The car was parked on a wooded lane not far from the Pine River neighborhood. The surroundings are dark. Fu Yutong summoned up the courage to explore the body and put her arms around Zhang Wei's neck. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Drawing, knotting, enjoying silky smoothness, lips. Zhang Wei looked at Fu Yutong with a bad smile. I just want to drive now. Fu Yutong pushed her hand behind her back and, the restraints were loosened and, she got up and went to the driver's seat. A nightingale was now squatting on a tall poplar tree looking for prey. And, suddenly, the nightingale notices the car parked on the path. In its little head, it was curious. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Wei drove back to the Yiju Kanxian neighborhood. As soon as he entered the living room, I found Pan Wenwen sitting on the sofa in the living room playing games. When she saw that Zhang Wei was back, she put down her cell phone and ran over to him with her bare feet. She ran over to Zhang Wei with her bare feet and wrapped her arms around him. Muah! She gave Zhang Wei a kiss on the face. Zhang Wei slapped Pan Wenwen's butt and said with a smile. Zhang Wei slapped Pan Wenwen's butt and said with a smile. You'll be sprayed by your teammates. Pan Wenwen said uncaringly. Let them spray it. We are 3 rows. Not a promotion match alright. Zhang Wei changed into slippers, carried Pan Wenwen to the sofa and sat down, casually picked up Pan Wenwen's cell phone and fixed his eyes on it. The Yao you wanted I said you're not afraid. Pan Wenwen smiled cheekily. He, that's why I'm not afraid of my teammates spraying Zhang Wei scratched Pan Wenwen's nose. That doesn't work either. How can a qualified Princess Yao Yao not brush her shield? With that, he operated his cell phone and started brushing Han Xian's shield. At this time, Daji was squatting in the grass under the local defense tower. The local millet has just finished supporting the development road and is heading back to the middle road along the river. Little Daji directly 2, 3, 1 a set of me Letty away. I'm not going to be able to do that. Little stupid me you, millet Daji you a little hot chicken. You play sneak attack. You cannot afford to play as not it? Sister has no leg hair. Daji you still have a whole lot of children with you. Sis without leg hair. Daji whose Daji have you seen going head to head? Pan Wenwen snuggled up next to Zhang Wei's shoulder and watched Zhang Wei play the game and smiled. This Daji is a high school classmate of mine, and she loves playing Daji. Zhang Wei asked with a smile. What about you? Pan Wenwen heatedly smiled. I just know how to yao. Zhang Wei nodded with a bad smile. No wonder you're so willing to be on top. Upon hearing this, Pan Wenwen directly straddled Zhang Wei's lap. I like it. What should I do? Zhang Wei said with a smile. What can I do? Your yao come up quickly. Chapter 15, The Sister Next Door. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm willing to bet against losing. Loving you is my only bet. It's my fault for being too simple. Reality is too cruel. I can't find a home for my best efforts. I'm willing to gamble and I don't want to lose. Zhang Wei and Pan Wenwen had been playing games all night. At this moment, he was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he was awakened by the ringing of the phone. Zhang Wei opened his eyes in a daze and removed Pan Wenwen's hand on his chest. She rolled over and grabbed the phone on the bedside. I didn't even look at it before I answered the phone. Hey, who is it? Who is it? It's early in the morning. Do you want people to sleep? On the other side of the phone, Sun Qianya froze. No, what time is it already? It's already past 2 in the afternoon. And you're still sleeping? Zhang Wei heard a female voice on the phone. Sun Qianya? Zhang Wei's originally confused eyes opened and he uncertainly asked, company matters? Sun Qianya was a bit uncertain. No, this young master wasn't joking that day, was he? I've been working so hard on this matter for the past 2 days. However, Sun Qianya still replied, well, I've found all the connections I need to find. Just waiting for you to sign over with your documents. When Zhang Wei heard that the company registration was really done, he got excited and dabbed his head. He was so excited that he dabbed his head and got up. His egu, due to his haste, Pan Wenwen's other hand was right in the middle of his hand. Pan Wenwen's other hand was holding Xiao Wei. She pulled her other hand into Zhang Wei's. Zhang Wei grimaced in pain. Pan Wenwen rolled over and went back to sleep. Sun Qianya on the other side of the phone heard Zhang Wei's cry of pain and hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Zhang Wei looked at the sleeping Pan Wenwen and shook his head. Nothing, I accidentally pulled it just now. Where are you now? Sun Qianya, I'm at KFC right now, Zhang Wei said as he walked towards the restroom. You send me the location. I'll be there in a while. Sun Qianya, okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei casually threw his cell phone onto the dresser and started to run the water for a shower. After Sun Qianya hung up the phone, she opened up her Weixin and sent Zhang Wei her location. Then she got up and went to the bar and ordered a sandwich and a Coke for Zhang Wei. She went back to her seat and waited for Zhang Wei while playing sheep. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Sun Qianya was furious. She's been playing for half a month, but she hasn't gotten past the second level. She was so angry. She wanted to smash her cell phone. I can't get through it. Zhang Wei washed up and drove his newly purchased Tank 300 out the door. More than 20 minutes later, stopped in front of the KFC next to Feiyu Supermarket. Through the window, he could see Sun Qianya, who was frowning and playing with her cell phone. Sun Chia was wearing her hair loose and a white cap. She was wearing a white t-shirt, long smooth legs, and a pair of white loafers. This is not a proper neighborhood sister. No, it's not. This Sun Qianya for company registration. Not should wear some business or casual. You're too casual. This is too casual, right? It gives the impression that it's the street that's the skateboarding. Zhang Wei spat in his heart. He closed the car door and walked into the KFC. He sat down opposite Sun Qianya. Sun Qianya, who was playing with her cell phone, was startled. Once she looked up and realized that it was Zhang Wei, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. You scared me. Zhang Wei grabbed another glass of Coke on the table and took a sip. What are you doing? So absorbed. Sun Qianya raised her cell phone with a wry smile. It's this game. This game is too hard. Zhang Wei fixed his eyes on it. I'm going. It's a sheep. I don't know. This game is simply torturous. Zhang Wei sympathetically glanced at Sun Qianya and asked with a smile, have you found all the people you need to find? Sun Qianya nodded. Just waiting for you to go over and do the formalities. Zhang Wei ate a few bites of burger. What's the situation with your classmates? Sun Qianya smiled smugly. Of course there's no problem. There's a graduate student's sister in energy who came back, and I asked her to help contact other graduate students, and there are 2 in chemistry who agreed to come over. Speaking here, Sun Qianya deliberately paused for a moment, then whispered, I invited a retired professor over as well. In energy, when Zhang Wei heard this, his eyes widened. What? A retired professor? This is a treasure. Normally speaking, even if such a professor is retired, there should be a lot of organizations grabbing for him. Chapter 16, this leg is for the Parisian family. Then Sun Qianya opened her backpack and took out a folder from it and placed it on the table. Their information is all here. Take a look. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei took the folder and looked at it. Zhang Wei looked at it very carefully. After all, this was also considered his own business, although relying on Brother Unicorn. What? Zhang Wei doesn't know how to manage? That's fine. We can hire a professional manager. Money can make things go away. You can buy a horse's bones for $1,000. Besides, what man doesn't dream of having a secretary? There is a saying, if there's something a secretary can do, there's nothing to do. Cough it up. Zhang Wei is looking at the information. Sun Xia is looking at Zhang Wei. She is very curious about Zhang Wei, a young master with such a great family history, and he's also so handsome. What's he up to? Or what is his family for? To live in the mortal world? Into the world? Thinking about this, Sun Qianya looked like she had discovered a new continent. More than half an hour later, Zhang Wei put down the information and raised his head to look at Sun Qianya. Why is this chick blushing? Why is this chick blushing? When Sun Qianya realized that Zhang Wei was looking at her, she hurriedly withdrew her gaze and those strange thoughts in her mind. It's so humiliating. How could I have thought of those? Sun Qianya spat at herself in her heart. Zhang Wei never thought that. Zhang Wei never thought that after only 2 meetings with Sun Qianya, the other party would have thoughts about himself. If Zhang Wei had known, he would have been very happy to fulfill Sun Qianya's idea. The 2 soon left the KFC. They came outside. Zhang Wei took out the key. Sun Xia saw that it was not the red flag supercar. Changed to more manly tank 300. Zhang Wei looked at Sun Qianya. Let's go do the paperwork. Sun Qianya took out her cell phone and looked at it. Then nodded. Good. It's just as well that they've gone to work. Zhang Wei nodded and opened the driver's door to get in the car. Sun Qianya is going to drive her own car. Zhang Wei opened the car window. Take my car. Sun Qianya thought about it and nodded. It's just that she can have more time to spend with the handsome guy. She walked towards Zhang Wei's car with her long legs. She opened the passenger door, lifted her leg and got into the car. Zhang Wei's afterglow glanced at the long white legs. He sighed in his heart. This long legs, born to exist for the Parisian family. White silk, black silk, flesh silk, fishing net, silk pants. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I can't think about it anymore. Shaking my head, I started the car. Zhang Wei was distracted several times along the way. Finally, after more than half an hour, he arrived at the license agency building. Parked the car. Handsome men and beautiful women. They attracted many bosses who came to do business. Under the envious and jealous gazes of countless men, Zhang Wei and Sun Qianya walked into the hall. Sun Qianya led the way. Zhang Wei in the back to appreciate the big white legs in front of their eyes shake. Bam bam bam. Although it is a loose t-shirt, but that doesn't stop the very stylish back insurance from swaying left and right. This small waist twisted. Zhang Wei secretly nodded. Good figure is good. Wear what clothes can reflect the good body. 2 people came to a window. The staff in charge of businesses obviously recognized Sun Qianya. See Sun Qianya with a big handsome man. Quite a bit surprised. Seeing Sun Qianya with a big handsome man. Quite a bit of surprise. But she did not bother to ask. But she didn't bother to ask who it was. Gossip heart can have. But to have a degree. MS. Son, you come. Director Lee is waiting for you. You can go directly to the office. Sun Qianya nodded. Then, Sister Wang. I'll go over first. Sister Wang nodded. Sun Qianya turned back to Zhang Wei. Let's go. Let's go directly to the office. Sister Wang's eyes kept watching Zhang Wei, who was following behind Sun Qianya. Is this little princess dating someone? This little handsome guy is Sun Qianya's date, right? He's so handsome. He's many times more handsome than Li Gang. I wonder what will happen if Li Gang finds out. Chapter 17, a secretary has something to do. Entering the office, Zhang Wei then saw 1 meter 8 tall. A middle-aged man with short hair and a Chinese character face was sitting in front of his desk. Sun Qianya pampered himself as soon as he entered the office. Uncle. Zhang Wei was stunned. Uncle? The middle-aged man heard Sun Qianya's voice, stopped the work in his hands and raised his head. Looking at Sun Qianya, the old fatherly smile hung on his face. Gu, Xiaoya is here. Sun Qianya jumped over and grabbed the middle-aged man's arm. Uncle, I've brought him here. Hurry up and do the formalities. The middle-aged man nodded his head in tears and laughter. Good, good, don't tug on it, you'll be tugging your arm off in a while. Sun Qianya smiled cheekily. tugging it off just so you can rest and stay home with my aunt and uncle. The middle-aged man ignored Sun Qianya and looked towards Zhang Wei. With curiosity, he took a closer look at Zhang Wei. He's quite a handsome young man. Is he from that family? Sun Qianya hurriedly introduced the two of them. Zhang Wei, this is my uncle Hutu. After saying that, she looked at Hutu again. Uncle, this is Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei extended his hand. Uncle, hello. Hutu shook Zhang Wei's hand. Young man, not bad, a talented one. Sun Qianya skimmed her mouth. Uncle, hurry up with the formalities. Zhang Wei has a lot of things to do. Hutu glanced at this teacher's granddaughter. Is this looking towards this mysterious family lad? Hutu was a little worried. After all, those who come from big families have 3 wives and 4 concubines. He is afraid that Sun Qianya will be wronged, but he can't say anything about it. It seems that we can only find a chance to mention it to Sun Qianya's parents. Put down your thoughts. Give Zhang Wei the formalities. It's good to have someone to work with. Not to mention the formalities. More than half an hour later, Zhang Wei took down the formalities and Sun Qianya left the licensing agency. Sitting in the car. Thank you for today. Go ahead. What reward do you want? Zhang Wei looked at Sun Qianya. Sun Qianya shook her head. No reward. Zhang Wei looked at Sun Qianya. This chick really has 2 sides. The first time I saw her at the bank, she gave off the impression that she was a bank clerk, especially with her height and figure. When she wore those navy blue suit pants and white shirt, high ponytail, her white shirt was bursting at the seams. When I saw her again, she suddenly became a neighborly sister. She's so versatile. I like. This is Zhang Wei at this time in the heart of the idea. Zhang Wei drove the car. He came to stop in front of the KFC. Sun Qianya opened the door and jumped out of the car, turning back to Zhang Wei and said, Zhang Wei, secretly tell you a message. Zhang Wei looked at Sun Qianya. Sun Qianya is slightly bent over. The wide t-shirt neckline was just right for Zhang Wei to see. It's white and tender. Sun Qianya was unaware of this and continued to say, our city's liquor factory, you know, right? Zhang Wei nodded. Yes, it's been in business for more than 10 years. Sun Qianya snapped her fingers. The city will sell it to you cheaply. What? Songjiang Baijiu factory is in the southern suburb of Songjiang. It's a very big factory. I remember it was very prosperous more than 10 years ago. At that time, all the restaurants in Songjiang used Songjiang liquor. The transportation in the southern suburbs is very convenient. It's very close to the national highway and the freeway. If you open your own factory, Old White Wine Factory is very suitable. Sun Qianya looked at Zhang Wei's thoughtful look and opened his mouth to ask, do you have an idea? Zhang Wei came back to his senses and looked at Sun Qianya and asked, is this, you're helping to deliver the message? Sun Qianya nodded. My sister-in-law called me this morning to tell me that the city intends for you to take over, and asked me to ask you what you mean. Zhang Wei nodded. I can take over if it's suitable. Sun Qianya clapped her hands. Alright then, I'll go back to resume my duties. Bye-bye. Thinking of something, Zhang Wei spoke. See about contacting a headhunter, preferably a top domestic or international kind of headhunter. Sun Qianya looked at Zhang Wei in confusion. Zhang Wei pointed at himself and said with a smile, do I look like someone who can manage a company to you? Sun Qianya shook her head. So, what kind of people do you want to recruit? Zhang Wei thought for a moment. Finance, personnel, management, and skilled technical workers in energy. Right, from now on, you'll be my assistant secretary. When Sun Qianya heard that, secretary? What's a secretary for? Nothing? Chapter 18 This girl line is the material of the birth of children? Zhang Wei naturally did not know that because of his own words, causing Sun Qianya to think of a crooked place. At this time, Zhang Wei has already driven back home. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see that he was able to get back to his home. In his last life, he was very eager for his relatives. He wanted to go home and see them. He wanted to go home and feel the love of his family. Why did you bring Pan 11? He was poor in his previous life and never got a date, but now he's got one. He hadn't even told his family yet, but she found out that she's with someone like that. Now it's good. Poon Man has a great body and a great look. I'll bring her home to show her folks. She's returning home with her beauty. I don't know how many people would be envious of her in the countryside. It's strange, since Zhang Wei's transformation, the original owner's date hasn't even looked for the original owner. It seems to have a good life with the old man, Zhang Wei believed while driving. That's right, there's only one driver's seat in a car. If someone observes carefully, they'll surely find out. Zhang Wei's Tank 300 has 2 old drivers, and both are drivers, all the way along the highway. In less than an hour, the car got off the highway, driving on the countryside road. Looking at the lush elm trees on both sides of the road and the creek on one side, Pan 11 looked out the window and cried out in surprise. Pan 11 looked out the window and shouted in surprise, Brother Wei, look, is that a pheasant? It's so beautiful. Hearing Pan Wenwen call out to Brother Wei, Zhang Wei was stunned. He then pinched Pan Wenwen's leg. What Viagra? Feeling the big hand on her leg, Pan Wenwen turned her head and looked at Zhang Wei with beautiful eyes. Brother Wei, you're so bad, I like it so much. Blanche, Martyr, you've just finished and you're here again? Looking at Pan Wenwen's appearance, Zhang Wei spat in his heart. It seems that the little ninja fighting strength can be the countryside road is very short. That's all. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other hand on the steering wheel, Zhang Wei, he arrived at his hometown on the banks of the Songhua River in more than 20 minutes. Zhang Village. Pan Wenwen grew up in the city. It was her first time in the countryside. She was very curious. She asked questions. According to her memory, Zhang Wei drove to the orchard at the foot of the mountain. There was a row of houses in the orchard. Zhang Wei said to Pan Wenwen, "See that orchard?" Pan Wenwen looked over and saw a large orchard. What she saw was a large orchard and a row of earth houses. There were fruit trees she didn't recognize. Zhang Wei drove the car into the orchard. Zhang Wei drove the car into the orchard, took a deep breath, and opened the car door. "We're home. Get off." At that moment, 4 big dogs rushed out from the orchard. A field dog and 3 big wolf dogs. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Pan Wenwen saw 4 big dogs barking intently outside the car. One of them had already put its front paw on the car window, and barked at Pan Wenwen in the car. Pan Wenwen was confused. The dogs on Zhang Wei's side of the car jumped up, and when they saw Zhang Wei in the car, they wagged their tails and barked, looking very happy. They all wagged their tails and barked, looking very happy. Zhang Wei opened the window. The big yellow dog stuck out its tongue and licked Zhang Wei's hand. Zhang Wei was relieved. He opened the car door and got out. The 4 dogs rushed up at once. On the tiger face, Northeast describes the enthusiasm, or regardless of the meaning, to Zhang Wei a warm greeting. Zhang Wei rubbed the head of several dogs while licking his hand. Zhang Wei rubbed the dogs' heads while telling Pan Wenwen to get out of the car. Pan Wenwen shook her head as she sat in the car gripping her seatbelt. "No, I'm not getting out of the car. 4 dogs? So big. Too scary." Zhang Wei chided at the few dogs. Go, don't go." While scolding, he went around to the passenger side and opened the car door. The 4 big dogs wagged their tails behind Zhang Wei. The commotion outside startled Zhang Wei's mother and grandmother inside the house. They came out with curiosity. Zhang Wei's grandmother was still holding a burning stick in her hand. "Da Huang, come here," the old lady yelled. With a whimper, Big Yellow ran to the old lady with his tail between his legs. The other 3 dogs also ran over to the old lady and jumped around her happily. Pan Wenwen saw that the big dogs had left, so she dared to get out of the car. Zhang Wei closed the door and turned around. When he saw Zhang Xiuying and Sun Guizhi, he didn't know what to say. He wanted to open his mouth and call out to his mom, but he couldn't. The name Mom is too distant for Zhang Wei. Zhang Xiuying was a bit surprised to see Zhang Wei driving back in his car. "Xiao Wei?" Zhang Wei nodded. Sun Guizhi came over with a burning stick. "Gu, is this my eldest grandson? Why have you lost weight?" Zhang Wei scratched his head. "That, weight loss." Sun Guizhi looked at Pan Wenwen, then at Zhang Wei, as if she was inquiring. Zhang Wei took a deep breath. "This is my date, Pan Wenwen." Sun Guizhi's eyes lit up. Then she looked around Pan Wenwen for a while. TSK, 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 TSK. Aha! Pan Wenwen was already embarrassed by Sun Guizhi. Once she heard this, she was even more embarrassed. Chapter 19 English Teacher Li Na. Zhang Xiuying also looked at Pan Wenwen. "Girl, how old are you?" Pan Wenwen nodded shyly. "Auntie, I'm 23. Sun Guizhi then took Pan Wenwen's hand and asked kindly and amiably, "When did you get married to my eldest grandson?" Pan Wenwen shyly replied, "Not long ago." "How can I answer that? We can't say we've only been together for a few days." Sun Guizhi nodded. "When do you plan to have children?" "What? Have a baby?" A big question mark appeared in Zhang Wei and Pan Wenwen's heads at the same time. This is too fast. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, used the opportunity to get something from the car to escape. He opened the trunk. He took out the TV he bought on the way, and 2 pockets with jewelry. "Go inside. There are mosquitoes outside." Sun Guizhi took Pan Wenwen's hand and went to the house. After entering the house, Pan Wenwen was a bit curious about the furnishings in the house. She looked around the room with her eyes. Having grown up in the city, she had only seen these things in movies and TV shows. Grandmother Sun Guizhi took Pan Wenwen by the hand. "Come here, girl." The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. "This girl is so handsome, with a big face and a big ass. She'll tell her eldest grandson that he must catch such a daughter-in-law. She's good for making babies." Grandma doesn't know what's going on in her mind. If Zhang Wei knew, he would have told her. If Zhang Wei had known, he would have told her that there would be a lot of such fertile girls in the future. Zhang Xiuying went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Zhang Wei went outside. The 4 big dogs have gone somewhere. They were looking at the mountain behind them. Zhang Wei knows from memory that Zhang Xiuying bought this hill, including this dozens of acres of orchard. Sitting on the hill, the chickens clucked and cried for food. The geese ate grass, and the ducks caught grasshoppers. Looking down the hill at the orchard, listening to the cries of the chickens, ducks and geese, Zhang Wei fell into memories. The fragments of his memory flashed. Not long after, Zhang Wei was attracted by the beautiful figure in his memory. Li Na? Li Na is Zhang Wei's English teacher. She's 27 years old. Her height is about 168. Somewhat chubby. 36C. Tight jeans. The meat of the land has meat. The skinny land thin. Belonging to is to take off the clothes have meat. Wearing clothes show thin kind of. Every morning Li Na in the playground running figure. She was trembling slightly. The figure of Li Na appeared in my dream countless times. It can be said that Li Na accompanied Zhang Wei's youth for countless years. Li Na? I heard she got married. I don't know how she is now. Question, how many boys didn't fantasize about it during their middle and high school years? Xiao Wei. Just as Zhang Wei was thinking about Li Na, Zhang Xiuying's shout came from down the mountain. Zhang Wei stood up and shouted at the bottom of the mountain. I'm here, Xiao Wei. It's time to eat. Zhang Wei patted the dirt on his body and walked towards the mountain. And several dogs were spreading their joy around Zhang Xiuying and, after hearing Zhang Wei's voice, when they heard Zhang Wei's voice, they ran happily up the hill. The dogs jumped around. 4 big dogs came to Zhang Wei's side. The 4 big dogs were unusually lively, jumping and jumping around Zhang Wei. Their mouths even made whimpering noises. As Zhang Wei walked down the mountain, several big dogs chased each other while pouncing and catching grasshoppers. Zhang Wei wondered, is it that much fun to catch grasshoppers? Silly dogs, really silly dogs. Shaking his head with a smile, he accelerated his pace down the mountain. In a short while, he came to the yard at the foot of the hill. Zhang Xiuying drew a bucket of cool water from the deep well at the well. Zhang Wei had never drunk pure underground water before. Curious, he picked up the ladle and scooped up a little water and drank a big gulp. At the end, he gulped. It's not bad. A hint of sweetness. It's cool. Chapter 20, Entering the Mountain. Coming to the house. Grandma was already sitting at the table with Pan Wenwen waiting for Zhang Wei. When Pan Wenwen saw that Zhang Wei had returned, she asked curiously, where have you been? I didn't see you outside just now. Zhang Wei went to the top of the mountain and sat for a while. When Pan Wenwen heard this, she had curiosity in her eyes. After dinner later you can take me to the mountain for a stroll. Zhang Wei nodded. Alright, I'll take you to the mountains to skate around after dinner. Aha! Pan Wenwen nodded happily. Zhang Xiuying served dinner to a few people. Scrambled eggs with scallions, salted duck eggs, stewed pine mushrooms with chickens, and cucumber. 4 dishes in all. Grandma was trying her best to put food in Pan Wenwen's bowl. She said, eat more meat and make your PG bigger. Zhang Wei heard this directly speechless. The other side of the coin is the red face of Pan Wenwen. The family finished their meal in a happy mood. Pan Wenwen and Zhang Xiuying picked up the table together. Grandma took the opportunity to pull Zhang Wei's hand and whispered, eldest grandson, this girl is good. Start before it's too late. Zhang Wei was confused. Grandma was so anxious to hold her grandchildren. Seeing that Zhang Wei had no words, Grandma hated Zhang Wei and slapped him. Do you hear me? Zhang Wei nodded his head and said with some embarrassment, that, Grandma, actually weave. Grandma laughed out loud when she heard Zhang Wei stumbling. Ha ha ha, good, that's my good big grandson. Zhang Wei scratched his head. Grandma smiled with satisfaction and said, that's right, that's my good grandson. Grandma told you to hurry when you meet a suitable and good girl, otherwise it will be too late. At this time, Pan Wenwen and Zhang Xiuying came into the house after cleaning up the kitchen. Zhang Wei hurriedly pulled Pan Wenwen and fled outside. Let's go. I'll take you to the mountains for a walk. Pan Wenwen nodded and turned back to Grandma and Zhang Xiuying. Grandma, Auntie, let's go for a walk in the mountains. Grandma nodded with a big smile. Go. Zhang Wei took Pan Wenwen's hand and walked down the mountain path towards the hills, followed by the 4 big dogs by his side. The 4 big dogs were still making efforts on the grasshoppers in the bushes. Pan Wenwen held Zhang Wei's hand. This is my first time in the countryside. The air in the countryside is so fresh, Zhang Wei said with a smile. Of course, you don't look around here, except for the trees and weeds. Of course the air is fresh. The 2 of them climbed up the mountain while talking. After more than 20 minutes, they came to the top of the mountain. Standing at the top of the mountain, Pan Wenwen looked down the mountain. Her mood was very good, and excitedly shouted to the bottom of the mountain. Ah, at the top of the mountain, There were a lot of small elm trees with overgrown grass. Jiang Wei looked at Pan Wenwen, who was getting excited, and said with a smile, "How is it? Doesn't it feel like the scenery is especially good?" Pan Wenwen nodded vigorously. "Well, the air here is really good. The mood is much more relaxed." Jiang Wei said with a smile, "This is a good mood? Then the next place I'll take you to will guarantee that you won't be able to leave after seeing it." Pan Wenwen said in amazement. "Really? There's a better place than this scenery?" Jiang Wei chuckled. "Look at your uneducated look. Let's go and I'll take you for a spin." Pan Wenwen happily said, "Okay." Saying that, he wrapped his arms around Jiang Wei's right arm. Jiang Wei lifted his left and right and pinched Pan Wenwen's nose. "I'll take you to see a good thing." Pan Wenwen cocked her head and looked at Jiang Wei curiously and asked, "What good thing?" Jiang Wei smiled mysteriously. "It's your girl's favorite thing." Pan Wenwen was instantly curious. Chapter 21, The Efficacy of Oily Fruit. Jiang Wei led Pan Wenwen along the mountain path all the way to the north. There were many wildflowers on the road. Butterflies were dancing, and hard-working bees were collecting honey. The big yellow dog was chasing the dancing butterflies on the grass. Jiang Wei looked at the big yellow dog and laughed and cursed. "What a silly dog." Pan Wenwen laughed and said, "Big Yellow is quite cute." Jiang Wei teased, "Aren't you afraid that Big Yellow will bite you?" Pan Wenwen glanced at Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei laughed. "Probably another 10 minutes. The eyes into a green lush bushes, trees full of small green fruit." Jiang Wei pointed to the woods and said, "I'm not afraid of rhubarb biting you." Jiang Wei pointed to the woods and said, "Nah, here it is." Pan Wenwen looked at the unknown fruit trees in front of her and asked, "This? What kind of tree is this?" Jiang Wei walked to an oleaginous fruit tree and lifted his hand to pick a fruit and said, "This is called oil light fruit, about October or so mature. This fruit is called oil light fruit, also known as oil tea fruit, can be refined oil, rich in unsaturated fatty acids, glycerides and a variety of vitamins, clearing heat and lowering the fire, clearing the liver and brightening the eyes, high nutrition and low calorie, grease and a lot of efficacy and roll, beauty and moisturizing skin, non-toxic texture, beauty moisturizing, non-lines, eye wrinkles, acne and so on." Pan Wenwen listened to Jiang Wei's introduction, also reached out and picked a fruit, curiously looked at the fruit in her hand. "Just this small fruit?" Jiang Wei nodded. "Yes, this small fruit. Do not look at the small fruit. The effect can be great. Beauty care." Pan Wenwen looked at the oily fruit in her hand over and over again. Jiang Wei smiled and said, "No need to look. Go. In the future, when it is made into cooking oil, cosmetics, and healthcare products, you will know when you personally use it." Pan Wenwen sniffed and looked up at Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei smiled. Go home." The next day, as the early morning sunlight shone amongst the mountains and forests, the early birds landed on the branches and chirped. The geese, ducks, and large roosters endlessly. Jiang Wei opened his eyes. "It's so noisy. It's almost time for a meeting. Can you imagine the sound of chickens, ducks, geese and birds chirping in the morning at 5 or 6 o'clock? Jiang Wei opened his eyes in a daze and rolled out of the bed. That's right. He got off the bed. The big hot bed in the northeast countryside. But there's no hot bed in the summer. Shuffling his shoes, he turned around and went outside. Jiang Wei's eyes widened. What he saw was a super rocket scene of chickens, ducks and geese grabbing for food. At a quick glance, there are over 1,000 geese alone. There are even more chickens on the ground. No wonder the orchard is so clean. There's not even a blade of grass, so there are so many of them. Jiang's mother is mixing feed for the poultry at the well. Jiang Wei went over to her. "Mom, let me help you." Jiang's mother did not lift her head and said, "Then get me some water." Jiang Wei wanted to help his mother mix the feed, but he thought, "I don't know how to do it. I don't even know the ratio. It's better to beat the water honestly. This is a light job. As long as you have the strength, you can do it." Turning to the well, Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Wei and said, Jiang's mother looked at Jiang Wei and said, "Don't use that pressure tube well. Use that shaking well in Shenzhen." Jiang Wei shrugged his shoulders. He came to the side of the well, picked up the water willow and shunted it into the well. Then shake the jerk handle, hand crank. Not long to open on a bucket of water. 20 minutes later, Jiang Wei washed up and looked at the poultry eating happily. Mind read, eat, and so you grow up fat. Is the time to go down? Gaga. Breakfast is savory corn mush, pure farmyard fertilizer without chemical fertilizers and pesticides, green organic corn. Eating really tastes better than ordinary cornmeal. Jiang Wei drank 3 big bowls. Even Pan Wenwen drank 2 bowls. She said it was delicious. After eating and cleaning up, Jiang Wei took Pan Wenwen for a walk in the orchard. Pan Wenwen was less afraid of the big dogs behind her. She even had the guts to touch the big yellow dog. The big yellow dog must be the reincarnation of LSP. And she even looks like she's enjoying herself. Jiang Wei lifted his foot to the big yellow dog as a foot. "You enjoy a fart." The big yellow dog is not angry. Around Jiang Wei spread joy. Zhang Wei laughed and scolded. Zhang Wei laughed and scolded. Zhang Wei laughed and scolded. Mud. Stupid dog. Pan 11 giggled. I did not realize that the countryside is so good. I used to think that the countryside is very bitter. Zhang Wei chuckled. That's because you didn't see the spring planting and the fall harvest, getting up early and working hard. Saying that, Zhang Wei casually picked a fruit from the begonia fruit tree on the side and put it in his mouth to crunch and chew and eat. Pan 11 cocked her head and looked at Zhang Wei and asked, "This fruit is not ripe to eat?" Zhang Wei nodded. "Of course I can eat it. It's just a little sour, but it's quite tasty." Seeing Zhang Wei say so, Pan 11 also curiously reached out and picked one and put it in her mouth. After one bite, Pan 11 frowned and looked at her. Pan 11 frowned and looked at Zhang Wei. "The little expression is very cute," Zhang Wei said with a smile. "Silly girl, you first a small mouthful this big bite of yours is certainly sour." Pan 11 stretched out her small pink fist and hit Zhang Wei's chest. "Then you didn't say so earlier." Zhang Wei chuckled. "You didn't ask either." The two of them were walking while being crazy. They soon came to the ravine in front of the south side of the orchard. Looking at the ravine and the spring in front of him, Zhang Wei was pondering. Pan 11 asked Zhang Wei in surprise, "Wow, is this mountain spring water?" Zhang Wei nodded. "Yes, this is mountain spring water, and it's ice cold." Pan 11 was surprised and dragged Zhang Wei deeper into the ravine. The big yellow dog led the three wolf dogs to open the way in front. Soon they arrived at the spring in the depths of the ravine. The area around the spring was cleaned up by the industrious young mother. The area around the spring was cleaned up very well by the industrious young mother, and it was even surrounded by stones. Zhang Wei bent down and took a sip of water. Nodding his head, he said to Pan 11, "The water is very good. You taste it." Pan 11 also followed Zhang Wei's example and put a cup of water to her mouth and drank it. The orchard has a guest. The first time I saw him was when I was in the middle of the night, and he was in the middle of the night, and he was in the middle of the night. The second grandfather drove a useless tricycle to deliver corn to Zhang Wei's family. The first time I saw him was when he was in the car. He stopped the tractor and asked Zhang's mother, "Auntie, you have a guest?" Zhang's mother smiled and said, "What guests?" "It's Xiao Wei who came back with his girlfriend." The second master's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said happily, "Egu, Xiao Wei has brought a girl back. That's great. Where's Xiao Wei?" Zhang's mother pointed to the orchard and said, "Xiao Wei took his partner to go to the orchard. City girls have never been to the countryside. Look at everything is curious. This is, after dinner out of pestering Xiao Wei, so that to take the orchard to take a walk." The second Moncler jackets for men looked at the depths of the orchard, and then turned his head to look at the brand new Tank 300 asked, "This car is Xiao Wei object of?" Zhang's mother hadn't had a chance to ask yet. She also thought the car belonged to Xiao Wei's partner, so she nodded her head. The second grandpa couldn't stop nodding his head at the words. "Good, good, good, really good. Xiao Wei has done well, found a rich man. This way, don't eat at home today. It's a few days after the festival. I'm going to kill a pig, so I'll kill it in advance. And let Xiao Wei bring his boyfriend to my house to eat pork. Let the village people see that Xiao Wei has found a rich city girl. This will save Old Li from chewing on the village all day long." Zhang Wei's mother frowned at the mention of old Granny Li. This old woman Li has been chewing the scenery in the village. She's always talking about whoever's family is doing better. She's always talking about Zhang Wei's mother. She's always talking about Zhang Wei's mother, saying she's immoral. Zhang Wei's mother spends all day in the orchard. She doesn't have time to go to the village. Everyone in the village knows this, and they don't believe old Li's tongue. Everyone knows what she's like. The second master finished unloading the corn and clapped his hands, saying, "Then I'll leave first. Tell Xiao Wei to bring his date to my house for pork at noon." Zhang mother nodded. "Zhong, I'll tell Xiao Wei later." The second grandpa hummed a tune in a good mood and started the tractor. The chut chut chut. The tractor was in a good mood and started the tractor. The sound of the tractor is really cover. The sound of the tractor was really loud and clear from 2 miles away. Pan 11 asked after washing her hands, "What's this? Why is it so loud?" Zhang Wei said with a smile, "This is the sound of the tractor." Pan 11 froze. "A tractor is so loud?" Zhang Wei nodded and patted the big yellow dog. "Let's go, silly dog. Let's go home." The big yellow dog wagged its tail and spread its joy as it led the way in front. Chapter 22, Encountering Li Na. Zhang Wei returned home carrying Pan 11 on his back. Mother Zhang told Zhang Wei to go to second grandmaster's house to eat pork at noon. Zhang Wei nodded and carried Pan 11 into the house. Zhang Wei nodded and carried Pan 11 into the house. Zhang mother looked at her son who entered the house and Pan 11 on her back. "This kid, he's really young and doesn't know what's important." Shaking his head, he turned around and went into the orchard to hurry over. Grandma sat in her rocking chair and nodded slowly. She's going to have a grandchild soon. Then she closed her eyes and continued to squint. At noon, Zhang Wei drove his car with the sleeping Pan 11, Zhang's mother and grandmother to the village's second grandpa's house to eat pork. This is the first time I've ever had the pleasure of eating this meal. The whole time, Pan Wenwen was blushing. There were so many people watching. Everyone in the village who heard that Jiang Wei had brought home a big, beautiful girlfriend with big boobs and a big ass came to watch. They all came to see what's going on. They're all curious to see what she looks like. Jiang Wei ate his meal and left with a pig's elbow under the enthusiasm of the second master. After getting in the car, Pan Wenwen patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew egu, I'm so nervous, too many people. Jiang Wei also shook his head and said, I also did not expect there would be so many people. It's too much. The feeling of the first TV set in the countryside in the past came out. While saying this, he started the car. Jiang Wei drove while looking at the village. It's not bad. Most of them are brick houses. The distance from the village to the orchard was about 3 miles. The road is a one-lane highway that runs north along the foot of the mountain. There's cornfields on one side and weeds on the other. Halfway there, I saw a girl in a white suit with shawl hair walking on the road. Jiang Wei exclaimed. I didn't expect to see such an imperial lady in the countryside. With curiosity, he kept driving forward. Soon the girl in the white suit was only a few dozen meters away. Only then did Jiang Wei get a good look. Crap, this is not the former English teacher Lina? This Lina is still so beautiful and charming. She's no worse than Pan Wenwen's. Lina, even more than ever. The important thing is the slight fatness that. This is the ultimate the meat of the shirt off. Normal men like it. Jiang Wei pulled over and opened the window. His eyes gazed at Lina. Lina also saw Jiang Wei's car from afar. She also wondered whose new car this is. Seeing the car parked on the side of the road, Lina thought it was a civilized person's courtesy to her. She couldn't help but speed up her steps, looking at the license plate and the brand new Tank 300. Lina, is it really you? Is it really you? Suddenly, she heard the person in the car calling her. Lina looked over in confusion. Oh my god, what a handsome guy, not as handsome as the readers. You are? Jiang Wei said with a smile. I'm Jiang Wei from the first class of the 3rd year. A little chubby guy. Lina froze at his words and reached out to point at Jiang Wei. You're Jiang Wei? Jiang Wei nodded and opened the door to get out of the car. Pan Wenwen sat in the passenger side very well behaved and did not make a sound. Seeing Jiang Wei getting out of the car, when she saw Jiang Wei get out of the car, Lina carefully looked at Jiang Wei. Taller, thinner, more handsome. You this? The change is also too big. If not you say, I do not recognize you. Jiang Wei laughed. Who stipulates that only women who are big still change 18 times? Lina nodded. Not bad. The slimmed down you are very handsome. Jiang Wei, you still haven't changed. Same as when I was in school. Still so pretty and charming. There is no woman who doesn't like to be praised. Lina froze then gave an embarrassed smile. Jiang Wei, I realized that you have changed so much. You even dare to molest your teacher. Jiang Wei waved his hand. No. This is not molestation. This is the truth. Lina did not dwell on this issue and turned to ask. It's been almost 2 years since I've seen you. How's studying at Songjiang University? Jiang Wei nodded. Pretty good. How about you? Lina shrugged. Me, just like that, married and divorced. Jiang Wei felt strange. This is not quite like a conversation between a teacher and a student. Lina also felt strange after saying this. P.S. Brothers Meng, come on. I'll attach a picture to show you guys when I have permission. Chapter 23, The Clever Pan Wenwen. Jiang Wei asked Lina, get in the car. I'll give you a ride. Seeing that there was another person in Jiang Wei's car, Lina hurriedly shook her head. No, I'll be there in a while. Jiang Wei looked. That line, helping people is the essence of happiness. Right, helping people is the essence of happiness. Thinking here, open the rear door. Come on, a foot of oil thing. Besides, this hot day, and this is surrounded by bankers. You are such a big beautiful woman. In case someone start to mischievous it, Lina subconsciously looked around. In addition to the podland is the mountain and artemisia grass. It's really a bit creepy. It's strange. Why didn't she find it creepy just now? Lina didn't think about it. She stepped into the car. She sat in the back seat. Jiang Wei also got in, restarted the car and asked, where are we going? You point the way. Lina glanced at Pan Wenwen who was sleeping in the passenger side and, in her heart, she sighed that the other party's figure was really good. Hearing Jiang Wei ask where she was going, Lina came back to her senses and said, to Li Cheng's house. That's Li Tieju's house. Jiang Wei nodded, activated the tank mode, turned the car around in place and, are you going for a home visit? Lina nodded as she looked at Jiang Wei in the rearview mirror. Well, going for a home visit. Jiang Wei asked with a smile. Aren't students nowadays much better managed than in our time? Lina nodded. That's not true. Back then, you guys were just like sun monkeys, naughty and mischievous. Jiang Wei laughed. Ha ha. I remember there was once someone who confessed to you. Mentioning this, Li Na glared at Jiang Wei and said angrily, "You still say that?" Later I realized that it was you who stabbed and muttered behind my back. So you're the one who's the worst big bad guy. Jiang Wei recalled it and chuckled. When did you realize that? Li Na changed to a comfortable position and leaned back. This would make it easier to see Jiang Wei in the rearview mirror. Not long after you guys graduated, Wang Chao told me that it was actually you who encouraged him to confess. Jiang Wei glanced at the rearview mirror and, four eyes met. Li Na hurriedly averted her gaze, and, the car was silent for a moment. Jiang Wei did not know what to say. He could only drive quietly. Lying in the passenger side of the Panwenwen woke up a moment ago, but smart her, directly choose to pretend to be asleep. The woman's intuition tells her that, this bad man has ideas about this woman. At the same time, that woman should also have ideas, so she chose to continue to sleep. Soon came to the village Li Taiju home door, parked the car. Li Na opened the car door and got out. Jiang Wei took out his cell phone and said to Li Na, add a WeChat, convenient for future contact. Li Na nodded. Okay. After saying this, he opened his small bag and took out his cell phone, opened WeChat to add each other's friends. That's all for now then, contact later. Li Na said to Jiang Wei who was lying in front of the car window. Jiang Wei nodded. Well, contact me later. Li Na turned around and opened the door of Li Tieju's house and walked in. Jiang Wei sat in the car looking at Li Na's back end. TSK. Can. Really can. The back of the shadow kills. This back shadow alone can put one into sage mode. Start the car and go again. Poon Man continues to pretend to be asleep. She wants to pretend she doesn't know anything. Jiang Wei didn't know that Panwenwen had woken up and heard their conversation. He drove towards the orchard, looking at the green mountains and green water. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm not sure if I can. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. The mood of the beautiful back to the orchard. Once in the orchard, the big yellow dog led 3 wolf dogs to run over. Jiang Wei's tail was wagging around him. Jiang Wei pretended to kick them. Panwenwen opened her eyes in a daze. Ha? We're here? Jiang Wei nodded his head while teasing the big yellow dog. We're here. Go back to the house and go to sleep. Panwenwen looked at Jiang Wei and asked, when are we going back to the city? Jiang Wei turned his head to look at Panwenwen. Panwenwen said with embarrassment, I've been out for a few days now. I've been off the air, and the guild side has been rushing me. Jiang Wei said, then go back this afternoon. Panwenwen picked up her cell phone and asked, then I'll buy a ticket for 8 o'clock in the evening? Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. Panwenwen began to operate her cell phone to buy the ticket. Chapter 24. These yoga pants are so warped. Afternoon. Mother Zhang caught 5 large roosters. These 5 big roosters ended their sinful lives with a wave of Mother Zhang's hand. I don't know if some of the old hens will be sad for the departure of these big roosters. Jiang Wei secretly took out a bank card and put it in Mother Zhang's small treasury, and went up to the top of the hill and took out his cell phone to take a picture of the entire orchard as well as the hillside. After dinner, before she left, Grandma wanted to take the silver bracelet off her neck and give it to Panwenwen. She was so shocked. She can't have it. It's not that it's cheap. She knew her place. She knew her place. Under the instructions of Grandma and Mother Zhang, Jiang Wei drove Panwenwen out of the village in his car. There were no words on the way. More than an hour later, the car was parked in the garage. He took the peaceful rooster and the souvenirs out of the trunk and put them in the refrigerator. Took Panwenwen into the bedroom for a friendly chat. An hour or so later, I'm so relieved to have taken Pam to the garage. Get in the S9. Start it up. The S9 is a highway that goes straight to the provincial capital. When 3 hours later, Jiang Wei returned home. First, he opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of cold drink. Sitting on the sofa, he turned on the TV and took out his cell phone to cast the screen. Opened up the sound of the fight. The first time I opened it, there was a young lady wearing a mask. Just 6 seconds of video on 3 actions. She's just a little bit shocked. A single dog in April 1990? The cover of the video is a beautiful woman, but the title is Single Dogs of 1990. Is this phishing? With Jiang Wei's curiosity, the video got into the right track. Is this really from 1990? Jiang Wan, gray short sleeves blue jeans, probably can have the appearance of B+, a little slightly fat. There is something in the eyes? This is a woman with a story. Jiang Wei's first impression is that this woman has a story. The video is very short, just one photo. Click on the profile. Wan Air, from Songjiang, 28 years old, height 168, weight 120 pounds, hobbies travel, likes quiet, same city? You like to travel and you like to be quiet? But it doesn't matter, as long as the figure is good and pretty people are not messed up. These are not problems. Jiang Wei read the information while thinking in his heart. Then he flipped through Wan Air's works. After a while, Jiang Wei skimmed his mouth. Why are they all photos? And indeed they are all photos from traveling. Only a few of them are photos of eating at restaurants. Let's follow the first hand first, then we'll talk about it. After following, Click back. Then brush the video. What's all this, Blanche? You call this dancing? Nima. It's just a few twists in 6 seconds. Is this for the sake of airtime? But why don't you do something exciting and eye-catching? Not to mention the revealing clothes. At least make it sexy. Zhang Wei can't even talk anymore. What's wrong with the big data today? Zhang Wei can't help but wonder. Take this one. Hiss. These yoga pants are really cool. White yoga shorts with long white legs. I can't help it. A little white bra. Li Tong Tong. Hiss. Mama yeah. Loved. Tap the profile. Tong Tong loves yoga. Occupation, yoga instructor. Age, 25. Height, 165. Weight, 100 pounds. Spring City. Currently single. It says single in the profile, but Zhang Wei thinks it should be impossible. There are many people chasing after yoga instructors. Zhang Wei once went to a period of gym fitness. The gym and the few yoga coach every day someone to send and receive. Some of them have different cars every day. Zhang Wei was curious and asked the coach who taught him how they got to and from work every day. And the coach answered Zhang Wei's question. The fitness instructor answered Zhang Wei this way. They have to take private lessons after their classes here. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do this, but I'm sure you'll be able to. But then curiosity with a part-time job for a few months of money to do the yoga private tutoring after Zhang Wei understand. No wonder so busy. No wonder he's so busy. It's, P.S. Zhang Wei, how do I choose between these two? A woman with a story, and a yoga instructor. I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Chapter 25 School Flower, Lu Shirhan. Looking at the snow-white yoga shorts, as well as the long and powerful legs of Zhang Wei muttered to himself, follow a hand first, and look forward to her start broadcasting. Swiping to the yoga anchor, reminding Zhang Wei of his days as a yoga instructor. He had some expectations for this anchor called Tong Tong Loves Yoga. Then he continued to brush the video. Maybe it's because of the yoga video. I'm not sure if it's because of the yoga video, but it's because of the LSP attribute. The heart is starting to flutter. I'm sorry. I wasn't like this before. There must be a problem with the body transformation. Yeah, it must be. This must be it. Zhang Wei hypnotized himself. He slid the video with his hand. The more he slides, the more agitated he gets. Click on the same city. Scratch. There are too few high-quality videos in the same city. Mainly because the base is too small. After half a day of swiping, I couldn't find any satisfactory ones. Just when Zhang Wei was about to give up, a person's video caught Zhang Wei's attention. Lu Shirhan? Why does this person look so much like Lu Shirhan? Zhang Wei muttered in a low voice and, clicking on the profile, Han baby, 76,000 likes, 126 follows, 4,069 fans, height 169, weight 120 pounds, Songjiang City. The profile is very simple. Also from Songjiang? Could it be Lu Shirhan? Zhang Wei scrolled down with questions and curiosity. When he saw one of the entries, Zhang Wei was sure. It's the school beauty, Lu Shirhan. Lu Shirhan is a native of Songjiang. Her parents are restaurant owners, specializing in Chinese food, and she has 5 stores in 4 counties and 1 district in Songjiang City. She's from a wealthy family, and she's got the looks and the body to match. In Songjiang University, she's known as the White Beauty Flower. Every day, boys confess their love for Lu Shirhan. Zhang Wei also liked Lu Shirhan, but at that time, due to the weight, Zhang Wei hid this love deep in his heart. Only when the night is quiet will you secretly fantasize under the covers to express your love. But now it's different. Zhang Wei's chubby mound disappeared, and now can be said to be somewhat handsome. At the same time, there's still unicorn in his body. No, it's a plug-in in his body, because he has more than one system. It's said that wine strengthens a bear's courage. In fact, money can also strengthen the courage. There is no corner that can't be dug, only the hoe that is not sharp enough. No, it's not the right analogy. It's not the right analogy to put on the schoolgirl, Lu Shirhan. Anyway, Zhang Wei now has the courage and confidence to take Lu Shirhan, just like this. While thinking about it, he looked up Lu Shirhan's works. These big eyes, these lips, these sexy lips, the white t-shirt under the grandeur. There is a kind of feeling to burst open. This waist, a handful of hands. Hiss, Zhang Wei an elf. It's killing me. I can't watch it anymore. Just when wanting to quit the Douyin. Lu Shirhan, 22, height, 169, weight, 120 pounds, 3D, 91, 65, 90. Lu Shirhan is on the air. A moment to pull back Zhang Wei, who was going to quit again. I clicked into Lu Shirhan's live room. The schoolgirl is on the air. Is this your home, schoolgirl? Schoolgirl, did Li Wei confess to you this summer? She's so pretty. Lick the screen. Is this the school beauty of any university? This does have the capital of a school beauty. Yes, 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 what a great bosom. I only care about the sexy lips. You're all dirty old men. Am I the only one who cares when the schoolgirl's dress bursts? Upstairs are all younger brothers. Little brother is not talented. Has entered the sage mode /doghead/JPG. I've never heard of Lu Shirhan opening a live broadcast before. Is this the first day of live broadcasting? Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Zhang Wei muttered in his heart that pretentious system, you come out for me. However, the system group did not respond. Zhang Wei called out again. Cyber Divine Hero System? Cyber Divine Hero System. Boss, I'm here. Receiving a response from the Cyber Godly Hero System, Zhang Wei was a bit dissatisfied. Why didn't you respond to me just now? Cyber Divine Hero System. Boss, aren't you called the pretentious system? Zhang Wei glared. Then why didn't you come out? Cyber Divine Hero System. Boss, I'm the Cyber Height System. Zhang Wei didn't care about that. Don't be so pushy. You're a pretentious system. Why else would you be so bossy on the internet? If you can afford to be bossy in reality. Cyber God Magnificent System. That, boss, in fact, as long as you brush to a certain extent on the network, in reality you can also pretend to be more than. Blanche, Chapter 26, Li Wei cries in the toilet. That, loaded system. Is it true that it's okay for me to swipe money any way I want on the internet? Network Godly Hero System. It's all fine, boss, just don't worry and be bold in pretending. Zhang Wei laughed. What are you talking about? How can this be pretending? It's called showing off your muscles. Get it? Cyber Divine Hero System. Zhang Wei was no longer talking to the Cyber Hero System, because at this moment, there was a guy named I'm Great in Lu Shirhan's live room who started to brush Lu Shirhan's carnival. Crap. Huazi Open Road? This is a couple of Huazis? Big brother really rich. Lu Shirhan looked at the gift effects in the live broadcast room and was also excited for a while. The first time I started broadcasting, I received Huazi. Maisie, thank you, Brother Wei, for the carnival. Bishin Yo said in front of the chest than a heart, because it was too big. It gave people the feeling of a heart. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room went crazy. Grass is a plant. Who can withstand this? Who can handle this? The brothers upstairs are rushing? Damn, you're good. You can do that? You didn't flush? Zhang Wei also had the urge to rush when he saw this bishop, tapping on the gift bar. Suddenly, he thought of a question. That pretentious system, doesn't this need to be recharged? Cyber Divine Hero System. Boss, you just need to read the recharge amount in your heart. How convenient is that? Zhang Wei recited in his heart. Charge $10 million. Cyber Godly Hero System. Okay boss, it's already been recharged for you. You can dash to your heart's content. Zhang Wei found the carnival worth 3,000 yuan in the gift column. Click on send. Stabbing death/anchorwoman to send the carnival. Stabbing/anchorwoman sends carnival x2. Stab dead/anchorwoman sends out carnival x3. Thanks to stabbing dead. Stabbing dead/hostess big brother for the carnival. Haha laughs to death. This big brother. Stab to death/anchorwoman. Ha 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 ha. Big brother, this is an idea. Nonsense. Giving away so many carnivals. Can there be no idea? Crap. How many is this? 52 hits in a row. Stab to death/anchorwoman gave away carnival x99. Stab to death/anchorwoman sends out carnival x100. Lu Shirhan had already stood up in excitement and, with both hands covering her sexy little mouth, with wide eyes. Wow. Thank you big brother. I didn't expect to meet big brother on my first day of broadcasting. I'm so excited. It's true that Lu Shirhan's family isn't poor in money, but it's not particularly rich. She's seen $300,000, but it can't be consumed like this. Look at the live brush 300,000. That must be what family Lu Shirhan this side excitedly shouted. In the house to play the game sister Lu Shiyu heard her sister excited shouting. She walked out with curiosity. She heard her sister thanking the carnival. She picked up her other cell phone and opened Douyin. Entering her live room, the special effects of the carnival were flashing in the live room. There are only two people in the room who are giving away the carnival. One is called I'm Great and the other is called Stab Me to Death. Both of them are swiping the carnival like crazy. Lu Shiyu clicked on the list. I'm Great, 330-0000. I'm Great 330-0000. Stab to Death/anchorwoman 345-0000. Then looking at the live broadcast pop-ups. I'm Great, Stab to Death/anchorwoman. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm Great. Okay, you're good. Use your full income to challenge my pocket money, right? Zhang Wei smiled when he saw this pop-up called I'm Great. Mad. I'm an open person. You're just with me? Zhang Wei didn't type a dislike back, disliking the lack of character. Speak with strength. Stab to Death/the anchorwoman gave away carnival x130. Stabbed to death / anchorwoman sends out Carnival X 131. What the hell? These two big brothers are at each other's throats? What's this about? It's over. Let's just watch the fun. The hostess belongs to Big Brother. I have a feeling that the Big Brother will win. Stabbing to death / hostess gives away Carnival X 200. At this point, Lu Shirhan is already trembling with excitement. Especially that magnificent. The trembling is even more serious. Crap, guys. I just cleared the screen to see the anchorwoman. I rushed again. Upstairs, the anchor has only been on for less than 20 minutes. And you've already rushed twice? Big Brother, be careful of the ashes. Chapter 27. This time Li Wei really cried in the toilet. Li Wei was lying on the latex bed, blushing and cursing while tapping the cell phone screen. Mud, little punk, you with me is it? You're not going to get away with this. Insufficient balance. At this moment, the balance is low. Li Wei was already on top of it. Click on recharge. Enter the amount of $500,000. Failed to recharge. Ha, how could it fail? I clearly have $1 million on my card. Unbelieving Li Wei continued to try. Failed to recharge. Seeing that the stabbing / female anchor in Lu Shirhan's live room was still sending gifts. Blanche, cursing, he proceeded to change his credit card. His credit card with a limit of $500,000. Thoroughly on top of his head, Li Wei directly chose $500,000 to recharge. Recharge successfully. Clicking on Carnival to send. Blanche, Yakuza, I recharged again. I don't believe you still have money. Martyr. A small netizen lying next to Li Wei. Seeing Li Wei so uptight to brush gifts to other female anchors, the heart is more or less a little tasteless. He was distracted for a moment. Mud, you want to old man's life Blanche. Li Wei was brushing his gifts intensely. Suddenly, he was bitten, and his eyes went gold star from the pain. He gave a big slap to the little netizen's ass. The little netizen endured the pain, stammering. Lu Shirhan's house. Lu Shirhan has been frozen. How much is this? She knows that I'm great as Li Wei, but she doesn't know who the anchorwoman is. Wild Brother? My first day on the air and I'm supported by Wild Brother? Wild Brother. No, it's stabbing anchorwoman. She's already swiped $3 million. Li Wei has also swiped over $2 million. The two are still going on. Lu Shiyu is no longer playing the game. As for hanging up and getting points deducted, that's none of my business. She wants to see who surrenders first between the two big brothers in her sister's live room. Lu Shirhan has recorded the screen. She's waiting to release the video after the game is over. It's a lot of heat. One can help her to attract fans, and the other can also attract a wave of her own. Two birds with one stone. Just thinking about it, Lu Shiyu was delighted with her own cleverness. However, Lu Shiyu does not know is that, at this time, there are already well-informed video number early to send out the video. Lu Shirhan's second liquor has already recorded the video and bought $10,000 of Dujia for hot push. The video is also accompanied by Lu Shirhan's second liquor. The video was accompanied by Lu Shirhan's nickname, since there was no activity and no big anchors to PK. So the Dujang official gave Lu Shirhan a big wave of hotness for recommendation. Video number 2 Licking Dog Douyin Hot Push. Official push. This combination. Lu Shirhan's live room is flooded with more and more people. 30,000, 50,000, 100,000, 150,000, 300,000. Just like that. In less than half an hour, Lu Shirhan's live broadcast room was flooded with 500,000 people. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were like snowflakes. It's hard to see. What's going on? What's going on? I don't know. I was attracted by the carnival. This is to support something. If you have so much money, give me some. Brother, which one of you is missing a piece on your leg? Big Brother, I don't have leg hair. Is it okay? 6,666. Stabbing / anchorwoman cheer. I'm great. Come on. Him. $500,000 is gone in a few minutes. Li Wei was confused. $500,000 gone again? That guy's still swiping? The money was gone, and Li Wei calmed down. Li Wei, who had calmed down, was dumbfounded, because he knows what he's facing next. It must be the mixed doubles of his parents. Li Wei was in tears. Martyr. With this money, I could have swiped a number of small netizens. What the did I do that for? It's all because of that guy who stabbed the anchorwoman to death. Yeah, that's him. Thinking of mixed doubles, Li Wei involuntarily cried. The little netizen who was hard at work froze and looked at Li Wei with a crooked head. Li Wei did not have the good taste to growl. Look at the chicken hair look. Do your work. Small net red is not good words. Because she can see, Li Wei is about to rage. She's here to get paid, not to get beat up, so she'd better do her job. Chapter 28, Acid Enzyme Flavor. Zhang Wei looked at the giggling Lu Shirhan in the live broadcast and, feeling so cute and, the big Bichon, cute eyes. Okay, It's the shocked expression plus the big eyes and the big bear. That's $4 million. That should do it. If it wasn't for that, I'm great. Zhang Wei wouldn't have swiped so much, because it's not necessary. After all, Lu Shirhan is the first time to open a live broadcast. Even if she is the schoolflower is not guilty of brushing so much. Even if she was a schoolgirl, she wouldn't have swiped so much money. With this much money, no matter what kind of schoolgirl would take the initiative to pounce on her. Forget it. Zhang Wei stopped swiping gifts. Stabbed to death / female anchor. Do you have any talent? Come and perform. Live broadcast pop-up. Crap. This is the first thing Big Brother said, right? $4 million for a talent show? Big Brother, you're inflating the price of goods. Lu Shirhan looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Because there are too many pop-ups too fast, the Big Brother's pop-ups drifted over at once. Lu Shirhan hurriedly clicked on the screen this wave of operation. To Zhang Wei on the room management. Room management typing is a floating screen. What did you just say? Too many pop-ups too fast. I didn't see clearly. Do you want me to perform talent? Zhang Wei heard Lu Shirhan ask this. Typed, yes, perform a talent. I'm a bit tired from swiping gifts, so let's see some talent to relax. Lu Shirhan looked at the pop-up screen and said, Big Brother, I'm a dance student. Let me give you a dance. How about dancing the now popular sledgehammer? The visitors in the live broadcast room heard that the anchor was going to dance the sledgehammer, and they all got excited at once. So excitingly brutal. Looking forward to it. Sledgehammer YYDS. Anchor jumping sledgehammer must be very nice. Stabbing / anchor woman. May. There's only one word. Seeing this pop up, Lu Shirhan starts looking for an accompanist. Live broadcast pop up. 666 Big Brother's pop-up screen is very domineering. 666. Big Brother is a man who is ruthless and doesn't say much. Stabbing / hostess Big Brother is my pro Big Brother later. Brother stab. I'll be your fan from now on. I'm following you. With the music accompaniment playing, Lu Shirhan jumped up and down with a big swing, and as Lu Shirhan started dancing, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room became even more frantic. Aha, who can handle this? Love, 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 love. Brothers, I LOL first for respect. Brothers, I'll stop typing with both hands to prove my innocence. While Zhang Wei was lying on the sofa looking at Lu Shirhan jumping the sledgehammer which was projected on the TV. It would be great if she could perform for me. Zhang Wei watched Lu Shirhan jumping with a sledgehammer and muttered to himself. Lu Shiyu had already sent out the video of Lu Shirhan's live streaming gift effects at this time, and also bought the bucket plus heating, and now she's recording her sister jumping with a swinging hammer. She believes that these two videos will bring in a lot of traffic. This is simply a king of bomb with 4-2. It's a perfect start to the game. As the kookaburras end, so does the sledgehammer. Tasteless, Sage Mode dude was a little early. YYDS. Treasure anchor paying attention. It's no worse than Shark's guidance. I've found another place to relax. Treasure anchor follows. Lu Shirhan finished her dance, slightly out of breath. Brother, still satisfied? Anchor, don't be like this. Don't gasp. Anchor, are you trying to kill me? Kid, I'm 60 years old. Let me live a few more days. Master upstairs. Take care of your body. Zhang Wei is still immersed in the wobbly dance just now. He can't help himself. That's right, it's the wobbly dance. It's so eye-catching. His heart is beating faster. Lu Shirhan saw that Zhang Wei didn't say anything about typing. She thought that this Big Brother is a cold Big Brother. She didn't know. At this time, Zhang Wei has adrenaline spike. The living room is filled with the flavor of acid enzyme. Chapter 29. Are you? 8 o'clock in the morning. Lu Shirhan ended her first day of live broadcasting. Stage dancing for hours and hours. She was a little excited and didn't feel anything. This live broadcast. I feel like I've lost my mind. Sitting on the sofa chair, she picked up the water cup on the table and drank a big mouthful. Lu Shiyu excitedly ran over and shouted, Sis, you're on fire. This time you're completely on fire. Look at it. I sent out the video recording screen of your live broadcast. Now the number of likes are 100,000 plus. More than 70,000 comments. Your strip of cool K big pendulum hammer that is more than a breakthrough of 300,000 likes. Look at you, Douyin. Lu Shirhan turned her head to look at her younger sister Lu Shiyu. What? You also recorded the screen? Lu Shiyu skimmed her mouth and said, Not only did I record the screen, there are many video numbers have recorded the screen. Right, sister? You add that Big Brother WeChat? Lu Shirhan nodded. Add. But that Big Brother did not talk to me. When Lu Shiyu heard this, her eyes revealed a curious light. Sis, let me see. Let me see what that Big Brother looks like. Is he a bad old man? Lu Shirhan shook her head. What to see? That Big Brother's circle of friends is empty. Nothing. No? That sister you talked to that Big Brother? Sister, I tell you, net so rich Big Brother you have to take the initiative some. or Big Brother ran what to do. Lu Shirhan nodded her head as soon as she heard that, quickly picks up her cell phone and sends a message to her big brother. Brother, thank you for the gift. Brother, where are you from? Zhang Wei was comfortably lying on the sofa smoking at this time. Ding! A cell phone beep sounded. Picking up his cell phone to check the message, and replied, how are you going to thank me? I'm in Songjiang City. Han Han. Such a coincidence. Then is it convenient for Big Brother to meet? I'd like to treat you to dinner to thank you for supporting me. Zhang Wei smiled and typed a reply. A meal of thanks? Lu Shirhan was torn for a moment. Yes, several $1 million for a meal to thank you? So much money for a meal with yourself? Don't be ridiculous, I don't even believe it. After a short while, Lu Shirhan bites her teeth and replies, Big Brother, I can drink ice. Zhang Wei was stunned when he saw Lu Shirhan's reply. I can drink ice. This is a proper hint. This explains everything well. He hurriedly replied, send me the location. I'll pick you up. Han Han location/JPG. Zhang Wei replied, I'll call you when I get to the place. About 40 minutes. Han Han. Okay, Big Brother. Lu Shirhan replied and hurriedly got up and ran to the bathroom. Not long after, the sound of bathing came from the bathroom. Lu Shiyu sat on the sofa and looked in the direction of the bathroom, her eyes dribbling straight. If my sister has a relationship with this man, then that man will be her brother-in-law. If she has a relationship with this man, then that man will be her brother-in-law from now on. What will my future life be like? I just don't know how old my future brother-in-law will be. Lu Shiyu sat on the sofa and thought with her chin in her hand. Zhang Wei took 10 minutes to take a shower, changed his clothes, took the Gucci bag and the S9 car keys and went out. He used more than 20 minutes to come to the location where Lu Shirhan sent the message. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Shirhan. I'm at the front door of Riverside 1. Come out. Lu Shirhan had already changed her clothes. She seldom wears makeup. Today is no exception. She simply took a shower and put on a light makeup. Put on a white shirt, gray pleated skirt, black short stockings, and a white shirt, gray pleated skirt, black short stockings, and black short stockings. The feet wearing a pair of small black leather shoes to take the bag while going out, while praying that the big brother is not too old to be good. In this way, all the way with the complex mood of expectation and apprehension, to the door of the neighborhood. Once at the door, Lu Shirhan noticed the red supercar parked at the door. This car is too beautiful. How much does this car cost? Not this is the big brother's car, right? Just as Lu Shirhan's mind was generating countless thoughts, the window of the supercar opened. The window of the supercar opened. A very handsome man appeared in Lu Shirhan's sight. Why do you feel somewhat familiar? Zhang Wei asked with a smile. What's wrong? Big school flower. You don't recognize me after becoming a big anchor? I'm Zhang Wei. Lu Shirhan was surprised. Zhang Wei? You're Zhang Wei? The Zhang Wei from the foreign language department? Zhang Wei nodded. Yes, that's me. Lu Shirhan pointed her finger at Zhang Wei with an expression of disbelief. You, aren't you quite fat? Zhang Wei coughed. I've successfully lost weight. How about a big change? Lu Shirhan nodded. Well, the change is too big. If you didn't say it, I didn't even recognize it. Zhang Wei said with a smile. Let's go. Let's eat. Lu Shirhan frowned slightly. Zhang Wei laughed, not wanting to tease her anymore. And, get in the car. Han Han baby, you can drink ice today. Lu Shirhan was even more shocked to hear Zhang Wei's words. It's you? You're the one? Zhang Wei nodded. Stabbing/anchor woman. P.S. I don't know if you guys love this kind of JK. There will also be a cook before and after. Oh, old guys, you don't have to send gifts, but you have to watch more ads and a little bit of Tsue Hung-o. By the way, I hope you point out the shortcomings of this cowhorse author. Will be humbly ask for advice. Also, who you like, you can send out. I will arrange the back of the plot as appropriate. I love you guys, yo Redheart. Chapter 30, sure enough, the live version is more exciting. Lu Shirhan sat on the co-pilot. Zhang Wei thoughtfully sidled over to fasten the seatbelt for Lu Shirhan. The lily flavor. Start the car, toward the direction of home and go. Lu Shirhan didn't say anything on the way, mainly because of the triple surprise. She didn't know what to say. Big brother is my classmate. My classmate was fat before. Now he's thin, handsome, tall and rich. He's so handsome. Don't you know where he's taking me? Where is he taking me? All the way Lu Shirhan was sneaking glances at Zhang Wei out of the corner of her eye, while Zhang Wei was driving while communicating with the LSP system. That LSP, you come out for a bit and help me see what this chick is like? Goddess system. Okay boss, I'm happy to serve you. Ding. Name, Lu Shirhan. Age, 22. Height, 169 com. Weight, 60 kilograms. 3D, 91. 65. 90. Education, bachelor's degree in progress, senior dance department. Physical fitness, 8 10s. Stamina, 8 10 points. Interests, dancing, traveling, hiking, swimming, Purity, 95, 95 for self-improvement. Feelings, 0, feelings of white. Favorability, 80, out of 100. When reaching 100 there will be an unexpected reward. Hiss. After Lu Shirhan's information appeared in Jiang Wei's mind, Jiang Wei couldn't help but be a little surprised that such a beautiful schoolgirl has such a high degree of purity. It's not a river. It's not a river. It's not a river. It's not a river. Reader, it's not the author that the cow-horse arrangement. If we arrange words, surely give you arrange a 108 hand. Jiang Wei heart a little excited. Jiang Wei has a little excitement in his heart. The pure school flower must not let her run away. The schoolgirl is mine. I said so. Jesus can't do anything about it, except for the handsome readers. After 20 minutes or so, when Jiang Wei drove into the Iju Kongxian neighborhood, Lu Shirhan glanced at Jiang Wei and asked, "There are still restaurants in this neighborhood?" Jiang Wei smiled and said, "It's not safe to eat outside. It's better to do it at home. And it's also open." Lu Shirhan whispered, "But, I don't know how to cook." Jiang Wei laughed. "I can cook." Lu Shirhan looked at Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei, on the other hand, drove to the entrance of his villa in a beautiful way. Lu Shirhan looked at Jiang Wei once again. Is this his home? This question will soon be answered. Soon after arriving at the garage of the villa and parking the car, Jiang Wei smiled at Lu Shirhan. Jiang Wei smiled at Lu Shirhan and said, "Get off." After saying that, he opened the car door and got out. Directly opened the door and went up the stairs. Lu Shirhan followed Jiang Wei up the stairs. After seeing the decoration inside the villa, Lu Shirhan felt that her eyes were not enough. Jiang Wei pointed to the sofa. "You first sit for a while. The remote control is in the first drawer under the coffee table. You turn on the TV and watch it. I'll go cook." Lu Shirhan let out a cry and sat on the sofa, her eyes looking around. Jiang Wei, on the other hand, went to the kitchen to cook. It's very simple. Cucumber, fried steak, egg soup, fried lettuce. In less than an hour, the 4 dishes were ready. "Come and eat." Lu Shirhan turned off the TV and got up. "Where's the restroom? I'll go wash my hands." Jiang Wei pointed in the direction of the restroom. After washing her hands, Lu Shirhan came to the dining table. Jiang Wei poured a glass of red wine for himself and Lu Shirhan respectively. "Come on, cheers." Lu Shirhan took a sip from her glass. More than an hour later, the two of them drank a bottle of red wine. Lu Shirhan, who was not able to drink, felt a little dizzy and sat on the sofa. Jiang Wei sat down next to Lu Shirhan. Lu Shirhan was a bit nervous. Her palms are sweaty. Jiang Wei stretched out his hand and passed through Lu Shirhan's back. Lu Shirhan's body stiffened. Jiang Wei laughed and came to Lu Shirhan's ear and whispered, "I like watching you dance. Very sexy. I want to see you dance live." Lu Shirhan blushed. Heartbeat accelerated. Knock knock knock. "Is it going to start? So looking forward to it. I heard that kissing is very comfortable. I wonder if it's true." Jiang Wei directly printed his lips on Lu Shirhan's lips. Slash. "It's a bit raw." Slash. But with the old driver leading the way, Lu Shirhan was very smart and got the gist in no time. Chapter 31. She's gone home? At 11 o'clock in the night, Jiang Wei was lying on the wide bed with Huazi in his mouth. He picked up the cell phone on his bed and he opened his cell phone and started to search for food. After a lot of searching, a Chinese food called Lu Palm restaurant attracted Jiang Wei. It's not that it's cheap or expensive, it's because it has the highest rating, and Lu's restaurant is one that Jiang Wei has heard of. His meatballs are very good. In the end, Jiang Wei spent $200 on an order of tendon brain and 8 tails of rice. Should I hire a cook? What's the point of being rich and being extravagant? What's money for? It's for spending. Besides, I'm the one who's hooked. Thinking of this, Jiang Wei picked up his cell phone again and downloaded 69 Tongcheng. Register, edit the message. Recruitment, a home cook. Requirements, age below 35 years old. Ladies first, 8 dishes will be at least 2 dishes. Will be the best Western food. Salary negotiable. Contact number, 1********1234. Click to send. Released successfully. 10 minutes later, the takeout came. Jiang Wei went down to retrieve the takeout and, sitting in front of the sofa in the living room while eating the takeout and brushing the sight 3 times and then 8 tails of rice as well as a large box of tendons wiped his mouth, got up and went to the restroom to wash up and brush his teeth, returned to the bedroom and lie down. Lu Shirhan's home. Lu Shirhan's younger sister, Lu Shiyu, has not yet gone to bed and is looking at her cell phone with excitement. She was looking at her cell phone with an excited look on her face. Her Douyin account, because she posted her sister's live video, her fans have risen from over 10,000 to over 200,000. A lot of people were attracted by the swinging hammer. Lu Shirhan was excitedly looking at the comments while thinking about her sister's future. Aha! First of all, I'll make sure my sister gets a hold of that big brother. Sister? Thinking about that big brother's screen name. Sister didn't come back tonight? So the two of them aren't now? Steady on, sis is so powerful. Knows to grasp the opportunity nice. A dreamless night. The next day. It's a bit gloomy outside. A gentle breeze. Dozens of sparrows chirping on the cherry tree in the yard. Zhang Wei is in a daze. Reaching out to embrace the beauty again. I was not able to get my arms around her. Zhang Wei froze and opened his eyes. She's gone home? Zhang Wei muttered. Smell. So fragrant? It seems that Lu Shirhan didn't go home, but she got up to cook. Zhang Wei got up and stretched out of the bedroom. On the second floor, he saw Lu Shirhan wearing Zhang Wei's shirt sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up and walked downstairs, hearing the commotion. Lu Shirhan raised her head to look at the stairs. You're up. I've just finished the meal, so wash up and you can eat. Zhang Wei looked at Lu Shirhan with a bad smile. You can still get up and cook? Upon hearing this, Lu Shirhan blushed slightly. I studied dance, and I often work out as well as yoga. Zhang Wei nodded his head and understood. No wonder. So it's fitness and yoga. Fitness and yoga can be a good way to exercise the body and its shape. Zhang Wei smiled at Lu Shirhan and said, no wonder you have such a good figure. Fitness and yoga can strengthen your body and shape it. It's good. It's really good. Lu Shirhan looked at Zhang Wei that gaze and smiled directly a blank stare. You're still not quick to go eat. Zhang Wei laughed loudly and stood up. Good. Let me taste your handiwork. P.S. Chapter after a slight modification. You see here the treasure son of the people. Love you yo mu de carat 3 carat. Chapter 32 Cook, Bai Wei. After dinner Zhang Wei drove Lu Shirhan home and Bai Wei was 30 years old, 170 in height, 130 pounds, and would have been a proper wife. However, everything changed in an accident 2 years ago. 2 years ago, her husband went on a business trip and had a car accident. Resuscitation failed, leaving her with a 2-year-old daughter. After her husband's death, she was compensated with some money, but it's really hard for a woman to raise a child. She wanted to work while she was young to earn money to support her daughter, and her husband's compensation could be used as a backup. Before she got married, Bai Wei was a Western cook, but there's a lot of trouble at the widow's door. There were also some bosses who wanted to keep her. She's changed jobs 5 times in the past 2 years. A few days ago, she quit her job again. After putting her daughter to bed at night, Bai Wei picked up her cell phone and logged on to 69 Home. She wanted to look for a job on 69. That's when Zhang Wei posted a job opening for a chef. I think I'm good at Western food and home cooking, and I saw this information, and it's a rich man's family doing chef. She thought the salary would be high. Take down the phone number. After sending her daughter to kindergarten today, Bai Wei found a secluded corner in a nearby shopping mall, picked up the phone and dialed the number. On her way home after dropping off Lu Shirhan, Zhang Wei's phone rang, scanning the 139 ******** 92? Strange number? Pick up the phone. Hello? Hello? Which one? A girl's voice came on the phone. Hello? Is this Mr. Zhang? Listening to the female voice on the phone, Zhang Wei froze. This was too charming and gentle. May I ask who you're looking for? Bai Wei adjusted her emotions and prayed in her heart that she must be highly paid. Mr. Zhang, it's like this. I saw that you posted the information about recruiting a chef on 69 Toncheng. I would like to have an interview. Zhang Wei listened to the soft and charming voice on the phone and spat in his heart. Are you serious about this interview? What kind of dishes do you cook? Bai Wei was relieved to hear Zhang Wei ask this. Being able to ask like this meant that she was close to successfully applying for the job. I used to cook Western food in a Western restaurant. I know how to cook home-cooked food, and I also know how to stir-fry vegetables and marinated vegetables. Zhang Wei nodded. Yes, when do you have time? Upon hearing this, Bai Wei hurriedly said, I have time anytime. Okay, call me when you get to the Egyo Kongxian neighborhood. How long will it take you to get there? Bai Wei looked at her cell phone then said, I'll probably be around 40 minutes. Zhang Wei was waiting for the traffic light and also looked at the time on his cell phone then suddenly asked, how about this? It just so happens that I'm outside walking back, so say your location and I'll go over to pick you up. When Bai Wei heard this, how can this work? How can you let the boss know, the future boss, to personally pick himself up? But Bai Wei couldn't twist the author. The author that LSP had to arrange for the pig foot to pick her up. She couldn't do anything about it. Zhang Wei smiled and said, just tell me the location. I'm over here at Riverside No. 1 right now. It's quite far from home, so I'll bring you along if it's on my way. Bai Wei said, that, Mr. Zhang, I'm at Golden Diamond Plaza. Zhang Wei said into the phone, it's not far away, about 5 minutes or so. First, after saying that, Zhang Wei hung up the phone. The light was green. He started the car and drove directly to the Golden Diamond Plaza. Bai Wei hung up the phone and hurried out of Golden Diamond Plaza. She was thinking that the boss's voice sounded so young. I hope I can be the boss to see. Chapter 33 should be matched with Parisian House. Zhang Wei drove all the way to Golden Diamond Plaza. The car just turned into the entrance to see a wearing a pink Cheongsam shawl hair. Big waves of Young Fu Pavilion is now there. Crap. This is good. This hip, this waist, this S-curve. But unfortunately cannot see the front, can only see a side. Zhang Wei couldn't help but sigh. He pulled over, picked up his cell phone and dialed. Zhang Wei was looking around while making the call, only to see that wearing a buff-colored Cheongsam Young Fu picked up the phone. Zhang Wei's heart couldn't help but thump a few times faster. It can't be her, can it? Vivian White, height, 168, weight, 110 pounds, 3D, 90, 65, 91. The phone rings. Bai Wei took a look at the caller ID and, that Mr. Zhang has arrived? Pick up the phone. Hello, Mr. Zhang, have you arrived? Yes, I'm standing at the entrance to the plaza. You're here too? Me. I'm wearing a pink Cheongsam. Yes. What? You saw me? Bai Wei looked around. There's only one car parked at the entrance of the plaza, and it's a supercar. Bai Wei asked uncertainly. There's only one car at the intersection. The S9? Okay, I see it. Okay. Bai Wei was also stunned when she saw the red S9. This car is worth $15 million. Her own deadbeat husband's pension only amounted to over $1 million. It's not even enough to buy the wheels of this car. Is this Mr. Zhang's car? That's too rich. Just as Bai Wei was sighing in her heart, Zhang Wei lowered the window and waved at Bai Wei. Get in. Bai Wei took a sexy step to the passenger side. Zhang Wei poked his body over to help open the passenger door. Bai Wei sat on the passenger side. A burst of rose scent hit her. Zhang Wei sniffed his nose and said with a smile, fasten your seatbelt. Bai Wei subconsciously nodded. Oh, good. Picking up and buckling her seatbelt, Zhang Wei maneuvered the steering wheel while looking at Bai Wei's side with his afterglow, and a poem came to mind. The peaks of the mountains are different from each other, and the heights are different from each other. It's very appropriate. What are you going to cook to show off your cooking skills? Zhang Wei asked. Bai Wei thought for a moment and asked, what kind of food does Mr. Zhang like? Zhang Wei shook his head. I'm not a picky eater, so you can see to it. Just as the car passed by the Sunshine Vegetable Market, Bai Wei spoke. Mr. Zhang, you stop the car here. I'll go to the market to buy some vegetables. Zhang Wei nodded. Good. After finding a temporary parking space on the side of the road and getting out of the car, Zhang Wei followed Bai Wei out of the car. The two of them walked into the market. The handsome man and the beautiful young woman attracted a lot of people's attention. Zhang Wei looked at Bai Wei's back. TSK, 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 TSK. She's swaying left and right. Sexy white legs. Wearing white high heels. These legs should be paired with the Parisian House Alphabet Edition. Looking at Bai Wei's sexy legs, Zhang Wei thought of Balenciaga. In this way, the two of them went through several stalls in the food market. Bai Wei came to a seafood stall in a familiar way. She followed the owner and bargained a lot. Finally bought 4 crabs, 8 oysters, 10 abalone and a box of prawns. Zhang Wei took the initiative to pick up the bag containing seafood. Bai Wei subconsciously asked, do you have seasoning at home? Zhang Wei nodded. There are seasonings. What else do you need to buy? Bai Wei looked at the seafood Zhang Wei was carrying and asked, is this not enough? Zhang Wei shook his head. Not enough. I'm very edible. Bai Wei let out a cry. Afterward, she bought some quail eggs, yams, pork and cucumbers. The two of them walked out of the market. They got in the car and drove home. Where to put the vegetables? That's not our concern. Zhang Wei can always arrange a place. Isn't that the point of seafood? Chapter 34, Losing Fire? Returning to the Ijukong County neighborhood. When Bai Wei saw the decoration inside the villa with her own eyes, she was also impressed. The decoration is too luxurious. Zhang Wei must be the young master of a rich family, right? I've heard that rich people's young masters are all second generation. I must be careful. Zhang Wei naturally didn't know what was going on in Bai Wei's mind at the moment. Zhang Wei carried the ingredients to the kitchen and turned back to Bai Wei, who was staring at the door of the living room. It's just about noon, so prepare to cook. I'll try your skills. Bai Wei came back to her senses and hurriedly nodded her head. Oh, okay, that Mr. Zhang. Where do you keep your slippers at home? Zhang Wei said as he walked towards the living room. Right at the bottom of the shoe cabinet at the entrance. Bai Wei sniffed and hurriedly opened the shoe cabinet and bent down to fetch the slippers. Zhang Wei had just sat down on the sofa at this time. Suddenly, he saw a flash of white. Zhang Wei's eyes widened. Don't look at me. 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 Having recited 3 times in his mind. However, his eyes didn't leave the white color. It's very transparent. Vaguely visible. Crap. Skimming vertical and horizontal, guttering horizontal and horizontal. Skimming horizontal and guttering vertical hooks horizontal skimming horizontal and guttering, 2 words. Bai Wei changed her slippers and got up. Zhang Wei sat on the sofa as if nothing had happened, picking at his cell phone. Bai Wei softly said, "Then, Mr. Zhang, I'm going to make dinner." Zhang Wei didn't even lift his head and gave a but out of the corner of his eye, he was looking at Mr. Zhang. In fact, out of the corner of his eye, he was looking at Bai Wei. She had a big wave, a tight-fitting buff-colored cheongsam, and snow-white legs. Her white legs. I can't believe it. Bai Wei went to the kitchen to start cooking. Wang Wei, seeing that he can't see any more benefits, he looked down and played with his cell phone. Open KS. He started swiping the video. TSK, 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 TSK. Big data understands me, knowing that I like thighs and buns. He recommended these to me. Zhang Wei quickly left Bai Wei behind. He opened a live chat room called Sweetie. Sugar is an emotional anchor. Island people. She is 26 years old. Her height is 168 and her weight is 110 pounds. Shaw. Sweetie. At this time, Sweetie is connecting with a middle-aged man whose screen name is Sour. The middle-aged man is from the coal city in the northeast. He's a 38-year-old single dog. Sweet with a kind of heart-stopping smile asked, "Big brother asked you a question." Sour not slippery look as the old man nodded and said, "Ask, what do you want to ask?" Sugar glanced at the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room and asked, "You're single, right?" Sour Noodle nodded his head. Yeah." Sugar smiled, a somewhat intriguing smile. "So big brother you're single. Are you usually a pissel or a regular partner?" Sourpuss froze. "What? This can ask? In the live room? What does that mean? I don't know." "Crap. Sugar you can do it. This car speed." Sweets ignored the live broadcast pop-ups, because this was the effect she wanted, continuing to flirt with a smile to pursue the question. "Big brother, say ah." "You do not say these two are not ah." "I don't believe it." And the brothers in the live broadcast room don't believe it either. Sour not embarrassed to scratch his head. There is no fix. This time, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room became even more powerful, launching a heated discussion. Sweet smiled and asked, "So are those all main or?" Sour made a chuffing finger gesture. Sugar asked while watching the live feed pop up, "About how much?" Sourpuss gave a chuckle. Sugar wasn't going to let Sourpuss off the hook and asked, "How much is it?" Sour Slippery changed his position to lie on the sofa and said, "Well, there are 30s and 50s, and sometimes there are 20s. Sweetie was stunned. "So cheap?" The live feed froze too. "Crap, 20, 30, 50? What size is that? 50, 60? Sugar asked back, "How big is all that?" Sour touched his lips and looked a little embarrassed up. Now the pop-ups are flying up on the live feed. They're all hitting 50, 60. Sourpuss nodded. Some of the guys on the air are hitting it, but of course there's 40 or so. Ooh, there's a heated discussion amongst the audience. Deflagration? Defeat fire? This, Big Brother's cow pen. Chapter 35, True fans are poor people. Looking at a beautiful woman driving a car, Zhang Wei became interested and he put the cook, Bai Wei, aside. The main reason is that Bai Wei is cooking, and it's not a good idea to meet her for the first time. At this time, in the live broadcast room, Sour bitch ha 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 laughed. You this is also too rooted. Sweet smiled cheekily. This is the root of the column. Quickly say, how many times you this year? Sour Slippery held his tongue for half a day and uttered a number. About 10 times. Although Sweetie hasn't been on the air for long, she knows what visitors like to hear. It was a rare opportunity, so of course she couldn't let it go, and continued to pursue the question. That means once a month on average? Sourpuss nodded. Probably. Sugar pulled the neckline of her dress and sat on her side, revealing her sexy figure with a flirtatious smile. So how many in total? Sour lifted her hand pencil and drew a picture. Not too many. Just these. Just at this time, Xiao Sweetness saw someone connecting on the cell phone screen. She said to the live broadcast, Sour not slippery big brother. I first sold you off, my sister a PK. Big brother a moment you give me on a little gift annual ticket on the line. Said also regardless of whether that big brother agreed. Directly kicked him off the mic. Connect the PK invitation. Connecting to the mic. The opposite side is the age and the 30 years of age of the young Fu. The anchor name is really beautiful is small. The anchor's name is True Beauty is a small daughter-in-law. Zhang Wei saw this name and then clicked on Junmei's avatar. He entered the homepage and looked at the works. The information is written in the northeast. Look up the work is rural. The work is basically often in the rural forest. Some meat, but there is no small belly. Specific where abdominal on do not know. Anyway, look attractive. It is the general appearance. The lack of interest exited the small daughter-in-law's personal homepage. Returned to the sweet live room. Then Zhang Wei froze. What is the situation? Went across the sweep of the works, how the opposite on so many gifts. Curious to enter the opposite live room again. Enter. A screen full of pop-ups are brushing the old man to cheer. I clicked on the leaderboard. The top of the list looks like a bad old man. Not a single work. He's 62 years old. I don't know if it's true or not. At this point, the leaderboard shows that the old man has already swiped almost $100,000 for his daughter-in-law. Oh, my god. This old man 80% have low insurance. Wait. Brother to your low insurance are teased out. Small daughter-in-law you can thank me Zhang Wei was thinking badly. Returning to Sweetie's live room. Sweet live room, most of them are white votes. The PK strip has been knocked down to 1 centimeter. 300 versus 50,000. This is a direct hit on the floor. Sweet looked at the PK bar. To the live broadcast room angry shouted. This bunch of burnt old men. You really cannot More than 700 people were beaten down by an old man? You a bunch of little karami. I'm embarrassed to say you. Lian Mai driving a more than one powerful. This kung fu how all mute? Looking at the angry Sweetie in the live broadcast room. The visitors are not angry. Doesn't it smell good to have a free ticket? That's right. It's great to watch Sweetie drive without paying. I love to see Sugar's love-hate face. Zhang Wei looked at Sweetie, especially when she moves. Following her know how to panda. Typing on the public screen. What do you say if I help you win PK? Sweetie was also stunned when she saw Zhang Wei's pop-up screen, because Zhang Wei had barely swiped a gift before, especially on the KS platform. That's why his rank was only level 2, and he belonged to the small white number. However, Sweetie didn't mean to look down on the white number. Although her live broadcast time is short, but she still understands one thing. Don't look down on any white number, because it is not possible to say which white number is the big brother's small number. Sweet organized the language in her heart and said to the live broadcast room, the big brother called Bao Tiangang Xiao Karami. If you help me win this PK, I will thank you a million times. When she said the last sentence, Sweetie also gave a flirtatious look to the live broadcast room. This look had two meanings. One, showing charm to stimulate consumption. The second was, as long as Big Brother could understand her meaning he would give on gifts. Anyway, it's not a loss. It's a win-win situation. You give me gifts, I'll give you what you want. Since joining the industry, Sugar has been preparing herself. She knew she'd have to take this step sooner or later. But, it depends on the person, whether the Big Brother has the strength or not. Zhang Wei looked at Sweetie's eyes, and immediately understood. This is a proper hint plus explicit if you do this, I'll be easily intoxicated. Zhang Wei spat in his heart for a while. Then, he called out the network Divine Hero system. Come out, it's your turn to play. Why don't you just vote for the system if you can vote for nothing? Sweets, you may think you're earning, but I'll never lose. I'm the one who's open. Cyber God's hero system. Come on, boss, you just have to enjoy yourself, and leave the rest to the little one to accomplish. Zhang Wei laughed. Okay, we'll come to things waiting to pamper you more in the future. After molesting the system, Zhang Wei then clicked on the gift option. Zhang Wei thought for a while, how to be the most dignified. There are only two ways to swipe a gift online. One is for the hostess, and the other is for the honor. A little thought. Zhang Wei smiled. First sent a yearly ticket. The live broadcast room exploded. This is it? 1 annual ticket? An operation is as fierce as a tiger. Sugar also lost her heart for a while, but she hit it very well. Zhang Wei then clicked on Romantic Coral Sea. Then it's Deep Sea Volcano, Lucky Magic Box, Beer, Rallying Cry, Drum Power, and so on. When it comes to red packets, Zhang Wei directly inputs 888 yuan, then has been sent a variety of gifts. Each gift is brushed one. At this time, the live broadcast room really exploded. Big Brother, I was wrong. I admit I was just loud. This Big Brother means to come to a full set? Sweet looking at all kinds of gifts flying all over the screen is also the heart has a hint of anticipation. This is the God's hero of heavenly descent? The heart trembles with excitement. Sweetie put her hand on her leg, back and forth too. The frying gal's little Karami sends out a gift to you. With the last gift smashed down, Zhang Wei swiped a total of $14,698. 6 on Sugar's livestream. After the last gift was swiped, there were already more than 4,000 people in the live broadcast room. These people were all attracted by the various gift swipes to the treasure hunting army. 666. Big Brother Rich. Big Brother 999. Sugar watched the last gift fall. Excited tears filled her eyes and raised her hand to cover her mouth. Thank you Big Brother. Big Brother, I'm too excited. I live several months. Never. Big Brother. I love this sound of the anchor. Anchor, please continue. Fried Sky Gang, little Karami. Can still satisfied? Sugar nods frantically. Satisfied. Satisfied Big Brother, I'm concerned about you. You pay attention to see the private message. Jiang Wei sniffed and opened his private message. At this time, Jiang Wei's private message was already 99 plus. Directly set it, and then clicked on the sweet private letter. Copy a string of numbers. Open WeChat. Paste add friend. Ding. It passed in seconds. Sweets. Big brother. Thank you. Thank you for upvoting me. Jiang Wei replies to the message. Thanks for what? I'm just seeing color. Jiang Wei is very direct. What's the reason for the gift? It's all about the beauty of the hostess. Don't tell me you're a true fan. If you don't have money, you're a true fan. Who's going to give you true love if you have money? If you have money, it's true love. Chapter 36, Swiping Millions. Sweetie buys airline tickets. Seeing the message that Jiang Wei replied to, Sweets wasn't surprised and, on the contrary, she got it at once. It's really like this, but this is good. Anyway, I don't have a boyfriend. I've been single for several years, and if this big brother is a handsome man, then it's not bad. After thinking for a while, Sweet replied with an emoticon, shy/JPG. Jiang Wei smiled and, switching KS to type on the public screen. You set up wish lists for all the gifts with a quantity of 100. After Sweetie saw this pop up, her whole body was a bit confused. What? All the gifts are set up as wish lists? Quantity 100? The visitors in the live broadcast room also saw this pop-up screen. All gifts? Did I hear you right? Upstairs, you heard right. Sweetie was a little unsure. If you swipe all the gifts, that's more than 10,000. If all the gifts are set to 100, that's over $1 million. Is it possible? Seeing that Sugar was a bit hesitant, Jiang Wei continued to type. Set it. I can still afford to spend this small amount of money. Don't say thug. If you have a system, I believe you'll be even more thug than this, including the little author. Sweetie raised her hand, which was trembling with excitement, and started to reset the wish list. After a while, Jiang Wei saw that Sweetie had set up her wish list and directly clicked continue. Fry Heaven Gang Little Karami sends annual vote x 100. Bao Tian Gang Xiao Karami sends out romantic coral C x 100 times 100 times 100. Sent out red packet times 100. Sent out red packet times 100. Live stream. Crap. Groove. 888 red packets. Big Brother Rich. Big Brother 666. At this time, there are already some anchors who are agitated because of the floating screen, and have sent their own home operations to come and check the situation. Sweet Simple after these gift special effects have begun to be convinced. This big brother really want to complete the wish list. This big brother really want to fulfill the wish list. She stood up, about to stand up. If Jiang Wei knew what Sweetheart was thinking at this time, he would have laughed and said, stand up? Impossible. I still let you kneel. Kneeling to complete the physical labor. Fright Sky Gang Little Karami sent Supreme Magic Box x 100. In the opposite anchor's live room, that old man who retired with a low-income insurance had already gone to his head under Xiao daughter-in-law's various actions, especially after seeing those videos that little daughter-in-law sent him on WeChat. It's just too good to be true. It lit a fire under him. He didn't think he'd get a second wind. One bank card ran out of money. Another bank card. In this way, the retired old man with low income managed to empty his 2 bank cards. So far, he's swiped out $600,000. The old man will wake up some. The heart of the old regret. Since 4 years ago, the boss has been traveling to the west. This is the first time I've been so excited. After the excitement comes the regret. I don't know if I can get my daughter-in-law to come out after all this money. I'm not sure if I can get her to come out with all this money, but I'm using a small number to go to the opposite live room to see if I've lost this game. The big brother called Flying Sky Small Karami looks like he can really fulfill the sweet wish list. The heart has a little jealousy. This kind of big brother, why is not his own live room? Thinking about it, the hands of the silent operation of the cell phone to the Fried Sky Gang Small Karamini point attention and sent a private message. After doing this silently, the small daughter-in-law directly to the old man with low insurance hair, a county hotel location, and attached a message. Big brother, when you have time. In this room, I thank you face to face. When he saw this message from his daughter-in-law, the old man with low income smiled. It was worth it. I didn't realize that he could still have a friendship with such a young woman even after 62 years. He couldn't wait to book a flight and a room at the hotel. No one pays attention to their private affairs. In Sweetie's live studio, Jiang Wei is still swiping gifts. Frying Gang Little Karami sent Battleship of Glory x 100. Frying Gang Little Karami sent Battleship of Glory x 100 times 100 times 100. Jiang Wei was also tired enough when he finished swiping these gifts. Mostly, he was tired of his fingers. Fried Sky Gang Small Karami. I didn't realize that swiping gifts was also quite tiring. The visitors in the live broadcast room had gathered 100,000 plus. All of them were sore when they saw this pop-up. Big brother, I will massage. Big brother, I learned massage from Sister Lou downstairs. Old professional. Big brother, you pay attention to me. I am better than sweet body. Big brother, I lowly. Sweetheart's heart fell to the ground after seeing this last gift effect. She's really rich. She's really rich. She must be able to hold on to such a rich brother. Aha. Right. Must grasp. It seems that I have to find my best friend Lusiki to ask for study materials, to learn how to grasp the big brother. PK end. Sweetie doesn't give the other side a chance to talk. What if the opposite side hooked such a powerful big brother away? The other side seems to be a seasoned warrior. After disconnecting from the mic, Sweet said to the live broadcast room. Everyone in the live room of the old iron did not pay attention to the anchor point of attention. Live broadcast room, already concerned. Anchor is so beautiful. No wonder Big Brother supports you. Am I the only one who follows Big Brother? Upstairs, I'm also following Big Brother. Big Brother, I don't have leg hair. I'm light and supple. Upstairs, you're all younger brothers. I'm booking a flight to a certain country. I've changed my exhaust. I can customize it for you. The live streaming room remembered that the pop-ups were starting to get dirty. Jiang Wei looked at the message sent by Sweet. Big Brother, which city are you in? I'll buy a plane ticket now. Satisfied, he messaged back to Tian. Just book a ticket to Spring City Airport. Send me the flight information when you're done, and I'll go pick you up. Sweetie interacted with the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room while holding her cell phone to book a plane ticket. Book the nearest one. She finished booking the tickets in no time. Then she sent the flight information to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei had already exited Sweetie's live broadcast. Now that he's accomplished his goal, it's no fun to be on the air anymore. After seeing Sweetie's message, Jiang Wei replied, okay, I'll pick you up at that time. Smile/JPG. Bai Wei saw Jiang Wei put down his cell phone and softly said, Mr. Zhang, the meal is ready. Come over and eat. Jiang Wei stood up from the sofa with a carpet. He went directly to the restroom to wash his hands, finished and went to the refrigerator to get 2 bottles of Coke. Why don't you eat with me? It's no fun to eat alone. Bai Wei sniffed and shook her head. No, that's no good. Jiang Wei looked at Bai Wei. This Chong Sam is really attractive. Yes, it's the Chong Sam that's attractive. Jiang Wei sat down. Jiang Wei sat down and opened a bottle of Coke and took a sip. Sharp, the big brother of a partition, raised his head and looked at Bai Wei solemnly said, Chapter 37, Bai Wei, you don't want to lose this job either, right? Bai Wei, you don't want to lose this job either, right? Bai Wei's whole body went bad after hearing this. She felt that there was something strange about those words, but she didn't know what was so strange about it. But she didn't want to lose this job opportunity. Such an easy job. In such a rich family, the salary must be very high. Right, the salary. Thinking of this, Bai Wei glanced at Jiang Wei. She'd better sit down. If she eats with this rich young master, he may give her a good salary. Bai Wei nodded and sat down. Jiang Wei smiled and said, that's right. I don't have so many rules. Saying this, he pushed a can of Coke in front of Bai Wei. Getting up again, he went to the kitchen and opened the cabinet to find disposable gloves, taking out 2 of them and returning to the table. I'm a big talker. I like to eat these things with my hands. That's the only way to feel good, he said, handing Bai Wei a pair of gloves. He put on a pair of gloves himself. Started to pick the shrimp, dipped it in Bai Wei's sauce and put it in his mouth. The flavor of the sauce instantly stimulates the taste buds. Take a bite of the shrimp. Fresh ingredients often require the most simple cooking, without all the complicated procedures. Just a simple steamed prawn. With this delicious and juicy fish sauce, Jiang Wei gave a thumbs up. Not bad. It's awesome. AO 95 points. Give too much fear that you are proud. Continue to maintain. Bai Wei got Jiang Wei's affirmation after the heart completely landed. She cupped her hands and took a small sip from the can of Coke. She sat there and watched Jiang Wei eat. This handsome man is really different from others. There is a sense of spontaneity. Readers, rich people are spontaneous, and people without money are bumpkins. Jiang Wei took a sip of Coke after picking up 5 prawns. Seeing that Bai Wei had been looking at himself, Jiang Wei said with dissatisfaction, Why don't you eat? Are you drugged and planning to misbehave with me? Bai Wei heard what? Drugged? Quickly waved her hands. No, how could it be drugged? Jiang Wei saw that Bai Wei's face was red. This young Fu really can't be teased, shrugged his shoulders and said, This big table dishes, how can I eat alone? I'm not a pig. Quickly eat with me, or you will be dismissed in a moment. Mrs., you do not want to lose this job, right? Again? Bai Wei was dumbfounded after hearing that last sentence. Jiang Wei smiled and lowered his head as he continued to dry his rice. Seeing this, Bai Wei also put on her gloves and started to pick the shrimp. More than 20 minutes later, Jiang Wei took off his gloves and took a sip of Coke after he finished the last piece of braised pork, burped and stood up with a wave of his hand. Not bad. Your skills are really good. It's decided. You're the one. Bai Wei looked at Jiang Wei blankly after hearing his words. It's decided? Jiang Wei asked with a smile. So what do you expect the salary to be? Bai Wei was about to pick up the table, and when she heard Jiang Wei ask how much she expects to be paid, hearing Jiang Wei ask her how much she expected to be paid, she stopped her hand movements and hesitated for a moment. 5,000. Jiang Wei shook his head. Bai Wei's heart sank when she saw Jiang Wei shaking his head. Jiang Wei came to the living room and picked up the cigarette case on the coffee table to light a cigarette for himself, smoked a mouthful, and spat out a smoke ring, spit out a smoke ring and said, 5,000 is too little, 10,000 it is. If you can take care of the housework, I'll give you 20,000, with food and lodging, and you can pick any room on the first floor. Bai Wei heard. What? She didn't lower her salary. She doesn't mind the 5,000. She minds the less. What's this about? People are stupid and have too much money? Or, Chapter 38 Hipster Skirt YYDS. Suddenly Bai Wei thought of a possibility and she couldn't help but blush. How is it possible? I'm 30 years old. I'm 30 years old, and he's only in his early 20s, so it shouldn't be possible, right? Oh, my God, Bai Wei, what are you thinking? It seems that you've been single for a long time, and you've started to have unrealistic ideas. Jiang Wei doesn't know what's going on in Bai Wei's mind. Jiang Wei doesn't know what's going on in Bai Wei's mind. He doesn't have the ability to read people's minds. Bai Wei hurriedly said thank you and lowered her head to clean up the table. Jiang Wei was lying on the sofa, refreshing himself and brushing the video to kill time. 20 minutes later, Bai Wei finished cleaning up the kitchen and the dining room. Bai Wei finished cleaning up the kitchen and the dining room. After washing her hands and taking off her apron, she came to the living room. She saw Jiang Wei lying on the sofa, comfortably brushing the video, listening to the video, which is full of dynamic music. I don't have to think. It must be a beautiful woman with long legs. Bai Wei did not look down on Jiang Wei. The man is. It's normal for all men to love beauty. Not to mention the fact that there is a young master who is so rich, Bai Wei thought while bending down to change her shoes. Jiang Wei actually noticed Bai Wei as soon as she came out of the kitchen. After all, with such a beautiful young woman at home, a normal man would pay attention to her. Not to mention that Jiang Wei doesn't think he's a good man. As soon as Bai Wei bent down, Jiang Wei's eyes were successfully attracted once again. Just thinking about it, Jiang Wei felt a rush of heat. Bai Wei changed her shoes and turned back to Jiang Wei tenderly. Then, Mr. Jiang, I'll go back first. Jiang Wei nodded calmly. Alright, you go back and make the arrangements. Bring the necessary necessities over to work tomorrow. Bai Wei hesitated for a moment to say in a difficult manner. Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid this won't work. Jiang Wei froze and asked, what's wrong? Is there something inconvenient? Bai Wei nodded and said, my girl is going to kindergarten. It's a bit inconvenient for me to live here. She's still so young and my parents aren't around. The child is so young? Parents aren't around? Jiang Wei asked doubtfully. Isn't there still your husband? Bai Wei shook her head slightly. My husband passed away, and now due to bring my daughter. Jiang Wei froze, a moment of spirit, which I'm not sleepy not. How can I express the true thoughts in my heart? Jiang Wei waved his hand. That's just right. I also quite like small children. You bring your daughter to live here with you tomorrow. This will also make it easier for you to take care of the child, and for you to cook and do chores for me. How nice. Bai Wei wanted to continue saying something. Jiang Wei said in an undeniable voice. Alright, it's settled. Otherwise every day when you finish dropping off the child and then come over. Then what time is it? Alright, you go back and get ready. Right, by the way, for the child to change a kindergarten. The kindergarten in front of our neighborhood is good. Right, considering that there are children to take care of. Every month to give you an increase of 5,000 wages. Bai Wei heard that. What? She's getting a raise? Jiang Wei, on the other hand, had a smile on his lips. He happily swiped the short video on Douyin. Far away from the airport in Island City, Xiao Sweet wearing a black hip dress, lightly dressed, only took a cell phone. She is in a very good mood today. She's not long into her live broadcast and she's met a rich guy. That's great. Take the ticket and go through the security check. I'm coming to Spring City. What kind of a person is the big brother? I think he's a young man. According to his circle of friends, I hope he's not too old. With ineffective longing and expectation of boarding the plane to Spring City, and far away in the northeastern city of Songjiang, Jiang Wei is now in brush a moment of video on the get up to finish the bath to go. Change a thief casual clothes. Change to thief casual clothes. White t-shirt short sleeves, pink shorts, white shoes. Take the car keys and go out. Started the car in the garage. With a good mood to open the library dog music. Find their favorite theme, Europe and the United States Walkman. All the way to the provincial highway. 1 hour later, Jiang Wei arrived at the parking lot of Spring City Airport. Sitting in the car while brushing the video while waiting for Xiao Sweets to get off the plane. And Xiao Sweets is on the plane at this time. and Xiao Sweet at this time is on the plane. Looking at the airplane has been reduced in altitude. The runway of Spring City Airport is clearly visible. Xiao Sweetheart's heart excited up. There are some apprehension. More is longing. Whether their future live road all the way smooth depends on tonight after the plane stopped steadily under Xiao Sweet complex mood. After a while, listening to the voice broadcast on the airplane, Xiao Sweetheart got up and cheered herself up. She lined up to get off the plane. As soon as the plane, Xiao Sweet first thing is to give the cell phone on. Then she sent a voice message to her little brother Karami. Brother, I'm here. Are you here? Little Karami, I'm here. I'm in the parking lot. Little Karami, sharing location/JPG. Xiao Sweetie followed the navigation towards the parking lot and she soon arrived at the parking lot. Zhang Wei looked at the small dot of the shared location, then looked up and Zhang Wei took a deep breath. Backstory kill. How about this back? Black wraparound skirt, shawl hair, small waves, long slender legs Parisian house alphabet edition, feet wearing Valentino high heels, crap, hip skirt, YYDS, plus Parisian and Valentino. This is the proper speed of attack a little something At this moment, this girl is holding her cell phone and looking around. She seems to be looking for something. Zhang Wei is interested. It has to be her. My sweetie. She slowly turned around. When he saw the front, Zhang Wei was sure. This is her sweetie. Lowering the window, he waved at Brittany. Here, come and get in the car. When Xiao Sweetie saw that Zhang Wei was so young and handsome driving a $15 million worth of supercars, she was also overjoyed that, instead of a bad old man, it's a young fresh meat. I've earned it. I've earned it. If Zhang Wei knew what Xiao Shengtian was thinking, he would have laughed. Brother, this is all wool gathering system. You may earn, but brother will never lose. Chapter 39 Ding? Glancing at Xiao Sweetie's long, flesh silk legs with his afterglow, Zhang Wei started the car. Haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go have a bite to eat first. What do you want to eat? Xiao Tiantian tilted her head and looked at Zhang Wei's side face. It's so handsome. Just as handsome as the readers. It's so nice. Hearing Zhang Wei ask what to eat, Xiao Shengtian smiled and said, come to the northeast. Of course, eat the northeast special iron pot stew. Zhang Wei nodded. In that case, we will take you to eat iron pot stew. Go you. Driving straight to the most delicious farmhouse iron pot stew in Songjiang City, the car sped along the highway. The speed is always kept at 120 kilometers per hour. After an hour or so, under the support of European and American music in Zhang Wei's urgent mood, the car entered the city of Songjiang. Xiao Sweetie looked at the downtown area of Songjiang City and the Songhua River on the side of the road inside. The scenery here is really nice. Zhang Wei sniffed. Do you have a nice view there? But Zhang Wei didn't point it out. It's all in the air. We all take what we need. Zhang Wei smiled and said, the iron pot stew we are going to is right by the river. It's a bungalow. Their house is full every day. Business is especially good, and it's especially delicious. Make sure that you still want to eat it after you've eaten it. Xiao Sweetie looked at Zhang Wei with expectant eyes. Zhang Wei maneuvered the car to a compound near the river. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw that the whole courtyard was full of cars. There are Ford F-150 Raptor. There is a big bully. There is a Land Cruiser. And some S-35 and other ordinary family cars. Parked dozens of cars. Xiao Sweet asked, this is all to dinner guests drive a car? Zhang Wei nodded. Yes. His iron pot stew is very hot. The owner is a middle-aged couple. See those 2 rows of houses in front? That's the private rooms. Zhang Wei parked his car in an empty space. Just as soon as he parked the car, the boss's wife saw this supercar worth more than $10 million through the window. This is a Tycoon. The boss's wife ran out with excitement to receive him personally. As soon as Zhang Wei and Xiao Sugar got out of the car, the boss's wife's eyes lit up. The boys are dressed casually. Big white tee, big bitter tea, little white shoes, tall and handsome. The woman is wearing a black hip dress, flesh silk, a small satchel, black high heels. The man is handsome, the woman is pretty, and look at the material of the suit. It's not cheap. The boss's wife warmly greeted. Handsome man, beautiful woman. How many of us? Zhang Wei nodded. We're just 2. Boss, please arrange a quieter private room for us. The boss's wife slapped her chest. Don't worry, handsome. I guarantee to give you a clear arrangement. Handsome and beautiful, please follow me. While saying this, she led the way in front. Xiao Sweetie looked around. In front of the yard is a piece of farmland with iron fences. It was full of chickens, ducks, geese and pigs. It's not too far from the Songhua River. Under the shade of the trees, the chickens, ducks and geese are densely packed in groups. It's sure to be a profitable year. Soon the boss's wife with Zhang Wei and Xiao Sweetness came to a relatively secluded private room in front. The boss's wife with a smile pushed the door. The boss's wife pushed open the door of the private room with a smile on her face. As soon as she entered the private room, Xiao Sweetie saw the northeastern-style Kong in the newspaper on the wall. and there was a small wok on the Kong. There was a small pot on the Kong and a big pot on the pot. This is a small private room with a lot of memories and characteristics. Xiao Sweets looked at the private room with amazement. Jiang Wei nodded and turned back to the boss's wife. Yes, a big goose. Stick a circle of big cakes, and then some dipping dishes. Chili sauce should be homemade big sauce. You can fry watermelon juice, right? The owner's wife nodded as she took notes. Yes, I have the watermelons on ice in the vegetable cellar. Jiang Wei nodded. Alright then, that's all for now. The boss's wife answered and turned to leave. Jiang Wei closed the door and slipped his slippers onto the bed. Xiao Sugar also bent down and slipped on her slippers. Hiss. Ding. Chapter 40. Chapter name lost again and again and again. Xiao Sweetheart sat directly on the bed and, looking at the Parisian family, Jiang Wei slightly shook his head. After all, there is a small stove on the Kong in the way. The ball. Put aside the distractions on the bed. The central air conditioning installed in the small private room. Even if it's a 3-volt day, you don't feel stuffy in the room. Soon the boss's wife came in with a chef and 2 waiters pushing a food cart. First of all, open the hood on the roof, and then a large fire. Chopped into pieces of goose meat into the pot to stir fry, and then put the oil and various seasonings. Add the oil, and the goose meat, then put oil and various seasonings. Add beer and hot water, and stick cornmeal cakes. The operation of a meal to Xiao Sweet to see a stare. 10 minutes later, the boss's wife left with the waiter. There were only 2 people left in the room. Xiao Sweetheart looked at the lid of the pot and said, "The original Northeast iron pot stew is eaten this way. Ah, it feels so interesting." Jiang Wei smiled and said, "There are several types of iron pot stew. This is on the Kong. There is also sitting on the floor and eating around the pot. And there is also a 360 large oil drum made of iron pots and put on the table after it is done. And not only is there iron pot stew, but there is also a large oil drum made of iron pots and put on the table. And the iron pots do not only have goose, but also tendon, chicken stewed mushrooms, pork stewed vermicelli, small mixed fish and so on." Xiao Sweetie said, "So there are so many ways to eat iron pot stew. I always thought there was only iron pot stewed goose in an iron pot." The 2 just chatted in the private room while nibbling on the goose. More than 2 hours later, Jiang Wei packed the rest of the meal in the principle of not wasting. The final bill came to 288 yuan. Sitting in the car, Xiao Sweetie exclaimed, "It's so cheap, only 288 yuan. I ate so full. I feel like a few more people cannot finish." Jiang Wei said with a smile while driving. "No, I packed it. We have our midnight snack." Xiao Sweetie nodded. "Well, I didn't see that you're quite good at living," Jiang Wei said with a smile. "I'm rich, but I can't waste it. It's shameful to waste." Jiang Wei drove all the way to the Izhou Kongxian neighborhood. Xiao Sweetie soon saw the big detached villa in front of her. There were 3 floors in total. Entering the garage and parking the car, Jiang Wei brought Xiao Xingtian to the living room on the first floor. Then he put the packed food into the refrigerator. Jiang Wei turned around and asked Xiao Dengtian, "What would you like to drink? Red wine, juice, or mineral water?" Xiao Tiantian knew what was going to happen next and opened her mouth and said, "Drink some red wine." Jiang Wei nodded, reached out and took a bottle of red wine on the wine cabinet, opened the cork and then he opened the drawer and took out the sobering device. After some operations, Jiang Wei came to the living room with the sober bottle in his left hand and 2 red wine glasses in his right hand, and sat down next to Xiao Sweets. He sat down next to Xiao Dengtian. Xiao Tiantian got nervous. Jiang Wei put down the glass and leaned over and whispered in Xiao Dengtian's ear, "It's not too late for you to regret it." Xiao Xingtian sniffed hurriedly, shook her head. "I don't regret it. Just, some nervousness." Xiao Xingtian nodded her head, reached out and grabbed the sobering device and poured herself a glass of wine. Gulp. Dried it in one big gulp. Jiang Wei chuckled. "This is not how you drink red wine. You have to drink it in small sips." Xiao Sweetie then poured herself another glass of wine. "Can I see you, eh? I don't know if it's the wine's quick effect or what. Anyway, after drinking the wine, Xiao Tiantian completely relaxed and Jiang Wei took a sip of water and nodded. "Of course you can. You can see me for anything in the future." The author said, "There, not, offense." Chapter 41 Untitled. Early in the morning at Bai Wei's house, Bai Wei got up early and, first, she cleaned the house. Then she got up to cook breakfast for the children. At 7 o'clock, Bai Wei is dragging a suitcase with her right hand and holding her 4-year-old daughter with her left hand. The little one is wearing 2 little crochets, a very trendy dress, and white shoes. The little one looked up at her mom and asked, "Mom, where are we going?" Bai Wei looked at her daughter and softly said, "Mom got a job, cooking at an uncle's house, but, need to live there. That uncle said let me bring you there too. Live in a big house with Mom." The little one cocked his head and thought for a moment milkily. "But, I still have to go to school." Bai Wei smiled and said, "We'll go to that kindergarten near Uncle's house. There are many children in that kindergarten. The little guy looked up at Bai Wei, his big innocent eyes blinking and blinking, thought for a moment and nodded. Okay then. But, Mom, can I come back to C7? Bai Wei said with a doting glance at the little one. Of course you can. When you're on vacation, Mommy will bring you back to C7, okay? The little guy nodded. Okay. Bai Wei brought the child to the entrance of the neighborhood and stopped a cab. Reported the name of Zhang Wei's neighborhood. The cab driver promised to start the car with a kick of the gas. Looking out the window at the gradually receding buildings, Bai Wei was a little apprehensive. I don't know if Zhang Wei will like the child, will not mind the little candy fuss, but a month so much salary. She doesn't want to be a child, but with such a large monthly salary, she didn't want to give up. It's too hard for a person, especially a woman, to bring up a child. She didn't want to lose her job. And so it was. Bai Wei came to the Ijo Kongxian neighborhood with a feeling of apprehension. Since Bai Wei was here yesterday, and Zhang Wei had already told the property owner, so Bai Wei entered the Ijo Kongxian neighborhood with Candy pulling a trolley case without any problems. As soon as they entered the neighborhood, little Candy's big eyes were not enough. She looked around. This neighborhood is much better than theirs. When she came to Zhang Wei's big villa, Candy asked Bai Wei in surprise, Mom, is this the uncle's house? Bai Wei nodded her head. Yes, this is the uncle's house. Candy must be polite when you see the uncle later, okay? Little Candy nodded adorably. Well, don't worry Mom, I'm already a big girl. Bai Wei rubbed the little one's head and raised her hand and pressed the doorbell. Zhang Wei was sleeping sweetly with his arm around the beauty. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Zhang Wei opened his eyes in a daze and grabbed his bedside cell phone to see. It's only 8:15. Who is this? So early? Zhang Wei got up in a daze and went downstairs with his bare feet. He came to the living room on the first floor and looked at the video in front of the door. Bai Wei was pulling a suitcase with one hand and holding a little girl like a porcelain doll with the other. Zhang Wei realized that today is Bai Wei's first day of work. Zhang Wei unlocked the gate. Bai Wei entered Zhang Wei's house with candies. As soon as she came in, Bai Wei sniffed her nose and her face turned red. Candy looked at the living room and her eyes widened. This is too luxurious. This big sofa is bigger than the 2 in her house. This TV is bigger than the 4 in her house. Looking at such a big TV, Candy thought to herself, it must be very enjoyable to watch Bear. Bai Wei hurriedly changed Candy's shoes, and then changed her own shoes. Little Candy was wearing much bigger slippers, looking at everything in the living room with curiosity. The little demon was turning around and looking at everything. Wherever he looked, he was curious. She boldly took a step towards the sofa. Bai Wei saw the little Candy walking towards the sofa and instructed, don't touch the things in Uncle's house. Little Candy nodded and, coming to the big sofa, he lifted his little short legs and sat on the sofa. Zhang Wei put on a big undershirt, big pants and a pair of slippers on his feet and walked downstairs. When he saw the little one sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, Zhang Wei immediately fell in love with this little one. I don't like the little guy's mom, but if I did, it would have been the author's mom. If he did, it would have been the author, the Chow thief. Who would have liked it? Zhang Wei swears, this has nothing to do with him. Do not believe? The readers can testify. Chapter 42, Buying Clothes for My Goddaughter. It's quite reasonable, isn't it? Little Candy heard footsteps and, lifting up her head, her big budding eyes to look upwards. Wow, is this the uncle Mom was talking about? So handsome, so tall, handsomer than a movie star. Zhang Wei asked Little Candy with a smile while walking downstairs. Little friend, what's your name? Little Candy said timidly. My name is Candy. After hearing Candy's voice, Zhang Wei's whole heart was adorable. This little guy is too cute and adorable. Zhang Wei once again opened his mouth and asked, how old are you? Little Candy. I'm 4.5 years old. Zhang Wei came to the sofa. Little Candy tilted her head and looked at Zhang Wei. His big, cute eyes were blinking. Zhang Wei bent down and picked up Candy. Will you stay at Uncle's house from now on? Little Candy subconsciously glanced at Bai Wei, who was busy in the kitchen. Does Mommy live here too? Zhang Wei nodded. Of course. Little Candy nodded. If Mommy lives here, I'll live here. Zhang Wei reached out and pinched Candy's cheeks. So good. Tell Uncle what cartoon you want to watch. Uncle will find it for you. Zhang Wei put Candy on the sofa, picked up the remote control and turned on the TV then. Little Candy tilted his head and thought about the name of the cartoon in his mind. Bear? Woof Woof Team? Beautiful Goat? Finally Candy made a decision. Uncle, I want to watch Bears. Zhang Wei smiled and agreed, found Bears and clicked play. Little Candy stared at the cartoon with big eyes. Zhang Wei got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. He shaved, washed his face and hair. At 9 o'clock, Zhang Wei sat at the dining table. Candy was sitting next to Bai Wei, wearing a square scarf around her neck. Zhang Wei was eating his meal with a big mouthful. Breakfast was simple. Sliced bread, fried egg, oatmeal and milk porridge. After eating and wiping his mouth, Jiang Wei took the car keys and asked Bai Wei, "Can you drive?" Bai Wei nodded. Yes. Jiang Wei came to Little Candy and picked up Little Candy and said to Bai Wei, "Alright then, go out with me to buy something." Bai Wei froze for a moment. "Do you need to bring a child with you to buy something?" But Jiang Wei had already gone down the stairs to the garage below. Bai Wei had no choice but to change her shoes and follow. In the garage, Jiang Wei was already sitting on the back seat of the Tank 300, holding a small candy in his arms. Jiang Wei said to Bai Wei, "You drive. In the future this car is your special car. Use it to go out and buy food." Bai Wei heard, "What? Hundreds of thousands of dollars for a grocery car?" But when she thought that Jiang Wei's cars were all multi-million-dollar supercars, Bai Wei was relieved. "Open the driver's door and get in the car." After leaving the neighborhood, Jiang Wei said to Bai Wei, "Go to Golden Diamond Plaza first." Bai Wei said, "Let's go to Golden Diamond Plaza first." Bai Wei gave a harumph and drove the car to Golden Diamond Plaza. Little Candy hadn't been held by a boy for a long time. Sitting in Jiang Wei's arms, Candy sniffed Jiang Wei's body with her little nose. "Uncle's body smells so good. If only I could smell it all the time." Little Candy's thoughts in his heart Jiang Wei did not know. If he knew, he would definitely give praise to Candy. In this way, the three people came to the Golden Diamond Plaza. "It's a nice car." Jiang Wei held the Little Candy off the car. Bai Wei locked the car and followed behind Jiang Wei. She had an illusion. She had the illusion that it was like a family of three going shopping. Her husband was holding their daughter, and she was following him. "Oops, Bai Wei, what are you thinking? This is your boss." Bai Wei was blushing as she followed Jiang Wei. Bai Wei was still wearing a cheongsam, but this time it was white and blue. Jiang Wei carried Little Candy to the third floor of the children's clothing. Once on the third floor, Little Candy's eyes were attracted by all kinds of beautiful children's clothing. The little eyes were not enough. Jiang Wei asked the Little Candy in his arms, "Do the clothes look good?" Little Candy nodded. "Nice." Jiang Wei asked with a smile, "Tell uncle which one you like." Candy stretched out his little finger. "This one, this one, this one, and this one. That one likes it too." Jiang Wei followed the direction of Little Candy's finger and looked over, then nodded his head with a wave. "Waiter, please not that one, and that one. Find a set that suits her." The waiter took a look. "This is a rich man. These clothes cost several $1,000s. How dare they treat her like this?" After checking Candy's height, the waiter had already practiced his skills. Basically he could estimate the height of the dresses. He went to look for the clothes. Bai Wei was at the back, looking at Jiang Wei pointing at the suits. "I'm sorry, this is the price of children's clothing? Thousands of dollars for a suit. My own clothes don't cost $1,000. Rushing forward. "No, this is too expensive. And also, it's only my first day at work, how can I?" Jiang Wei looked at Bai Wei on his side and said with a smile, "I really like Little Candy. Buy her a few clothes, and also, I want to recognize Little Candy as my goddaughter. I'm buying clothes for my goddaughter. It's quite reasonable, isn't it?" When Bai Wei heard this, her head was a little confused. Just the first time they met, they'd become their goddaughter? Why does this have an unusual flavor? Chapter 43, Then I'll change? After the waiter had packed all the clothes, Jiang Wei came down to the cashier's counter under the guidance of the waiter and Jiang Wei called out the cashback system. Ding! This time, you have spent a total of 686 renminbi, triggering 65 times cashback. The amount after cashback is 434,590 renminbi. It has been deposited into your bank card. Please pay attention to checking. Right, Blanche. Just then, Jiang Wei just remembered. Martyr. I haven't signed in for days. I quickly called out the sign-in system. Small sign-in. Come out. Sign-in system. Woo-hoo-hoo. Boss, you finally remembered me. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Don't be cute. I want to sign in. Sign-in system. Sign-in successful. Reward is being generated. Please wait. This signing in rewards Magic City Huazhou Junting Villa. A villa covers an area of 5 acres, construction area of 1,400 square meters. The property fee has been paid for 10 years. Later there will be staff to contact you. Walt, how was the house rewarded for signing in this time? Then Jiang Wei hurriedly picked up his cell phone and opened Shidu to start searching for Mordor Huazhou Junting community. This search does not matter. Jiang Wei was shocked. He was shocked. It turns out that the most expensive house in the Magic City is not Tangchangipin, but this Huazhou Juntin. A villa costs about $500 million. This is the future of their own is to go to the Magic City? To the Magic City to wave? It seems to be possible. It's a first-tier city. There must be a lot of girls. I don't think so. How can I think of girls? Aha! There must be a lot of fun. Yes, that's it. After finishing the checkout, Jiang Wei was lost in thought. Bai Wei didn't bother Jiang Wei. The little candy in Jiang Wei's arms didn't make any noise either. Jiang Wei came back to his senses. Jiang Wei came back to his senses and walked upstairs with the little candy in his arms. Bai Wei followed Jiang Wei with a few pockets. He came to the 4th floor. Jiang Wei saw the women's clothing on the 4th floor, and then looked back at Bai Wei and said, "You go pick some clothes." Bai Wei froze. "Huh? What?" Jiang Wei took a look and shook his head. "Forget it, you don't pick. It's better for me to pick." Afterwards, Jiang Wei walked into the Valentino counter. The salesman noticed Jiang Wei when he came to the 4th floor. He was too handsome, just as handsome as all the big brothers in the novels. "Welcome to the Valentino counter." Jiang Wei nodded and looked at the pairs of leather shoes on the counter. Not bad. It can increase the speed of attack." Raising his finger, he pointed at a few pairs of shoes. That one, and that black one. Same pair, size 36. Wrap it all up for me." Bai Wei was a bit surprised when she heard Jiang Wei report the shoe size. "How did he know I wear size 36 shoes?" The sales clerk heard. 3 pairs of shoes. He didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly packed them. Jiang Wei carried candy directly to the cashier and waited. The cashier saw that the little candy was especially cute and grabbed a handful of candies. "Come on kid, have some candy." Little Candy hesitated for a moment. Under Jiang Wei's encouraging eyes, stretched out his little hand and took a candy, said in a milky voice, "Thank you auntie. Auntie, you are so pretty." Crap, this child's emotional intelligence is very high. Jiang Wei glanced at Little Candy with surprise. After the cashier heard Candy's words, "Auntie, you are very pretty," her whole body was so happy that she said, "Goo, little friend, your mouth is so sweet." Little Candy said while tearing the candy paper to put candy in his mouth. "Because I ate candy. Of course my mouth is sweet." Hearing Candy's words, the cashier snorted with laughter. At this time the sales clerk came over with the packed shoes and said to Jiang Wei, "Sir, the shoes have been packed. The total for the 3 pairs of shoes is 58,666 yuan. Jiang Wei nodded, then looked back at Bai Wei and said, "You go try on that skirt." Saying that, Jiang Wei reached out and pointed to the tight black dress. Bai Wei glanced at Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei kept staring at Bai Wei. "Then I'll change?" When Bai Wei heard that, she said, "Change? That's not good enough." She ran over and picked up the dress and looked at the size. The salesman looked at it and said to Bai Wei, "Wait a minute, I'll find the right size for you." After saying that, he hurriedly went to the small storage room to look for clothes. The other salespersons and cashiers looked at Bai Wei with envy. So happy, the man accompanied to buy clothes, so overbearing, so handsome. If only my boyfriend was like this. Jiang Wei nodded with satisfaction, then said to the other sales clerk beside him, "Pretty girl, go find some clothes for her. That white shirt, and those 2 jeans, 2 of the same." The sales clerk's eyes lit up when she heard that. She did not think that she is just close to some can also have a list of points. She didn't think that she would be able to get a single item if she was just a little closer. So she hurriedly agreed and ran over to look for the clothes. Bai Wei looked at Jiang Wei, and then looked at Jiang Wei holding the small candy. Why was there a feeling of happiness? P.S. In order to the later plot, so we'll go to the Magic City. After all, the metropolis, well, the fitness instructor, yoga instructor, the school flower, and the beautiful anchor woman, and so on, the quality will be higher. Gaga 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 gaga. The first thing you need to do is to give it a 5-star rating. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a book deal, but I'm sure you'll be able to get a book deal. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world. Chapter 44 Double Attack Speed Double Happiness. Bai Wei changed her clothes now in front of the mirror in the fitting room, looking at herself in the mirror. Maybe it's because she's used to wearing a cheongsam. How to see are not very good. But, when looking at the mirror of their own charming body, Bai Wei had to say Jiang Wei's eyes really good. The salesman looked at Bai Wei and praised. "Mrs. You wear this body is really too beautiful. Your laughter really have vision. Mrs. You're Mr." Bai Wei blushed, stole a glance at Jiang Wei, who was holding the little candy at the cashier's counter. It so happened that Jiang Wei was also looking at her, saying something to Little Candy with his mouth, and Little Candy nodded her head in agreement. Bai Wei's face turned even redder. Mr. Bai Wei, what are you thinking? He's your boss, and he's so much younger than you." Jiang Wei watched Bai Wei put on her new clothes, nodded with satisfaction and waved to the salesman. "Wrap it all up. Wear the one she's wearing." The salesmen were overjoyed and enthusiastically helped pack the clothes. One of the salesmen wrote the check. It seems that this salesman is very kind. It should be the kind of joint commission. The boss is very clever. To avoid the salesman in order to grab a single quarrel. When the salesman put the ticket into Jiang Wei's hand, Jiang Wei looked at the small ticket then handed it to the cashier. "Okay, you can check out now." The cashier glanced enviously at Bai Wei in her new clothes, crackled at the cash register with a beat. "Hello, sir. You have spent a total of 136,966 renminbi. The actual amount received is 136,000 RMB. Zhang Wei smiled and nodded, taking out his cell phone and directly scanning the code. Ding. Payment successful. Ding. Your current consumption of 136 renminbi, 000 triggered a consumption blitz of 35 times. The amount after cashback is, for renminbi, 760,000, which has been deposited into your bank card. Please pay attention to checking. Zhang Wei turned back to Bai Wei and said with a smile, "Let's go." Bai Wei followed behind Zhang Wei with several bags in both hands. The cashier's eyes leaked envy as she looked at Bai Wei's departing figure. And, wow, she's too happy. She has a husband who loves her so much. A sales clerk also said in agreement. Yes, too envious of her, to have such a rich husband. After leaving the Valentino counter, Zhang Wei brought Bai Wei to the Parisian house counter. Bai Wei loved wearing Chong Sam's and stepmother dresses so much. How can she not wear the Parisian family that adds speed to her offense? Parisienne, Valentino, double happy YYDS. Once into the Parisian house counter, Zhang Wei pointed to various styles of stockings and said, each style of black silk, white silk, net, letter version come 10 pairs. The sales clerk was just sighing at the divine face value of this family of 3. Suddenly, when she heard Zhang Wei say 10 pairs of each style in different colors, she was stunned. This handsome man is a stocking controller? There must be hundreds of pairs. How long will this take? How long will it take to tear them up? No, it's until when? Just when Zhang Wei was about to say it a second time, a salesman responded. Yes, sir, please wait. Zhang Wei nodded. While Bai Wei saw Zhang Wei picking so many different styles and colors of stockings at once, she thought of something at once. Him? No way. I've only seen it in movies before, but I haven't tried it yet. I don't know if it's really that exciting. The salesmen were busy. 10 minutes later, hundreds of pairs of stockings were packed successfully. Zhang Wei and the cashier's strange eyes in the scanning code payment. Ding. Payment successful. Ding. You have spent 138,666 renminbi this time, triggering a consumption blitz of 37 times, and the amount after cashback is 130,642 renminbi, which has been deposited into your bank card. Please pay attention to checking. Zhang Wei walked towards the elevator with a small candy in one hand and a large pocket of stockings in the other. Bai Wei followed behind Zhang Wei. She doesn't dare to make a sound now. She was afraid that Zhang Wei would say, "You don't want to lose this job, either." Chapter 45, Xiao Sweetie's decision. Coming to the parking lot, Zhang Wei threw the pockets in his hands into the trunk and, holding little candy in his arms, he sat on the back seat. Bai Wei hurriedly put the few pockets in her hand into the trunk and, she took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat. Zhang Wei glanced at his cell phone and said, "It's almost noon, go to the market to buy some food." Bai Wei nodded and softly asked, "What kind of food do you want to buy?" Zhang Wei shook his head. "You watch and buy. I'll transfer some money for you to buy vegetables first." After saying that, Zhang Wei operated his cell phone and transferred 100,000 to Bai Wei. Bai Wei took a look at the cell phone and, she was startled. The hand holding the steering wheel shivered. $100,000 to buy food? She stabilized her mind and concentrated on driving. She's heading towards the Sunshine Market, Egyo Kongxian neighborhood, Zhang Wei's home. Xiao Sweetie subconsciously reached out and touched her side. She touched an empty hand. When she opened her eyes, she realized that Zhang Wei was no longer in bed. Xiao Sweet turned over to get up. Look at the mess on the ground. Bra, briefs, already torn skirt. Xiao Sweetheart had no choice but to open Zhang Wei's closet. Looked at it. She chose a pair of big pants and put them on, and then put on a shirt, took care of her messy hair and walked towards the restroom. After solving the physical problem, I simply washed up, opened the door and went downstairs. It was very quiet. There was no one there. Xiao Sweetie opened the refrigerator and took a bottle of Coke and opened it, drinking it while walking towards the living room in front of the sofa. Sitting on the sofa, she picked up the phone on the coffee table and sent a message to Zhang Wei. "Brother, are you busy?" Little Karami went out to buy something, and walking back, "You're hungry, go back and we'll cook and eat." Seeing Zhang Wei's message, Xiao Sweetie sent an emoticon that, bored. She turned on the TV set and, looking at the animated movie playing on the TV, Xiao Sweetheart curled up on the sofa. Xiao Sweetie curled up on the sofa and, she was thinking about her future. Last night, I accidentally saw the balance in Zhang Wei's WeChat wallet, which shocked him. That big string of zeros, the impact is really too strong. He must seize the opportunity. And now that he has it, he must seize it. Aha. Yes, that's right. Don't let the dragon slip away. That's right, it's the dragon, because I know it very well. Just like this, when Bai Wei was sitting on the sofa thinking about how to better catch Zhang Wei, this huge dragon, the door of the villa opened. the door of the villa opened. Xiao Sweetie came back to her senses, turned her head to look at the doorway, and Zhang Wei was holding a little girl in his arms. Xiao Sweetie was a bit confused. What's the situation? What's going on? And is that pretty young woman in the back brother's wife? Zhang Wei put down the small candies and changed his slippers, carrying a pocket of snacks towards the living room. You woke up from your nap. Are you hungry? Have a snack first, he said, and put a pocket of snacks on the coffee table. Xiao Sweets didn't understand the situation and didn't dare to speak blindly. Zhang Wei can see the meaning of Xiao Dang Tian. Pointing to the child is changing shoes, Bai Wei said with a smile. That's the nanny, Bai Wei. That little one is called Candy, is Bai Wei's daughter. Hearing that it was the nanny, Xiao Sweets was relieved but immediately got nervous again. Nanny? A nanny with such a beautiful body? Then, I guess I really need to study the information. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll lose my position. If my brother finds out how good the nanny is one day, won't he? Xiao Sweetie secretly made a decision. Zhang Wei sat on the sofa and opened the snack bag and said to Xiao Candy, who was running over, wash your hands before you can eat the snacks. Oh. Little Candy ran halfway and sniffed and turned back to Bai Wei. Mom, wash your hands. Zhang Wei chuckled. Bai Wei bent down and picked up Little Candy and walked towards the restroom. Zhang Wei then passed his hand behind Xiao Candy. Not wearing it? Xiao Sweets shook her head slightly. You tore it all up, and I didn't bring a spare. Zhang Wei smiled as he picked up his cell phone and opened JD to make a direct purchase. Payment. Let's deal with it today and take you to buy a new one tomorrow. Xiao Sweetie snuggled into Zhang Wei's arms and nodded. Brother, I don't want to go live. Zhang Wei froze and looked at Xiao Sweets, then smiled and said, that's fine. Don't go live in the future. Stay home with me every day, okay? Xiao Sweetie said in a small voice with a slightly red face at the thought of accompanying Zhang Wei at home every day. I'll perform yoga for you every day. Zhang Wei nodded his head with a hefty bad smile. Okay, show me yoga every day. P.S. Can you refuse a beautiful woman to show you yoga every day? Answer, no. You can't refuse, kidney treasure tablets you deserve. Chapter 46, Short-Haired Beauty, Zhou Zihan. Xiao Sweetie snuggled into Zhang Wei's arms, feeling the heat on her back. Little Candy was mindful of the little snacks, and after washing her hands, she hurriedly thumped her way to the living room and then looked at Zhang Wei with bated breath. Zhang Wei signaled, nah, take whatever you want to eat yourself, but don't waste the food. You have to finish it. Little Candy nodded heavily. I will. With that, she picked up a bag of pistachios and sat down directly on the carpet next to the coffee table and started to unwrap it, biting it with his little teeth. Grimacing, they looked so cute. With his hands and mouth, he tore open the package, reached out and grabbed a few pistachios and handed them to Zhang Wei. Uncle, here you go. Zhang Wei smiled and took the pistachios handed over by Little Candy. Little Candy hemmed and hawed, hesitated for a moment, reached out and grabbed the handful again, handing it to Xiao Sweet. Sister, you eat them too. Xiao Sweetness didn't expect this little guy to be so understanding. Xiao Sugar looked at Little Candy's adorable eyes, smiled sweetly and took the pistachios in Little Candy's hand, bent down and lightly pinched Candy's face. Candy is so good. Thank you. Little Candy smiled again, and started to eat the pistachios with his head down, while Bai Wei was carrying the pistachios she bought. Bai Wei was carrying the groceries she bought back to the kitchen to cook. Zhang Wei directly lay on Xiao Sweetie's sexy legs and said, I'll be moving in a while. Xiao Sweet picked a pistachio into Zhang Wei's mouth and then asked, move? Zhang Wei chewed the pistachio and said, to Magic City, and then if you are willing, you can also live here. Xiao Sweetie sniffed with joy. I can also live there? Zhang Wei nodded. Xiao Sweets thought for a moment then shook her head. No, I can rent a house in Mudu, or I can go over to Mudu to see you once in a while. Zhang Wei looked at Xiao Xingtian doubtfully and asked, why? Xiao Sweets glanced at Zhang Wei and said, I know that you are not destined to belong to me alone, and also, if I live with you, it's more or less inconvenient for you. I've already thought it over. I won't get married in this life. I'll follow you, as long as you don't abandon me. Zhang Wei unexpectedly glanced at Xiao Sweets. Good fellow, this is decisive enough. She has the feeling of a northeastern woman. She is the material for doing great things. Reaching out to Xiao Sweetheart's back, he said, waiting for me to stabilize over there. When the time comes to buy you a house in Magic City. Xiao Sweet smelling a happy, bend down the bar in Zhang Wei's face, kiss a mouthful. Mua, you're so nice. Little Candy looked up at Zhang Wei before making a face. Shy. Zhang Wei reached out and pinched Little Candy's face. Go eat your pistachio. Little Candy made a face again. Bai Wei was cooking in the kitchen while thinking about today's scene in Golden Diamond Plaza. It's been a long time since I felt like this. Bai Wei was cooking happily. In the living room, Zhang Wei was lying on Xiao Candy's lap. Xiao Sweets was feeding Zhang Wei with pistachios. Little Candy was sitting on the carpet by the sofa and eating pistachios by herself. After an hour or so, Bai Wei came to the living room and said to Zhang Wei, "Come and eat." Zhang Wei got up with a carp. When little Candy heard that it was time to eat, she put down her snacks and ran towards the kitchen with a thump. Bai Wei grabbed little Candy. "Wash your hands before dinner." "Forget it?" Little Candy pouted and was carried by Bai Wei to wash her hands. Zhang Wei looked at Bai Wei's sexy waist. Mature young Fu was really greedy. He shook his head slightly and went to wash his hands. Xiao Sugar followed behind Zhang Wei. All the people sitting in the dining room to eat. Just after dinner, Zhang Wei's phone rang. "Fu Yutong? Pick up the phone." "Hello? Fu Yutong. So, Mr. Zhang, what are you doing this afternoon?" Zhang Wei. "Nothing. What's wrong?" Fu Yutong looked at her bestie beside her and said, "I've spent money and would like to treat you to dinner, along with my bestie." Zhang Wei heard girlfriends? Doubtful asked, "Your bestie?" Fu Yutong hemmed and hawed and said, "It's that short-haired girl who was next to me when we first ate at the restaurant." Zhang Wei recalled, "Short-haired girl?" Then said, "Send me the location. I'll be right over." Fu Yutong said happily, "Okay, I'll send you the location." Hanging up the phone. Fu Yutong, location/JPG. Zhang Wei picked up the car keys on the coffee table and said to Xiao Sweetie and also Bai Wei who were watching TV, "I'm going out for a bit. No need to wait for me for dinner." Saying that, he walked down the stairs towards the garage, arrived at the garage, opened the door of the S9 and started to go, all the way to the navigation and go. More than half an hour later, when Zhang Wei walked into TH restaurant, Fu Yutong beckoned. "Here." Zhang Wei looked over. Fu Yutong's short-haired best friend, today's short-haired beauty was wearing a white tee, sexy shorts, long white legs, and white shoes. When the short-haired beauty saw Zhang Wei again, the feeling of heartbeat acceleration came back. Zhang Wei walked over and sat across from the two of them with a big grin. Looking at Fu Yutong, he smiled and said, "It seems that your salary is quite a lot of ah." Fu Yutong smiled cheekily. "That's right, you don't look at who I am." Zhang Wei lost a thumbs up. "Well, you're the best." "That's not true. Her sister-in-law is in the DMV. Of course the Forest store covers her." Fu Yutong said to Zhang Wei as she put her arm around the short-haired girl. "This is my girlfriend Zhou Zihan. We are good friends since childhood. More than 20 years kind of." Zhang Wei extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Zhang Wei. Nice to meet you." Zhou Zihan was a bit nervous as she extended her hand to shake Zhang Wei's hand. Hello, nice to meet you." Zhang Wei smiled. "There's no need to be nervous. Look at Fu Yutong. How nice she is with a big grin. When you're nervous, it's not like your temperament." Fu Yutong smiled and said, "Zihan, she is too nervous to see you. She is usually not like this." Zhang Wei froze. "Why? I don't eat people." Zhou Zihan's face turned a little red. Fu Yutong hemmed and hawed. "You're a handsome guy, and Zihan likes handsome men. What does that mean? What does this mean? Selling for your best friend? A woman chasing after a man? I'll go mental if you do. P.S. What would you do if a pretty girl came forward to pursue you?" Chapter 47 Zhou Zihan's personal information. Fu Yutong looked at Zhang Wei and asked with a wink, "What if we go to a bar in a while?" Zhang Wei looked outside and asked, "At this hour?" Fu Yutong smiled and said, "Of course not. Let's go eat barbecue first and then go to the bar." Zhang Wei said with a smile, "Looks like you didn't drive last month." Fu Yutong hemmed and hawed and said, "Zihan is treating us today. Tell you although Zihan's family isn't as rich as your family, it's still a little rich, and Zihan earns it all on her own." Zhang Wei curiously glanced at Zhou Zihan and asked, "What do you do?" Zhou Zihan said, "Don't listen to Yutong's nonsense. I'm just a small leak." "A leak?" Zhang Wei froze, then reacted and said, "Speculating in stocks?" Zhou Zihan nodded. "I studied finance. My family is also in finance. I have nothing to do at home to study and research stocks, and occasionally buy some." Fu Yutong interjected, "Zihan, you're good at this. What do you call buying some occasionally? You've saved several $1,000,000. You're a little rich woman." Zhang Wei knows nothing about stocks. What the red and green lines represent do not know. He did not expect this Zhou Zihan even rely on buying stocks actually earned a few million. To realize that Fu Yutong is only 24 years old, Zhou Zihan should be almost as old as Fu Yutong. A few $1,000,000? If the readers see this, don't try to steal it from me. Readers, this Zhou Zihan is mine. Zhang Wei gave Zhou Zihan a thumbs up in admiration. "Awesome. I know nothing about stocks." Zhou Zihan shook her head. "I'm not awesome. To be honest, I quite admire you. The girl who was with you at the restaurant last time was Sun Qianya from the bank, right?" Zhang Wei nodded his head doubtfully and asked, "You know Sun Qianya?" Zhou Zihan nodded and said, "I've seen her a few times at the bank." Zhang Wei already guessed why Zhou Zihan mentioned Sun Qianya, but he didn't intend to dig deeper. "I'm a person with a system." "Right, the system. That LSP system. Come out here. The goddess system. Ding. Old size in. Help me identify the girl named Zhou Zihan in front of me. Okay boss, please wait. Ding. Personal confidence. Name, Zhou Zihan. Age, 24. Height, 166 Weight, 61 kilograms. Education, bachelor's degree, finance major. Three-dimensional, 90, 65, 91. Purity, 95, percent system. Every 10% represents an object over. Hobbies, swimming, hiking. Zhou Zihan. After seeing Zhou Zihan's message, Zhang Wei was instantly energized. Definitely not because of 3D, but because of purity. Aha, that's right, it's because of purity. Now Zhang Wei is very proactive. He's always looking for things to talk about with Zhou Zihan. Fu Yutong was in a daze. What do you mean? I don't smell good anymore? Zhang Wei looked at the time and said, let's go. Let's go eat some barbecue and then go to the bar. Fu Yutong said happily. Yeah, Zhou Zihan nodded. Let's go then. Zhang Wei glanced at the two girls and asked, you guys are driving, right? Zhou Zihan nodded and said, I drove. Zhang Wei got up with a wave and said, let's go then. Let's go eat big tendon skin and jerk barbecue. Upon hearing big tendon skin, Fu Yutong chirped, big tendon skin barbecue is delicious. I especially like his big tendon skin and heart pipe. Zhang Wei said with a smile, whether the big tendon skin is good or not depends entirely on his family's fishing sauce. In fact, compared to the big tendon skin, I prefer his family's hanging stove pigeon and soy sauce tendon. Fu Yutong skimmed her lips and said, you quickly stop talking. I'm craving for it right now. I'm drooling. Zhang Wei laughed. Then don't hurry up and go. After saying that, he took the lead and ran out. Fu Yutong pulled Zhou Zihan behind her and chased after her. Don't run. Wait for me. Chapter 48. This waste, it's killing me. Zhang Wei drove his car in front of him to open up the road, while Zhou Zihan followed behind Zhang Wei's car in her Badeos. Fu Yutong said with a bad smile, Zihan, I've made a date for you with Zhang Wei. You have to cheer up tonight. It's time for you to practice. Zhou Zihan lost her shyness in front of Fu Yutong, asked while maneuvering the steering wheel. Tong, you don't have any thoughts about Zhang Wei? Fu Yutong nodded. It's not true that I don't have any thoughts. Who can't have any thoughts about such a handsome man? Zhou Zihan asked suspiciously. Then what about you? Fu Yutong bristled. You're acting so obvious. How can I have the nerve to grab it from you? Alas, Fu Yutong didn't squeak. Zhang Wei was happy in the front. He naturally didn't know about the conversation between the two women in the car behind him. The car drove all the way to the Century New City, located in the Big Tendon Skin Barbecue. The Big Tendon Skin Barbecue is very hot. The barbecue was very hot. There were a lot of cars parked in front. It was hard to find a parking space. Zhang Wei opened the door and got out. Zhou Zihan also found a distance from the Big Tendon Skin Barbecue 100 meters of parking space, parked the car. The two women out of the car. The two women got out of the car, with different mentality toward the Big Tendon Skin Barbecue to go. Zhang Wei has entered the store to find a seat to sit down and start ordering food. When Zhou Zihan and Fu Yutong came in, Zhang Wei said to the two women, I finished ordering. You see what you like to eat and then order. Fu Yutong looked at Zhang Wei's point of view, supplemented by 4 big tendon skin, 2 hanging stove pigeon, called a box of beer and maodochung. She called for a case of beer and boiled peanuts with hairy beans. The three of them drank wine while waiting for the barbecue. Zhou Zihan may be liberalized, more words, and even began to take the initiative to toast. Surprisingly, she started to take the initiative to toast Zhang Wei some surprise. In fact, Zhang Wei does not know is that Zhou Zihan just want to drink more quickly. How can I have a chance if I don't drink too much? And drinking can strengthen the courage. That's it. We didn't wait for the barbecue to be served. Zhou Zihan has already drunk too much. Iron plate carp, pigeons in a hanging oven, big tendon skin. Fu Yutong bristled. Of course she knows why her best friend got drunk. She admires her best friend for being so brave. She's a very brave woman. But why is it so hard to feel good in her heart? Fu Yutong thought to herself as she took a sip of wine. Zhang Wei had gone through a systematic transformation, but he was still a bit drunk. I don't care how drunk he is. He's drunk anyway. As a result, 2 hours later, all three were drunk. Fu Yutong was really drunk. Zhang Wei took a look and called the waiter to settle the bill. We can't go to the bar anymore. Holding Fu Yutong with his left hand and Zhou Zihan with his right, they left the barbecue restaurant under the envious gazes of countless men. There's a table on the second floor. Passerby A, Chalk. The 2 chicks that kid is holding are really pretty. Passerby D, yes, they are pretty. Passerby B, big brother, that man is drunk. Do you want it? Passerby, are you crazy? That man drives a $10 million supercar. Is that something we can mess with? Passerby A, his 10 million supercar? Zhang Wei walks out of Big Tendon Skin Barbecue with his arms around 2 beautiful women. After calling out for half a day, they didn't react. Zhang Wei looked around. It happens to be a hotel across the street. Inside the suite on the top floor of the hotel, Zhang Wei just hit the door. Zhou Zihan closed the door with her backhand and wrapped her arms around Zhang Wei's neck. I like you. I want you. I want you. Zhang Wei was confused. Walt? Novels don't even dare to write like this. Author, this is a novel. And it's just so poisonous. Zhang Wei looked at Zhou Zihan in confusion. You're not drunk? Zhou Zihan shook her head. No, will you think I'm casual? Zhang Wei shook his head. No. Feeling the fluffiness on his chest, Zhang Wei's DNA moved. Zhou Zihan whispered in Zhang Wei's ear. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you in the restaurant. I don't know if it was love at first sight or love at first sight. I can dream about you every day these days. Zhang Wei is not a saint. He is a normal man. He wrapped his arms around Zhou Zihan's sexy waist. The life-threatening knife? Zhou Zihan said back. I often have practice. Exotic flavor. Swinging supremacy. Woman's waist. Life-threatening knife. P.S. Sheep a sheep. It's too hard to bear. Ironies. I'm sorry. These 2 chapters are too watery. Chapter 49, Hermes customized Pagani Wind Child. The sky broke dawn. Zhang Wei helped Zhou Zihan, who was already trembling a bit, wipe her body and, lowering his head, he tenderly kissed Zhou Zihan on her forehead. This Zhou Zihan is not ashamed to be a regular swimmer and bodybuilder. The waist is good. The body is good. Zhang Wei found a comfortable position to lie down, reached out on the penetration cabinet to take a cigarette to light. Small sign. Come out. Sign in system. Egu. Boss, you finally remembered me. Boss is not too much system. You are a little busy? Zhang Wei skimmed his lips, marred. Brother just simply forgot about it. Check in. Sign in system. Sign in successful. Reward is being generated. Please wait. Zhang Wei felt that he should take a good look at this system group. If he went to Mordor, then this system group would be very necessary. The Magic City Dance Academy. Ahem. No, right? I haven't graduated yet. Can I go to the Magic City Dance Academy? But I heard it's only a matter of money. Now that I've got the system, money is just a figure of speech. Let's see if Yu Chiu Hong can transfer me to the Magic City Dance Academy. Sign in system. Clang clang. Congratulations boss. This signing reward Hermes customized version of Pagani Wind son of a supercar. The relevant procedures complete with song A88888 license plate. Later we'll have the relevant staff to contact you. Wish you a happy life yo than heart. Hermes customized Pagani Wind? Hermes customized Pagani Wind Child. Just when Zhang Wei was thinking about going to the Magic City Dance Academy to live happily ever after, the rewards from the check-in system arrived. After learning that it is Hermes customized edition Pagani Wind, Zhang Wei is still a little excited. After all, a man's several hobbies: car, beauty, money. Zhang Wei cannot wait to pick up the phone and the online search Pagani Wind Sun related information. Hermes customized version of the Pagani Wind, equipped with a 6.0 TV12 twin-turbo engine, maximum torque of 100 Newton meters, top speed of up to 380 miles per hour, 3 seconds to break the 100. The world's only one. The one and only? The first thing that comes to Zhang Wei's mind is the one and only. As long as it has something to do with the one and only, it's not something that can be measured in terms of money. Even a simple windjammer isn't cheap, not to mention that it's the only one of its kind. It's not money, it's status. If you drive this car to the university town, I believe that those school flowers class flowers will be for this car and early ovulation it. Zhang Wei thought with a bad smile. Not bad, not bad. This Zhou Zihan is a bit of something. Just after practicing her waist, she signed in and got a supercar that makes beautiful girls enter ovulation in advance. Zhang Wei felt that he should reward Zhou Zihan properly. Just reward her with a few more 100 million. Zhang Wei was in a good mood, and he didn't sleep a bit even though he hadn't slept all night. But looking at Zhou Zihan, who was already exhausted, Zhang Wei gave up the idea of rewarding Zhou Zihan immediately. He was too excited. I can't help it. Zhang Wei had no choice but to open Douyin, to see if any of the female anchors that he followed a few days ago are on the air. But I think it should not be so early. Directly click on the follow option. Swipe the video. Egu. The single Wan Air has posted another video. Looking at Wan Air, who is a bit mature, Zhang Wei decisively gave Wan Air a like and clicked on the comment. Fried Sky Gang, Little Karami, when will Wan Air's Big Beauty broadcast live? Leave a comment and swipe the next video. I'm knocking. This is really fake? When Zhang Wei swiped to the video of the female anchor called Xiaodao, he froze. Dagger was wearing a yellow Pikachu t-shirt. Pikachu's two big eyes were very prominent. White pleated skirt. She was jumping on a swinging hammer. Crouching. Groove. Shoot. Groove. This who can top around as Zhang Wei has not slept all night. In the time of seeing this also cannot help but be refreshed up. The number of likes on this video is even higher 200,000 plus, with an average of 150,000 plus. Zhang Wei curiously clicked on the comments. The comments are clear and colorful. All the same way of life. Ming people do not say dark words. Brother, your words are against the law. The child is not afraid of starvation. Envious of future brother-in-law. Meeting in a dream. Chapter 50 Yoga YYDS. Zhang Wei clicked on Xiao Dao's profile. Xiao Dao. Fengtian people. 23 years old. Height 168. Weight 110 pounds. Hobby dancing. Yoga. Amateur anchor. So big, only 110 pounds? Is this meat in the wrong place? Looking at Dagger's profile, Zhang Wei was deep in thought. Then he looked at Dagger's works. Apart from the Jenny Turtle, it's Pikachu. Zhang Wei felt tired for Jenny Turtle and Pikachu. No, he was afraid that the t-shirt would be overburdened. The t-shirt is under tremendous pressure that it shouldn't be under. Exit Dagger's profile. What? Tong Tong loves yoga live? Zhang Wei's eyes lit up when he saw the pop-up window above him. He clicked on Tong Tong's live broadcast and entered the live broadcast room. As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Wei saw Tong Tong wearing gray yoga pants and a gray corset sitting on a yoga ball. Because it's morning, there are still very few fans in the live broadcast room. There were only a few dozen people. Good morning, MS. Tong Tong. MS. Tong Tong. I'm here to learn yoga. At Iching Yumeng, is that yoga? I'm too embarrassed to tell you. Once you meet Tong Tong, you'll be wrong for life. Tong Tong looked at the live broadcast and said, Good morning, brothers. I'm wearing my favorite yoga pants today, so I'm going to start today's morning class. After Tong Tong finished speaking, she stood up from the yoga ball. Zhang Wei looked at Tong Tong's slender legs wrapped in yoga pants and her figure sealed by the clothes. He was so happy to see Tong Tong get up from the yoga ball, only to see Tong Tong from the yoga ball down first, lying on the yoga ball to the screen said, Let's start with a set of stretches. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room became more active as she was lying on the yoga ball. Some of the LSBs who had just gotten up or who had nothing better to do in the morning had also entered Tong Tong's live broadcast room. Wow! What's so exciting about this early in the morning? The plan of the day lies in the morning. Brothers to rush first. Upstairs cannot. This is rushed? I haven't even done the one horse yet. Brother, you are too young. Zhang Wei looked at the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room and directly clicked to clear the screen. It's mainly because the pop-ups are in the way, preventing him from learning yoga. Yes, it's hindering him from learning yoga. It's a pleasure to watch a beautiful woman do yoga early in the morning. Whether the guy has a date or not, I believe all normal men will like it. If not, if he doesn't, he'll be in his old age. Tong Tong a set of morning class down. Live room from the original dozens of people into more than 1,000 people. Tong Tong looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Most of them she chose to ignore. After all, there are too many people. After all, there are too many people. If all the pop-ups are interactive, then the live broadcast is not live. She's not a fan of the program, but she's a fan of the online chatting. So Tong Tong would reply to the pop-ups selectively. The 35 levels of the next, as long as it is not the iron powder, is basically not reply. 42 by 18 Yoga Studio * a wild horse. 42 by 18 Yoga Studio * a wild horse. Tong Tong, good morning. Tong Tong looked at her own level 42 large pop-up and spread a smile. Good morning, brother Ma. You're not busy at the construction site here? 42 by 18 Yoga Studio * a wild horse. It's raining today. Rain break. Tong Tong smiled. Rain break is good. I'll be able to lap a little more with the rain break. Smiling, she said to the live feed. It's better to combine labor and rest. Brother Ma, I'll continue practicing yoga. 42 by 18 Yoga Studio * a wild horse. Well, you practice. I'll have a cigarette. Zhang Wei saw one wild horse's pop up and skimmed his lips. Smoking a cigarette? I'm too embarrassed to point you out. But Zhang Wei wasn't jealous enough for that. Firstly, Tong Tong is not his woman. Secondly, Zhang Wei is not so glassy-eyed. Tong Tong started stretching her ligaments. As Zhang Wei watched Tong Tong's yoga moves, he couldn't help but think of the yoga teacher in his previous life. I can't help but think of that yoga teacher from my past life. I've been poisoned by yoga. Zhang Wei cursed. Zhang Wei cursed, and continued to watch Tong Tong's live broadcast. Tong Tong looked up at the cell phone, stopped the action in the hand, kneeling on the yoga mat and clicking her fingers. Kneeling on the yoga mat, she tapped her fingers on the screen and said, Classmates, duo pulled me. I'll take it. The screen flashed and the screen split in two. What the hell? This is also a beautiful young lady. Looking at the female anchor wearing a black ultra-thin tight skirt on the screen, Zhang Wei was stunned. The main thing is that this dress is a bit transparent. You can see the flesh inside. It's so early in the morning. It's killing me. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room that were discussing Tong Tong's actions just now suddenly took a turn, and all of them were discussing Duo's dress. They were all about Duo's dress. I'm knocking. There's something about this anchor. Tong Tong, I'm going over to check out the enemy first. Who can handle this? That's right. It's not transparent. Duo. Good morning, Tong Tong, Tong Tong, Duo. Your outfit today is really stunning. Duo gave a smile. Forget it, my skirt is nothing compared to your yoga pants, Tong Tong asked as she squatted with a yoga ball cradled in her cell phone money hand. Even me early in the morning? What do you mean? Duo looked at the live broadcast pop-up screen, then said, the bright people do not say dark words. I am here to take revenge. The last time you beat me, I came to the big brother. Today I want to beat the out of you. Tong Tong smiled at the words and laughed as she said to the live broadcast pop-ups, classmates, Duo said she wants to beat me? Do you guys think she's floating? In fact, everyone in the live broadcast room did not know that Tong Tong and Duo were good sisters. The two of them shared a live broadcast together in Magic City. The two of them shared a live broadcast together in Magic City. The two of them shared a live broadcast together in Magic City. In private, they will communicate with each other when the big brother comes to their house, and then they will even mic PK, and cooperate together to grip the big brother's wool. The two of them live more than a year, has been so cooperative, earn pots full of money, in their hometowns have bought a house, they also bought a few $100,000 of cars. Their goal is to buy a house in the Magic City. This is not. Yesterday, Duo's family came to a 50-level big brother, the first day to support Duo 50,000 yuan. And Tong Tong's family has always had two relatively rich big brothers. Each of them must support Tong Tong almost 100,000 or 800,000 a month. The two of them made up their minds last night, and today they're pulling wool over the eyes. The two of them agreed last night to pull a wave of wool today, and also to pull the wool of those LSPs in the live broadcast. This is today's PK. Tong Tong's live room. 42*18* yoga studio * a wild horse. This Duo family is coming to the big brother? 50*22* yoga pavilion * Yilianchan. Who cares if she's coming to big brother or not? Just beat her up and be done with it. I just love watching her do the one horse / bad smile / JPG. 42*18* yoga studio * a wild horse. At Yilianchan, big brother also likes Duo's one horse I like it too / colorful / JPG. Tong Tong looked at the two big brothers in her own live room and said with a somewhat unhappy grimace, you too, doesn't my one horse look good? Chapter 51 A different kind of yoga video. 42*18 yoga studio * a wild horse. What's the point of liking it? You can't get it. Tong Tong looked at one wild horse's pop-up and replied, Brother Ma, let's not talk about useless things. The opposite side is giving me a centimeter. Today you just have to help me win this PK. I'll add you to WeChat. Far away inside a construction site in Hangzhou, Zhang Dabia was lying on a single bed in the dormitory of the construction site, looking at Tong Tong in the live broadcast room and what Tong Tong had just said. As long as you help Tong Tong win this PK today, you will be added to the microblogging account. Zhang Dabia has always wanted to add Tong Tong's microblogging account, but Tong Tong has always refused to do so. I didn't think she'd agree today. He's been working for half a year, and he's been living a single life for half a year. He's been living a single life for the past 6 months, and he's had a hard time with it. The fire in his heart was ignited. The thought of being able to add Tong Tong's WeChat. Zhang Dabiao's eyes are a little red. The head of a hotspot open recharge. I'm not going to be able to do that. Then Zhang Dabiao typed, speak up? Tong Tong looked at a wild horse's pop-up, and smiled in her heart and mouth said, I'll keep my word, as long as you help me win the PK, Brother Ma. Then the words turned. Brother Yilianchan, do you want to add my WeChat? 50*22* yoga studio * Yilianchan. Add your WeChat? What can I do with WeChat? Tong Tong revealed a you-know-what look then smiled and said, Brother Yilianchan, only by adding WeChat can you start the first step of karma. Do you want to add it? As long as you can help me win this game, I promise to add you. Zhang Wei was also stunned when he saw this. What does this mean? And this? Is this the way to watch an anchor? No way. Although my brother is a man with a hang. But, my brother's hang cannot just give any woman to use and I need to keep my eyes peeled. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei hurriedly summoned the goddess system, that LSP. Through the cell phone screen can you detect her information data? Goddess system. Boss, yes, no matter how big or small her beauty face is on, it makes her invisible. Zhang Wei gave the LSP system a nod. Then hurry up and detect it. Goddess system. Detection object. Tong Tong loves yoga. Detection in progress. Jian Yutong, age, 26. Height, 166. Weight, 120 pounds. 3D, 91. 65. 92. Debutify successful. Defiltering successful. Ding. Female anchor information. Name, Jian Yutong. Age, 26. Height, 166. Weight, 120 pounds. Face value, 90, out of 100. 3-dimensional, 91. 65. 92. Purity, 90, once had a boyfriend. Occupation, yoga private teacher. Hobbies, eating, drinking and playing. Dream, to marry a rich man and become a rich wife. Upon seeing Tong Tong's information, Zhang Wei nodded his head with satisfaction. It was still within the acceptable range. Then Zhang Wei said to the goddess system, detect the duo anchor woman. Goddess system. Okay boss. Goddess system. Target, duo's female anchor. Detecting, Zhang Xiaoduo, age, 27, height, 168, weight, 115 pounds. 3-dimensional, 90, 65, 91. Defiltering successful. Defiltering success. Ding. Female anchor info. Name, Zhang Xiaoduo. Age, 27. Height, 168. Weight, 115 pounds. Face value, 91, out of 100. 3-dimensional, 90, 65, 91. Purity, 90, once had a boyfriend. Occupation, automobile sales. Hobbies, shopping, traveling, fitness. Dream, marry a rich man. After seeing Zhang Xiaoduo's information, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. This 90, 65, 91 should be C+. It's a C+. It's a C+. It's a C+. Zhang Wei curiously clicked on duo's information. Check out duo's works. When I clicked on duo's work, Zhang Wei was attracted by the cover of the work inside. White shirt, blue suit, high heels, eyes, loose hair, and a black wraparound skirt. There were also black wraparound skirts, white shirts, black stockings, and high heels. Zhang Wei admitted that he was attracted this time. The main thing is that the hip skirt and the high stockings and the high heels are matched with the eyeglass frames. This is a super duper awe. This duo is something. She's got a lot going for her. After checking duo's work, Zhang Wei returned to the live broadcast room. At this time, the PK bar in the live broadcast room, Tong 779666 versus duo 1089466. At this time, Tong opened a big move mode. She's a good girl, but she's not a good girl. Inside the dormitory of Hangcheng construction site, when Zhang Dabiao looked at Tong's horse, his brain instantly filled with blood. I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm going to be able to do it again. I'm not going to be able to get a lot more than that, but I'm going to be able to get a lot more than that. 43-25 Yoga Studio. A wild horse is sent to the carnival. 43*25* Yoga Studio*. A wild horse sends Carnival X2. 43*25* Yoga Pavilion*. A wild horse sends Carnival X40. Zhang Wei takes a look. This wild horse can $100,000 in one breath. Tong is very happy. This wild horse is finally hemorrhaging money. Plus that Yi Liangshan's brush. He's got 250,000 in his pocket this morning. That's great. It's one step closer to buying a house in Magic City. As for adding the microblogging, Tong hasn't thought about it yet. Mainly depends on this look at the big brother's pockets main enough to use. At this time, a wild horse and Yi Liangshan two big hands also stopped brushing gifts. Live pop-ups. Brother Ma has money. Yi Liangshan big brother dry him. Brother Yi Liangshan, don't be a wimp. Brother Yi Liangshan, I support you. Inside a villa in Kyoto, Yi Liangshan looked at the live broadcast interface and shook his head. He thinks it's not worth it to spend more than $100,000. And it looks like this $100,000 won't be able to fix this anchor woman called Tong. He can go to the university town with his $100,000. Yi Liangshan gave up when he swiped $50,000, leaving a wild horse alone to fight with the big brother on the other side. Zhang Wei looked at the PK bar in the live broadcast room and didn't move much. It's time to play. 2Kai Z pocket should be empty. Hey, it's time for my brother to hang this cut off. Zhang Wei bad smile summon system. Pretentious system online. The network god hero system. Boss, the little one is here. Please show it to your heart's content. Zhang Wei directly clicked on the gift bar. Found Carnival and clicked send. Explosive Sky Gang Small Karami sends the Carnival. Tong saw another person swiping Carnival and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you Fried Sky Gang Small Karami for the Carnival. Thank you Big Brother. Big Brother helped to add microblogging. Fried Sky Gang Little Karami sends out Carnival X2. Fried Sky Gang Small Karami sends out Carnival X3. Fried Sky Gang Little Karami sends Carnival X20. Live broadcast pop-up. Crap, what the hell? At a wild horse, Big Brother someone is trying to cut off. Big Brother has money. Big Brother's leg still lacks a pendant? 666. Tong saw that this one called Fried Sky Gang Little Karami had given away 20 carnivals. She was so happy. This is a wild Big Brother. He's got 30,000 bucks again. At this time, there are still 2 minutes left in the PK. Zhang Wei smiled and clicked on the carnival on the screen, looking at Tong's face and body. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. That's just the beginning. I don't believe you'll be able to hold back. Fried Sky Gang, Little Karami sends Carnival X21. Karami sends Carnival X50. Tong Tong jumped up and down in joy as she watched Fried Sky Gang, Little Karami still sending out Carnival. The live broadcast room exploded with. The pop-ups were crazy. And there are more and more people. It's already 50,000 people. The official Douyin also gave a push to the stream. I was attracted by Huazi. We've got a new generation of Bao Tian Gang. I'm from the Fry Heaven Gang. Fry Heaven Gang YYDS, 666. Frying Sky Gang, Little Karami sent out Carnival X70. Bombshells, Karami sends Carnival X80. Fried Sky Gang, Little Karami sends Carnival X100. The pop-ups in the live stream were boiling. Tong Tong's heart boiled as well. She felt that this was the mansion she had been waiting for 2 years. Marrying into the mansion was here to stay. Tong Tong didn't hesitate any longer and sent a private message while thanking Little Karami for the carnival. Tong Tong, little brother, this is my WeChat J ***** 1028. You add it. Little brother, you don't worry, I only add your WeChat. Zhang Wei lying on the bed saw the private message notification and smiled. Tapped the private letter. Seeing the content of the private message, Zhang Wei smiled even more. Add WeChat. Tong Tong sent over an emoticon. Thank you little brother for your support /flying kisses /JPG. Zhang Wei did not reply, but returned to the live broadcast room. At this time, the PK in the live broadcast room was still continuing. Zhang Wei continued to send out gifts. Explosive Sky Gang Small Karami sent Carnival X188. The PK is over. The PK bar is set at Tong Tong 852-6860 versus Duo 506-5166. Duo was surprised at how rich Tong Tong's wild big brother was in the live broadcast. To be honest, she was surprised. Duo looked at the PK strip aggrieved and said, Tong Tong, I'm in pain. Fried Sky Gang, Small Karami, I'm in pain. Zhang Wei laughed at Duo's performance. He clicked on Duo's live chat room. He directly sent out 10 carnivals. Fried Sky Gang, Little Karami, here's your medical fee. No need to be in pain this time. Duo saw that the medical fee was 10 carnivals and covered his mouth in surprise. What kind of fairy big brother is this? It's 10 carnivals. Duo excitedly thanked. Thank you for the medical expenses. Thank you for the Huazi. Big brother rich. Big brother 666. Big brother mighty. Big brother so long. At this time, Tong Tong was a little nervous. She's not as tall as Duo, and she doesn't have a good figure. In case this wild big brother just appeared and was snatched by Duo, then she really only cried. This is not good. I think of something. Tong Tong hurriedly opened WeChat to send this morning's selfie. Zhang Wei had just returned to Tong Tong's live room. The cell phone beeped. Open it. Zhang Wei froze. Tong Tong, photo/JPG. Tong Tong, photo/JPG. Tong Tong, photo/JPG. Tong Tong, little brother, what do you think of my selfie skills? Is there anything else I need to work on? Zhang Wei looked at the cool pictures sent by Tong Tong and replied, I think it's best to meet in person to give pointers. I like to give pointers from a distance. Tong Tong was stunned after receiving Zhang Wei's message. She did not expect Zhang Wei to be so direct. Zero distance? She didn't expect Zhang Wei to be so direct. Tong Tong gritted her teeth and then found the coolest yoga video that Duo had helped record. It was recorded in the shower and she sent it directly to Zhang Wei. When Zhang Wei saw Tong Tong's bath yoga video, he felt his head getting hot. His heart was on fire. Grab the bedsheet with your hands. Straighten your legs. And buckle your toes. Take a deep breath. Hiss. Oh, my god. Zhang Wei could even imagine such yoga moves at negative distance. Chapter 52 Zhang Xiaoduo's mind. Just as Zhang Wei was enjoying Zhang Yutan's video, Zhang Xiaoduo, who had ended her PK, looked at the crushed PK bar and fell into deep thought. The big brother of the opposite side called the Frying Sky Gang, Little Karami, was very rich at first glance, and Zhang Xiaoduo, unlike Zhang Yutong, did not have any money. Zhang Xiaoduo, unlike Zhang Yutong, has not experienced the harsh realities of the workplace. Zhang Xiaoduo has been working part-time since she was in college. She knows it's not easy for a girl, especially a pretty one, to make a name for herself in the workplace, unless she's willing, but it's still a part-time job, since it is all about surrender. Why continue to struggle in the workplace? A woman's youth lasts only a few years. It's worth it to exchange her limited youth for the glory of the rest of her life. Zhang Xiaoduo thinks it's worth it, but she didn't send a private message. After all, this is her best friend's big brother, so she has to say hello to her best friend. Right, that's right, and then give her a lecture. Who says a big brother can only spoil one anchorwoman? Perfect. Thinking through these, Zhang Xiaoduo's mood is very good. After all, this wave of their own operation is good, certainly not lose. And this PK own wool gathering, $100,000 to hand, $100,000 in hand, just to add this good big brother's WeChat that is impossible. I can only give my own WeChat to Little Karami. Zhang Xiaoduo said to the live broadcast with a smile on his face. The treasure sons, brother this PK although we did not win, but we won the momentum. The big brother is very domineering. Thanks to the big brother's support. Then the heart. Zhang Xiaoduo's big brother in the live broadcast room sniffed and sent a pop-up screen. Xiaoduo, you don't say that. Originally thought a steady win. Who knows, halfway killed out a wild big brother. Blunder blunder. Zhang Xiaoduo smiled sweetly. Brother, it's okay. We'll come back next time. I don't believe she has a wild brother every time. Carrot. After Zhang Wei finished playing Zhang Yutong's WeChat video, looking at Zhang Yutong who was doing yoga while interacting with the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Zhang Wei was in a hot mood. If he were to be there in person, he would be able to guide her on the spot. I'm not going to be able to do that. Zhang Wei directly exited Zhang Yutong's live studio. He can't look at it anymore. He can't think about it anymore. Ding dong. Just then, Zhang Wei's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a class group message. Li Wei at Zhang Wei, I'll be in Songjiang City today. When you come to the train station to pick me up, whisper it to you. I'll take a trip with the finance department's department flower. Seeing Li Wei's message, Zhang Wei was speechless. Big brother, are you whispering this to me? This is the big brother of the class group. Li Wei, withdrawn. Not too long ago Li Wei sent a private message. Crap, I forgot this is the class group. By the way, are you coming to pick me up? My big brother arrives at 9 o'clock. Zhang Wei, you can be really good. 9 o'clock is it? Dad will pick you up then. Li Wei, good Lu dog son. Zhang Wei shook his head and put down his cell phone. Think of the department flower song Rue. Zhang Wei remembered once that predecessor girlfriend White Ice. White Ice and Song Rue is a dormitory. White Ice and Song Rue is a dormitory. She went out on a part-time job in her sophomore year. Then in the second semester of her junior year, she gave her predecessor a hat. She got involved with a middle-aged man, the HR manager of a part-time company. As a result of his own soul, things have changed. Bai Bing and that pig-headed man didn't die. And after so many days, Bai Bing started to contact her. These days she didn't contact her. And she didn't contact her again. It seems that she is living a shameless life with that pig-headed man. But Zhang Wei is not angry. The road is his own. The person is also his own choice. No, it's his predecessor's choice. What's it got to do with me? We're all strangers now. Right. Zhang Wei will not come to a pretend to hit his face. If you have that time, why don't you find a few more department flowers and school flowers to talk to? Chapter 53, Teacher's Day Signing Rewards a Neighborhood. Bai Bing's was left behind by Zhang Wei. Turning to, Zhang Wei called out the sign-in system. That little sign-in I want to sign in. Sign-in system. Boss, I'm coming. Sign-in successful. Reward generation in progress. Please wait. Zhang Wei waited patiently. In his heart, he was thinking that this time he had signed up for something. Ding. Sign-in system. Sign-in reward. 1 Rolls-Royce Cullinan customized edition fully bulletproof SUV valued at 19 million. Someone will contact you later. Stretched Cullinan. Check-in system. That, boss, it's Teacher's Day, so you can make up one sign-in. Teacher's Day? Can I still make up a sign? Zhang Wei was stunned. He then commanded. Replacement sign. Sign-in system. Okay boss, the re-signing was successful. The reward is being generated. Please wait. Zhang Wei took this opportunity to start checking the information about the Rolls-Royce Cullinan customized edition with full bulletproofing. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan Bulletproof Edition was a stretched version of a bulletproof car modified by a car tuning factory in Germania. Bulletproof armor for the chassis. The sheet metal of the car is made of bulletproof steel and bulletproof paint. The windows are put into the windows. And with satellite positioning system, intelligent networking, car satellite phone and other functions. Looking at this $19 million Cullinan, Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction. Ding! Special holiday replacement reward, Songjiang No. 1 district, 10 high-rise, 10 multi-story, 10 villas, total area. High-rise area 158,400 square meters times 4,000 yuan/square meter. Plus multi-story 100,800 square meters times 5,000 yuan/square meter. Plus villa 7,000 square meters times 8,000 yuan/square meter. Total value, 193. 6 million. Crap. A neighborhood? Is this the rhythm of making me a chartered house? Nope. You can't rent out so many villas. Is that it? It's not. Is it? No way. No way. Hiss. Thinking of something, Zhang Wei sucked in a breath of cool air. 10 villas. Currently in Songjiang City, only Lu Shirhan will give Lu Shirhan a villa when the time comes. Anyway, 10 of them. Zhang Wei very happy thought. Zhang Wei is very happy, thinking that he is now a god of the system. Must be atmospheric. Zhang Wei is very excited. He was very excited. Plus the excitement of Zhang Yutong. Turning his head to look at Zhou Zihan, who was sleeping. I can't toss this girl around anymore. Why don't we go find Fu Yutong? Zhang Wei immediately thought of Fu Yutong. she's good too. And this girl, hey. Thinking of certain understanding, Zhang Wei stayed with a bad smile and picked up his cell phone to send a message to Fu Yutong. Are you up? Fu Yutong is in the suite next door to Zhang Wei. In fact, Fu Yutong woke up in the middle of the night yesterday. She woke up and found herself alone in the room. Fu Yutong was a bit annoyed at herself for drinking so much. She missed such a good opportunity for nothing. Lying on the bed, she thought about Zhang Wei and Zhou Zihan's scenes countless times. The more I think about it, the more I can't sleep. Bored, I picked up my cell phone and opened the Tomato novel, and found the novel that I was recently chasing. Divine Magnificent, I have a 10,000 world system group. Ding dong. I'm looking at it with vigor. A WeChat beep came from the cell phone. Fu Yutong scanned it with her eyes. Zhang Wei? Fu Yutong. I'm lying down. Picture/JPG. Picture/JPD. Picture/JPG. Zhang Wei's eyes went straight as he looked at the 3 pictures Fu Yutong sent over. White flowers. These long legs. This sexy little foot. This. The slit in her robe shows her career line. It's so deep. Zhang Wei replied. What are you doing? Early in the morning. Don't you know that men can't be stimulated early in the morning? Fu Yutong. This is stimulating? Can't you have such a bad sense of humor/laugh/JPG? Zhang Wei looked at Fu Yutong's message reply. Try opening the door if you can. Fu Yutong. I'm afraid of you. Come over here. I'll open the door. Zhang Wei got up. Mother ******* her. You've gone rogue. It seems that I have to take out my killing stick to cure Fu Yutong, who dares to provoke me. I must let her know how powerful she is. Chapter 54, Department Flower Song Rue. The afterlife is hard to predict. Love and hate are written off. Singing to the wine, I only wish to be happy until I grow old. Moses, do you want to go for a walk? Zhang Wei had just finished taking a shower when the phone rang. Picking up the phone, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other side of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Wei Zhang? Fu Yutong lay on the bed and looked at the strong and powerful body standing beside the bed. Zhang Wei was squeezing Fu Yutong's tender legs with one hand while answering the phone. You are? As soon as Tan Yu heard that this should be Zhang Wei, he hurriedly said politely. Hello, Mr. Zhan. I am Rolls-Royce Daxia District Manager. My name is Tan Yu. Your customized Cullinan Extended Edition bulletproof car has arrived in Songjiang City. May I ask where to send it to you? Zhang Wei heard that it was the Cullinan that had arrived. Send it to Yizhuang County neighborhood. By the way, fill up the gas for me by the way. I need to use the car in a while. Tan Yu said respectfully. Okay Mr. Zhang, we'll be at Yizhuang Xian Cell in about 20 minutes. Zhang Wei nodded. Alright then, see you in a while. Tan Yu. Alright Mr. Zhang, I'll leave you alone for now. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei glanced at Fu Yutong and said, get up and get dressed. In a while, you'll drive and send it back to my neighborhood. Fu Yutong nodded her head obediently and got up to get dressed. Zhang Wei let go of his hand that was playing with Fu Yutong and he started to get dressed. After getting dressed, the two of them went downstairs to the hotel parking lot. together. Zhang Wei handed Fu Yutong the car keys and said, let's go. After saying that, he opened the passenger side of the car and got in. Fu Yutong received the car keys with some excitement, opened the door and got in. Under Zhang Wei's guidance, she started the car all the way to the Yizhuang neighborhood without any danger. I saw a container truck parked in front of the neighborhood from afar. Zhang Wei said to Yutong, just park in front of the container. Fu Yutong nodded and parked the car in front of the container truck. Zhang Wei opened the passenger door and got out. Tan Yu had read about Zhang Wei and recognized him at once. He hurriedly jogged over and greeted him warmly. Hello, Mr. Zhan, I am Tan Yu. Zhang Wei extended his hand and shook Tan Yu's hand and said, unload the truck. Tan Yu hurriedly ordered the workers to start unloading the truck. The moment Fu Yutong saw the container open, she was shocked. Cullinan? The extended version? The black paint job, the manly and domineering appearance, plus the 6-meter-long body. The security guard at the entrance of the neighborhood was also shocked. Mr. Zhang is too rich. Red flag S9, Aston Martin. And this is such a powerful Cullinan. What kind of family is this? Zhang Wei's eyes lit up when he saw the customized Cullinan. This is the right car for him. The main thing is that the car has a lot of space and can be tossed around and driven. Ahem. You guys don't get the wrong idea. The main thing is that you can move around freely. Right. It's just free movement, and it's really effective. The car is connected. Zhang Wei received Tan Yu enthusiastically sent the National Universal Discount gas card, looked at the cell phone time, turned back to Yutong and said, S9 you drive it. I went to the station to pick up my classmates to go. You can go back to the hotel to rest. Wait for one day I give you and Zhou Zihan a gift. Fu Yutong heard, what? S9 opened for me? Their own payments so quickly have a return? And it's still such a big return? It seems that he won the bet with his sister-in-law. Jiang Wei ignored the shocked Fu Yutong. He opened the door of the lengthened Cullinan and got into the car. With its luxurious interior and spaciousness. Start the car. The car was started and went straight to the direction of the train station. At the exit of the Songjiang railway station, Jiang Wei looked at the crowd of mostly back-to-school college students pouring out. The white flowery legs of the students are all over the place. And the youthful and beautiful figures are all over the place. The youthful and beautiful figures abound. Jiang Wei inwardly shouted, I love summer. But Jiang Wei had already built up his appetite and couldn't look at these ordinary white legs. His eyes were fixed on the crowd, looking for that figure. Not this one. Her legs are too thin. This one? The skin is a bit rough. This one? What's this? This is too. Oops. Looking upwards at the foot wearing white high heels. Big white legs meet silk. So tender. So long. Jiang Wei thought of a word, legs player. The. Looking upwards again. Pink JK, white choker. And. Shawl hair. Beautiful and full of youthful, testosterone-inducing angelic looks. My department flower. Song Rui. Oh, my god. The beauty of her is so bubbly, so breathtakingly beautiful, that she makes the surrounding warblers pale in comparison. But when he saw Li Wei's chubby figure next to the flower, Jiang Wei shivered and opened the car. Jiang Wei shivered and opened the car door to get out of the car, leaned against the car door and looked at the two people walking out. Li Wei and Song Rui sighed, chattering something. Hand also gesticulated. Song Rui while some sighed and nodded in agreement. Looking at the pace of Song Rui walking, Jiang Wei hurriedly summoned the goddess system. LSP system out, come out, help me detect. Goddess system. Boss, I'm coming. Is it to detect this pink JK lady? Jiang Wei hurriedly urged. That's her. Detect. Goddess system. Okay boss, start scanning and detecting. Detection in progress. Go to skincare products. Detection results are as follows. Song Rui, age, 22. Height, 170. Weight, 115 pounds. 3D, 85. 60. 86. Name, Rui Song. Age, 22. Height, 170. Weight, 115 pounds. 3D, 85. 60. 86. Face value, 90, out of 100. Purity, 95. Self-indulgence. Occupation, student, undergraduate student junior. Side business, food blogger. Hobbies, shopping, traveling, food. Crap, pure 95? It seems that Song Rui also loves to study very much. Jiang Wei was rather surprised that Song Rui stepped out of the crowd and couldn't help but look a few more times when she saw the stretch Cullinan parked on the side of the road. She didn't recognize the extended Cullinan, but it didn't stop her from thinking it was a good car. Li Wei also noticed the roadside Cullinan. He was about to be shocked when she saw Jiang Wei leaning against the car door. Li Wei couldn't help but rub her eyes and he fixed his eyes on it. Jiang Wei? Song Rui asked suspiciously when she heard Li Wei's shock. Jiang Wei? Where is he? Li Wei pointed at Jiang Wei who was looking by the south door of the library and said, there, right by the door of that stretch SUV. Song Rui looked at Jiang Wei and asked Li Wei suspiciously, this is Jiang Wei? I remember he's quite fat. And this car? Is it his? Li Wei shook his head. I don't know. I haven't seen him for a summer vacation. This Jiang Wei has lost so much weight. And as for the car, then I don't know even more. Jiang Wei waved at the two and shouted, Big Beauty Song, Xiao Wei Zi. This time Song Rui confirmed, this is Jiang Wei, that voice, but why has he changed so much? He's thinner, more handsome, and taller. He's wearing a big bitter tee, white shoes, a white tee. His hair is permed and textured, and his skin is white. His skin is white. This is also too spiritual and too provocative. It turns out that the slimmed down Jiang Wei is actually a schoolboy. I didn't even realize it before. Song Rui heart some touching thought. Li Wei looked at Jiang Wei, who is comparable to a school bully, and his heart was a bit blocked. Martyr. The same as a member of the fat before. You even secretly lose weight and abandon me. Chapter 55 Song Rui's mind. Jiang Wei opened the car door. Beautiful student Song, please get in the car. The moment the car door opened, Song Rui was shocked. This car was too luxurious. Leather wrapped, walnut floor, wine cooler, car refrigerator, electric massage seats. There's plenty of room in the back. Panoramic sunroof. Sitting on the massage seat. Really comfortable. So soft. Do not want to get up, that kind of. Jiang Wei sat directly to the back row next to Song Rui sat down. Li Wei just wanna come up. Jiang Wei said to Li Wei, do not say that dad does not take care of you. Let you drive today. You have an addiction. Li Wei was stunned. Surprised. He said, let me drive? Are you serious? Jiang Wei nodded, then pressed the electric door and Li Wei looked at the driver's seat, excitedly opened the door and got in, touching this and that. After muttering for half a day, he finally started the car. Zhang Wei found a comfortable position to lean, so that you can more clearly appreciate Song Rui's white and long legs. Song Rui noticed that Zhang Wei's eyes have been on his own legs. She was a little proud of herself and deliberately changed her position, deliberately changed a posture and opened her mouth to ask about the doubts in her heart. I haven't seen you for a summer vacation, Zhang Wei. You're even more handsome, and have muscles, said pointed to Zhang Wei's arms and thighs. Zhang Wei opened his mouth. I went to the gym for a month during the summer vacation. I didn't expect the effect to be good, and I also grew a bit taller. Song Rui looked at Zhang Wei with wide eyes. What? How old are you when you've grown? Zhang Wei chuckled. I didn't expect it either. Maybe it's secondary development. As the old saying goes, 25 is still a drum. I'm only 22 years old, so I should have grown earlier. Song Rui sniffed and snorted with laughter. Giggle, you're so funny. You're still bulging a drum, but it's really a lot taller. Zhang Wei chuckled. You have also become a lot more beautiful. Before seeing you only that youthful beauty, and now added the beauty of maturity. Song Rui giggled. I didn't realize before. So your mouth is so sweet. Li Wei was now excited. Sniffing, he interjected. His mouth? He can only fool by Bing. Song Rui asked suspiciously. Who is White Ice? Zhang Wei said indifferently. An ex-girlfriend. Li Wei froze. Ex-girlfriend? You two broke up? Zhang Wei nodded. Well, broke up. She got involved with the personnel manager of the internship unit. Li Wei shouted in surprise. Crap, it's not true. I remember that the personnel manager of her internship unit was close to 200 pounds, or an old man who was about to turn 60 years old. Song Rui was also stunned. What the hell? Zhang Wei's ex-girlfriend turned him green? Such a rich man was green, and that White Ice is still with the real unit of the personnel department manager? Bai Bing is out of his mind. Zhang Wei is obviously a second-generation rich man, even if Zhang Wei used to be fatter and shorter. But, it's still better than a 50-odd to 60-year-old man. Besides, how much money can a personnel manager have? Zhang Wei has more than $10 million just for this car. Bai Bing must have been kicked by a donkey. No, is being door-clamped countless times will be with that old man in green. Zhang Wei it. Li Wei shook his head while driving. This, I don't know what to say. White Ice, how to think. Is her head in mush? Zhang Wei chuckled. Let's not talk about her. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. Besides, she's a stranger to me now. Li Wei nodded and said. I didn't like her in the past. Princessy, selfish, general relationship with classmates. The ones in the same dormitory can often quarrel. Zhang Wei laughed and said. Don't talk about her. Let's go eat. Go to Brother Chang's fish head bubble cake. Li Wei's eyes glowed when he heard about the food. Fish head bubble cake. I haven't had it for more than a month. I really have some cravings. Zhang Wei laughed and cursed. Then don't dawdle and grab the car. Song Rui secretly looked at Zhang Wei. To be honest, she was moved. She admitted that she was a gold digger. And when she saw that Zhang Wei's car was a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Plus, Zhang Wei is so handsome, so tall, and his muscles are full of boyfriend power. She'll be very happy with him. Especially once she heard that Zhang Wei broke up and is now single. Song Rui's mind instantly came alive. Chapter 56, taking Song Rui to receive the property. The three of them came to Brother Chang's fish head bubble cake. Zhang Wei ordered 3 fat head fish heads and 3 large oil cakes. Fish head puff cake. Another order of a large mix of cold vegetables. A northeastern specialty. Specialty large mixed cold dishes. A stewed gadget toothfish with sauce. Stewed gargoyle fish with soy sauce. A pork ribs and winter melon soup. Spare ribs and winter melon soup. An hour or so later, the three of them leaned back in their chairs and Li Wei patted his belly straight. I can't. I ate too much. This fish head is too delicious. Zhang Wei, I'll tell you. I'm so fat, definitely had something to do with you. Zhang Wei sniffed and looked at Li Wei. Li Wei continued. Mard, you local pass. Always take me to eat delicious food. I can't get this weight down. But, then Li Wei gritted his teeth and said, as a result, you a summer vacation weight down. You meow secretly lose weight, leaving the old man a fat. You ruthless you. Zhang Wei looked at Li Wei who was sitting on the chair like the Maitreya Buddha also could not help but laugh. Zhang Wei laughed and scolded. Asterisk 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 off. From the time I know you you're so fat. Seriously, you should lose weight, or else you have to be happy in the future. How? Li Wei heard. Happiness? Then he saw Zhang Wei glancing at Li Wei's lower body with deep meaning. Li Wei looked like he had been stepped on. He hurriedly folded his legs together. It's true that he's too fat. He's almost lost it. Li Wei sat up straight and said in a serious manner. Do not make there are girls in it. Song Rui did not hold back. Snorted. Li Wei glanced at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei raised his hand and shouted at the waiter. Waiter, pay the bill. The waiter who was busy promised to run to the front desk. Not long after, he came over with a bill. Good day, sir. The total is 238. I'll charge you 230. Jiang Wei nodded and picked up his cell phone. WeChat scan code. The waitress hurriedly handed over the hang tag around her neck and sweep to pay. Drop. Payment successful. Jiang Wei stood up and glanced at Li Wei. Damn. Go away. By the bill, do not know to grab with me. You are also really nonchalant. Li Wei hemmed and hawed. You are driving such a good car. I won't fight with you for these few $100. Besides, you are treating Song Rui big beauty. I am just following the light. Jiang Wei passed Li Wei a look that said, you're a good kid. Li Wei hemmed and hawed. Song Rui followed behind the two. She is so quiet mainly because she has something in her heart. She was thinking about what to do in the future. She has never thought about what to do with Jiang Wei before, but suddenly she has an idea. She's a little white in love and doesn't know what to do. Several people came outside. Jiang Wei looked at Li Wei and asked, are you going to school or what? Li Wei's eyes rolled. You don't have to mind me. I have something to do in a while. I'm going ha. After saying that, he looked at Song Rui again. See you later, that big beauty. Song Rui's face was slightly red as she nodded her head. The main thing is that this guy Li Wei is also too obvious. Jiang Wei directly opened the car door and asked Song Rui, you're not in a hurry to go to school, right? Song Rui shook her head. Jiang Wei waved his hand. Then get in the car, just as I'm going to do some things, and then take you to Songjiang Park to walk around. Song Rui nodded and went around to the passenger side and opened the door to get in the car. Jiang Wei started the car and went straight to Songjiang No. 1 neighborhood. Song Rui sat in the passenger side and looked at Jiang Wei, who was concentrating on driving. The side face is so handsome. And his big hands. The bones. When that will be very. Song Rui, who thought of something, couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. I'm not going to be able to do that. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of the night. And I was in the middle of the night. Jiang Wei didn't know what was going on in Song Rui's mind at the moment. Concentrate on driving to the front of Rongjiang No. 1 neighborhood. Jiang Wei directly parked the car in front of the sales office. The staff of the sales office was now discussing the hero who bought the whole hour in the lobby. Then a long colonel parked in front of the entrance. A dozen or so people looked at the doorway in unison. Afterwards, they all reacted, organized their clothes, and walked towards the door. Jiang Wei and Song Rui just got out of the car. The door of the sales office was pushed open. A dozen pairs of high silk long legs, hip skirts, white shirts, stood in 2 rows in a magnificent manner. Welcome, Mr. Zhan. Jiang Wei was also stunned by this formation. Song Rui simply froze. This, Chapter 57, Xian Duo. A mature beauty of roughly 28 years of age was wearing a blue shirt and black one-step skirt, black high heels and black stockings with a breastplate held high on her chest, walked out of the crowd with a sexy step. Hello, Mr. Zhan. I am the sales office manager. My name is Qian Duo. Jiang Wei couldn't help but sigh. This sales office is full of hidden tigers and dragons. The saleswomen are all over 165 tall, and their face value is over 85 points. This is called Qian Duo. Sales manager's face value is more than 90 points. LSP comes out to test it. Goddess system. I'm coming. Boss, please wait. I'll check it now. Ding. Detection in progress. Please wait. Detection completed. Qian Duo. Name, Shander. Age, 27. Height, 172 km. Weight, 115 pounds. Education, bachelor's degree. Occupation, real estate sales office manager. Face value, 91 out of 100. 90, 65, 93. Boyfriend, 0 of 1. Ex-boyfriend, Li Hu. Hobbies, shopping. Fashionista. Loves Chandos. Overall score, 90 out of 100. Crap. This is still a beauty with a face value of over 90 and a comprehensive score of 90. Jiang Wei couldn't help but take a few more glances at this sales office manager named Qian Duo. This big man. This long legs. The Parisian house on the legs is simply YYYDS. Jiang Wei nodded. It seems that you all know. Today I came over nothing else. Is to see. You busy you. That Qian Duo you accompany me to the neighborhood around it. Qian Duo heard this and was delighted. I'll take this opportunity to get in touch with the new boss. She hurriedly dispersed the other saleswomen. Thumping on her high heels with sexy steps, she led the way in front. Mr. Zhang, let me introduce you to the basic situation of the district. Jiang Wei nodded and Qian Duo waited for the neighborhood security guard to open the gate and then lagged behind Jiang Wei by half a body position and continued. The neighborhood is patrolled by security guards 24 hours a day, and is equipped with no dead-angle surveillance. People and vehicles are segregated, and there is a half-sunshine activity center in the district. Residents of the district in rainy days or winter can be in the activity center for recreational activities. At the same time, there is also a fitness center, a 24-hour convenience store, and a breakfast restaurant in the district. Jiang Wei nodded with satisfaction. This should be one of the best neighborhoods in Songjiang City. All the houses are well decorated. Jiang Wei thought for a moment and said to Qian Duoduo, in this way, the house can be sold on the sale, not sold on the rental. The villa are kept not for sale. As for the rent of the house with the market on the line, brother is a man with a system. Do not expect to sell the house to make money. As for keeping the villa, of course it's for living. You want to say you can't live here? Are you kidding? I can't live in one a day. I'm sure all of you in the comments section think that's not enough. When Shander heard that, what? Sell it if you can, but rent it out if you can't? Is this young master how going to be a rent-a-guy? Reader, small pattern. Is he going to be a chartered public then? Jiang Wei came to a stop in front of one of the villas. Qian Duoduo has been a real estate salesman since he was 21 years old, and his eyes are very much alive. He picked up his cell phone and called the property security office directly to have the keys sent over, and asked to bring all the house keys here. I want to be prepared. Jiang Wei hurriedly interrupted. Just take the villas. I'll just take a look at the villa. Qian Duoduo heard this and hurriedly asked the security guard to drive a sightseeing battery car to send the villa keys. Not long after, the security guard drove a sightseeing car to deliver the key. Qian Duoduo opened the gate. Jiang Wei stepped in. Song Rui has been dumbfounded. This neighborhood is Jiang Wei's. How much money does this cost? The average house price in Songjiang City is between 40,000 to 50,000. The average house price in Songjiang City is between 4,000 and 5,000, and the villa is around 7,000 per square foot. Song Rui roughly calculated, and then stared blankly. More than $1 billion. This is the amount that Song Rui roughly arrived at. Song Rui felt her breath stop. This is too much money. No way. Such a rich bachelor. No, it's glittering gold. It's a mountain of gold. I can't miss it. Why did you go to college to study dance and etiquette? Why did you insist on not getting a date during college? Is not in order to be able to marry a rich man. Now there is a single, young, rich man in front of us. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a veil. You have to take the initiative. Fight for it. Aha. It's best to step on the dragon's foot today. Song Rui followed Jiang Wei into the villa in a daze. Jiang Wei sniffed his nose and nodded. Qian Duoduo smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, you can rest assured that all the house decoration is the use of environmentally friendly materials, and also did formaldehyde testing. Ready to move in. Jiang Wei turned around in the house, then sat on the sofa and took out a cigarette and lit it, opened his mouth and said, turn around and you announce. All employees' salaries are raised by 10%, 5 insurance and 1 gold best file, 3 salaries for working on holidays, give 13 salaries for New Year's Eve, and the commission remains unchanged. Qian Duoduo. Thank you boss. Qian Duoduo sniffed and gave Jiang Wei a bow. This treatment, who can top that when you come up for a pay raise? The boss is also too handsome. I am a little excited how to. From now on, the more I look at Jiang Wei, the more I think he's handsome. He's got a lot of money and a lot of money. The kind that glows all over. If it is not Song Rui in, Qian Duoduo cannot wait to take the initiative to pounce on. Jiang Wei found a comfortable posture lying on the sofa. Qian Duoduo look. Seconds to understand. In his pocket, he pressed the phone. Then the cell phone rang. Qian Duoduo hurriedly picked up the phone to connect. Hello, okay? I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Kenjuo said. Mr. Jiang, there's something going on at the sales office. I'll go over to take care of it. Jiang Wei nodded his head. In his heart, he secretly sighed that Qian Duoduo knew what she was doing. Qian Duoduo left with sexy steps. Jiang Wei and Song Rui were left in the room. Jiang Wei smiled and said to Song Rui, aren't you tired? Wearing high heels. Sit down and take a rest. Song Rui smiled. I didn't feel it until you said it, but once you said it, I am indeed a bit tired. Jiang Wei sat up and said with a smile, yes, I told you I can pinch your feet. Sit down. I'll pinch it for you. Song Rui sat down and bent down to pinch her ankles. Jiang Wei bent down and reached out to grab Song Rui's ankle. Come on. I'll pinch your feet for you. Song Rui let out a cry and blushed. She didn't dare to look at Jiang Wei. She lowered her head and looked at Jiang Wei grabbing her small feet. The big hand full of masculinity grasped on Song Rui's small feet. It was like grabbing Song Rui's heart. Song Rui couldn't help but tremble. Jiang Wei sensed Song Rui's change and fingers lightly pinched Song Rui's feet and said, your feet are quite nice. Wearing high heels for a day must be very tired. Song Rui nodded with a blushing face and gave a hum. Jiang Wei helped Song Rui pinch her feet. Chapter 58 Li Wei, I'll apply for package C. Jiang Wei was lying on the sofa with Song Rui in his arms. Song Rui's body is weak and snuggled in Jiang Wei's arms. Jiang Wei lightly pinched the tender flesh of Song Rui's waist and asked, do you like this house? Song Rui looked up at Jiang Wei and nodded, then nodded her head. I like it. Jiang Wei smiled and patted Song Rui's fragrant buttocks and said, If you like it, then this set is for you. As long as you don't betray me, this villa will be yours. And in the future, the monthly pocket money will be $100,000. Song Rue heard. The villa is sent to herself? $100,000 a month pocket money? His family only earns a few $100,000 a year. This 1 month $100,000 pocket money. Big villa. It doesn't matter. It's good to be with him. He's rich. He's got a handsome guy. The point is, he is so masculine. Song Rue looked up with burning eyes at Zhang Wei. I want to. Zhang Wei was stunned. Then he saw Song Rue sliding onto the carpet, lowering her head and hiss. Zhang Wei sucked in a breath of cool air. Song Rue nodded her head while asking, "What's wrong with the pot? You don't make a call like that?" Zhang Wei shook his head. "No." Upon hearing this, Song Rue continued to nod her head and Jiangnan no. One sales office. Inside the manager's office, Qian Duo sat in his chair thinking that, what is Zhang Wei doing right now? Is it what he thinks? And what's the relationship between Zhang Wei and that girl who was obviously a college student? What are they doing after he left? After half a day's thought, Qian Duo shook his head. What's the point of thinking so much? It doesn't matter. Besides, it's normal for a young master of a rich family to have a few more women. Shander comforted himself. Then he started working. On Li Wei's side, after parting with Zhang Wei, he walked aimlessly on the street, cursing and swearing. Blanche, there is heterosexual but not human nature. You kid, wait, is not just thin. Hi, handsome, I'm going on a diet. Wow, it smells good. The flavor of barbecued sausage. 1 minute I'm talking about losing weight. The next I smell the smell of barbecued sausage. The next moment, I smelled the smell of barbecued sausage and immediately put dieting to the back of my mind. I took 2 steps to the test center booth. Take up the cell phone to scan the code. Boss, give me a barbecue sausage. Want a bigger fire? As soon as the stall boss looked up, he saw Li Wei's body that was like a millstone and said with a smile, "Little brother, you should lose some weight." Li Wei sniffed in discouragement and said, "I want to, but I can't control my mouth." The stall owner shook his head and asked with a smile, "Little brother, you're in love, right?" Li Wei nodded his head. The stall owner said while flipping the grilled sausage, "That's why you need to lose weight. Otherwise how can you have a girlfriend? Look at you fat. Have a girlfriend or scared away. What kind of girl can carry you ah?" Li Wei was stunned. "Can you handle me? How strong would that be?" But after seeing the boss's eyes, Li Wei understood. He looked down again. He couldn't see his feet. Then he thought of the school flower, the class flower, the department flower. "I need to lose weight." Li Wei turned his head and left. The stall owner smiled and asked, "Don't you want your roasted sausage, little brother?" Li Wei didn't look back and said, "No, I want to lose weight." He said, "I want to lose weight." He walked towards the nearest SA gym. As soon as he entered the gym, Li Wei's eyes were attracted by the female trainer who was explaining the precautions to the customers. Crap, if this is hard will be clapped off ah. OMG crouching DJ. Looking at the fitness instructor's side. "Hello sir, may I ask you?" Hearing someone connecting himself, Li Wei came back to his senses. "I want to do card. Half a year card." "No, please ask that fitness coach is a personal trainer?" Li Wei said and pointed to the female fitness trainer who was explaining the precautions to others. The receptionist in charge of reception sniffed and looked over, then said, "Yes, she has a private tutoring program. Do you want to do the private tutoring program of Coach Li Ying?" Li Wei heard that her name was Li Ying. What a nice name. Right. The receptionist gently introduced. "Sir, Coach Li Ying's private training course is divided into 3 types, which are ABC and ABC packages. Which package do you want to apply for?" Li Wei heard what? There are packages for private coaching? That these kinds of packages you're that introduce me to introduce. The receptionist girl became more enthusiastic. A package costs 12,000 yuan a year, with a fixed 2-hour private tutoring program every day. Package B costs 18,000 yuan a year, 3 hours of private lessons a day. Package C costs 50,000 yuan a year, 24 hours a day. Anytime and anywhere door-to-door private tutoring 3 hours of courses. When Li Wei heard this, his brain was like, what the hell? 24 hours a day. Anytime, anywhere at home 3 hours of private tutoring? On-site private tutoring. I'm going to apply for package C, and I'm going to apply for this coach, Li Ying. Li Wei is from a modest family. He lives on $100,000 a month. It's a small price to pay for the C package. The receptionist is very enthusiastic about Li Wei. At the same time, she picked up the walkie-talkie. Coach Li Ying, please come to the front desk. There's a gentleman here for the C package. Li Ying was explaining the precautions. Hearing what was on the intercom, she said something to the person next to her and she turned around and thought about coming to the front desk. Li Wei looked at Li Ying who came over. her taut and powerful legs. That, ahem, so big. P.S. Must arrange a beautiful woman for a good brother. Ga 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 ga. There are called Li Wei, please write, evil laugh. Chapter 59, Li Wei's happy moment. Looking at Li Ying, who was walking over, Li Wei instantly felt his heart rise up with the swaying waves of the. Li Ying frowned slightly when she saw Li Wei. This man is also too fat, but she is a fitness instructor, and since the other party is going to apply for the C package, that's her own customer, she can't show it. She hid the little bit of hate in her heart. Reveal a charming smile. Is this the gentleman who wants to apply for package C? Li Ying asked the receptionist. The receptionist enthusiastically introduced. Yes, Coach Li, this gentleman wants to apply for your C package. Li Wei didn't know where to look anymore. Li Ying was wearing a fitness outfit. Her body was taut, and her figure was well shaped. A single dog himself facing such an attractive body. It's killing him. Then Li Wei thought of Zhang Wei's hidden eyes. Li Wei was even more determined to work out and lose weight. If he can take the opportunity to have something indescribable with the fitness trainer. That. Li Wei's heart was thumping. Li Ying sniffed and looked at Li Wei and asked with a smile. May I ask what is your name? Sir? Li Wei looked back. Ah, my name is Li Wei. Li Ying nodded and said. Hello Mr. Li Wei. Have you ever worked out before? Li Wei shook his head honestly. No, I haven't. Li began to ask a few people about their work and rest habits, as well as their dietary habits. Li Ying is a fitness instructor. She's a fitness instructor, and she's got it all figured out. With her seductive figure, and the distance between her and the others, Li Wei, in a daze, applied for the C package for the year. After payment, Li Ying took Li Wei to a separate lounge. After entering the lounge, Li Ying opened her lips lightly. Mr. Li, let's do some warm-up exercises before working out. Li Wei nodded blankly. Li Ying came to the massage bed and said, Mr. Li, please lie on this. I will help you relax your muscles. Li Wei sniffed and hurriedly lay down on the bed. Li Ying smiled and stretched out her hand gently on Li Wei's fleshy legs. Li Wei's body was shaken and, good boy, Mom, yes, so comfortable. This little hand is really gentle. Li Ying said softly, Mr. Li, you don't need to be nervous. Relax. Yes, just like this. Relax. Take a deep breath. Yes. Li Wei was lying on the bed. His eyes are full of hooks. That's right, because both the front and the back are hooks. The hooks in his gym clothes. Zhang Wei doesn't know what happened to Li Wei at the gym. Zhang Wei knows even less. Because of one look from him, Li Wei spent 50,000 bucks today for a C package yearly subscription. At this time, Zhang Wei drove his car and took Song Rui on the way to Golden Diamond Plaza. Song Rui feels that today is her lucky day. It's her spring. She feels she is the happiest today. Zhang Wei is generous, directly gave himself a villa, and now he's brought himself to the most upscale shopping plaza in Songjiang City. Parked the car. Song Rui tightly embraced Zhang Wei's arm. Zhang Wei felt the arm on the soft toward the underground parking lot elevator. The elevator door just about to close. The elevator door was just about to close. Wait a minute. A female voice came from behind. Zhang Wei hurriedly pressed the button to open the door, only to see a heavily made-up girl in a black lace dress holding a balding man close to 60 years old. Zhang Wei was stunned. Bai Bing? What a coincidence. What's going on here? Song Rui, who was holding Zhang Wei's arm, was also stunned. Bai Bing was even more stunned. The bald old man didn't know what was going on and said thank you. Bai Bing was holding the old man's arm, but it was either to put it down or not to put it down. At the same time, she also wondered, why is Song Rui holding Zhang Wei's arm? And, why did Zhang Wei lose so much weight? I don't know. Zhang Wei is quite handsome when he's slimmed down. There was a silence in the elevator. It's always very quiet. Zhang Wei is fine. He doesn't care about his ex-girlfriends. What's more, now Zhang Wei is surrounded by beautiful women. There is no need to do anything for Bai Bing. As soon as the elevator door opened, Zhang Wei looked natural with Song Rui straight to the gold counter and go. The old man is to take the white ice toward the upstairs and go. On the elevator White Ice also looked back into the gold counter Zhang Wei a glance. Chapter 60 Song Rui, try this car's shock absorption. Hello, welcome to 6 Little Fortune Jewelry. Zhang Wei with Song Rui just stepped into the 6 Small Fortune Jewelry store. 6 Small Fortune Jewelry store. A sharp-eyed sales clerk thumped to welcome up. 6 Small Fortune Jewelry store. A sharp-eyed sales clerk thumped to welcome up. 6 Small Fortune Jewelry store. A sharp-eyed sales clerk thumped to welcome up. Zhang Wei looked at the height of more than 165, weighing about 100 pounds. The sales clerk who was wearing a gray overalls. Her face value was about 75 points or more. The age is about 27, 28 years old. The beautiful saleswoman smiled and said, handsome, beautiful, buy a necklace or a ring? Zhang Wei nodded. Let's take a look. The beautiful saleswoman guided in front. Handsome man, beautiful woman, please come over here. Jiang Wei glanced at the counter and then at Song Rui before pointing at a necklace. Do you like this necklace? Song Rui looked at the necklace and nodded. Jiang Wei said to the sales clerk, wrap this necklace and that bracelet over there for me. The sales clerk was happy to hear it. This more than $100,000. Their commission can earn a lot. Please wait, handsome. The smile on the sales clerk's face was as bright as a rose. Song Rui wrapped her arms around Jiang Wei more tightly. She was afraid that Jiang Wei would run away. Jiang Wei leaned against the counter and felt the softness on his arm. Suddenly, he felt that someone was looking at him. Jiang Wei raised his head. He saw Bai Bing on the third floor with her arm around the old man, looking at Jiang Wei with her eyes. Bai Bing was very puzzled. How come Jiang Wei is here? And also took the department flower to the gold store to buy gold. How did Jiang Wei lose so much weight in less than a month? What's the relationship between Jiang Wei and Flora? Is it possible that Jiang Wei was adopted by the department flower? Bai Bing began to think wildly, and his head was filled with a lot of content, realizing that it was Bai Bing who was looking at himself. Jiang Wei withdrew his gaze and paid no more attention. At this time, the sales clerk came over enthusiastically with 2 boxes. Handsome man, beautiful woman. Check it out. Jiang Wei signaled Song Rui to check. The salesman hurriedly took out a pair of white gloves and handed them to Song Rui. Song Rui took the gloves with good, began to check the necklace bracelet. Song Rui is the more you look at the more you like. Jiang Wei said with a smile, directly with it, the beauty directly invoice it. Calculate how much money. Song Rui sniffed probe Mua. Husband you really good. Barking a kiss on Jiang Wei's face. Jiang Wei behind him pinched Song Rui's fragrant buttocks. I'm so good. How are you going to pay me? Song Rui blushed then whispered in Jiang Wei's ear. We'll go to Yinjiang Road in a while. There are many trees and few cars there. It's quiet and convenient to try the car's shock absorption. Blanche, hiss. Jiang Wei did not expect Song Rui to. Loved. And the conversation between the two plus the look in Jiang Wei's eyes. The sales clerk next to him thought of something and couldn't help but blush slightly. Rich people really will. Good envy ah. The sales clerk was envious of Song Rui. Tall and handsome, but also so rich. If he were himself. If I were myself, I would definitely read the study materials every day. Jiang Wei does not know what the sales clerk is thinking. If he knew, he would be shouting at his sister's cow pie. Jiang Wei came to the cashier, took out his cell phone and scanned the code. Small return out of work. Jiang Wei summoned the cashback system in his heart. The system. Boss, I'm coming. You pay. Sweep the code to pay. Ding. Payment successful. Cashback system. Boss you spend a total of 98,500 yuan this time, triggering 42 times cashback. The amount after cashback, 137,000 yuan, has been deposited into your bank card. Pay attention to check. Jiang Wei was in a happy mood and left 6 Little Fortune jewelry store with Song Rui. It's great that you can win the heart of a beautiful woman with a cash rebate. Song Rui was happy with her newly bought necklace and bracelet, and hugged Jiang Wei's arm. The salesman looked enviously at Jiang Wei taking Song Rui to the elevator. The salesman next to him said enviously, that girl is really happy. More than 90,000 said to buy, did not hesitate at all. In the envious eyes of the salesman, Song Rui tightly embraced Jiang Wei's arm to the 3rd floor. Chapter 61 Jiang Wei, don't you feel strangled? Jiang Wei looked at the Louis Vuitton lady's medium handbag on the window and said, buy you a bag. Song Rui said happily, no need to buy so much, I have a bag. Jiang Wei pinched the tender flesh of Song Rui's waist. Let's go. I think that bag is good, said Song Rui into the Louis Vuitton counter, directly pointing to the women's bag hanging on the window. He said, wrap this bag for me. The sales clerk first encountered such a quick customer. Enter the door without asking the price directly to let the bag up. Song Rui, who was holding Jiang Wei's arm, once again ushered in the envious eyes of the salesperson. Jiang Wei came directly to the cash register and took out his cell phone to scan the code. How much is that package? The cashier took a look at the bag being packed and said, 128,888 yuan. Jiang Wei directly entered the code to pay. Ding. Payment successful. Cashback system. This consumption of 128,888 renminbi triggered 28 times cashback. Amount after cashback, 3,608,864 renminbi. It has been deposited into your bank card. Please pay attention to check. It's hard to predict the next life. Love and hate are written off. Sing to the wine I only wish to be happy until old age. Laughing Red Dust DJ Shaoqi. Jiang Wei looked down. Sun Qianya? Pick up the phone. What's wrong? Sun Qianya, my sister is on a plane. She'll be here in a few hours. Jiang Wei froze. Your sister? Sun Qianya. She's the graduate student I told you about. Jiang Wei suddenly realized. Oh, that's fast? Sun Qianya. Well, after she heard me say, your company is very interested in. How about a moment to go to the airport to pick up her? I think you this handsome boss personally drive to the airport to pick up her words. She will be very happy. And also whispered to you, oh, I'm sure she'll be very happy if you drive her to the airport yourself. My sister is very beautiful. The body is very good, oh. Especially when she wears a work dress with a hip skirt and black silk. TSK. Zhang Wei brainstormed a picture in his head. How about it? Is not in the brain to make up the picture? He. Zhang Wei coughed. Ahem. That. So what? Where are you? I'll drive over to pick you up and we'll go to the airport together to pick up your senior sister. Sun Qianya said with a smile. Pick me up from the happy home neighborhood. I stayed at my parents' place last night. Zhang Wei nodded. You WeChat me the location. I'll go over in a while. Sun Qianya. That's fine. I'll send you the location. Sun Qianya. Location/JPG. Zhang Wei hung up the phone and put his arm around Song Rui and said, I'll send you back. Song Rui nodded her head obediently. Zhang Wei took Song Rui and headed to the underground parking lot. Get in the car. Zhang Wei ran all the way to the Jiangnan No. 1 neighborhood. He sent Song Rui to the villa and drove out of the neighborhood again. Follow the navigation guide to the happy home neighborhood. Sun Qianya is already standing at the entrance of the neighborhood waiting. Zhang Wei looked at Sun Qianya's dress today is also a bright spot. Black slim dress, wrapped around the sexy and charming curves of Sun Xia. Parked the car. Zhang Wei opened the window. Get in the car. Sun Xia took a look at the big guy in front of her and froze. This Zhang Wei is really rich. How many cars does Zhang Wei have? 3 or 4? Zhang Wei shook his hand. What are you waiting for? Get in. Sun Qianya returned to her senses and opened the passenger door to get in the car with a sexy step. Zhang Wei's afterglow swept the passenger side. Crap. This curve. This hippie. I don't know if it's tear resistant. Sun Qianya didn't notice Zhang Wei at the moment. She was just shocked. This is also too luxurious. Zhang Wei glanced at Sun Qianya. Fasten your seatbelt. We're off. Sun Qianya turned around and pulled on her seatbelt. Zhang Wei watched Sun Qianya fasten her seatbelt. The seatbelt was right in the middle of the jam. Zhang Wei coughed. That. You can put the seatbelt in the put. Otherwise you do not feel strangling panic? Sun Qianya spat with a red face. Bad guy. Zhang Wei shrugged his shoulders. You have such a good figure. Can you blame me? Chapter 62, and Chi. Sun Qianya blankly glanced at Zhang Wei and Zhang Wei bristled. How am I a bad guy? If I were a bad guy, I'd be on it right now. Sun Qianya looked at Zhang Wei's side face. Getting your hands on that is hooliganism. Zhang Wei asked in confusion. Then what is the difference between a bad guy and a hooligan? Sun Qianya cocked her head and thought for a moment and said, anyway, those who go straight to the hand are hooligans. Zhang Wei raised his right hand while driving and put it on Sun Qia's sexy legs. What are you doing? Sun Xia didn't expect Zhang Wei to do this. It was too sudden. Snapped off Zhang Wei's hand. Bad man. You're too bad. Zhang Wei felt the silky smoothness of the stockings. So this is the bad guy? Sun Qianya blushed. Zhang Wei laughed in his heart. Grandma, if you have money, you're a bad guy. If you don't have money, you're a hooligan, right? So Zhang Wei put his hand on the stockings accidentally. At first, Sun Xia would scream. As he put his hand on the stockings more often, Sun Xia didn't react so much. On the highway, Zhang Wei didn't do too much. He just put his hand on the smooth stockings, feeling the temperature and the feeling of flesh. Sun Qia's face has not faded all the way to the red. More than an hour later, the car is parked in the parking lot of Spring City Airport. Sun Qianya picked up her cell phone and looked down and said, I should be here soon. Zhang Wei looked out the window tugging at his stockings. Ask your sister-in-law if there are any difficulties for me to transfer to the University of Magic City. Sun Qianya froze. You want to transfer? Zhang Wei said with a smile. I still have a year to graduate. I want to feel the atmosphere of the university before I graduate. Especially the atmosphere of the Magic City University. Sun Qianya felt the big hand on her leg and said in a nonchalant manner, is that feeling the university atmosphere for you? I think you're going for the school flowers and beauties in Magic City. Being poked and prodded. Zhang Wei didn't care, either. Everything beautiful will make people feel happy. Besides, it's normal for a man to be a man. I don't want to waste my limited youth. And at the same time, I want to find beauty in my limited youth, including beautiful women. Sun Qianya blankly glanced at Zhang Wei and, ding dong, I'm getting off the plane. Are you there yet? Sun Qianya picked up her cell phone and tapped on the voice. A female voice came from it. Sun Qianya, we're here. I'll send you the location. Whoosh, whoosh. Sun Qianya sent the location over, then turned back to Zhang Wei and said, my senior sister has arrived. You will definitely light up in front of your eyes in a while. Zhang Wei put his hand on the tip of his nose and sniffed. You're making me look forward to it. Sun Qianya turned her head to look outside. Zhang Wei also followed Sun Qianya's gaze and looked over. This one is not. This one is too fat. Crap. The good cabbages have been given to the pigs. Ha! Soon Zhang Wei saw a girl with glasses. shawl hair, white shirt, short black skirt, black stockings, and high heels walking over to him. Angie, with his cell phone still in his hand, he looked up as he walked. There was doubt and surprise in her eyes. Sun Xia looked at the girl and smiled. Nah, this is my senior sister Angie. How beautiful it is. Zhang Wei nodded. Looking at it like this it's okay, quite material. Isn't she often dressed like this? Sun Qianya nodded. Well, she's been wearing this since her junior year internship. How is it? Is there any excitement? Such an assistant surrounding you in the office every day? Zhang Wei shrugged. Forget it. If such an assistant surrounds me in the office every day, the company would be in a yellow stall long ago. Sun Qianya hemmed and hawed and opened the car door to get out. Sister, you're still so beautiful. The boss is charmed by you. And she saw Sun Qianya from the lengthened Kirin and on down. There is so a hint of shock accident. This is the company boss's car? Zhang Wei, on the other hand, looked at Anqi through the car window and evoked the goddess system in his heart. LSP, it's your turn to perform. Goddess system. Okay boss, just watch. I'll test it. Scanning, please wait. Ding. Name, Angie. Age, 27. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Face value, 90, out of 100. Latitude, 89. 65. 89. Purity, 95. Self-heating pot. Education masters, business management. Hobbies, shopping, reading, traveling. Chapter 63. Anqi is a workaholic. Zhang Wei was slightly surprised as he looked at Anqi's profile. Self-improvement pot? Looking at Angie's appearance, and then thinking about the self-high pot, Zhang Wei secretly thought in his heart. Anqi hugged Sun Qianya. I also want you. This is not the moment you give me this thing. This not immediately came. Sun Qianya bristled. Forget it. I still don't know you. You're such a strong woman. Anqi glanced at Cullinan and asked in a small voice. Is this your boss's car? Sun Xia nodded. Yeah, awesome right. Let's get in the car first. The boss himself drove here to pick you up. It's a great honor, right? What the hell is this? The boss of the company personally drove here to pick her up? He didn't send a driver? She thought the handsome guy driving was the driver. Who would have thought it would be the boss? Wouldn't a luxury car like this normally come with a driver? In an instant, countless questions arose in Anqi's mind. Sun Qianya pulled Anqi to open the rear door. It was also the first time for Angel to ride in such a luxurious car. Once in the car, Sun Qianya introduced Zhang Wei. Boss, this is my senior sister, Anqi. Zhang Wei glanced at the rearview mirror. And saw the silky stockings and slender legs. And she also looked at Zhang Wei through the rearview mirror. Zhang Wei smiled and nodded his head. Hello, Angie, pretty girl. Angie nodded in response. Hello, Mr. Zhang Wei. Angie beauty. What kind of work have you done before? Angie straightened her clothes and sat up straight in a proper manner. During my junior year internship, I worked at Yida Plaza for 3 years. Then I worked as a marketing manager at AH, and I resigned some time ago. Zhang Wei nodded. He worked at Yida Plaza in his junior year and then worked as a marketing manager at AH, a well-known international enterprise. It can be said that the resume is very bright and, can I ask, why did you resign? As far as I know AH's salary package is very high. Angie's face darkened. Treatment is very good. The pressure of competition. This I can accept. I also like the pressure of competition. There is competition to have motivation. As for why resigned, the workplace subterfuge. In order to move to a higher position, or to cover the current position you have to accept the subterfuge, especially the big companies. Zhang Wei glanced at Angie again and, he nodded his head. So pretty, with such a good figure. There are many LSBs who want to subvert you. Zhang Wei drove his car to a farmhouse at the exit of the airport highway. He ordered a stew. The people sat on a hot bed. While eating the food Zhang Wei asked, Anqi, if you come to our company, note that our company is starting up. The challenge is great, but I can guarantee that the future prospects are very good. What is the salary you expect? Anqi took small bites of her food, considering it as she ate. Zhang Wei was in no hurry. And picked up a lochin sauce and put it into his mouth to chew. While eating, he observed Anqi. During this time, Sun Qianya had been very quiet, and only occasionally pinched food into Zhang Wei's bowl. Zhang Wei is not polite. Zhang Wei was also polite and would occasionally give Sun Qianya some food. After considering for a while Anqi raised her head and said, annual salary of 500,000 yuan. Give me the maximum rights. At least do not outsiders command insiders. I will sign a non-compete agreement with the company. Zhang Wei nodded and said, not too much. Like this. Just follow the conditions you said. If you do well, the annual salary is more than that, and there will also be dividends. After saying that, he looked at Sun Qianya beside him. The same goes for you. There will be all these rewards when you do well. and she hurriedly raised her drink at that. Then boss, I'll toast boss with a drink instead. Zhang Wei chuckled. Good, when we arrive in Songjiang City, I'll give you a toast then. Putting down the drink, and she couldn't wait to say, that boss, can I take a look at the company's plans where the company are? Zhang Wei smiled. The company is currently just you and Sun Qianya. Sun Qianya is now mainly in charge of personnel. Well, she is my assistant. As for the others, when Sun Qianya's classmates, that is, your alumni arrive, you will form it together. How about it? Isn't it difficult? Angie froze, then said with a straight face, it's fine boss, I just love challenges. Starting from scratch, that's what gives me a sense of accomplishment. Zhang Wei laughed. Chapter 64-5. After she finished speaking, she opened her carry-on backpack and took out her laptop from it, looking up at Sun Qianya. Chia, that winery, you have the floor plan right? Sun Qianya nodded. There is what? Angie opened the laptop and said, send me the information and the floor plan, and finally give me a map of the neighborhood. Sun Qianya froze. You're not going to design it now, are you? And she said with a smile, I have to let our boss know that I'm worth this price. I have to reflect my value so that I can get more dividends when the time comes. Zhang Wei glanced at Anchi. He doesn't mind giving more dividends. It's not shares. As long as there is value, it doesn't matter what the dividends are. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. Only when it's full will it have energy and motivation. Of course, Zhang Wei still understands. Zhang Wei didn't stop Anchi from getting into work now. Sitting on the bed, eating stewed loach with sauce and drinking cold drinks, while admiring two pairs of beautiful legs, one with meat and the other with high silk, Angie stared at the floor plan on the computer, carefully checking the data. After a long time, Angie raised her head and asked Zhang Wei, boss, how much do you expect to invest? Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, invest $100 million in the early stage. Later on, depending on the situation, it is best to have an office building, to be more atmospheric, more technological sense. After all, we are a new energy high-tech company. Angie nodded her head to show that she understood. Then she continued to look down at the floor plan and pondered for a while, then picked up the phone and dialed a number. Mr. Su, I have a job here. I don't know if you're interested. A 500-acre factory. Yes, the estimated investment in the early stage is about 100 million. Yes, there may be an increase. Requirements? Atmosphere. Full of technology. The company is quite powerful. It was introduced by Sun Xia. Whom? Sun Xia? Chia said her sister-in-law recommended her. I don't know. I'm sure Chia's sister-in-law won't hurt her. Would you like to take the job? Then, I will immediately send you the relevant information. That's fine. Good. I will talk to the boss. Okay, goodbye. And she hung up the phone and said to Zhang Wei, boss, the person I called just now is my teacher from the university. To be exact, it's the professor teacher of my elective design major. He's quite interested in our factory. He wants to come over to have a look on the spot and then do the design himself. Zhang Wei said happily upon hearing this. Okay, let him come then. And she glanced at Zhang Wei and said, boss, don't you care about the cost? Zhang Wei shook his head. The cost is fine. What I care about is the design drawings and the progress of the project. Zhang Wei added after a pause. Since you found your teacher to design it, then we can't be petty. Let's raise the investment to 5 small goals. We'll add more at a later stage depending on the situation. Sun Qianya just took a sip of her drink and choked on her words. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. Boss? How many did you say? And she also froze and, Zhang Wei smiled and said, $500 million. What's wrong? What's the problem? Sun Qianya shook her head. No, there's no problem. It's just, I haven't seen so much money since I grew up. And she was just starting to freeze for a moment. She didn't expect this little boss to be so bold. Investing $500 million in a new energy battery factory. It is estimated that this is already the largest private enterprise in Songjiang City. Zhang Wei said with a smile, this is just where it is. As long as you work hard, maybe in the future your annual salary plus bonuses are more than that. Annual salary and dividends are more than that? These words not only echoed in Sun Chenya's head, the workaholic royal sister and she also froze for a moment. Annual salary and bonus is more than $500 million? What kind of concept is that? A Fortune 500 company? Chapter 65. I'm just a shirker. Zhang Wei didn't care about the expressions of the two beauties and he lowered his head and continued to dry his rice. It's a sin not to eat such delicious loach. This meal Sun Qianya ate some drift. All she could think about was her annual salary of $500 million. Anchi is different. She is now full of thoughts about how to earn $500 million a year. More than an hour later, 3 people finished eating the checkout and departed. Back in Songjiang City, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Zhang Wei drove directly to the Songjiang No. 1 neighborhood and stopped the car in front of the No. 10 villa. You'll be staying here for this period of time. Xia, you'll accompany your senior sister to stay here as well. Sun Qianya looked at the villa in front of her and looked at Zhang Wei in confusion. Zhang Wei smiled and said, the house is mine. You guys can live here as you please. As for the toiletries and whatnot, you have to purchase them yourselves. Well, get off. It's been a long day. I'm going back to sleep. And she opened the car door with Sun Qianya. Sun Qianya smiled at Zhang Wei. Boss Ma, we're officially your employees now, right? Zhang Wei nodded. It's too late today. Tomorrow you guys prepare a contract. Let's sign a labor contract. Okay, I'm leaving. After saying this, Zhang Wei started to leave. Sun Qianya hurriedly asked after him, that boss, our next job? Zhang Wei smiled and said, with your sister-in-law's relationship, I believe you will not mess around. The company is handed over to you. I'll be a shirker. I sit and wait to count the money is not good? What? Invest $500 million to be a shirker? Boss, you have a big heart. Looking at the taillights of the car, Angie shook her head. Let's go. We're laborers. He's a young master. Sun Chia skimmed her lips. You're just a handful. Ha! After saying that, she wrapped her arm around Anchi and walked towards the villa courtyard. Sister. Anchi looked at Sun Qianya in confusion. Sun Qianya said with a smile. Sister, you here again a lot bigger. No wonder Zhang Wei always peeped at you. Really have a lot of material. And she sniffed and spat as she blushed. I found that you are even more horny than before. Are you thinking about men? Sun Qianya nodded and said, thinking about men is normal. It's not normal to not want a man. I'm not a lily. Sister, say you're almost 30. You don't want a man? And she gave a beat. No, Sun Qianya said with a smile. Don't want to? I can remember someone secretly playing with toys one night. Old memories were brought up again. And Angie's face flushed red. You. Sun Qianya took the key and opened the villa door. Sister, I think Zhang Wei is really good. I see that he is quite interesting to you. Handsome, tall and powerful. That convenience must be okay. You this immediately 30, the golden age of women. Zhang Wei is tall and big, surely can cope with you. You think about it? And she blanked Sun Qianya. Blindly say what? And today we just met for the first time. Hey, no, what do you mean? It can't be that you have thoughts about Zhang Wei, right? Sun Qianya said while slipping her slippers. There is a man is unmarried and a woman is not married. It's normal to have thoughts. Besides, he's so handsome and tall. And Chi's eyes rolled. You're not right. Are you secretly doing something bad? Sun Qianya lay on the sofa in a big shape. I won't hide it from you. I really did it secretly. Since I met him, it's like some floodgates have been opened. I secretly do bad things every night. I don't know what's going on. Elder sister, do you think I'm sick? Or have I been single for a long time? And she glanced at Sun Qianya who was lying on the sofa. I think you've been single for too long. Grab a boyfriend. Otherwise it's not good for your body if you're always sneaking around. Sun Qianya grabbed Anchi's arm and dragged Anchi to the front of the sofa. Senior sister, you should look for one too. Senior sister, let me see your body. Saying that, she started to do it. Angie, what? You do not tear my clothes. You really. Chapter 66, Anchorwoman, why are you live streaming with a child's bottle? Zhang Wei returned home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Xiao Sweets was on the ground playing blocks with the little candy. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the little candy hula threw away the hands of the blocks barefoot thumping run over. Uncle, what did you do? How come back? Wow. Zhang Wei squatted down and picked up the little candy and said with a smile, Uncle went to busy. Your little face has become a flower cat. Zhang Wei reached out and touched Candy's face. Little Candy smiled and said, Sister Sugar bought me some delicious chocolate. I couldn't hold back and ate it on my face. Zhang Wei laughed and said, just look in the mirror and you'll know. Little Candy let go of Zhang Wei at his words, thumped to the mirror and took a look. Yet it really became a flower cat. Mama, quickly carry me to wash my face. By Wei, who was cleaning up the bedroom, heard Candy shout and opened the door to peek out. Zhang Wei was stunned. Crap, brave bull. Want it to be so exciting, so white, so big. Bai Wei saw that Candy's face was chocolate in several places, and hurriedly picked up Candy to go to the restroom to wash his face. Zhang Wei's mind was now full of big and white. He came to the sofa with a little bit more interest. Xiao Sweetie finished packing up the blocks and sat down next to Zhang Wei and asked softly, have you eaten? Zhang Wei nodded his head and reached out to embrace Xiao Sweetheart. I ate. Kneading the flesh around Xiao Sweet's waist, Zhang Wei lay on Xiao Sweet's lap. Xiao Shengtian reached out and helped Zhang Wei massage his head. Zhang Wei smiled and said, you still know this craft? Xiao Sweets looked at Zhang Wei and said, well, in the past, my mom had a headache. I specially learned. Zhang Wei reached out and scraped Xiao Shengtian's nose. He picked up his cell phone and opened Cat Tooth Live. As soon as I opened it, I was attracted by the homepage recommendation. Big. big, big, big. Zhang Wei was energized. This meow has Jiat. Click into Brave Bull's live room. How come the popularity is only 150,000? How come the popularity is only 150,000? And there are only 10 people in the VIP seat. It shouldn't be. How can this be recommended on the front page? Zhang Wei exited the live broadcast room in doubt. When Zhang Wei exited the live broadcasting room, he took a look. Oh, my god. Mad is recommended by the system according to preference. Well, not bad. The recommendation algorithm understands me, knowing that I like big, big, big. Once again, I entered Brave Bull's live broadcasting room. At this time the brave cow is walking in the countryside at night. Brave Bull is wearing a gray hat, plaid shirt, inside the gray coat is bulging, blue jeans, white shoes. He walks with a tremor. It was very noticeable. The pop-up screen of a dozen people in the live broadcast room is as active as the live broadcast room of 100 or so people. Anchor, you married? Anchor, your daily burden is so heavy. I'll help you. Anchor's future children won't have to worry about food. Anchor is a big family. The pop-ups were particularly active. Brave Nyo Nyo was somewhat immune to such pop-ups, even though she had only been live streaming for less than a month. Although she had only been on air for less than a month, she was already used to countless people discussing her figure every day. Brave Cow said to the live broadcast room while walking, "Brothers, I am now on my way home. See the rhubarb behind me. She is my loyal guard, responsible for protecting me every day." He said, "I'm on my way home now. Can you see the big yellow behind me? The golden retriever is following behind Brave Bull. I envy the golden retriever. It can guard the anchor woman every day. Are you envious of the anchor woman? I don't even want to point it out to you. I don't want to tell you the truth. I want to guard Bull. Let's be frank. I like big 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 big." Zhang Wei looked at Brave Nyo Nyo, then gave his cell phone to Xiao Sweetie and said, "Guess if this is pure natural for her." Xiao Sweetie looked at the live broadcast screen in Zhang Wei's cell phone and was also stunned. "This is also, it's too big." Xiao Sweetheart looked at it for a while and said, "It feels real, because it doesn't have that kind of advanced feeling." And look at her legs and her stomach. Zhang Wei only noticed Brave Nyo Nyo's legs and stomach at this time. Just now, his attention was on the big big big, but when he looked at her legs and stomach, there was some flesh on her stomach. There is some meat on her stomach, but no flab, and her legs are full of meat. Typical microfat goddess figure. Zhang Wei nodded. Look should be true. Xiao Sweetheart looked at Zhang Wei and asked, "Like?" Zhang Wei smiled and said, "There is no man who doesn't like it, but it has to feel right, and it has to be purely natural." Zhang Wei crackled and typed on the screen, "Fried Sky Gang Small Karami, Anchor Woman, why are you live streaming with a milk bottle? Is this purely natural for you?" Brave Cow took a look at this as a new visitor, and in the face of a new visitor's question, Brave Cow was answering positively, "Yes, it's natural. It runs in the family." It runs in the family? The Frying Gnome, Karami Jr. That's great. Live streaming pop-up. It's okay to bring a bottle on the air. Big Brother is quite talented. It's quite apt. Brave Nyo Nyo looked at Zhang Wei's pop-ups and smiled. "Little brother, do you want a car to sign off?" Fried Sky Gang, Little Karami. "I usually white peas." Brave Ox smiles and says, "My big brother is not like ordinary people." Fried Sky Gang, Karami Jr. "Then what do I look like?" Brave Bull's eyes twinkle. "Someone like me." What's this girl talking about? What does this woman mean? It feels a bit. Chapter 67 Sign-in Reward, Hennessy Modified Car Gift Package. Giggle, this anchor woman is quite interesting, Xiao Sweetie said with a delicate smile. Zhang Wei shook his head. "It's all from years ago, but this anchor woman is good," Xiao Sweet said with a smile. "It's really good, whether it's the look or the body. Nowadays most men don't like the slightly fat ones?" Zhang Wei shook his head and said, "I don't know what kind of women other people like, but I do like slightly fat some. Of course some thin also like, mainly depends on the eye." Xiao Sweetie smiled daintily. "Eye edge, I always." Ah. Xiao Sweet did not wait to finish the following words. Zhang Wei turned over to pick up Xiao Sweet to go upstairs. Xiao Sweet was Zhang Wei suddenly picked up startled, reflexively embraced Zhang Wei's neck. Candy was enjoying her mom's bath. Suddenly hearing Sister Sweetie's call, hurriedly looked up and said with a little worry in her big innocent Kazran eyes, "Mommy, it's Sister Sugar. Go and take a look." Bai Wei said while washing Candy's hair. "It's okay, there's your Uncle Zhang Wei?" Candy let out an "oh" and said after a pause, "Mom, it would be nice if Uncle Zhang Wei was my dad." Bai Wei stared at the words and asked suspiciously, "Why?" Little Candy broke her fingers and said, "Uncle Zhang can buy me good food, clothes to wear, and also live in a big house and ride in such a comfortable car. Bai Wei looked at Candy. Big house, comfortable car. Well, the car is really comfortable. Bai Wei washed Candy's hair and quietly left the bathroom with Candy in her arms. When she walked into the living room, she heard a familiar and unfamiliar voice. Bai Wei hurriedly carried Candy into the bedroom on the first floor, quickly closed the door and put Candy on the bed. At this time, Candy was already drowsy and fell asleep in a while, but Bai Wei couldn't sleep anymore. That vague familiarity. The vague familiarity. White Wei's heart is empty, the urgent want to be filled with the feeling of more and more intense. Bai Wei lying on the bed and looking at the ceiling, thinking about Jiang Wei's handsome face, the body full of testosterone, and the way he was looking at the ceiling, the body full of testosterone, the muscles that are full of strength. Bai Wei was lost. She lifted the quilt and shrank into it. It was windy outside, and the shadows of the leaves were long under the moonlight, reflecting in the bedroom. It was reflected in the bedroom. The quilt shimmers with the reflection of the wind and shadows in the moonlight. Time rushes by. The day is dawning. The early birds are chirping. The hard-working sun gong flowers on the branches. Vivian stared at the dark circles under her eyes as she got up and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Little Candy left his mother's arms and rolled over. He cooed something in his mouth. Pouting, he went back to sleep. At 9 o'clock, Jiang Wei got up with a sniffle. He sat up and stretched himself. He looked at Xiao Sweetie, who was sleeping beside him because she was too tired. Jiang Wei smiled. And indeed this is the life that men should live. He was in a good mood. The system is a very good one. And it's a very good one. Small sign ah. Come out. I want to sign in. Sign in system. Come on, boss. Sign in successful. Reward is being generated. Please wait. Jiang Wei didn't get any rewards. Jiang Wei also did not reward generation. Naked to the closet in front of the closet to open the closet to find a change of clothes to change on. Is still simple big bitter tea son. It's still a simple big bitter tea undershirt. Slip on these slippers and go to the bathroom. Brush your teeth and shave. Wash your face and hair. After a round of work, Jiang Wei came to himself in the mirror. Hello, pretty boy. Reader, hello. Grizzly, coming downstairs. Bai Wei had already made dinner, and was currently sitting in the living room flipping through her cell phone. Jiang Wei just walked to the dining room table and froze. The sign-in system. Check-in rewards to generate. This check-in reward Hennessy modified car gift package A. Please ask whether to open. What? Hennessy tuning car? Gift bag? Open. Check-in system. Hennessy Chevrolet Camaro *1. Hennessy Ford Mustang *1. Hennessy McLaren 765 LT *1. Hennessy Velociraptor 6x6x1. Hennessy Venom 1200 Mustang GT 500 *1. Hennessy Bronco Veloraptor 400x1. Hennessy Mammoth *1. Hennessy Maximus 1000 Jeep *1. Hennessy Hornet *1. Hennessy Venom F5 *1. Hennessy Venom GT *1. Hennessy Hellcat 1000x1. Hennessy Viper GT 1400 *1. Hennessy GMC Sierra 700x1. Hennessy Dodge Mammoth 1000x1. Delivery expected in 3 days. Crap, groove, 10, 15 Hennessy conversions? This is too exciting. For Hennessy tuning, any guy who likes cars and likes to modify cars will know that the cars modified by Hennessy tuning are performance beasts. The cars modified by Hennessy tuning are all performance beasts. A real man's favorite. But they're also gas guzzlers. But Jiang Wei doesn't care. Gas money? It's just a sprinkle. Chapter 68. Wait for me. I'm not in the car yet. Today's sign-in reward Hennessy tuning car gift pack. Although the most expensive one is Venom, Jiang Wei is in a particularly good mood. Because these cars are all limited editions. Some are limited to a few units. The most limited to 200 units. No matter which car is a performance beast. Men's favorite. Jiang Wei came to the table in a happy mood. Jiang Wei just sat down. The bedroom door on the first floor was pushed open. Little Candy muttered in a daze. Mommy, I need to pee. While saying this, she also rubbed her eyes. She looked so cute. Jiang Wei got up. Come on, Uncle will carry you. Little Candy shook her head. No, I'm a girl. I can't. I want my mom to take me. Hey. Jiang Wei shrugged his shoulders and sat down again. Jiang Wei shrugged his shoulders and sat down again. Bai Wei rushed over and picked up Duo to go to the bathroom. Jiang Wei drew a bowl of oatmeal porridge with milk and a fried egg. A mouthful of bread. A mouthful of fried egg. A mouthful of milk and oatmeal. A few minutes to settle the battle. After eating breakfast Jiang Wei wiped his mouth and said to Bai Wei who was washing up Candy. School starts today. I'm going to report, so don't wait for me to eat. I'm not sure if I'll be back at night. Jiang Wei finished and did not wait for Bai Wei to agree. Opened the shoe cabinet drawer of the Aston Martin car keys and ran to the garage. After coming to the garage, Jiang Wei looked at the garage. The garage is small, can only put 2 cars. It seems that when the Hennessy gift package arrived, it should be put into the Songjiang No. 1 neighborhood. Open the garage door and start the car. Open the garage door and start the car. Jiang Wei sent a message to Song Rui. Where are you? Song Rui, I just finished breakfast, in front of the neighborhood. Zhang Wei, wait for me, I'll pick you up. Song Rui, okay/kiss/JPG. Zhang Wei put down his cell phone and drove straight to Song Rui no. 1 cell. More than 20 minutes later, when Zhang Wei saw Song Rui standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, his eyes lit up. Today Song Rui is wearing a black pleated skirt, black short silk, small black leather shoes. Not far from Song Rui, there are a few boys stopping to take pictures. Zhang Wei stopped the car and opened the window and whistled. Hello beautiful, where are you going? I'll give you a ride, said also have a flying eyes. He looked like a hooligan. Song Rui playfully said, yes, 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 said open the car to sit on the passenger side and fasten the seatbelt. Zhang Wei kicked the gas and left in style, leaving a few boys to take pictures of their lives in doubt. This is the charm of driving a sports car? JK Miss Sister sat on the passenger side of the sports car, and then look at the side of their own small donkey. The boys indignantly sat on the small donkey. Mad. I'm going to work hard to earn money to buy a sports car. After saying that, he twisted the electric door, and the small electric donkey made a small ejection start. Whoosh. Oh, wait for me. I haven't gotten in yet. The boy's companion called out from behind. Zhang Wei put his hand on the passenger side. You like JK a lot. I often see you wearing JK in the summer. Song Rui blinked as she felt the warmth on her legs. You don't like it? Zhang Wei said as he flicked the mouth of his stocking. Yes, why don't I like it? Song Rui looked at Zhang Wei and asked the most wanted question. What does your family do? Zhang Wei said while playing with it. Breeding. What? How big of a farm does it have to be able to afford that big neighborhood? Song Rui looked at Zhang Wei in surprise. Zhang Wei smiled and asked. What? You don't believe me? One day I'll take you to my orchard to walk around. Song Rui nodded her head in confusion. Zhang Wei drove to Songjiang University. As soon as the car arrived at the entrance of Songjiang University, since today is the first day of school, there are many new students reporting to school. Zhang Wei's car immediately attracted the attention of countless younger students and even Snow Sisters. The gradient color of the Aston Martin is too bright. I want to not attract people cannot, especially in this city of Songjiang, where the per capita income is only 5,000. Zhang Wei lowered the speed of the car and slowly drove into the campus. His eyes were fixed on all kinds of long-legged schoolgirls, black silk, white silk, ass pants, pleated skirts. Youth is great. Summer is great. I love summer. Chapter 69, Li Wei's Spring Fever. Zhang Wei parked his car. When the car door opened, Song Rui walked out from the passenger side. Black silk, small pleated skirt. The eyes of the freshman juniors as well as the seniors all lit up. Crap. Black silk plus JK. This is obviously someone else's dish. We can only look. It's good to be rich. He's so handsome. I just fell in love and lost it. In the midst of countless heartbreaks and gazes of envy and jealousy, Zhang Wei dashingly locked the car. Song Rui took Zhang Wei's arm and walked towards the school building. The two of them separated in front of Zhang Wei's school building. Zhang Wei walked while looking at all kinds of long legs, shaking his head slightly. This term of freshman can't work. They don't have long legs that are attractive enough. It seems that Songjiang University is still too small. It's not even comparable to the Magic City University. Even Spring City Tourism College is better than Songjiang University. Zhang Wei walked into the school building, slightly disappointed. All the students who saw Zhang Wei were a bit curious. Is this the new transfer student? He is so handsome. Zhang Wei casually found a seat and sat down. Bored, he took out his cell phone and swiped the video on Douyin. The legs on the video are still good. Zhang Wei was concentrating on his legs. Suddenly his shoulder was tapped. Zhang Wei turned around. You, Li Wei? What did you do last night? How did you get panda eyes? Li Wei sat on his butt next to Zhang Wei with a face and said, Brother last night dashing. Went to the gym to take down a trainer. He took out his cell phone, found Li Ying's WeChat, and opened Li Ying's circle of friends. Threw the phone onto the table. What do you think? Zhang Wei picked up his cell phone and looked at it. What the hell? This won't clip off? Zhang Wei took a look at the photo and looked at Li Wei suspiciously. You've turned into this ghost. It's not because you didn't sleep a wink last night, right? Li Wei hemmed and hawed. She was too fierce. I didn't control it. From yesterday afternoon until this morning at more than 5 o'clock. Mad. I have accumulated a year all dedication. Zhang Wei sniffed and gave Li Wei a thumbs up. Bullpen. Why do you properly want to go to the gym? Zhang Wei asked curiously. Li Wei glanced at Zhang Wei. It's not because of you. Martyr. You secretly lose weight and leave me alone to get fat. Zhang Wei looked at Li Wei then encouraged. You cheer. Adhere to a month. You can certainly lose weight, but to moderation. Li Wei proudly puffed out his chest and patted his waist. On brother this body. You as a joke. Everyday fitness is no problem. Zhang Wei said, but the garbage is overbearing. A night on this ghost. Tonight and then continue. I'm afraid that a week after the corpse for you. You can take it easy. Not too greedy. Moderation. Reader, Mard. You still say people. You're not? Look at what you've done since you got the system. Zhang Wei, I was checking the goods. Checking the goods, understand. I was helping the author to check the goods. Li Wei digresses. Zhang Wei, how were you last night? You and Song Rui? Zhang Wei stretched out his hands and gestured. Li Wei gave a thumbs up. Yo, the department flower was taken. Zhang Wei said with a smile. You're not so bad. So good looking. Body so material fitness instructor. Li Wei shook his head. Alas, this can be the same. The fitness coach is probably more than just me. Zhang Wei asked with a smile. Did you apply for a package or? Li Wei blinked. The highest C package. Yearly, on call. Zhang Wei once again gave a thumbs up. Okay, tens of thousands of dollars a year unlimited. You earned. Li Wei laughed. Not bad. Feel good so far. Zhang Wei's heart moved. Gym? Yoga instructor. If you have a chance to go to the biggest gym in Songjiang City, the main thing is to see the yoga instructor. Zhang Wei's resistance to yoga instructors is poor. Maybe it's because the few yoga instructors he met in his last life left a deep impression. Teacher is here. Just when Zhang Wei was thinking about the yoga instructor, the class teacher stepped on her high heels and clattered her sexy stride. Walked in wearing a pink shirt and a black wraparound skirt. Zhang Wei raised his head and looked at the class teacher with glasses, big waves, and a mature woman's flavor. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. Class teacher, Liang Shui, 28 years old, height, 166, weight, 115 pounds, 3-dimensional, 90, 65, 91. Chapter 70, Yu Qiuhong's decision. Yu Qiuhong fell into deep thought when she hung up the phone. Just now, Sun Xianya called and told Yu Qiuhong that Zhang Wei was ready to invest $500 million to build a factory. And Sun Xianya also put Zhang Wei gave her information with Yu Qiuhong said, New Energy Enterprise. According to Sun Xia, it's a very promising enterprise. After half a day's thought, Yu Qiuhong decided that it would be better to tell her family about Zhang Wei's information, because she vaguely feel that investing in Zhang Wei for their own family has no harm. Zhang Wei's back is the family's. After thinking about it, Yu Qiuhong took out her phone and dialed. Yu Qiuhong took out her phone and dialed a number. Dad. Yu Hengji's old voice came from the other side of the phone. Xiu Hong, you finally called Dad. You want to divorce the matter of Dad no matter. Dad was old and confused. Did not see him in the end what kind of person. Yu Hengji looked very happy after receiving Yu Qiuhong's call. Yu Qiuhong took a deep breath. Dad, don't mention that person to me. Let me tell you something. Yu Hengji laughed. Oh ha good. Do not mention him. You want to tell me what things? Yu Qiuhong said solemnly. Dad, I know a person, may be able to help our family. That is, cannot help but also no harm. Yu Hengji froze, somewhat puzzled, and asked, oh, what kind of person? You are so solemn. It seems very powerful. Yu Qiuhong nodded. Do you know the Whiting family? Yu Hengji froze. What did you say? The Whiting family? That family that ranks in the top 5 internationally? Yu Qiuhong. Well, I know a descendant of their family, and he's not only related to the Whiting family, even the Capet family and the Habsburg family are all connected and have a close relationship. Yu Hengji sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss you. Are you serious? Are you sure? Yu Qiuhong nodded. Sure. He has an account in the bank where I work. A while ago, he suddenly credited $1 billion, respectively from these 3 families, and it was credited every day afterward. I reported it to my superiors, and my superiors sent someone to check it out, and the results came back as Zhang Wei's little boy. The result came back that Zhang Wei's sister-in-law is from the Habsburg family, Zhang Wei's great-uncle is of the Capet family, and Zhang Wei is the sole heir of the Whiting family. Yu Hengji carefully weighed the situation, then opened his mouth and asked, What do you want to do? Yu Qiuhong. Dad, to say something you don't like to hear. You're getting older and the most outstanding person in our generation is Chia's father. I think this is an opportunity for our family. Yu Hengji nodded in agreement. Well, if it's those 3 families then it's indeed an opportunity, and a very rare one at that. Say it, what do you want to do? Dad will support you. Yu Qiuhong said with a sigh of relief. Dad, I want to tilt all the resources of both of us towards Zhang Wei. Yu Hengji was also decisive. There was definitely no harm in doing this. And, he readily agreed. Okay, I know. I'll call your elder brother and sister back. I'll discuss it with them, and then I'll call you back. You keep in touch with Zhang Wei. Yu Qiuhong hung up the phone with a hmm. After hanging up the phone, Yu Qiuhong opened the drawer and took out a cigarette and lit it. She stood up and came to the floor-to-ceiling window of the office. Looking at the distant Songjiang River, Yu Qiuhong exhaled a big smoke ring. In her eyes, she shot out a firm gaze. Songjiang University. Zhang Wei is discussing with Li Wei about Liang Shui's dress today and Liang Shui's figure. From my years of experience, it should be a C+. Li Wei said lewdly. Zhang Wei blankly glanced at Li Wei. Asterisk 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 off. You still have years of experience. That's years of movie watching experience for you. Li Wei hemmed and hawed. You don't care what experience. Movie watching experience is also experience. Zhang Wei called out the goddess system. LSP system, you come out. Goddess system. Boss, I'm here. Please order. Zhang Wei. Scan Liang Shui for me. Goddess system. Okay, boss, please wait. Scanning. Scanning complete. Name, Liang Shui. Age, 28. Height, 166 km. Weight, 115 kilograms. Circumference, 90. 65. 91. Face value, 90, out of 100. Occupation, classroom, side job as an accountant. Purity, 80, married and separated for 2 years. Husband Wang Tong, gambler. Hobbies, food, money management, swimming, traveling. Separated? Zhang Wei noticed the word separation. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Reader, Zhang Wei, you are not right. Very wrong. Chapter 71. Which class are you in? That student? Looking at Liang Shui's profile, Zhang Wei for a moment his mind automatically brainstormed a gambler husband, a pretty wife like a flower, and a gambling debt comes to his door. Zhang Wei looked at the podium and saw the helplessness of the woman. Zhang Wei looked at Liang Shui on the podium in a daze. Li Wei glanced at Zhang Wei and smiled lewdly. Hello? Eyes are straight. A moment, don't harumph out. Zhang Wei shook his head. Stop it. Li Wei skimmed his lips. You kid. Having a department flower isn't enough. It's true that all men in the world are the same. Zhang Wei blankly glanced at Li Wei. Asterisk 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 off. Say it like you're not a man. Li Wei slapped his chest. Tell you, brother is a real man. Last night brother can be powerful. A night without rest. Brother today as spirited. Zhang Wei looked at Li Wei's dark eye sockets. If your eye sockets weren't black, I'd believe it. Li Wei smiled awkwardly. Not sleeping all night is normal. In his heart, he was thinking, mad. I had insomnia last night. Li Ying's body is simply too good. When he got home, his mind was filled with Li Ying's body. Zhang Wei did not know what Li Wei was thinking. If I knew, I would have screamed oh, no. If he knew, he would have said that he was finished. He had applied for the C package for the whole year, but he didn't get any results. That student. Which class are you in? Zhang Wei and Li Wei chatted with Liang Shui below and attracted Liang Shui's attention. Liang Shui looked at Yang Wei with some sense of unfamiliarity, but revealed a hint of familiarity. In her impression, there was no such a handsome man in her class. Just as Zhang Wei was still chatting with Li Wei, Liang Shui took the opportunity to name him. Zhang Wei froze at the sound of his voice. Zhang Wei froze at the sound of his voice, and all the students in the front row turned around to look at him. It was only then that everyone noticed that there was a handsome man in the class. Some girls' eyes were glowing, and some boys were full of jealousy. What's your name? Which class? Liang Shui saw that Zhang Wei was frozen and asked again. Zhang Wei stood up and pointed at himself uncertainly and asked, Are you asking about me, teacher? Liang Shui nodded. Yes, it's you. Zhang Wei stood up. Teacher, you don't remember me? It's just a summer vacation. I'm Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei? He's Zhang Wei? He's changed so much. Wasn't he fat? I didn't expect Zhang Wei to be so handsome when he slimmed down. When the students heard that it was Zhang Wei, all of them froze, followed by a discussion. Liang Shui was also stunned. What the hell? Zhang Wei? Isn't Zhang Wei a little fat guy? Remember that Zhang Wei is only more than 1 meter 6 and he's still fat. How are you? Zhang Wei scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. That, summer vacation to the gym to work out for a month to lose weight. Did not expect the secondary development? The size also followed the growth of taller. Secondary development? This development is also too much, right? 25 drums a drum. This is true? Gym fitness? Lu Qi, tomorrow we also go to the gym fitness it. Liang Shui took a closer look at Zhang Wei. Well, the eyebrows are indeed. Well, not bad. I didn't expect you to be quite handsome after losing weight. Sit down. Pay attention to discipline. Liang Shui complimented, then added a remark about paying attention to classroom discipline. Zhang Wei nodded and sat down. Liang Shui continued the topic just now. However, the discipline in the classroom was a bit unsatisfactory. From time to time, some girls would turn around and sneak a look at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had a hard time. The girls looked at him with spring-like eyes. The boys were looking at him with envy and jealousy. Zhang Wei hurriedly got up and walked out of the class after a long time. That, Zhang Wei, wait a minute. Zhang Wei didn't run a few steps when Liang Shui's voice came from behind him. Zhang Wei stopped and looked back. Liang Shui came close to Zhang Wei. Go to my office. I want to ask you something. Chapter 72, Song Rui's BFF. Liang Shui pushed open the office door and walked in. Zhang Wei followed behind Liang Shui, looking at Liang Shui's graceful back. Wang Tang is really not aware of the blessings. He has such a beautiful teacher's wife with a beautiful body. How dare he think of gambling? Zhang Wei doesn't understand. Is this Wang Teng a fool in the head? Liang Shui sat down at her workstation, put the bag on the desk, and looked back at Zhang Wei. The leader of your internship unit called me. Why don't you go to work without a word? Zhang Wei was stunned. Internship unit? Crap. I have not been to work since I was born again and possessed this body. And even more so, he even left the unit behind. Liang Shui frowned. What's wrong? I'm telling you, the evaluation of the internship unit is very important. It directly affects your ability to find a job in the future. Zhang Wei, there's something going on at home in this period, so I didn't go. It's fine. Wait for me to go and explain to people properly in a few days. What class to go to work? It's impossible to work for others in this life. It's more or less the same for others to work for me. Zhang Wei thought in his heart. Liang Shui heard that there is something. The face softened a bit and asked, something happened at home? Have you solved it? Zhang Wei nodded. All resolved. Liang Shui nodded. It's good that it's settled. Then Liang Shui asked with some curiosity. Which gym did you work out at? The results are so good? Zhang Wei quickly searched his brain then said, at Li Mei? Yes Li Mei. Liang Shui looked at Zhang Wei with some surprise when she heard it was Li Mei. Li Mei? His membership is very expensive. I didn't realize that student Zhang Wei's family is quite rich. Liang Shui exclaimed. Zhang Wei smiled and said, there is no money. Just want a fitness effect is better. Seeking Li Mei private tutor professional sum. After all, is the gymnasium graduated? Liang Shui nodded. Not bad. Fitness is quite good. Life is movement. This is very successful. To insist, do not become a small fat peer like before. Zhang Wei nodded his head and said yes. Liang Shui waved her hand. Alright, nothing more. You go to class. Zhang Wei took a lingering glance at the whiteness and he turned around and walked out of the office. Zhang Wei's last glance did not escape Liang Shui's eyes. Liang Shui looked down and her face was slightly red, due to her sitting position. A large area. Zhang Wei must have seen it. Liang Shui organized her clothes and, after leaving Liang Shui's office, Zhang Wei recalled the snowy white in his head and, humming a little tune on his lips, he went downstairs. Song Rui was in the 401 dormitory room of the girls' dormitory building at this time. Girls are always gossiping. A dormitory of 4 girls, all gathered in front of Song Rui's bed, chattering and asking questions. Zhang Shuawei unsuspectingly looked at Song Rui to ask questions. Quickly, who is that boy? Song Rui smiled sweetly. My boyfriend. Zhang Shuawei opened her mouth wide. Really your boyfriend? When did this happen? You didn't have a boyfriend last semester. Yuli, that's right. Quickly tell us, when did you start? Song Rui said with a big smile. Just started a few days ago. His name is Zhang Wei. He's also a junior. Zhang Shuawei searched through her memory and then shook her head. No, you're lying. There is no handsome guy named Zhang Wei in junior college. But there is one. I remember it's a fat guy. Less than 1.7 meters. Yuli also nodded her head and agreed. The other girl named Wang Yuya was listening the whole time. She usually seldom asked questions. She seldom asks questions. Her rule of life is to listen more and talk less. There is nothing wrong with being careful. Song Rui glanced at her dormitory sisters and said, really called Zhang Wei. He used to be really fat, but this summer vacation he put on weight, went to the gym for a month, and then lost weight. The person also secondary development to grow taller. Several girls stared with wide eyes with a look of disbelief. What? A month? You lost that much weight in a month? The point is to grow taller. I see in the photo he is at least 1.8 meters, right? No. Zhang Shuawei came back to her senses. Nope. When did you guys start? I remember you've only spoken to him a few times. Song Rui blushed. Just started together yesterday. Zhang Shuawei had a curious look on her face. Quickly tell me, how far have you guys progressed? Did you that, boo. Zhang Shuawei asked, while gesticulating, her hand movements following. Song Rui was silent. Her face flushed red. Zhang Shuawei reached out and grabbed a hand. Wow. Yeah, you even sneak behind my back. I don't care. You quickly tell me the details. I want to hear the details. Wang Yuya and Yuli also curiously came closer, looking like we want to hear the details too. And, Song Rui raised her leg and kicked Zhang Shuawei's ass. Why are you so SE? There is a good thing to say. Zhang Shuawei hemmed and hawed. I'm not curious. I heard that the growth is big. The capital is also big. Is it true? You tell me. Song Rui shyly nodded her head. Zhang Shuawei gestured with her hand. Like this? Song Rui shook her head. Zhang Shuawei gestured again. Song Rui blushed and nodded. Aha. Zhang Shuawei opened her mouth wide. Really? This? You're too happy. Yuli also cast an envious look. Thinking of her boyfriend, she sighed slightly. Wang has not been out of the boyfriend, although I do not know what feeling, but always listen to Zhang Shuawei driving. How much also understand some. Chapter 73 Zhang Shuawei brainstorming. Wang also frowned as he looked at Song Ruei. Zhang Shuawei at this moment was filled with the image of her own gesticulation just now and, completely not noticing the change in expression of Wang Yuya, the little transparent man with few words. Yuli is an observant girl. She caught the change in Wang Yu's expression, and pushed Wang Yu suspiciously. Youngest, what's wrong with you? Why this expression? Wang Yuya shook his head. Nothing, I don't think I'm alone. Yuli was even more puzzled. What's not alone? Do you know Zhang Wei? Zhang Shuawei also looked back at Wang Yuya. Song Ruei reacted. After all, Zhang Wei is Bai Bing's ex-boyfriend. After all, Zhang Wei is Bai Bing's ex-boyfriend. And Bai Bing is in the same dormitory as herself. Song Ruei looked at Wang also and said, are you trying to say that Zhang Wei is Bai Bing's boyfriend? Wang nodded. Zhang Shuawei and Yuli were surprised and looked at Song Ruei in surprise. No, you wouldn't really have crossed that fat boyfriend of Bai Bing, would you? Song Ruei shook her head. I didn't. Zhang Wei broke up with Bai Bing she. Speaking of which, Song Ruei felt that she shouldn't say anything bad about Bai Bing. After all, she is now with Zhang Wei. After all, she is now with Zhang Wei, and it's more or less bad to say bad things about her. Zhang Shuawei is the kind of chirpy character. She can't hide anything in her heart. See Song Ruei this expression. Wanting to say something, hurried to ask. What does it mean? You quickly say it clearer. Yuli and Wang also stared at Song Ruei. Song Ruei hesitated for a moment and said, Bai Bing and Zhang Wei broke up. Bai Bing has a better choice. Well, then Zhang Wei and I got together yesterday. That's it. Zhang Shuawei was a bit confused. Her brain didn't turn a corner for a while. White ice has made Zhang Wei handsome. Song Ruei was with Zhang Wei? Zhang Wei has lost weight. Handsome. But White Ice does not want Zhang Wei. What's going on here? Zhang Shuawei frowned and thought for a moment without understanding, then raised her head and looked at Song Ruei. Come, you tell us the original story. I'm now confused. What the hell is going on? The other two little sisters also had inquisitive faces, so Song Ruei patiently told us what happened from beginning to end. The whole story, including how she got together with Zhang Wei. Of course, Song Ruei did not say the details of their relationship. The three little sisters looked at Song Ruei after hearing the whole story. Zhang Shuawei with a bad smile on her face. I didn't see Little Ruei you this is also too fast, right? Yesterday, you established a relationship, and then you're together? Tell me how many times in total. I'm more concerned about this. Song Ruei blankly glanced at Zhang Shuawei. What do you think about in your head all day? You just know to care about this. You watch less movies. Zhang Shuawei hemmed and hawed. I can't help it. That's all I like. Come on, don't be a jerk. Tell me the details, such as the time, place, action, and intensity. Yuli on the other hand was curious. Right? This picture shows Zhang Wei driving a sports car. Is Zhang Wei's family rich? Song Ruei nodded. Well, quite rich. Yesterday he was driving a Cullinan. Today he came to school in this sports car. Zhang Shuawei's eyes widened. No way. Zhang Wei's family is so rich? Rich, handsome, tall and powerful. What was this Bai Bing thinking? She doesn't want such a boyfriend? Although Zhang Wei used to be fatter and shorter. He's rich. Song Ruei shook her head. Then I don't know. Who knows what Bai Bing is like? Song Ruei had more to say. She doesn't know what Bai Bing is like. Zhang Wei is just a little bit fatter for what? Just because he's fat? Just because he's fat. He's looking for a man who's older than his father. Song Ruei does not know what Bai Bing is thinking, but she does not care. But she doesn't care anymore, now that she's with Zhang Wei. Bai Bing is just Zhang Wei's ex-girlfriend. Bai Bing is just Zhang Wei's ex-girlfriend. At the same time, she has to thank Bai Bing. Thank her for not wanting Zhang Wei anymore. Otherwise it is impossible for her to have Zhang Wei. Zhang Shuawei's mouth muttered vigorously. Her head was still filled with images of Song Ruei and Zhang Wei. Song Ruei was wearing JK stockings. Zhang Wei. The more Zhang Shuawei thought about it, the more excited she became. Rushed to get up and grabbed a roll of paper and rushed to the bathroom. Driving goddess, Zhang Shuawei. Height, 167. Weight, 110 pounds. 90, 65, 89. Chapter 74 Li Wei, crap. Your little Karami? After leaving Liang Shue's office, Zhang Wei, walking on the playground, looking at a big white leg, shaking his head slightly, he said, it's a pity that I'm blinded by these big white legs. Zhang Wei came to the shade of the tree by the playground. He sat on a stone bench, looking at the alumni who were talking and laughing in twos and threes. The next life is hard to predict. Love and hate are written off. I just want to be happy until I grow old when I sing to wine. Zhang Wei was bored. Suddenly, the phone rang. He reached into his pants pocket and took out the phone. Li Wei? Answer the phone. Dog, what do you want from your father? Li Wei, where are you? Zhang Wei, I'm sitting over here at the tennis court. Li Wei. Wait. I'll be there now. Li Wei hung up the phone after saying that. Jiang Wei shook his head. Then he opened the Douyin and swiped the video. What? Jiang Wan is live? Jiang Wei was stunned and clicked into Jiang Wan's live room. Jiang Wan was sitting in front of Zhuozi, picking vegetables. There are only 3 or 2 kittens in Jiang Wan's live room. There are only 3 or 2 kittens in the room, and the pop-ups are hardly moving. Jiang Wei entered the live broadcasting room, just as Jiang Wan raised her head. Seeing Jiang Wei enter the live broadcast room, Jiang Wan revealed a smile. Welcome to Little Karami of the Fright Sky Gang. Ha? Little Karami of the Fright Sky Gang? I remember you commented on my video, right? Jiang Wei did not expect Jiang Wan to remember him and hurriedly typed. Yeah, having commented on a few. I didn't expect you to remember me. Jiang Wan smiled, her eyes in the shape of a crescent moon. Of course I remember. You liked all my videos in one breath and commented on all of them. I was wondering, is this person sick? Jiang Wei smiled slightly and typed. Looked at your videos and thought they were good, so I watched them all. Didn't think that much. Jiang Wan grabbed a handful of leeks while picking leeks and said, who can stand your continuous praise? But I don't rely on live broadcasting to make money, or I'll have to be anxious with you. Jiang Wei directly called out the network God Hero system. Click on gifts and find carnival. Little Karami, the Heavenly Blast Gang, is sending a carnival. There are only 4 people in the live broadcast room. 2 of them are employees of the store, and the other one is his own trumpet. So it can be said that Jiang Wei is the only living person. It can be said that there is only one living person. Jiang Wei. It's not easy to have someone to chat with. Jiang Wan looked at her cell phone more often, and suddenly the screen lit up with special effects. And Jiang Wan was surprised. Ya carnival? I can also receive carnival. Thanks to you. I can also receive a carnival. Thanks to Little Karami's carnival. You're sending me extra. I don't always broadcast live. Jiang Wan added, after thanking her. Explosive Sky Gang, Little Karami, it's fine. Just consider it a liaison compensation. Jiang Wan smiled and said, your compensation gift is a bit expensive. $3,000 for a Huazi. What's wrong with having that kind of money? Fright Sky Gang, Little Karami, then I've given it all away. What should I do? Why don't you treat me to dinner? Jiang Wan looked at Jiang Wei's pop-up and smiled. Big brother, where are you from? Too far are not enough for the airfare. I'm losing money. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up as he typed. You are also from Songjiang City? Right. Same city. No need for airplane tickets. A foot of oil. Jiang Wan. Really? You're from Songjiang City too? Then come to my store. I'll treat you to a barbecue. Jiang Wei typed. Your family owns a barbecue restaurant? Jiang Wan nodded. Right. It's just opposite Qian Yuan Hotel on Yuanzhang Road in the development zone. Jiang Wei sends a carnival typing again. Meal money. Prepare a table for me. Go over later. Live broadcast pop-up. Crap. What's going on? Carnival offline? Brother, you're raising prices. Jiang Wei didn't have those pop-ups. He only looked at Jiang Wan now. Black short sleeves, blue jeans. Jiang Wan smiled happily. Your 2 wazi can all be wrapped up. What do you want to eat? What time to come? Jiang Wei looked at the time. Noon. You see to the arrangement. I'm not picky about food. Jiang Wan nodded. Okay, you don't have any dietary restrictions, right? What the hell is there to avoid? Just at this time, Li Wei's voice came from behind Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei said with a smile while typing. Nothing. You kid looking for me what? Li Wei looked at Jiang Wei's cell phone screen froze. He was really too impressed by this nickname. Little Karami? Li Wei stuttered and asked. Crap. You're called Fright Sky Gang, Little Karami? Jiang Wei nodded. Aha. What? Li Wei asked uncertainly. Do you play any other platforms? Jiang Wei thought for a moment and said. Hands, cat's teeth, sharks all play. What? Li Wei looked at Jiang Wei. What are your other platforms called? Jiang Wei showed Li Wei's cell phone and said. Fright Sky Gang, Small Karami. What is it? What's wrong with your reaction? Li Wei's brain buzzed. Mad. The one who called his bluff was Jiang Wei. I'm knocking. Don't be so bloody. Li Wei only felt that the sky was spinning and his brain was confused. No way. We can't let Jiang Wei know about this, or we'll lose face. That's right. We can't let Jiang Wei know. Jiang Wei looked at Li Wei and was confused. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he look like this? Li Wei stood up. What's that? I still have something to do. I'm leaving first. After saying that, he ran away with all the meat. That's right. Fleeing. Jiang Wei glanced at the departing Li Wei. This guy. He shook his head and stopped paying attention to Li Wei, and lowered his head to continue watching Jiang Wan's live broadcast. P.S. Surprise. 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 Li Wei is the same Li Wei who swiped the gift before. Chapter 75 MS. Zhang's barbecue. More than 11 o'clock at noon. Once class was over, Jiang Wei came to Song Rui's side. I'm going to my friend's store for dinner. Are you going? Song Rui shook her head obediently. I won't go. I've asked my roommate to go eat pig's feet with rice. Zhang Wei nodded. That's fine. Right. I'll transfer some money to you. Want to eat what you want to buy what you want to buy. Go out to eat with your roommate, try not to let people spend money. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and opened WeChat to directly transfer 500,000 to Song Rui in the past. Don't ask why you can transfer so much. Ask is the system arrangement. Ding. Song Rui picked up the cell phone to take a look. 500,000? Zhang Wei and Song Rui that wearing JK incense buttocks Pada said. I'll leave first. I'll pick you up at night. Song Rui said. I'll pick you up at night. Zhang Wei disappeared into the hallway. After Zhang Wei disappeared, Zhang Shuawei appeared from somewhere and she also slapped Song Rui's fragrant buttocks. Ah! The frightened Song Rui screamed. Zhang Shuawei laughed. Goo! Zhang Wei shot on the line. I shot on the line is not right. Song Rui took a look at Zhang Shuawei and gave her a blank look. You've been acting like a hooligan all day. Zhang Shuawei wrapped her arms around Song Rui's waist. Zhang Wei didn't ask you to eat with him at noon? Song Rui nodded. He wanted to go to his friend's store to eat, so I didn't follow. I didn't want him to find me annoying. Zhang Shuawei looked at Song Rui once she heard this. You've changed. You've really changed. Could it be that day, after? Song Rui covered Zhang Shuawei's mouth. She was really afraid that Zhang Shuawei would say something like tiger and wolf. This is a public place. You're talking out of your ass all day long. It's still outside. Song Rui said Zhang Shuawei in a bad mood. Zhang Wei, after catching the car Song Rui, came to the parking lot, opened the door of the car on the car to start. Boom! A foot of gas attracted the eyes of countless people. In the envious eyes of some people, Zhang Wei drove away from Songjiang University. He went straight to the development zone. Zhang Wan looked at the time. It's time for lunch. I don't know if that little Karami is really going to come to dinner. However, he has swiped 10 carnivals. I don't care if they come or not. Just prepare yourself. What if they come? Even if they don't come, I'll withdraw $15,000 from $30,000. So I'll only get a few dollars to prepare a table. How can I make a profit? At the same time, Zhang Wan is looking forward to seeing the Tycoon. Curious about what kind of tycoon it will be. Zhang Wan personally went to the back kitchen and opened the door. Zhang Wei drove all the way to the opposite side of the Qian Yuan Hotel in the development zone. He slowed down the car and looked at the market on the street. I forgot to ask Zhang Wan what the name of her store was. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask. Zhang Wei saw a barbecue called Miss Jiang. After carefully confirming that this is the only barbecue restaurant in the neighborhood, he drove straight to Miss John's barbecue. He drove straight to the door of Miss John's barbecue and stopped the car. Due to the fact that there are few sports cars in Songjiang City. Plus, Zhang Wei's Aston Martin was painted in a very flirty gradient color. It attracted the attention of the people in the neighborhood. At the same time, the waitresses at Ms. John's barbecue restaurant were also attracted to the car. Zhang Wei opened the driver's door, lifted his long legs and got out of the car. He closed the door and locked the car. The action was natural and elegant. The waitress's heart was pounding. He's coming with a dashing step. He's coming to the store. Zhang Wei looked at the store through the window. There are about a dozen tables. Since it's noon, there are no barbecue customers. There are 2 waiters in the store. The environment is nice, with a nice old-fashioned flavor. Pushing open the door and walking in, Zhang Wei carefully surveyed the store environment, nodded. The 2 waiters then responded. Hello, sir. May I ask how many people are here? Zhang Wei extended a finger. 1. I have an appointment with your boss. Your boss is called Jiang Wan, right? The waiter understood at once. This was the customer the boss was talking about. No wonder the boss would personally go to the back kitchen to Zhang Luo. So it's a rich and handsome guy. The waiter answered. Wait, our boss is in the back kitchen. I'll call the boss. Zhang Wei nodded, walked to the cooler, took out a bottle of Han Bailey and sat down in front of the Saijuzi. Bending down and picking up the bottle hanging on the table to start up the drink, gulp a big mouthful of it. At noon to a mouthful of ice-cold soda through the heart. Cool, played a partition, leaning on the back of the chair. Zhang Wan heard the waitress say that there was a rich handsome man looking for himself. She walked out of the back kitchen with some doubts. As soon as she came out, she saw Zhang Wei crossing his legs, one arm resting on the table, the other arm resting on the back of the chair. His short hair texture, white big version of tea, gray big bitter tea sun, small white shoes, the sunshine handsome. Zhang Wan heart expectation. The heart is little Karami? Zhang Wei saw Zhang Wan, his eyes lit up, prettier than on the live feed and in the video. 165 or more tall, weighed about 115 pounds or so, flaxen color long ponytail, outside the white shirt, wearing a black coat. Blue tight jeans perfectly outline the sexy legs. White shoes, although the clothes are not a big brand, but look very comfortable. Jiang Wei stood up. Little Karami. He directly said the nickname of the network. Jiang Wan was a bit surprised when she heard Little Karami. She didn't expect the Tycoon to be so young. In his early 20s, Jiang Wan was stunned for a moment and smiled as she extended her hand. Welcome. I didn't expect you to be so young. Jiang Wei extended his hand to shake hands with Jiang Wan. You have a nice environment in this small store. His hand is not as tender as he imagined, but it's not rough. Jiang Wei didn't let go of Jiang Wan's hand as a hooligan. He simply shook his hand and let go. Jiang Wan smiled. I don't know what you like to eat. I asked the back kitchen to hang 2 pigeons, an iron plate crushing carp, soy sauce tendon, pork, beef and mutton skewers, and a big waist, all of which came this morning. Very fresh. Jiang Wei nodded. Yes. The pigeon in the hanging oven and the iron plate crushing carp are my favorites. Jiang Wan greeted Jiang Wei. Go to the table inside. It's relatively quiet. And the important thing is the air conditioning. It's cool. Jiang Wei followed Jiang Wan to Zhuzi and sat down. Jiang Wan turned back to the waiter and ordered, prepare to serve the food. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Wei again. What do you want to drink? Jiang Wei shook his head. Drove here? No more alcohol. Any watermelon juice? Jiang Wan nodded. Yes, freshly squeezed. The rest of the waiter was very perceptive and rushed to squeeze the juice. Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Wan. How long has this store been open? Jiang Wan. More than a year. It was open last year. Jiang Wei looks at the store. Why don't you open a bigger one? Jiang Wan smiled. I'm too busy to do it myself. Besides, there's no money in opening a bigger shop. Jiang Wei nodded. At this time, the waiter came up with 2 plates of cold dishes, a plate of boiled beans and a plate of cucumber. Jiang Wei got up to wash his hands. Jiang Wan looked at Jiang Wei's back. When Jiang Wei finished washing his hands and came back. When Jiang Wei came back from washing his hands, there were already steaming meat skewers on the table. There was also a plate of spicy fried bullfrog. Jiang Wei directly picked up his chopsticks and put a piece of bullfrog into his mouth. Well, not bad. Very fresh. Your master is good at his job. Jiang Wei stretched out his thumb and praised. Chapter 76 Jiang Wei, really, I voted. Jiang Wan watched as Jiang Wei feasted on his food. Jiang Wei was very good at eating since he was transformed by the system. Jiang Wan Kendra was in a daze. Jiang Wei's left hand a string of big waist, right hand a string of mutton kebabs, 20 skewers of mutton, 20 skewers of beef, plus 5 skewers of big waist. In no time at all, Jiang Wei had destroyed them. Jiang Wei looked up and glanced at Jiang Wan doubtfully and said, why don't you eat? Jiang Wan froze for a moment and picked up a bunch of vegetable rolls and put them on Jiang Wei's plate. Don't be in a hurry. It's enough. The back kitchen is still roasting. Jiang Wei said with a smile. I have a big appetite. And this is delicious. So I won't be polite, haha. Jiang Wei said and picked up the vegetable rolls and waited for his mouth. It's very flavorful. Dried tofu is chewy, plus inside the green onion and cilantro flavor, with barbecue sauce, light cumin flavor. The light cumin flavor blended with the sauce and dry tofu chewy. Green onions and cilantro half raw. The scallions and cilantro were undercooked. It was not as soft as it could have been. Some of the flavors of the vegetables. A mixture of flavors. It makes one's appetite wide open. Jiang Wei nodded his head while chewing. It's really good. Your master's skill is excellent. Jiang Wan was dumbfounded. How long has it been since she ate? This doesn't look like what big money should look like. This is too grounded. Jiang Wei picked up the last bunch of vegetable rolls and put them in his mouth. At this time, the waiter came up with the chicken claws. They're burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and they're oily and fragrant. Jiang Wei picked up a paper towel and tugged down the hook. Your business must be very hot. You're the place to go for barbecue for future classmates' dinners, Jiang Wei said as he smelled the aromatic chicken claws. Jiang Wan nodded. Not bad. Every day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, people start to come, until 12 o'clock at night, sometimes 1 or 2 o'clock. Jiang Wei nibbled on his chicken claw. That's very good. The average consumption of a table of 150. How can you sell more than 20,000 a day? If there are more drinks, then the profit will be at least 50%. Jiang Wan looked at Jiang Wei. She didn't expect Jiang Wei to be able to estimate pretty much. Jiang Wan smiled. It's only in summer, not in winter. Jiang Wei nodded. Barbecue is indeed. In our northeast, June to September is the busiest. After October is poor. Winter and spring is the barbecue off-season. Jiang Wan nodded in agreement. That's right. So these 4 months are profitable. Jiang Wei looked around and asked. The one next door I see closed. It's written for sale. So if you can't, you can buy it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan shook her head. Buy it? There's not that much money. The next door has a total of 200 square feet. 8,000 a square foot. More than $1 million? Sell me. Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Wan. You're worth over $1 million? Jiang Wan glared at Jiang Wei. What are you talking about? I'm priceless. Jiang Wei hemmed and hawed. Seriously, you can really cash down next door, and you'll get your money back in 2 years at most. Jiang Wan sighed. I want to, but I don't have the money. What to do? Jiang Wei contemplated for a moment with a chicken claw in his mouth. How about this? I invest? I'll buy the next door and invest in it, and you run it. Jiang Wan looked at Jiang Wei. You? Stop it. You're teasing me. Jiang Wei nibbled on a chicken claw. What are you kidding me? Really? I've invested. You call the boss next door right now. I'll buy that market. Jiang Wan was really shocked this time. Looking at Jiang Wei's attitude is serious. The first time we met, then we invested? Novels don't even dare to write like this. Jiang Wei finished and lowered his head to continue to can chicken claws. The roasting fire is fine, but the tendon is sticky, but it smells good. Jiang Wan looked at Jiang Wei, who was chewing with the chicken claws, and felt that this little handsome man was a bit cute. Big, rich, handsome, tall, and full of muscle mass. Aha! The muscles on his arms and thighs are very powerful. I don't know who will be cheaper. Chapter 77, You Really Voted. More than an hour later, Jiang Wei once again opened a bottle of Hong Bailey soft drink and Gudong gulped a big mouthful. Gudong, Gudong. Spaced. Cool. You call next door, it's okay. Jiang Wei said after burping a large mouthful of soda. Jiang Wan looked at Jiang Wei. Do you really want to invest? That door market more than $1 million plus decoration small $2 million it. Jiang Wei nodded. I really want to invest. You should make a call soon. If you're ready, you can do the formalities today. Jiang Wan looked at Jiang Wei as serious. Cannot help but also serious up. Can expand the business who do not want to. Who wouldn't want to expand their business? Jiang Wan deliberated for a while and felt that it was better to say that it was good to understand. Jiang Wan looked at Yang Wei with a serious face. Since you really want to vote, then let's talk about the proportion of the problem. Save yourself from having low mess up in the future. Jiang Wei nodded. Jiang Wan got up and went to the bar. Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Wan's back. This ass is twisting and turning. The way she wears her shirt, her big ponytail was flipping. Jiang Wan took out a book and a pen at the bar and sat down in front of Zhuozi. She started to calculate in the notebook. Jiang Wei looked at the serious Jiang Wan. Who says only serious men are the most handsome? The woman who is serious is also very beautiful. Jiang Wei leaned on the chair and took out a cigarette and lit it. He smoked a cigarette while looking at the seriousness of the woman in front of him. For a while, he was actually confused. Hey, I do not know how long. Jiang Wan's voice came. Jiang Wei came back to his senses. Ah, are you done? Jiang Wan nodded and pushed the book in front of Jiang Wei and said, take a look. This is what I roughly calculated. Jiang Wei took the book and looked at it. 200 square meters of door market, 8,000 a square meter, $1,600,000. The decoration at least between $200,000 and $500,000. According to the calculation of $2 million. Jiang Wan's store has 2 years to expire and is valued at $500,000. Jiang Wei nodded. According to the investment ratio I accounted for 80%. You accounted for 20%. Well, I do not participate in the management. You are responsible for the management of the counting you 30% how? You don't have to invest a penny. I only need to share 70% of the dividends. Jiang Wan looked at Jiang Wei. Don't have to invest a penny. Give himself an extra 10% share. He doesn't participate in the management? He's not afraid of losing money? Jiang Wei thought for a moment and added. But my side will have a professional financial regularly come over to check the accounts. After all, I invest is also to make money. As for the management operation, Jiang Wei said, looking toward Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan nodded. Management and operation I will definitely be attentive. And I also want to take advantage of the renovation to go to the field to see how other people's stores are run and managed. Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. In this case, call that homeowner in a while. We'll go to the closing later. Then we'll first renovate next door. And you'll find a prospective adult to watch over it. I'll be traveling in a few days. We can go together. Go to Kyoto, Mountain City, Fog City, Hangzhou, Magic City while playing to see how these big cities catering business the circle down is almost. Jiang Wan looked at Jiang Wei. This little handsome guy wants to take himself on a trip? Jiang Wan did not think much. Picked up the phone to come in the store to dial the next door homeowner's phone. Jiang Wei is in the heart of the first to go where to play. As for school, there's a system that's a big hang up. So what else is there to learn? In the limited life afterward, only eat, drink, play and pick up girls. I'm going to live a flat life. Not long after Jiang Wan finished the phone call back. The landlord will be here in about half an hour. So let's wait for a while. Jiang Wei stood up and looked at Jiang Wan. Let's go get the documents while we have time. Let's go get the documents while we have the time. We don't want to be delayed. So anxious? Jiang Wan thought in her heart. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he headed out. Jiang Wan instructed the waiter in the store to follow Zhang Wei out of the store. When she saw Zhang Wei walking straight towards the eye-catching sports car, she felt that this was a rich son of a rich man. The feeling that this is a rich son of a rich second generation. Not to mention, I didn't realize, there is such a grounded rich second generation. Chapter 78, Jiang Wan's home. Zhang Wei opened the car door and looked back at Jiang Wan. Get in the car. You said the location. Let's go to your home first. Jiang Wan a sound around to the passenger side to open the door to get on the car. Zhang Wei directly started the car. Which neighborhood? Jiang Wan said while lowering her head to fasten her seatbelt. Lijiang Xanadu. Zhang Wei opened the navigation and typed in Lijiang Xanadu, following the guidance of the navigation. After more than 20 minutes, I arrived at the Lijiang Xanadu neighborhood. Jiang Wan opened the car window and waved at the security guard at the entrance of the neighborhood. Please help me open the door. Thank you. The security guard recognized Jiang Wan. After all, a big beautiful woman always gives people a deep impression. The security guard hurriedly opened the electric door. Zhang Wei drove the car into the neighborhood. Jiang Wan's house is on the top floor of a high-rise. Opened the door and Zhang Wei followed Jiang Wan into the house. The house is very quiet and clean. The house is very quiet and clean. It looks like a clean woman. A small shoe cabinet at the door. Ceramic white coffee table. Gray sofa. A 42-inch TV. There are a few photo albums on the TV stand. Jiang Wan thumped her way to the bedroom, saying as she walked, feel free to sit down. There are drinks in the refrigerator you can get yourself. I'll go find the documents. Zhang Wei opened the shoe cabinet to change his shoes. It's okay for Jiang Wan not to change her shoes, but it's not okay for her to be a guest. But once he opened the shoe cabinet, Zhang Wei was confused. What the hell? It's the wrong one. Jiang Wan put her stockings in the top drawer of the shoe cabinet, closed the top drawer and opened the bottom cabinet. Zhang Wei had no choice but to walk into the living room barefoot. There were only 2 pairs of slippers in the shoe cabinet, both size 40. Zhang Wei's feet couldn't fit into them at all. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Zhang Wei looked at the photos on the TV stand. They were all photo albums. Black dresses. Aha! This one is too big. It's a bit too big. It doesn't match. This one is good. Zhang Wei looked at each photo one by one. 10 or so photos. Zhang Wei had a good time. Jiang Wan found her ID and came out, just in time to see Zhang Wei staring at her own portrait photo. She blushed slightly. Zhang Wei stood up with a big smile. You like taking pictures? Jiang Wan's face turned even redder. Zhang Wei turned around and walked out. Let's go. Jiang Wan followed behind Zhang Wei. This guy, on purpose, flirting with me? It shouldn't be. I'm so much older than him. On the way, Jiang Wan was thinking nonsense. Zhang Wei drove towards the Izhou Kongxian neighborhood like nobody's business. When Jiang Wan saw Zhang Wei drive his car into a villa, she was slightly surprised. A villa with more than $10 million. I didn't expect Zhang Wei's family to be so rich. But then Jiang Wan was not calm. Zhang Wei drove the car directly into the garage. Once in the garage, Jiang Wan saw the red supercar, and the top of the extended Cullinan. Any one of these 2 cars is more expensive than this villa. How much money does it cost? Jiang Wan froze and got off the car, followed Zhang Wei's back and went upstairs. Xiao Sweetie and Bai Wei are not at home. The living room is very neat and tidy. I think Bai Wei and Xiao Sweets went out to play with Candy, because the Tank 300 was not at home. Jiang Wan looked at Zhang Wei's home as so luxurious. A time actually some stunned. This is also too luxurious. Zhang Wei walked upstairs with his bare feet. Jiang Wan stood in the living room and looked at Zhang Wei who ran upstairs. He lives by himself? Doesn't he have a girlfriend? What about his family? What are you thinking? It's your first time meeting him, and he's so much younger than you. Jiang Wan, you've fallen off the wagon. You're so corrupted. You've got a wrong idea when you see a rich and handsome guy. This is a dangerous idea. You must be calm. Calm. Chapter 79 Chapter Name Lost. Zhang Wei took his documents and went downstairs. Jiang Wan heard the sound of going downstairs and turned back to the. Zhang Wei was winded. Let's go. He opened the drawer of the shoe cabinet and took the keys of the Cullinan car. Jiang Wan followed behind Zhang Wei. Jiang Wan sat on the passenger side of Cullinan's car, sitting like a needle on a felt. I also have the day to sit on the $10 million luxury car? This feeling. It's so exciting. So good. Zhang Wei drove directly back to Jiang Wan's barbecue store. As soon as he entered the store, he saw a slightly fat middle-aged man sitting in the store. The middle-aged man stood up after seeing Jiang Wan. Big sister. Jiang Wan nodded. Big brother, you brought the key, right? The middle-aged man nodded. I did. With that, he opened his bag and took out the key. Zhang Wei turned around and walked out. Let's go. Go and take a look at the house. The middle-aged man took a look and realized that it should be this handsome man who was the master of the house. But he didn't think too much and followed Zhang Wei out. Jianwan followed behind them. The middle-aged man opened the roll-up door and, clatter, with the rolling door open, I saw the whole picture of the entire store. The layout is very neat, rectangular, with 2 pillars in the center. In the corner is the bathroom. Zhang Wei walked in and looked around. There is no water leakage, seepage in moisture. The ground is waterproof. The middle-aged man introduced. This house I bought at the beginning of this year. Intended to open a car wash business. The middle of a bit of a difference. The need for capital turnover. Or also cannot afford to sell. Zhang Wei did not expect this uncle quite real. Generally will be a variety of I do not want to sell. I am to stay in the investment and so on. This uncle directly handed over the bottom. Zhang Wei upstairs and downstairs to see a circle. Downstairs looking at the uncle said, this house I am basically satisfied. We do not delay each other time. You do not 8,000 a flat. I do not say 7,000. You are in a hurry to use the money. I am in a hurry to renovate. A price of 1.5 million. Agreed that we immediately go through the formalities. 1.5 million direct cash transfers. Okay or not, big brother? You give a quick word. The middle-aged uncle did not expect Zhang Wei to be so thunderous. Clerk 7 feet click. 1.5 million is not much worse than expected. And cash. Saving himself a lot of time. The important thing is that he really needs the money urgently. Middle-aged man combined painfully nodded. Zhong, just according to the 1.5 million you said. Little brother. Zhang Wei smiled and patted the middle-aged man's shoulder. Big brother is quick. Bring your documents. We'll go and make the payment for you first, then handle the transfer. And try to finish the job before the end of the day. The middle-aged man nodded. The documents have to need to go home to get them. So you guys wait for me. I'll go back to get them. Zhang Wei shook his head. Go. We'll go with you and transfer the money at the bank. The middle-aged uncle nodded. That's fine. Zhang Wei lifted his leg and headed out. Jianwan was behind Zhang Wei. The middle-aged uncle locks the door. After locking the door, the middle-aged uncle saw Zhang Wei and Jianwan open the Cullinan and sat on it. The uncle was shocked for a moment. Zhang Wei turned back. Big brother, you drive here it? The middle-aged man nodded. I drove here, he said, walking towards his own little bully. That's right. This bully is a small bully compared to other people's extended Cullinan. Zhang Wei started the car and followed the uncle. 2 hours of time. The payment. The transfer of the transfer program down. Zhang Wei successfully became the major shareholder of Miss Zhang Barbecue Restaurant. Dinner time. Zhang Wan went to the market to buy food and personally entertained Zhang Wei at home. Zhang Wei sat in the living room of Zhang Wan's house, looking at Zhang Wan, who was busy in the kitchen. Sexy little ass, with a small apron around her waist. She was cutting vegetables. She looked like a housewife. Zhang Wei immediately thought of the plot of a certain movie. Chapter 80, Zhang Wan's personal information. I see you guys are urging for more. Zhang Wan was cooking seriously. She was very excited today. She didn't realize that she was bored with live broadcasting, but she met a real tycoon. I'm not sure I've ever met a real tycoon on a live broadcast. The main point is that the tycoon has invested in himself, giving himself an extra 10% of the shares. How can you not be excited? How can you not be excited? What do people do in life? It's all about main, isn't it? Those who say they're not motivated by money. They used to understand, but now they understand even more. Not motivated by money? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's because you don't pay much. 410, 000 you're a martyr. 4100, 000 you may not be swayed. But when millions of millions are in front of you, but when millions of dollars are in front of you, anyone will be swayed, and they'll jump on it. Jianwan wants to jump on it now. If she catches such a handsome guy, she won't have to struggle for money for the rest of her life. I just don't know if Zhang Wei will mind that he is older than him. Jianwan was cooking while thinking excitedly. She was totally unaware that there was a pair of LSP eyes staring at her. Her attention was all on the dishes. She wanted to show her 200% cooking skills and try to conquer Zhang Wei's stomach. As the saying goes, the first thing to conquer a man is his stomach. Jianwan was in a beautiful mood, and so was Zhang Wei. Showy, 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 shay. A serious woman is beautiful. TSK. This waist, this T, this slender slightly fleshy legs, in the tight jeans under the background. It's just so good. To hell with it. Suddenly, Zhang Wei remembered that he forgot one thing. Mad impulse is the devil. LSP system, come out. Zhang Wei called out the goddess system in his heart. Goddess system. Boss, I'm here. Who's sweeping? You please command. Zhang Wei said in a bad mood. Mad. I don't need to tell you. There's only one female in front of me. Scan quickly. Goddess system. Okay, boss. Scanning right away. Ding. Is scanning. Please wait. Name, Jiang Wan. Age, 28. Height, 166 com. Weight, 60 kilograms. Asterisk, 89. 65. 90. Purity, 90, ex-boyfriend Wang Hao. Education secondary college, finance. Hobbies, traveling, reading books, fitness. Warm tips, gentle character. Understanding, you know, the. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Wan's profile and froze. Warm tips? That LSP. Explain this warm tips. Goddess system. Boss, please pay attention to the brackets at the back, and combine it with the previous content. You should know. Warm and understanding? Hiss. An idea popped up in Zhang Wei's heart all of a sudden, and he couldn't wait to ask the goddess system. That one. Is it the one I'm thinking of? Goddess system. Boss, you're too smart. Worthy of being my boss. It's the one that you understand. Zhang Wei's heart was instantly enlivened. You stand down. The lower array goddess system. Zhang Wei's mind always can't help but think of the video of the island teacher. I don't know if Zhang Wan is as obedient as that. Aha. I'm looking forward to it. Zhang Wei leaned sideways on the sofa and looked at Zhang Wan, who was cooking in the kitchen. Zhang Wan has made a total of 4 dishes. The 4 dishes that Zhang Wan has made are braised pork ribs with yam, beef brisket and persimmon soup, lettuce stir-fried with tenderloin, and lotus root slices. Finally, she took out a spoon and tasted the beef brisket and persimmon soup and nodded with satisfaction. It's so good. Today's 4 dishes have been superb. Zhang Wan clapped her hands and exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Wan clapped her hands and exclaimed excitedly. Yes, it's done. Then reacted. Zhang Wei is still there. He blushed a little. I stole a glance at the living room. Zhang Wei was playing with his cell phone. Fortunately, he didn't notice. Zhang Wan consoled herself, patted her somewhat red face and headed to the dining room to serve the food. The food is ready. Wash your hands and eat. Zhang Wei had actually been staring at Zhang Wan. The cell phone is just a cover. As soon as Zhang Wan called Zhang Wei put down his cell phone and stood up and sniffed his nose. It smells good. I can't help it. I want to eat it right away. You, Zhang Wei silently added in his heart that. Zhang Wan smiled. Then go wash your hands quickly. Zhang Wei walked towards the restroom to wash his hands. Zhang Wan finished serving the dishes and opened the refrigerator to take out a mention of beer. I am happy today, and today is to thank Zhang Wei, so she must drink. Otherwise, it would be difficult to calm down her excited heart. Zhang Wei washed his hands out and sat directly on the chair in front of the dining table. Zhang Wan opened a can of beer. We only have beer at home. Zhang Wei took the beer and took a sip. I'll be polite. You also hurry up and sit down to eat. No need to get busy. Zhang Wan nodded and sat down, opened a can of beer for herself and looked at Zhang Wei. Come on, let me toast to you. Thank you for investing in me. Zhang Wei picked up the beer and thumped it with Zhang Wan. Thank you for what? I'm also here to make money. I am not going to tell you that I did it for you. Zhang Wan shook her head. Must be thankful. I'm dry as you wish. After saying that, she directly raised her neck and gulped down a 330 milliliters can of beer. The 330 milliliters can of beer was directly dried up in one gulp. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Wan. Are dry. They cannot be left behind. Ah. He also raised his neck and drank it. Zhang Wan upped the second can, and then up to raise. Secondly, thanks to Douyin. It's Douyin that allows us to get to know each other. Zhang Wei was stunned. Author, is this a suspicion of advertising? Zhang Wei said with a smile. I'm following you because you're good looking. Otherwise where would I know you? He said. I'll bang with Zhang Wan again. Zhang Wan's face was slightly red. I don't know if it's because of the alcohol or what. She raised her neck and gulped down some wine to hide her blush. Zhang Wei was drinking while looking at Zhang Wan, who was drinking with her eyes closed. Long eyelashes, white and sexy neck. Zhang Wei hurriedly picked up his chopsticks to pick up the food. He can't look at her anymore. He can't help it. The two of them will have a can. A can. A can. A can. A can. More than 2 hours later, there were more than 30 empty cans on the floor. Zhang Wan drank too much. Zhang Wei also drunk. Zhang Wei supported the dazed Zhang Wan. The cans on the ground crackling sound. 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 Stumbling towards the bedroom. Chapter 81. Zhang Yutong arrives. The next day, Zhang Wei was cooking in the living room after 10 o'clock. After the meal was ready, Zhang Wei came to the bedroom and gently pushed Zhang Wan. Get up and eat. Zhang Wan opened her eyes in a daze. I don't want to eat. I want to sleep. Zhang Wei covered Zhang Wan with a blanket and said softly, that's fine. I'll put the rice into the rice cooker to keep it warm. You get up and eat again. I still have something to do. I have to go to Spring City to pick up someone. As soon as Zhang Wan heard that Zhang Wei was leaving, she opened her eyes fiercely and looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei froze puzzled and asked, what's wrong? Zhang Wan supported to climb up, directly embraced Zhang Wei's thigh softly said, I can't let you go. Zhang Wei smiled and said, I'm just going to pick up someone. Don't forget that we're still going out for a trip in a few days. Zhang Wan wrapped her arms around Zhang Wei's neck and printed directly on it. Zhang Wei didn't expect Zhang Wan to be so sticky. Jiang Wei did not expect Jiang Wan to be so sticky. Jiang Wei subconsciously stretched out his hand. Jiang Wan shivered in fear. I can't. Can I do it at night? Jiang Wei picked up Jiang Wan, put Jiang Wan on the bed and covered her with a blanket and said with a smile, "Just kidding, don't forget to eat later, I'm leaving." Jiang Wan blinked her eyes and looked at Jiang Wei and nodded. Jiang Wei placed a kiss on Jiang Wan's forehead and turned to leave the room. Jiang Wan listened to Jiang Wei leaving before she closed her eyes. She was so tired. She hadn't been this intense for a long time. She just wants to sleep now. She doesn't want to move. After leaving Jiang Wan's home, Jiang Wei drove directly to the direction of the airport in Spring City. Jiang Yutong has arrived. For the yoga instructor, Jiang Wei is looking forward to it. With his obsession for yoga and his expectation for Jiang Yutong, after more than an hour, Jiang Wei arrived at the Spring City airport. The security team at the entrance was impressed by the lengthened Cullinan driven by Jiang Wei. Just came to the airport 2 days ago, and this is here again? The security guard was slightly surprised, but then relieved. This must be which company boss often travel. He watched with envy as Cullinan walked into the parking lot. Jiang Wei is quite good car. Open the window and light a cigarette, while taking out his cell phone to brush the video. But at this time in the sky over the Spring City, the security guards were slightly surprised for a moment, but then released again. At this time in the sky above Spring City, a civil aviation airplane is circling in preparation for landing. Jiang Yutong, who was sitting on the airplane, looked at the ground through the window, the mood with the plane's slight bumps and excited up. I'm about to meet the little brother who's going to give me the brush. I don't know what kind of guy he is. How old is he? Don't be a minor or an old man. Preferably a handsome young man. If that's the case, she'll have earned it. Jiang Yutong looked out the window and prayed in her heart. Dear travelers, we have safely arrived at our destination. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to. With the sound of the airplane's announcement, Jiang Yutong's heart was unusually excited, lining up to get off the plane. Once out of the cabin door, looking at the Spring City airport, Jiang Yutong stepped off the plane. Ignore the people who come to talk to me. Open the bag and take out the cell phone to send a message to Jiang Wei. Little brother, I've arrived at Spring City Airport /happy/JPG. Jiang Wei was watching a video. Receiving a message from Jiang Yutong, Jiang Wei directly sent a location sharing message. Location/JPG. You come over directly. After seeing Jiang Wei's message, Jiang Yutong thumped her sexy steps and followed the direction of the location sharing message. Jiang Wei sat in the car and looked around. 10 minutes later, when Jiang Wei saw Jiang Yutong, he couldn't help but see a bright light in his eyes. She looks even better than she did in the live broadcast. Slightly plump, long hair with a small hairpin on the right side, moonlight white halter dress, crystal high-heeled shoes. The waves move with the pace. The long skirt under the white slender legs. Jiang Yutong was slightly surprised when she saw Jiang Wei in the car window. I didn't expect my little brother to be so young and handsome. This wave is not a loss, but rather earned it. I didn't expect you to be sexier in real life than in the live broadcast. Get in the car. Jiang Yutong excitedly jogged 2 steps around to the passenger side to open the door to get on the car. Why don't you go to the back row? Why don't you go to the back? Just kidding. My little brother is in the driver's seat. The co-pilot can be closer to her brother. Chapter 82 Jiang Wei, yoga studio is too small. Open a yoga studio. Jiang Wei glanced at Jiang Yutong, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Jiang Yutong noticed Jiang Wei's gaze and, in her heart, she was slightly pleased. It seems that little brother is very satisfied with his body. Little brother, where are we going? Jiang Wei glanced at Jiang Yutong's big white legs and said wistfully, to find a deserted place to sell you. Jiang Yutong blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Wei. There's no one to buy you in the middle of nowhere. Jiang Wei hemmed and hawed. No one will buy you, but you can still buy you. We'll get to the next exit. It's sparsely populated and has a lot of trees. Jiang Yutong's heart was pounding. The car drove out of the airport and entered the highway. Jiang Wei asked while driving, You're a yoga instructor, right? Jiang Yutong nodded. Yes, I've been a yoga instructor for more than 3 years. Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Yutong with his afterglow. Yoga instructor. That must be a very deep foundation. Let me tell you, I especially like yoga girls. Jiang Yutong blinked her big eyes at Jiang Wei. Is it because of good flexibility? Jiang Wei nodded. Yeah, good flexibility. I don't know what kind of high difficulty you can do. Jiang Yutong looked at the space on the passenger side and turned her head to ask Jiang Wei. How is this seat adjusted? Jiang Wei pointed. Those buttons. Jiang Yutong looked down and adjusted the seat according to the clipper's instructions. And, not long after, the passenger seat made enough room for maneuvering. Jiang Wei was curious as to what this girl was up to. Jiang Yutong adjusted the seat, pulled her skirt. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about, and I'm not sure what I'm talking about. The first thing I'd like to say is that I don't know what to do. Jiang Wei was so excited that he kicked the gas. Boom! John Yuton's by the seatbelt strangled deformation. Pain straight ouch. Zhang Wei said breathlessly. This is not my fault. It is your sudden attack. I am not mentally prepared. John Yuton also knew that there was some danger just now, and opened the seatbelt to adjust the seat to sit again. I just wanted to show off in front of you. Zhang Yuton was a bit afraid of Zhang Wei's anger. Her voice changed a bit. Zhang Wei held the steering wheel with one hand and gently caressed the passenger side with the other. Next time, just tell me in advance so that I can be mentally prepared. Zhang Yuton nodded with a blushing face. Got it. Brother, how long until we get there? Zhang Wei looked at the navigation and said, it's still nearly 40 minutes. You come over here. Is it okay if you don't go to that yoga class? Zhang Yuton shook her head. It's fine. I told those students that I'll be traveling for a few days, so I'll make up the class when I get back. Zhang Wei nodded. That's good. Zhang Wei then turned his words around and asked, you live by yourself and teach at home, right? Zhang Yuton looked ahead and nodded. Right. It costs too much to open a studio. I don't have that much money. Zhang Wei asked, how much does it cost to open a studio? Zhang Yuton froze then said, a studio of over 100 square feet. Rent, utilities, over $1 million. Zhang Wei glanced at Zhang Yuton. Over 100 square feet? Then you can only take a few people with you, and why do you need to rent a house? It's better to just buy a house. Zhang Yuton sighed. Buy a house? How much would that cost? Zhang Wei asked while driving. For a house of more than 200 square feet, preferably with a storefront, plus renovations, how much would it cost? Zhang Yuton looked at Zhang Wei then spoke. Less than $5 million. Zhang Wei held the steering wheel in his hand and moved his fingers to weigh the pros and cons. After a while he opened his mouth. In this case, after a period of time I will go with you. Open yoga studio is too small. To open a larger yoga hall. Zhang Yuton sniffed and tilted her head to look at Zhang Wei. Chapter 83 Night Running Beauty Lu Shanshan. Nightfall. A black lengthened Cullinan drove out of the exit of the Songjiang City Highway. Zhang Yuton looked at the night scenery of Songjiang City. I didn't realize that the night view of Songjiang City is quite beautiful. Zhang Wei glanced at the Songjiang River next to him. This is the most beautiful place in Songjiang City at night. Along the way all the way is a variety of landscapes. In this night running very much, Zhang Yuton looked over in the direction of Zhang Wei's finger and she saw a girl wearing a black hat and a tight black sweatshirt running. The girl was very thin, but her body was in good shape. She was very thin, but her figure was very good. Her ponytail swayed as she ran. Tight ass. Her legs were straight and long. Zhang Yuton looked down at herself. You like her body like that? Zhang Wei nodded. I like it. I like quite a lot, but I also like you to be slightly chubby. In his heart, he silently said, as long as it's pretty, who doesn't like it? Zhang Yuton was happy to hear the second half of Zhang Wei's sentence. Zhang Wei couldn't help but compare the girl who was running with Zhang Yuton. And, in the end, he was helpless. I'm just a LSP, he said. I'm just a LSP. Why else would I like both of them? Zhang Wei cursed himself in his heart. The girl who was running is called LV Shanshan. She's unemployed. Her parents run a decoration company. The biggest decoration company in Songjiang is owned by the LV family. LV Shanshan likes fitness and sports. Every day at home, in addition to fitness, is to study food, walking dogs and cats. Every night after dinner, she takes her golden hair out for a 5-kilometer run. Rain or shine, Lu Shanshan noticed a big SUV driving slowly on the road next to her. The SUV looked like a Cullinan, but it wasn't the Cullinan that attracted Lu Shanshan's attention. Cullinan's family owns one. Rather, this car is much bigger than a normal Cullinan. LV Shanshan was curious. She took out her cell phone and searched for a Cullinan while running. After searching for half a day, she couldn't find such a big one. She slowed down and frowned as she tried to add the word extended. Then Shanshan Lu's eyes widened. Extended Cullinan? A customized car? $19 million? Looking up at the slow-moving stretch Cullinan. The license plate number is Songjiang City. The license plate number is Songjiang City. Song A99999. What kind of family is this? Songjiang City? Zhang Wei looked at the night running beauty in the rearview mirror. LSP, you come out and sweep that running girl. Zhang Wei called out the goddess system. Goddess system. Okay, boss. This is scanning. Scanning. Please wait. Name, LV Shanshan. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Face value, 91, percentile, 90, 64, 90. Purity, 95, self-heating pot. Education, bachelor, graduated. Hobbies, fitness, food, traveling, like small animals, cats, dogs. Warm tips, rich family's daughter. Everyone's daughter. Samantha Louie, age, 23. Height, 166. Weight, 50 kilograms. 90, 64, 90. Crap, this is still a rich young lady? That's a big deal. No, it's not. The point is purity. Jiang Wei couldn't help but take a few more glances at Lu Shanshan in the rearview mirror. No way. Although I am a person with a system, but I'm in love. What should I do? I'm in a hurry. I've been waiting for a long time for this to happen. What should I do? Should I make a move or take the initiative? Jiang Wei fell into a deep knot. The car has changed from traveling slowly to stopping at the side of the road. Jiang Yuton looked at Jiang Wei curiously, only to see Jiang Wei staring at the rearview mirror. Jiang Yuton turned her head to look at her side of the rearview mirror. In the rearview mirror, there was only the beautiful girl running at night and a big golden hair. Jiang Yuton looked at the beauty in the rearview mirror and her eyes turned. Chapter 84. Hello, my name is Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei looked in the rearview mirror and, long legs wrapped in tight sweatpants, a little sports undershirt. LV Shanshan is jogging with curiosity. She's getting closer and closer. Jiang Wei opened the car door and got out. LV Shanshan saw the car down a more than 1 meter 8. Dressed in a very casual big handsome man got out of the car. I can't help but see a bright spot in my eyes. The love of beauty. All people have the heart. No matter boys and girls are the same. Men see a beautiful woman or a good body will turn back. Girls see a handsome man is also the same. Girls see a handsome man is the same. They will also look at the handsome man. And studies have shown that women are better than men. It's just that most women are reserved. Only a small percentage of girls will take the initiative when they see a guy they like. Most girls are passive. There's no such thing as a girl who isn't horny. Just did not meet the right person. Jiang Wei, with a cynical smile on his lips, walked towards Lu Shanshan with his long legs. LV Shanshan was stunned by Jiang Wei's behavior. What does he mean? What does he mean? Should I run? Lu Shanshan was a bit confused. Jiang Wei walked up to 2 meters away from Lu Shanshan and said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Jiang Wei. I also like to work out. I think you should work out a lot too." When Lu Shanshan heard this, she had met a fitness enthusiast. Plus Jiang Wei is so handsome and sunny. That is, it's his smile. So badass. Lu Shanshan nodded her head. Hello. Jiang Wei took out his cell phone. Is it convenient to add a WeChat? There's a chance to work out and swim together. Fitness is not the purpose. Swimming is one of the purposes. LV Shanshan didn't expect Jiang Wei to add his WeChat and hesitated for a moment to unlock her cell phone. I'll scan you. Jiang Wei handed his cell phone over. The two added their friends, and Jiang Wei smiled. Then you run. I'll leave you alone. We'll work out together some other time. Lu Shanshan nodded. Oh, okay. Jiang Wei turned back to the car and started the car, waving his hand at LV Shanshan and kicking the gas. LV Shanshan looked at the car that turned out to be farther and farther away. And she looked down at her cell phone and clicked on Jiang Wei's avatar. She clicked on Jiang Wei's avatar to check his profile. Jiang Wei's friend circle is very clean. Only 2 photos. One is a selfie of sitting on the S9, and the other is a photo taken at the new villa. Jiang Yuton looked at Jiang Wei. She wasn't jealous. She knows very well that she and Jiang Wei are impossible. She knows that she and Jiang Wei can't be together. It depends on the shelf life. I hope my shelf life is longer. Jiang Yuton comforted herself. Jiang Wei drove straight to Songjiang No. 1 neighborhood. Parking the car in front of the neighborhood, Jiang Wei said to Jiang Yuton, "This house doesn't have any ingredients. How about we have a bite here?" Jiang Yuton looked up at the restaurant across the street and nodded. "It's fine. Specialty stir-fry. Is it northeastern cuisine?" Jiang Wei shook his head. "It's my first time here too." After saying that, he put his arm around Jiang Yuton's waist and walked towards the opposite restaurant. The security guards in the neighborhood didn't even put on any airs. They stood straight up and kept looking at Jiang Wei's back. He stood straight and kept his eyes on Jiang Wei's back until Jiang Wei walked into Sister Lu's restaurant. The security guard only then breathed a sigh of relief. He was too nervous. Although the boss does not have what aura, more did not pay attention to their own. But he was so nervous. This is how most workers behave when facing their bosses. There are few who are not humble, especially those with low education and low income. Jiang Wei doesn't realize that he's invariably putting pressure on the security guard. At this moment, he was ordering food with Jiang Yutong at Sister Lu's restaurant. Slipped meat section, braised pork ribs, hot-eat yards, stir-fried meat, winter melon rib soup, carp and sauce, large mixed gazpacho, another chicken stewed mushrooms, 8 tails of rice, and a bottle of Songjiang's small burnt. The waiter was passing out orders on his cell phone. After taking the waiter to pass out the order, Jiang Wei said to the waiter, "Barley tea comes up first." Waiter, "Okay, sir, do you have any other orders?" Jiang Wei waved his hand. "No, try to serve the food as fast as possible. I'm a bit hungry." The waiter nodded. "Yes, sir, I will urge the kitchen to do it quickly. Please wait a moment." After the waiter left, Jiang Wei directly hit the hand on the white legs. "P.S. Happy New Year everyone. I'm going to be able to get a lot more than that. I wish all of you, like Jiang Wei, lots of beautiful women, lots of peach blossom luck, and lots of money in the new year." I wish you all the best in the new year as Zhang Wei. Muah. Chapter 85 Hennessy Conversion Arrives. Sunrise. The afterlife is hard to predict. Love and hate are over and done with. I just want to be happy until I grow old. I don't want to run away even if the wind is cold. Flowers no matter how beautiful don't want. Zhang Wei muttered in a daze. Who is this? It's so early in the morning. Can't we sleep? While muttering, he reached over to the bed to touch his cell phone. Squinting his eyes, he looked at the cell phone. 13 asterisk 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 8888? Who is this? Zhang Wei was puzzled, and he answered the phone. Ha! The voice coming out of the receiver was obviously a bit stiff in its spoken language. Mr. Zhan. Hello, this is Eliza, the account manager of Hennessy Tuning Factory. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei realized that this was the Hennessy Tuning car gift pack arriving. Instantly energized, dabbed his head and sat up. Hello, Elisa, Mr. Zhan. It's like this. Right now we've just entered the downtown area of Songjiang City, so let's see when you have time. Zhang Wei. Already entering Songjiang City? You guys go to Songjiang no. One neighborhood. Elisa. Okay, Mr. Zhan. I've looked around and I can get there in about 20 minutes. Zhang Wei. That's fine, I'll let the neighborhood property know. Elisa. Okay, Mr. Zhang. See you later. Zhang Wei hung up the phone and got out of bed, put on his clothes and washed up. After finishing, he went downstairs. As soon as he reached the living room, he heard the sound of stir-frying in the kitchen. Zhang Wei probed over and saw Zhang Yutong cooking in the kitchen. Zhang Wei walked over and hugged Zhang Yutong from behind and sniffed her nose. It smells really good, Zhang Yutong said while frying. My mouth is light. What about your taste? Zhang Wei hemmed and hawed. Didn't you know my taste last night? Zhang Yutong spat at his words. You're annoying. People ask you about the flavor of your dishes. Zhang Wei kissed Zhang Yutong on the cheek. I like whatever you do. I'll make a trip to the entrance of the neighborhood first. The customized car has arrived. Zhang Yutong nodded. Well, you go ahead. I'll wait for you to eat. Zhang Wei let go of Zhang Yutong. There's no need to wait for me. There are more cars. I'm not sure what time it is here. Eat first when you're done. Zhang Yutong nodded. Zhang Wei turned around and headed out. He ran towards the entrance of the neighborhood in a comfortable mood. Inside the security room of the neighborhood property, the head of security saw Zhang Wei walking out from the 10th villa and hurriedly picked up the intercom. Mr. Zhang has come out for a stroll. All give me some spirit. Qian Duo, who was sitting in the manager's property office, heard the voice coming from the intercom and suddenly stood up and tidied up the hem of her one-step skirt, tugged on her stockings, and she picked up her cell phone and turned on the camera to check her makeup. After confirming that she was the most beautiful version of herself, Qian Duo walked out of the manager's office with sexy steps. The sound of high heels hitting the floor tiles was very rhythmic, and on the main road in front of the neighborhood. At this moment, there are 2 SUVs followed by 5 container trucks coming towards the Pine River No. 1 neighborhood. Elisha looked at the close to the feet of the Songjiang No. 1 neighborhood, heart slightly stunned. The neighborhood is not too upscale look. This neighborhood is not too high-end look. I didn't expect Mr. Zhang to live here. The caravan left the main road and slowly turned into the entrance of Songjiang No. 1 neighborhood. The guard at the entrance of the neighborhood is standing seriously. Suddenly there are 7 vehicles at the gate. 5 of them are container trucks. The security guards picked up the intercom and then jogged towards the convoy of 2. Elisa opened the rear door after the car was ready. Black high heels, long legs with black stockings, white step group, black shirt, shawl hair, sexy and charming curves, big eyes, high nose, thick lips. The neighborhood security guard was halfway to the door, but when he saw that it was a foreigner, he was a little scared. I don't know how to speak foreign languages. Slightly pondering, the security guard ran over to him. Hello, there are no big cars parked in front of the neighborhood. Elisa glanced at the guard. Hello, we are delivering a car to Mr. Zhang Wei. Mr. Zhang told us to be in this neighborhood. The security guard heard that the boss ordered the car. Then it's alright. Picked up the walkie-talkie. Calling manager. The convoy at the gate is the car Mr. Zhang ordered has arrived. Qian Duo. Send a few people to maintain the scene. I've seen Mr. Zhang. I'll go greet Mr. Zhang. Zhang Wei took a big step towards the entrance of the neighborhood yet. Just now, he had heard the sound of several large vehicles at the entrance of the neighborhood. Suddenly, the sound of high-heeled shoes rapidly and rhythmically striking the ground came to his ears. This is the sound of a girl running in high heels. Zhang Wei turned his head to look over in confusion, only to see Qian Duo wearing a black one-step skirt, white shirt, sexy long legs in the sunshine under the illumination of extraordinarily charming. And the main thing was the shiny black stockings. Chandler was running too fast. She was shaking very badly, trembling. Zhang Wei's eyes were a little dizzy for a while. Chapter 86 Eliza. Xian Duoduo saw Zhang Wei stop and hurriedly slowed down to adjust his breathing. Boss, the car you ordered has arrived and is at the entrance of the neighborhood. Zhang Wei looked at Xian Duoduo. It's just a few cars that have arrived. You don't need to run over here on purpose. Xian Duoduo lagged half a step behind and followed Zhang Wei's side. The security guard informed me that the car you ordered had arrived, and it just so happened that I was in the neighborhood, and I ended up seeing you. For this statement Zhang Wei did not believe it. He could tell with anyone that Xian Duoduo had come here on purpose. However, Zhang Wei did not poke holes in it. And, Zhang Wei listened to the sound of Xian Duoduo's high heels hitting the ground. He smelled the faint perfume. He was in a happy mood. He headed towards the entrance of the neighborhood. A few minutes later, Zhang Wei arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Crap, this leg. So long. Zhang Wei looked at the tall figure standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, and could only see the side. He could only see the side of her body. The tall woman was talking to the people around her in a foreign language. Zhang Wei walked over to her. Kanjuo followed behind Zhang Wei. When he saw Elisa, he couldn't help but make a comparison in his mind. She was taller than herself, and her legs were longer than hers. Her appearance was similar. However, her figure was not as good as her own. When he thought of this, Chandos couldn't help but straighten his chest. Eliza, who was in the middle of a conversation, heard the footsteps and looked back. When she saw Zhang Wei, her eyes lit up. What a handsome guy. I didn't expect Zhang Wei to be even more handsome in real life than in the photo. Elisa hurriedly greeted him. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Elisa. Elisa stretched out her sexy hand. Zhang Wei smiled. I didn't expect it to be a great beauty. Hello. Elisa got compliments and couldn't help but be in a good mood. The fatigue from the journey has disappeared for the most part. Mr. Zhang is the one who is young and handsome. Zhang Wei felt Elisa's delicate jade hand and he called out the goddess system. LSP, quickly come out and help me scan it. Goddess system. Okay boss, scanning right away. Scanning, please wait. Name, Elisa. Age, 27. Height, 173 kg. Weight, 57 kilograms. 88. 63. 89. Purity, 90. Ex-boyfriend Virus. Education, graduate student, management program at BINFA. Occupation, account manager at Hennessy Tuning. Hobbies, traveling, good food, extreme sports, loves adventure. Tips, loves thrills and chases the limits. Elisa, 27 years old. Height, 173. Weight, 57 kilograms. 88. 63. 89. Highly educated, beautiful woman. Long legs, likes to take risks. This was the summary that Zhang Wei made after checking Elisa's profile. Adventure, extreme sports, loves excitement, letting go of Elisa's tender hand. Zhang Wei looked at the several container trucks next to him. Drive the car directly into the neighborhood yard. Elisa nodded her head, then turned around to order the driver to drive the car into the neighborhood. Xian Duoduo looked back at the security guard. The security guard had already picked up the walkie-talkie to notify the opening of the cell gate. Shander couldn't help but nod his head. This security guard is not bad. He has work in his eyes. The roar of 5 container trucks sounded. Elisa came to Zhang Wei's nearness. Mr. Zhang, please get on. Zhang Wei nodded and followed Elisa to the car. Xian Duoduo saw that he was not invited. She could only run back upside down. She was going to drive the sightseeing car into the neighborhood. Zhang Wei turned back. Xian Duoduo, you come up too. Xian Duoduo, who was already ready to drive the sightseeing car, was delighted. Turning around with sexy steps, she thumped and jogged. Elisa sat in the passenger seat and looked at Kanjuo, who ran over. She also looked at Zhang Wei, who was sitting in the back. This is Zhang Wei's? She has a good figure and looks. It's a good match for Mr. Zhang. Chapter 87 Elisa's shock. Xian Duoduo sat beside Zhang Wei as the car slowly entered the neighborhood and Xian Duoduo glanced at Zhang Wei. Boss, where to put the car? Underground parking lot or villa garage? Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, underground parking lot. Xian Duoduo nodded and said to the driver master, follow that road on the left all the way to the underground parking lot. The driver drove in the direction that Xian Duoduo pointed out. A few minutes later, the caravan stopped not far from the entrance of the underground parking lot. Elisa got out of the car and started unloading the cars along with the workers. Zhang Wei looked at the road surface of the underground parking lot and frowned. Why is it concrete? Afterwards, he instructed Xian Duoduo, turn around and make the ground of the underground parking lot again and pave it with epoxy material. Set aside 50 parking spaces for me alone. Enclose it with concrete, and make it thicker. Xian Duoduo heard that 50 separate parking spaces were set aside? How much does this boss like cars? But this is not something she should worry about. She just needs to do what the boss tells her to do. Thinking of this, Xian Duoduo nodded her head. Okay boss, I'll contact the construction unit tomorrow. Zhang Wei nodded. Kanjuo Duo looked at Zhang Wei. Boss, the properties account doesn't have that much money. Zhang Wei was stunned, then reacted. The property in this neighborhood could be said to be working only for himself. The properties don't even have incoming revenue. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment. You contact the construction unit, and I'll have someone put money on the account when it's due. Xian Duo nodded. Okay boss. Elisha was not far away listening to the conversation between the two and fell into deep thought. A property manager of a neighborhood actually called Zhang Wei his boss, and was obedient to Zhang Wei's words. It seems that she was wrong in her previous thought. This is called Xian Duo and Zhang Wei is not that kind of relationship. This handsome man from the east? Is he the boss of this neighborhood? Hiss. Although Songjiang City is a small 18th line city, it's still a neighborhood. This neighborhood isn't that small. Eliza redefined Zhang Wei's stature once again. This young man. What kind of family is this young master? He's got dozens and dozens of modified cars. He also owns a small community. Is he a real estate developer? You should know that real estate is rich. Thinking about it, Elisa's eyes couldn't help but light up. She is a brave girl who likes to take risks, not to get entangled. She would do whatever she wanted to do. Elisa decided not to go back to her country for the time being. She was going to stay here for a while. After a modified car was unloaded by the workers, Chandler was slightly stunned. These cars? The cheapest ones should be those pickup trucks, right? Chandler thought in his heart. Zhang Wei was a little excited when he looked at these cars that had been modified, especially when he saw those pickup trucks. Men's big toys, wild and full of sporty and wild atmosphere. Zhang Wei circled around one car after another, finally nodded his head. The system is set. It shouldn't be cheated. Zhang Wei looked at Elisa and asked, can you help me send it into the underground parking lot? Elisa smiled sweetly. Of course. Zhang Wei looked at Qian Duo. You lead the way. Pick a good spot. Chan Duo nodded his head as he sniffed. Okay boss. Elisa, on the other hand, ordered the workers to fill up the gas tanks. The workers carried oil drums on the big trucks and started refueling the cars. Soon 15 cars started up. Boom boom boom. The sound of various engines rang out, and the cars drove slowly. Qian Duo led the way. The car soon came to the middle of the underground parking lot. This was chosen by Qian Duo. She thought that this was the middle of the parking lot, cutting through all directions. The important thing is that there are 60 parking spaces. Boss, what do you think of this location? Zhang Wei looked at the 60 parking spaces in front of him. The surrounding area is very convenient for vehicles to enter and exit, and nodded his head. Yes, this is a parking space all enclosed. Qian Duo nodded. Okay boss. Elisa came to Zhang Wei and took out a card. Mr. Zhang, this is a complimentary gas card from our company. It's also a little bit of token of our company's appreciation. Zhang Wei was not polite and reached out to take the gas card, handing it to Qian Duo without even looking at it. Let's put this card at your place. Kanjuo Duo took the gas card. Eliza saw that the vehicles were all parked and then turned to Zhang Wei. Mr. Zhang, I don't know if you have the time. I would like to treat you to a meal. Zhang Wei sniffed and looked at Elisa. A beautiful woman invited? How could just a beautiful woman invite you? Zhang Wei smiled and said, it just so happens that I haven't eaten either. I'll treat you. I'll take you to eat our specialty here. Iron pot stewed goose. Elisa heard stewed goose and iron pot? What's that? But listening to Zhang Wei's meaning that it's a specialty, I think it should be delicious. Otherwise it can't be called a specialty. Chapter 88 Eliza, Egu a mosquito bit my ass. Elisa blinked her big eyes. Yeah, I love food the most. Zhang Wei directly took the car keys of the modified Raptor 150 and said to Elisa, get in the car. I'll take you to eat the special iron pot stewed goose. Elisa stepped to the passenger side with her long legs and opened the door to get in the car. Zhang Wei started the car and kicked the gas. Boom! With the roar of the engine drove out of the parking lot, leaving Qian Duo face depressed. You're great. You're noble. You said you'd go, but you didn't say you'd take me with you. Humph. Ugly boss. Colorful boss. Qian Duo cursed in her heart. She stepped on her high heels and twisted her sexy waist towards the parking lot, while Zhang Wei directly drove Elisa towards the river. When 10 minutes later, car arrived at the riverside. Elisa looked at the compound in front of her with some confusion. Zhang, is the specialty food here? Zhang Wei nodded. Right. This is the hottest and best specialty food in our city. Zhang Wei parked his car. The restaurant owner's wife looks at a big pickup truck. This is a rich man. His eyes are glowing. She opened the door and ran out to greet him. When she saw Zhang Wei jumping down from the car, the boss's wife was stunned. This handsome man has changed his car? She still has some impression of Zhang Wei. After all, handsome. The boss's wife greeted him with a smile. Handsome man, how many seats today? Zhang Wei stretched out 2 fingers. 2 people, the boss's wife or the last private room. A goose, leeks and eggs, mixed with a mountain wild vegetables. small fish, tinfoil pork, an egg soup, 2 bottles of Songjang small burnt, 2 big cups of ice-cold watermelon juice. That's all. The boss's wife recorded quickly. Bingo! It was then that the boss's wife noticed Elisa, who had gotten out of the car. This big guy, a foreigner, big eyes, high nose, thick lips, this white dress, it's so sexy, taller than the girl who came last time. The boss's wife smiled and said to Zhang Wei, handsome brother, I'm going to order the kitchen to cook. You can take this beautiful woman to the yard to pick plums to eat. We don't use pesticides on these plums. The flavor is quite positive. Zhang Wei nodded. The boss's wife went to order the kitchen to do the dishes upside down. Zhang Wei then said to Elisa, let's go. I'll take you to pick plums to eat. When Eliza heard about plums, her eyes lit up. Yes. Zhang Wei led the way. Eliza followed behind him. She came to the backyard of the farmhouse. In the center of the garden were grape arbors, and on both sides were plum trees. The ground of the orchard was full of chickens, ducks and geese. Zhang Wei stepped to the nearest plum tree and picked a few plums. He threw one into his mouth after rubbing it a few times. The sweet and sour flavor of the plums was pure, and he nodded his head and said to Eliza, it tastes good. Try it, he said and handed Eliza the plum in his hand. Elisa took the plum, followed Zhang Wei's example and wiped it with her hand. She put it in her mouth and took a small bite. The juice of the plum instantly exploded in Eliza's mouth. The pear juice stimulated Eliza's taste buds. Elisa nodded vigorously as her eyes lit up. Good, very good, sweet and sour, very tasty. Zhang Wei smiled and, reaching out to pick plums once again, Eliza followed behind Zhang Wei and also reached out to pick plums. The two of them were now picking plums from the plum tree and eating them. Every time Eliza put a plum in her mouth, she would say, oh, yes good. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up when he heard Eliza's praise. Why does this sound familiar? Oh, my god, mosquito. Mosquito bit my ass. Chapter 89 Zhang Wei, I'll scratch it for you. Oh, my god asterisk. Oh, Zhang Wei hurriedly turned his head when he heard Elisa's shout. Zhang Wei raised his big hand. Pa! Hiss! Elisa sucked in a breath and, pop! Good pop! This is what Zhang Wei really thought inside his heart at this moment. Zhang Wei raised his hand again and, only to see a large mosquito that had been swatted flat on his palm. Eliza rubbed the location where she was bitten by the mosquito and, looked sideways at Zhang Wei's palm and opened her mouth wide in surprise. Oh, my god, what a big mosquito! Zhang Wei chuckled. This neighborhood is the Song River, and there are also orchards of trees, and there are many poultry, so it's normal for mosquitoes to be big. Elisa looked at the big mosquitoes and said with some fear, we'd better hurry and leave here. This mosquito is also too scary. So big. Zhang Wei nodded and said, then you guys go. It just so happens that the vegetables are almost ready. The two of them walked out of the orchard. Zhang Wei went straight to the courtyard's pressurized tube well to press water to wash his hands. Elisa felt strange when she watched Zhang Wei press water. She grew up in the city and had never seen this kind of pressurized tube well. Eliza looked at Zhang Wei and said, here, let me help you scratch. Zhang Wei looked at Eliza and nodded. Eliza held the handle of the well and pressed the water hard. The well water flowed out. Zhang Wei stretched out his hand to wash his hands. Then Zhang Wei pressed water for Elisa. After the two people washed their hands, Zhang Wei took Elisa. Let's go. Take you to taste our specialties here. Eliza followed Zhang Wei to the private room with anticipation. The restaurant owner's wife was greeting the waiter to serve the food. When she saw Zhang Wei and Elisa come in, she was full of enthusiasm. I'm afraid you'll be anxious. I'll serve the fried dishes and cold dishes first, but the stew will have to wait for a while. Zhang Wei nodded and led Eliza into the private room. Once inside the private room, Eliza was surprised to see the small fire Kong and asked, Zhang, is this the Kong? A small hot bed. Zhang Wei nodded. Yes, this is the fire Kong. Let's get on the Kong and eat. With that, Zhang Wei slipped his slippers onto the Kong. Elisa, after seeing the Kong, instantly felt rare and, she followed Zhang Wei's example and slipped her slippers onto the Kong. Stepping on the Kong, Elisa asked curiously, I heard that all your Kangs here are hot. Why is this one cool? Zhang Wei smiled and said, that was winter. Now it's summer. If the Kong is hot in summer, how can we sit on it? Elisa nodded. Oh, so that's what it's like. Then I'll come back to experience the hot fire Kong in winter. Zhang Wei looked up at Elisa. Come on, let's get started. Elisa nodded. I've wanted to eat it for a long time. This dish looks appetizing. Zhang Wei was not polite and directly picked up his chopsticks to move them. Elisa had also learned to use chopsticks, and picked up a piece of scrambled egg and put it in her mouth. And, why is this egg different from the ones I've eaten before? Eliza looked up and asked Zhang Wei as she chewed on the egg. Zhang Wei pointed to the old hen running outside and said, without feeding feed to eat bugs and walking on the ground. The taste of the egg is definitely different from the taste of feeding feed. Eliza said with a sudden realization. Green food? Zhang Wei nodded. Well, green food. Let's eat. Zhang Wei wasn't used to eating and chatting. As an authentic dry rice man, it's a waste of time to talk during dinner. If you want to talk, you can talk harder after dinner. Even if we talk for a day and a night, Zhang Wei is willing to accompany Eliza. When Eliza saw Zhang Wei not talking during dinner, she stopped. She was bored with her meal. In the room, except for the sound of chopsticks and chewing, Eliza's occasional shocking words were all that was left. The waiter outside the room was blushing as he listened to the amazing words in the room. Oh, my God, that's great. Oh, no, it's so hot. Sizzle. Inside the private room, Elisa twisted her body, reaching out to scratch the spot where the mosquito bites had just occurred. Zhang Wei looked at Eliza with concern. Why don't I help you? Zhang Wei said. Why don't I help you? He got up and came to Elisa's side. Elisa nodded her head. Damn mosquitoes, biting in the middle. Zhang Wei laughed silently and said on his lips, that's right, damn mosquitoes. Saying that, he put his hand. Chapter 90, The Treasures. Today's small mood good small explosion more a hand. Nanjiale's boss's wife saw several of her own waitresses standing not far from the door with their dishes. And didn't go in. And all of them were blushing and lowering their heads. The boss's wife frowned and walked over to reprimand the waiters. What's wrong with you guys? A married waiter, probably around 30 years old, signaled the private room with his eyes. It looks like it's on. Inside. The married waiter didn't have the heart to say the next words. The boss's wife came closer to hear. Oh yes, very good. Oh, my God. The more the boss's wife heard, the more she blushed. This foreign woman is too. Emma, that little handsome guy. Yes, looking at the muscles of that handsome boy, the boss's wife thought in her mind that Tadadid is walking towards the bar where she is. And while walking, she said to the waitress behind her, take the dishes to the kitchen and heat them up. They're getting cold. Zhang Wei sat on the bed in the private room, looking at Eliza's exaggerated eating style, somewhat speechless. What's the point of having a meal? That's not right. Why hasn't the food been served for so long? Zhang Wei got up and went down to the floor. Elisa put the last bite of wild vegetables into her mouth and looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang Wei glanced at the table and said, the rest of the dishes aren't up yet. I'm going to hurry. Elisa nodded her head as she sniffed. Zhang Wei opened the door of the private room and shouted at the bar. Boss lady, what's taking so long for the stew to come up today? The boss's wife was sitting at the bar, imagining the picture in the private room in her head, was lost in thought. Suddenly she heard someone shouting. She looked up and saw Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, Madam Boss, why is the food so slow? Mrs. Boss, slow? If it wasn't for the fear of disturbing you, I would have served the food long ago. The boss's wife spat in her heart, with a smile on her face. Stewed vegetables. It should be stewed slowly over a low fire to make it delicious. Zhang Wei sniffed and nodded. Try to hurry up. The dishes that were served before are all gone. So what? The drinks come up. Mix in a mountain wild vegetable. The boss's wife answered. Zhang Wei turned back to the private room. Elisa leaned on the windowsill and fiddled with her cell phone, looking at the two slender legs wrapped in black stockings. Zhang Wei's eyes were not enough. A glimpse. Looks like tea. Hiss. Zhang Wei took a deep breath on the bed. Not to 5 minutes. The waiter pushed open the door of the private room and walked in. A few waitresses are slightly red in the face. They didn't dare to look up at Zhang Wei and Elisa. They put down the food and drinks and turned around to leave. The married waiter was puzzled as he walked away. Why is there no other smell in the private room? It shouldn't be. Normally, there would be an odor. After the waiters left, they closed the door of the private room. Elisa hurriedly put down her cell phone when she saw another hot dish coming up. The two of them exchanged drinks in the private room. They drank a glass of Songjiang Xiaoyao. More than an hour later, the two of them put 2 bottles of half a caddy of 55 degrees of Songjiang small burnt drink, a drop left. Elisa was a bit drunk. She was looking at Zhang Wei with heavy shadows and muttered, Zhang, are you practicing the Oriental split art yet? Zhang Wei looked at Elisa's flushed little face. This was drunk. I don't know. A drunk Eliza is really nice. Zhang Wei opened the door of the private room and turned to the waiter outside. Please call a chauffeur for me. The waiter hurriedly agreed. Yes sir, please wait. After saying that, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed the number of the chauffeur. You get a $5 rebate for calling a chauffeur. A day's call for a chauffeur is worth several $100s, divided equally among 4 waiters. On average, a waiter can earn an extra $70 to $80. This is also one of the reasons why the 4 waiters are willing to work in Nanjiale, a place with only long day shifts. Otherwise, with a base salary of $3,000 a month, long day shifts, and working from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Who would want to work that long? Who would want to work so long? The boss's wife is very smart. Although the rebates for bottles, caps, and chauffeured cars are given to the waitresses, which may be a bit of a loss, but the long hours of work make it easier for her to work. However, after working long hours, she only pays $3,000 a month for a waitress. The waiters work longer hours, but with all the extra income, the work ethic of the 4 waiters is still high. In Songjiang, a small city with a per capita income of only $5,000, this is already a high salary. Let's get back to the story. Not long after, the valet arrived on a folding bicycle. Zhang Wei helped Eliza to walk out, handed the car keys to the chauffeur and pointed to the Raptor 150, that pickup truck. The chauffeur took the keys and pushed the folding bike towards the 150. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, was holding Elisa. He held Elisa's slender waist. It's so soft. Elisa was a bit drunk and muttered. Zhang Wei did not hear a word. He came to the front of the car and opened the rear door, picked up Eliza and got into the car. The modified Raptor 150 has a lot of space in the back. The rear seats can be put down. When it's down, it's a small double bed. Zhang Wei put Eliza on the seat, and he sat on the side. He let Elisa lie on his lap. Elisa's drunken eyes were resting on Zhang Wei's muscular thighs, smelling the scent of testosterone. Elisa was a little moved by the smell of testosterone. Slowly, Eliza became intoxicated, greedily inhaling the smell of hormones. The chauffeur sat down in the driver's seat, looked at the various buttons and was a bit confused. How is this different from the Raptor he has driven in the past? This must have cost a fortune to modify. Xiao Xiao shook his head and opened the key door to start the car. Hello, sir, where are we going? Zhang Wei said as he stroked Elisa's hair. Songjiang No. 1. The chauffeur searched for Songjiang No. 1 on the navigation. Following the navigation, he took the steering wheel towards Songjiang No. 1. The chauffeur drove carefully. It's his first time to drive such a modified car. He was afraid of causing inconvenience by misuse. Zhang Wei also did not urge. Sitting in the back row, he played with Eliza's hair and hands. Eliza enjoyed it with her eyes closed. More than 30 minutes later, the car came to the entrance of Songjiang No. 1 neighborhood. The security guard took a look at the big truck. This is the boss's pickup, so he stood up and saluted. The guard opened the gate. Chauffeur thought, this neighborhood security is good. Stand straight, salute, and look at the neighborhood houses look good. I do not know how much a flat house in this neighborhood. Zhang Wei sat in the back row and gave him directions. Little brother drove along the road Zhang Wei pointed out. When the car stopped in front of the second villa, Xiao was a little surprised. Villa? What a big villa. I didn't realize that this handsome guy was living in such a villa. Quite a good car. Zhang Wei took out his cell phone. Dude, how much? The chauffeur boy said while pulling out his cell phone. $38. Zhang Wei nodded and swept the code to pay. This small amount of money will not need the system cashback. The chauffeur little brother received a message alert, glanced at his cell phone, looked up and smiled at Zhang Wei and said, the money came over. Then sir, I'm leaving? Zhang Wei nodded and the chauffeur boy pushed his folding bike and left, while Zhang Wei picked up Elisa in a crossarm and went upstairs. Elisa wrapped her arms around Zhang Wei's neck, thinking about what was going to happen next. Her heart was a little excited. Zhang Wei carried Elisa to the master bedroom on the second floor. He put Eliza down. Elisa wrapped her arms around Zhang Wei's neck and didn't let go. Zhang Wei lost his center of gravity. Bang! The two fell on the bed together. Elisa opened her eyes and took the initiative to kiss her. Zhang Wei's heart 10,000 heads of Chao Nyama crashed through. Mad. I was set up by this foreign little. If I can tolerate it, I can't. Immediately Zhang Wei made a fierce resistance. A time in the room, a shaking of the mountains up. Chapter 91. The purpose of purchasing a language talent. Early morning. Zhang Wei walked out of the bathroom after taking a shower and glanced at Elisa, who had already fallen asleep. Sleeping Beauty. Elisa drank too much high liquor. She made a lot of noise until the early hours of the morning. Zhang Wei paid a big price to put the fussy Eliza to sleep. Zhang Wei was very puzzled. Why is he still in high spirits after all this time? With the question, Zhang Wei laid down on the edge of the bed and lit a cigarette and took a drag, calling out the perfection system. Xiao, may you come out. Perfect system. Wobu XX boss, you finally remembered me. I'm too touched calling. His crap. A very kawaii voice came from Zhang Wei's mind, followed by a vigorous oing oing oing. Zhang Wei angrily rebuked with a shiver. Perfect system. That, boss, you ask. Zhang Wei, why am I still in high spirits no matter how hard I work now? Perfect system. That, boss, after you took the transformation pills produced by Little, your mental power has been greatly altered, so even if you don't sleep or rest for a month, you'll still be in high spirits. Crap, wouldn't that be possible? Jia. Ahem, calm down, can't think like that. Perfect system. After sensing what Zhang Wei was thinking in his mind. That, boss, you can't think that way. If that happens, something bad will happen. Zhang Wei asked in confusion. What do you mean? Bad things? Perfect system. Boss, ask you, How much would a normal person have in a week? Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, 2 or 3 times, at most 4 times. Perfect system. So boss, you're already exceeding a normal person by countless times, so you need to control it appropriately. You don't want to wait for a couple decades and then you can only look on when you see a beautiful woman. Right. Hiss. Zhang Wei brainstormed about the scene after a few decades and couldn't help but shiver. No way. No way. How can that work? It seems that we need to control the control appropriately. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and asked, what else can you recommend to? Perfect system. Boss, you can also buy the language talent. The language talent? Zhang Wei thought for a moment and asked, what's the use of language talent? I don't want to go abroad. My mother tongue is enough. Perfect system. Boss, I think you should learn the language talent. Zhang Wei. Why? Perfect system. Boss, by establishing a connection with you, I have learned that there are still many wonderful things on your planet for you to explore. Zhang Wei asked suspiciously, what does that have to do with linguistic talent? Perfect system. Boss, you are so smart. I believe that even if I don't tell you, you will understand, such as the island country, where there are beautiful women, as well as Goryeo, which is a producer of beautiful women, even though most of them are acquired beauties, but they are still beautiful women. Crap, Zhang Wei understood at once. Nima, why did he forget about this? Not only the island, Goryeo, there are many other places that have beautiful women. I don't have to worry about money anymore. As an open-minded person, life should be lived to the fullest. The world is so big, you should go out. I'm still too limited. I'm still too young to think about what's in front of me. I don't realize there are so many skeletons in the world. There are so many beautiful women in the distance. Zhang Wei figured it out right away. He couldn't wait to ask. That Xiao Mei. Introduce the language talent. Perfect system. Okay boss, language talent is divided into 4 levels, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and extinct, where, beginner masters 5 foreign languages, intermediate, 15 foreign languages, advanced, 50 foreign languages, extinct, all languages, beginner's language talent, 5 million yuan, intermediate's language talent, 8 million yuan, advanced's language talent, 15 million yuan, and extinct's language talent, 30 million yuan. Zhang Wei asked as he heard the system's introduction. What level can this language talent reach? Is it simple communication or perfection system? Blending in, like a native language. Crap, it's a cow's pen. Language talent is so cheap? You know, you can't buy $5 million for the effort it takes to master 5 foreign languages at the same time. It's not a bad deal. You have to buy the best. Zhang Wei, the absolute language talent. Arrange it for me. Perfect system. Okay boss, you please wait. Deduction in progress. Deduction successful. Language talent has been generated. Transmission in progress. Please wait patiently. Estimated time 30 seconds. 29, 28, 1. Transmission complete. In these 30 seconds, Zhang Wei's brain was filled with more knowledge of languages, and national languages, dialects, and even beast languages had become proficient in them. It could be said so. Now Zhang Wei could even understand the cries of the bugs. The husky next door can even understand his barks.